battles have been fought. Now it's time for the Vikings, the most fearless warriors of them all.
Oh my God!
Fast, flawless, and full-scale gameplay guaranteed.
Oh, I didn't expect that.
As the best players in the world come together to define the new champion.
He's making it!
Only the most daring will earn the right to feast at Odin's table.
What a huge moment. What a performance in Red Bull Wololo.
This is Red Bull Wololo 4.
Hello everyone and welcome to coverage of Red Bull Wololo 4. For the second day, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to this broadcast. Riley, that's my name, and I'm joined of course by a star-studded all-star lineup of casters. We've got Mem later on the day, T90 and Dave, but we all pale in comparison of course to the sheer talent that's going to be put on display by our players in this event. I want to remind everyone, of course, this is a huge prize pool up for grabs here this weekend with $30,000 on the line. And if yesterday was anything to go by, my goodness me, we are going to see some red hot action as these players get stuck in. Now, I'm not able to see if these slides have gone up to show you the prize pool here, but if indeed they have, we can talk a little bit about exactly what kind of money is on the line here. I believe we are going to talk about the format here. The format, of course, is Empire Wars. Empire Wars is a game variant that was introduced in Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. It is a fast-paced and action-packed variant that gets players off to a very quick start with skipping the Dark Ages entirely, putting you straight into Feudal Age, and it really does result in some very fast-paced and high-octane Age of Empires, and that's what we're going to be playing today. In case you're new to Empire Wars, or in case you want a little bit of a refresher on the rules, we've prepared this video here to walk you through exactly what this format looks like and how it's going to play out.
The Red Bull Wololo is played using an altered version of Empire Wars, a game mode introduced with Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. Players begin in the Feudal Age, with a 27 villager economy already working and the corresponding drop-off points. Unlike the first edition of the Red Bull Wololo, players begin with a standard scout to explore the map. Due to the quick start nature of the game, players can pile on the pressure from minute 1, resulting in fast-paced, aggressive gameplay. Each player begins with the barracks, blacksmith, and houses to accelerate the player's choice of strategy. Loom has already been researched, as it's an extremely aggressive game mode. Each game is set to a 900-year time limit, roughly 1 hour 15 game time. If the time limit is reached, the player with the current highest score wins the match.
Empire Wars does really provoke some, as I say, high-octane Age of Empires. It really gets the action going straight away. And yesterday, look, we did have some matches that sort of dragged out a little bit. We had some grindy matches that really saw players going well into the late game. But we also had some that were blink and you'll miss at age. So it's certainly going to be a very fun day as we get across our matches today. 16 players will be competing for, as I say, a $30,000 prize pool. That is just absolutely massive here. $8,000 for first, $5,000 for second, and a payout all the way down to 16th. You can see it on your screen there. So these players, they're going to want to bring their A game if they're going to bring home the big bucks, because the competition, very fierce indeed. We've got some of the best players in the world. You can see some of their names here, and you're not surprised for people to see huge names like DauT, Liereyy, the Viper, Villese, Hera, some of the best players in the world here. Mr. Yo, ACCM, and Jordan back again, of course, after a hiatus from, a couple of years ago, coming back to the scene last year. Great to have him back. And then some challengers that have risen through the ranks of the qualifiers and are here to make their mark on competitive Age of Empires, although fortune didn't favour them too well yesterday, as we see the winner brackets and loser brackets stacking up kind of how you might expect based on the relative skill level and experience of a lot of these players. We can move on now and have a look at the schedule for today. These are the matches that are going to be cast. We're going to have the first 4 brought to you by Nilly and Mem, and then after that, Dave and T90 are going to pop the headsets on and walk us through the back 4. So to begin with, Sitaux and Nicov. Sitaux, of course, playing in his first Wololo event. Nikov's been around the traps for quite a while. And then Mr. Yo playing off against DauT. Now, DauT, of course, I know the Lord, a great favourite of many people in the chat. I know people are going to be gunning for him very hard, but Mr. Yo put on an absolute clinic tomorrow. Absolute clinic. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see how that matchup goes. Dogao versus Vivi. Dogao, obviously a real meta player here, while Vivi a little more unpredictable. This one's going to be a close one and a fun one to watch as well. And then Liereyy versus ACCM to round out our first half of the coverage here. ACCM very consistent, probably a top 10 player here. And Liereyy, the runner-up in the last Red Bull Wololo 3 events. So certainly here to prove something this weekend, I would imagine. Perhaps go one better once the dust has settled. And then the back half, of course, we'll get the chance to talk about that later on in the day. SongSong Vinchester, the Viper versus Jordan, MBL versus Valas, and Hera versus Villese. It was great to see these players yesterday, and I'm sure it's going to be fantastic to see them once again today. And I certainly can't wait to get into the action. Players are getting ready right now, and our casters are preparing themselves for our first match here. We are playing, of course, by group once again. For those of you unfamiliar with the group stage, the way that it works, after yesterday's matches, we have players in either winning or losing positions in either, in the upper half of their group or the lower half. And those halves now get split and play against each other in a series of, I believe, best of fives. So our first matchup is between two of I don't like calling them the losers of Group A, but I guess that's sort of where we're landing on that one. The losers, the people who did not quite as well as some of the other ones in Group A, and that is Sitaux versus Nicov. Now, Sitaux and Nicov, as I mentioned, we're a bit of a battle of the old versus the new here. Sitaux in his first Red Bull Wololo event. Nicov has been around for a while. Yesterday, Sitaux went down to Mr. Yo in very comprehensive circumstances. Yo put on a clinic, as we mentioned, while Nicov went down to DauT. He managed to finish his castles and get across the line in day number 1. This matchup's going to be an interesting one again, sort of young blood versus a more experienced player here, and it'll be interesting to see how things pan out between these two players, because again, so much on the line. These players are going to have to really bring their very best in order to thrive and succeed. And for those of you who are a little unfamiliar with how the tournament will progress beyond today, of course, make sure you've got next weekend free. Next weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, there's more action. We've got our group stage finishing off on Friday before we move into the playoffs on Saturday and Sunday. And that, of course, is on Sunday when we'll be crowning a Red Bull Wololo for champion, and all the acclaim and prestige. And well, don't worry about that, mate. The payday, that's what people are looking for here. That big, fat, stanky payday that comes with being crowned a champion. $8,000 for first, $5,000 for second. You love to see it. So we'll see how things go. If our casters are ready, we may be able to switch over to them here so they can give us more insight as to how this game may play out. I'm just waiting for confirmation that they are indeed ready, and then we can head over to them as soon as things are all set up and ready to go. But it certainly is our great pleasure to have your company here throughout this weekend. Certainly hope you enjoyed the coverage yesterday. There is so much more to get across today as we explore this Empire Wars format. There are new maps that have been added just for this tournament, and players coming in with a wealth of experience, a range of experience, and certainly some very interesting takes on how to succeed in this format, Empire Wars. Anyway, I'm told the casters are in readiness, so we are going to chuck it down over to the booth now. And once the players have set themselves up, we're going to get stuck straight into match number 1. So stick with us, my friends. It's now down to Nilly and Mem. Take it away, boys.
Well, maybe at least you can hear us to start this one off. Huh? Stretch a bit more.
Hello, Nilly.
Wave.
Nilly, how you doing?
I'm up here, man.
Well, I'm fine. And you look pretty good today, by the way, Nilly. Good and healthy, I see you. But we can talk about the groups that we're going to cast right now. Sitaux and Nicov. Nicov should be clear favorite, or after watching Sitaux performance might be closer than we can expect.
It's tricky, right? Sitaux did have good openings against Mr. Yo, and we did see his potential. Obviously, we are well aware of how good Nicov can perform. the question is, was it a bit nerves? Was it Mr. Yo carrying there? Certainly, both players probably performing or under their expectations, under the standards that they want to see from themselves. And I think this should be a really close set today between those two.
Okay, let's see. I mean, for me, Nicov, this let's say Spanish blood, Latin blood, like when you feel that he's getting tilted, it affects to his gameplay. But if he stay calm, I always say that he has a potential to be really, really top into the top 5 has been for a long time. Maybe with the DE, he has been a little bit more down. How important it might be getting, for example, the 1-0 and get this confidence going for Nicov.
Yeah, that's so true. That's something we discuss every single time, right? In one interview, he once said to me that he does tilt, but only for one game, and it doesn't really transition into the next game. So I think shorter set could be better for him there, but also maybe even in case he loses the first one, he can then go into a solo map, could play a more controlled, longer game potentially, and can settle back. So I think this format shouldn't be like the worst thing when it comes to his mental mindset. I think he should be stable going through that one. Maybe next week, going to best of 5, we can raise that question with a bigger question mark that time.
Okay, well, we can check now if we can check Sitaux, because it's the first time on the Red Bull event. But Sitaux has nothing to lose. I mean, he's here, he's going to enjoy. Probably he wants, obviously, to advance and get into the quarterfinals. But this kind of situation can affect the pressure more for Nicov, because people expect him to win.
Yeah, I'm not sure how important that is to him, though. I think he is demanding a lot from himself, no matter if he's the favorite, if he's the underdog. I know that he was really sad in the Red Bull 3, where he probably wasn't like considered to be the favorite every time. So I think Sitaux, he is demanding a lot from himself as well. I know that I met Eddie, another great French player, like I would say like 3 years ago on a LAN or something. And there he said, like, Sitaux, he's aiming to be top 10 in the world. And lots of French people had him as number 1. And he was heavily improving. Didn't really break through there in the old Woobly days before Definitive Edition came out. He was scratching at that 2.4, 2.5k, but didn't have the real tournament jump. Now joining My Insanity, a team picking up basically the best free agents we simply had, I would think. And therefore, maybe there's some pressure coming from that side as well.
Okay. I mean, yesterday we didn't cast those games, but I was checking as well, and I felt that Sitaux was missing a little bit of macro. Like, he was very aggressive all in, but Mr. Yo was controlling more that macro point, and there was like, it was looking ahead all the time, Sitaux. But at the end, Mr. Yo, with a better timing and transition to Imperial, dominated. So maybe this balance is what he's missing to get the next step.
Yeah, but if you compare the macro of any human being with the macro of Mr. Yo, that's not really a fair comparison, right? Mr. Yo on such a crazy level there, how he boomed away under pressure, how he squeezed out that in timing on the Arabia game there was just crazy. And Sitaux with a big advantage, but then, well, did chase. Maybe Nicov could think about timing attacks there. That looked like a bit of the weakness of Sitaux.
Okay, we want to see now some opinions for the chat. Welcome everyone, and I want one name for everyone that is watching in the chat, spamming Nicov or Sitaux for today. Fast and unpredictable. We want to see what you think, guys, what you think as well, and see what the crowd feeling. What you think is going to be, not what you want. It's not the same question. What do you think who is going to win? I see a lot of Nicov names there, Mr. Nelly.
Yeah, he should be the favorite, right? More experience, more pressure at the top for so many years. It feels like Empire War suits him so well. I know, didn't he said like he won 95% of his trainings games before Red Bull 2? Something like that. He was playing with all the elite players, and he said like if I'm not going through, I would be really, really mad. And I think he qualified there from 1 to 2, something like that. I don't really remember, but I think Empire Wars suits him really well.
Okay, well, let's see. I see that the players are in the lobby, so they are about to start any moment. When I see Runestones, it's very fun, but this guy is basically Arabia. The only difference, Nelly, is that there's only one relic in the middle. Other than that, it's Arabia map, the first one.
Obviously we are in the Viking theme with Red Bull 4, right? Yeah. So calling it Arabia would have felt wrong. So we're going for Runestones, but the play style is very, very similar, yeah.
Okay, let's see. And then civilizations. You know, I'm feeling jumping into the room, Nelly, and sneak a little bit about what he can see, but it's hidden, so we cannot see absolutely anything. We have to wait. We have to wait a little for the start. It might be in any moment. How excited are you for the games today? I mean, favorites for the cast that we're going to do. You are looking forward. I'm looking forward for DauT versus Mr. Yo. I mean, kind of predictable, but
that's a crazy, crazy set. Oh man, DauT Yo. It could easily be a final. It could easily be a semi-final. It's not unlikely that both of them will make a deep run. Probably we'll see one of them in the semi-finals there. And I still believe that both of them will make it out of the group. Let's see. Nicov and Sitaux obviously will have a saying in there, but that's the highlight for us at least.
Okay, well, there's a countdown 2 minutes, guys. So we are going to start very, very soon. And let me check because we can spoil a little bit. Now I see the civilizations and we can talk about this. A classic for the first game. Sitaux is going to be with Ethiopians, Nicov with the Vikings.
Okay, so that's the same matchup Sitaux lost against Mr. Yo yesterday. And we did see him pressuring a lot, Archer, Mangonel, and typically Vikings with Wheelbarrow, with Handcart for free, should have the better economy there. The big question will be, how did Sitaux analyze his games? Will he do the same mistakes? Will he maybe add more skirmishes? Will he be able to punish maybe a greedy imp of Nicov?
Do you think, since there's 2 days in a row that Sitaux and all the players has checked their recorded games themselves to see, okay, I need to point out what happened yesterday, and when he see that it's gonna be the same, I mean, this is like a chess game play. One small checkmate.
Yeah. Well, they have plenty of time, right? They had 20 hours between their series yesterday and the one today, and you should look over your losses. You should look over all the games your opponent played, and if you feel like, okay, Ethiopians is the best and I want to go for Ethiopians, then I'm watching all other Ethiopian games of yesterday as well and see how they approached it.
People was telling Ethiopians winning. I think there was win for both, for Vikings and Ethiopians. I think Liereyy won, but then the Vikings was dominating as well. I'm not sure if Ethiopians really got a high win. I think the Vikings got better results. Obviously, guys, there was Ethiopians war mirror. That's pretty obvious who won there. But in the other ones, I think only Liereyy won with Ethiopians versus the Vikings. I don't remember all the match. Maybe it wasn't also many more games. I'm not sure right now because it was so many. So Vikings is very strong. You need a perfect execution to beat the Vikings.
Yeah. The thing is, sometimes you hold back on Vikings to maybe pick it on another map or try to play some mind games to kill Vikings, but we will see what the approach is going to be.
Oh boy. Ladies and gentlemen, day 2, Red Bull Wololo 4 with Mr. Nelly, and we have as a red Nicov, as we were talking, the Vikings economy, and how is this resources placement? I like it. Nelly, I like it a lot. Look how good placement for that gold stone, few walls, and he has a small arena, and that for the Vikings is absolutely what you want.
Oh yeah, he is pretty happy with that one. Is going for the small walls there, using his buildings. Gold might be a bit exposed. Wood lines could be ranged by archers, but overall feels pretty safe here. Sitaux also with the defensive gold.
Yeah, we're watching now, Sitaux, but Nicov is watching already. With the Fog of War activated, he can spot it already, the archery range. No surprise, you want to see archers with these civilizations. Cavalry maybe later in the game, not that early. Well, I still remember yesterday Villese game. with the Vikings versus Khmer, and wow, what a domination. But that's another one. Now we have the Vikings and Ethiopians all walling little by little. With this civilization, you might go up to castle it quite fast, but let's see if they are going to go really, really aggressive. Second archery range might also be an option to go very quick with that, or not yet.
Tricky. I think Nicov actually wouldn't need a second one, but he is adding one. That's surprising to me. So he is going to be the aggressor in this one. Is adding in skirps, is going for the attack and the defense upgrade. This might be problematic for Sitaux here. Really aggressive approach by a Viking player.
Okay, let's see, because if you go double archery range, remember guys that Ethiopians get a small advantage with the archers fast fire shit. Fighting faster, but you can compensate with the double archery range, and he's getting the hill advantage there. This can be a problem for Sitaux.
Yeah, simply that he is mixing in one skirmisher who's tanking so much damage there could be nice, and we see still one military behind here is Nicov, so it will take some time for his production to kick in, and we see Sitaux sees, okay, that's a lot of army, I need armor myself.
Okay, so Nicov is getting the aggressive position. He's trying to get some damage there. The scout is doing some damage as well. Why he's not killing the scout yet? Well, there's more archers from Sitaux, and the score difference is starting to be scary. Second artillery now. This is really good for Sitaux. If you have one artillery all this time, Nelly, and you're still ahead in numbers, well, beautiful situation for him.
Yeah, defensive advantage in RTS games kicking in here. Obviously, your army at home will always be bigger than your opponents if you have the same production. Nicov, he maybe could have waited for 1-2 archers out of his second archer range before moving out. Now he continues to take the engagement. Scout moves in, could potentially die here off Sitaux indeed. And now skirmishers should be really good for Nicov.
Yeah, and he has the +1/+1, same as Sitaux, but with the skirmishes, obviously he will get the advantage. Now he's trying to micro as well with the skirmishes himself. The good thing here for Sitaux, obviously, is that production is going to be much faster because he's on his own base, so he might gather more army than Nicov, at least faster than him. And this is what is happening. That's why he's using the village. Remember, guys, that skirmishes versus village pretty much do nothing, at least that you get a lot. And with 3-4, well, it might be working, but this situation should be good for Nicov, because when you are the Vikings and you get the dominant position, the economy sooner or later will kick in, and well, should be better. But I see a lot of gold already for Sitaux, and I hear a stable, dropping a stable already.
Yeah, the thing is, both players are going for skirmishers exclusively right now, which is nice if you force the Ethiopian player to not build any archers, but Sitaux sees what's happening here, will drop 1-2 scouts onto the map as well, and should be easily clearing this one up. Nicov, behind this, used his gold to buy himself some food, and should be clicking up to Castle Edge in a second.
He click up to castle, he even sell the stone, so he's going all in. 1 TC for now. Well, you always can buy a stone later to add town centers, but he want to go castle as soon as possible. The economy for Sitaux, it's always not really great balance, but he sell absolutely everything. You can see how he buy the food, and he's getting closer and closer to go up. But right now, that timing can be brutal. It's also true, Nelly, that if you are with full skirmishes, you are not gonna make a lot of damage. Don't think Sitaux is going to be really scared from this Castle Age transition.
Absolutely not. He has to be extremely happy. Nicov, he is trying to go for the timing attack that I kind of suggested earlier. But if you lose all your Feudal Age army, where's the timing? You can't really benefit from elite skirmishers or botkin if you don't have any.
Okay, let's see, because the scouts and the skirmishes are coming. This is the counter attack, and we're starting to see how Nicov, that was playing very aggressive all the time, need to go back, adding the stable himself, as I can see behind those 2 archery ranges, and with the market already there, he need to make probably a house. I don't know if he's not fully walled at the back, he's still building houses. And now let's see if Sitaux can keep Nicov a little bit on his base, because he still have, it's only 30 seconds difference, or a little bit more to be in Castle Age. He should stay there, and for you who has the advantage, because the numbers are very similar, I think Sitaux is in a good position right now.
Yeah, I like Sitaux's position as well. We'll have more aggression, will force Nicov off that woodline potentially, and then there's only one other woodline, but not the safest one. Look at that, more scouts coming in, no overchop happening, but Sitaux is loving this one. Look at that, even adding armor for his scouts.
Yeah, but I have to tell you something, Nelly, and people in the stream. The economy for the Vikings is disgusting. I'm telling this because he is doing Bozo, Lee skirmishes, Botkin Arrow, and still have resources. And also, he did a stable. Now he has to be careful. That engagement is a bad one. It's a really bad one for Nicov. Before the upgrades, Nelly, that's not what you want. And now with triple archery range and a stable, let's see if Nicov can stabilize. Not gonna be easy. 22 army, 11 army. Nicov is right now at the limit, Nelly.
Oh man, look at that KD, 19 to 11 now, and so many skirms going down. Holy moly, Nicov way too aggressive before his upgrades are finished.
Yeah, he has to be really careful now. He's doing some quick walls, but this is big problems now with the archers, Ethiopian archers, Botkin Arrow. He has skirmishes. Look at this situation, not looking good for Nicov. Nicov have no army at all. Ay, this is gonna be terrible. And well, it's gonna be we call it or not, I hope that he's gonna hold a little bit more because this is looking terrible now, Nelly. He's looking really, really rough. Even ballistic. He's doing ballistic right now. Beautiful situation for the French player.
And he gets more and more kills. Look at that lovely KD there. And now the first knights are arriving, dealing with that villager, trying to wall at the front. And Nicov triple archer range, one stable, tries to go for university as well. Yeah, he will play one TC. Sitaux sold as well. This is a bloodbath.
Yeah, but we saw this yesterday. I remember a similar situation with Mr. Yo yesterday, and then if you don't make extra damage against the Vikings economy, you can see the hand card there, and Bozo and triple archery range, you can always come back. But this is 7 villages behind, so many idle villages. Look at these idle villages, Nelly. I mean, what economy working for? And now also 2 archers there. Look at Mapu on point with the catch up there with the archers. Let's go. Nelly, I don't know how he can come back from this.
Yeah, certainly a very, well, let's call it comfortable situation.
Okay, Nelly, seriously, I can't keep going like this, you know what I mean? Anyway, skirmish is coming, both with ballistic, Siege Workshop, guys, it's a good way to start the Sunday, and hopefully you enjoy as much as I do. And now, he need to deny that Siege Workshop. He's stabilizing a little. Man, this is the magic of those Vikings. With any other civilization, we will say that it's GG completely, Nelly.
He's still 10 villagers behind, still lots of idols, and we see so many villagers hurt there. Sitaux, he just needs to regroup, get his crossbow, and then he gets to crossbow Mangonel. Basically the dream composition in Castle Age for an Ethiopian player.
Remember, guys, that this is only a best of 3. We were watching this civilization, let's say, over and over. In a best of 3 source series, it's so important, the civilization. So some freedom, let's say, for the players is important because a draft in a best of 3, in my opinion, is too tricky. So we will see a lot more different civilization with longer series, with best of 5 and so on, right, Nelly?
Yeah, indeed. We will go for the drafts later on. Best of 3. This one is basically incredibly good for people that want to prepare, right? You get your civilization on your home map, exactly how you're planning it, and people have been preparing for 2 or 3 weeks. Jordan even an extra week, but that's a story we can drop at another point. And yeah, therefore, I think this one makes lots of sense. And also, if you don't like those civilizations over and over again, next weekend we will see some wild civilization that we haven't seen yet.
For sure. Remember that this is basically deciders because when you win one game in a best of 3, the next game can be over already, so it's very tricky to go only with the draft. Being said that, we can see how Nicov is trying to survive, trying to hold. He's taking a Mangonel shot, that's a good one, but now second tone center for Sitaux. And we were talking before about Sitaux macro. This time, 12 villages ahead, keeping the numbers, trying to take that Siege Workshop. What he should do from now on, Sitaux, with this advantage in the economy, keep producing army, keep the position, and he shouldn't throw the advantage.
Yeah, he is looking pretty good here and did kill 11 villagers. Just make sure to trade Mangonels evenly. He already lost one earlier. This one is not looking too good for him. What is Nicov? The dance.
Oof, Nicov took it. Nicov took it, that one. But those crossbows from the right side, those yellow crossbows, oh man, I'm looking for those. But now in the middle with those archers and the two mangonels, but those yellow crossbows in the minimap, as we can see, are going closer and closer to the woodline. He's gonna make the damage there. We will see the mangonel shot. Whoa! Taking another one, and now the crossbows arrive, and he's taking the villagers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is terrible for Nicov.
Mangonel popping.
3 villages behind. Another mangonel, yeah. But the damage is already brutal. And still
Nicov
not
still
wall,
not
really.
walled.
It's weird.
Oh god,
Yeah.
that would be more dead villagers then. And Nicov is not sending back any army, is he? Oh god, that could be such a good mangonel shot. Not really. Nikov's mangonel micros on point. Hallelujah.
Yeah, now 1 for 1, but still, he's still ahead in military. Nearly check his economy. If he sell the stone, and he can go up to Imperial, and then he can reach Imperial with 45 villages, get the Arbalest, and still maybe win the game. I mean, what the hell? He's on the way to Imperial with 46 villages Viking economy. If he's winning this game with this situation, I really don't know what to say, Nelly. You have to help me here.
It feels a bit like the repeat of the game yesterday, Sitaux against Mr. Yo. Also heavily behind, lots of pressure, and then trying to make something happen with an earlier imp. Let's see if Sitaux learned from his mistakes. Should be lots of mangonels, should be lots of skirmishers before to dwindle down those numbers. Finally gets the mangonel kill.
He killed a mangonel, and now then Sitaux still on 0 food. Those skirmishes going. He has the +2 armor, not the second armor for Sitaux. Look how he's losing absolutely everything. Now the knights are coming, but if you lose the archers and you lose the skims, Nicov is gonna be happy. The archers are much more dangerous, and since he's going to Imperial, Nili, when he's gonna put the arbalest there, how do you stop that now in Imperial?
Well, we, I think, need some skirmishes. Obviously, the economy will be way better for Sitaux there. As we can see at the bottom, he is getting 56 villager minutes right now against 36. So it really shows you how much more efficient, or simply the villager numbers. Oh, but raiding again. Sitaux stays active. I think we should start thinking about him.
Yeah, but he's still on 100 food, basically, so... And now he will have to deal in 40 seconds, because the good thing here is, people might be thinking, it's only 45 villages, that's economy. The mangols from Nicov today are not on point, are on another, now he lost 1 for 1, but still, in this situation, it's okay. And I was about to say, he has doubled the military in LA. And with the upgrades, +3, look at the food he has, I mean, look at that food. He can sell a little bit, make arbalest, upgrade, presser, chemistry, everything absolutely. Look at this.
He can afford so much, but where's his next woodline? He got raided at the right-hand side. The front, he is getting pushed back. That's not the best efficiency when it comes to economy there. Maybe he's running there to the top. I don't really see that happening. And, well, we see Sitaux fully committing on skirms now.
Yeah, but the problem is, when he reach all the upgrades, we can see chemistry. Oh, he's missing the arbalest upgrade. He need to make the arbalest upgrade. Now, there you go.
He was cute behind crossbows there. Felt like the resources were gone for quite some time. Mangonel, can they maybe get a shot off before? That's the kind of the last moment where you can still use them.
Okay, now he's gonna lose probably all the mangonels. There is a castle that is happening in that area. I'm not convinced about that castle, and I'm gonna tell you why. If he avoid that castle, he can still raid all his base. So yes, that castle is forward, but if he's going around, I don't know why Nicov is... He shouldn't lose anything against the mangonel. Now he's lost. Almost. Didn't lose at all. We need to focus now on what is gonna happen from now on, but he need to make damage on Sitaux economy right now, otherwise it's gonna be impossible. I mean, if Sitaux reach Imperial Age with the 102 villages he has right now, and he's about to go up to Imp, this is gonna be a destruction to Nicov, but where's Nicov arbalest? He doesn't have the arbalest at all.
He doesn't really want to fight. He still has 13 arbalests on the field. He did send them away to the right-hand side, didn't want to fight against the skirmishers. He's trying to get onto higher numbers. And Sitaux trading off his last knight there. I think if he just uses his army, if he uses his economy and gets full skirms on the field, he's looking really hot.
Yeah, but Nicov is doing now extra TCs. Do you think this is the approach when you are that behind? I mean, you need to make damage. I know I'm repeating this over and over, but booming now, you're not going to catch up. But what I'm trying to see also, Sitaux with 0 Villese on goal for the last 5 minutes. 0 Villese on goal. I know that the Ethiopians will get extra 100 goal, but you need to move. He's moving right now there with so many. But obviously right now with 0 wood and 0 goal, Sitaux won't be able to afford too much in the next couple of minutes.
Oh yeah, and one other gold spot still blocked off. Main gold spot did run out there. Outpost to get some more vision. He sees the army coming. Nice instant reaction. Skirm count at only 14 for Sitaux. That doesn't sound too scary to me.
Yeah, but the problem is that you need to kill also some economy. He's killing now a few villagers, obviously, but you will need some siege or something. Anyway, if he still let Nicov to reboom, now he has 3 town centers, same as Sitaux. The village difference is insane. 46 people in the chat is also asking how the score is that close because they see the difference in the numbers, because it's also true that now Nicov is killing so many villages. And if you check the KD, Nicov is right now ahead with the KD numbers. He's killing so many villages. Do you think Nicov can come back here? He's taking the score lead. Really, what a game here right now for the first game on the Wololo for day 2.
Let's see if the score lead will continue once we see Sitaux getting Bracer. His economy should still be way better here, and then the skirmishers should deal with the army of Nicov. And the big problem still is how the trap war is going to look in the center. 2 castles up there, and I think Sitaux should get onto traps earlier, but for now, none in the queue.
Yeah, nothing in the queue. He's still at the limit with the resources. That a beautiful castle for Nicov, trying to obviously go with the trebuchet. The problem here is that he's still without numbers, Sitaux. And now Nicov is recovering little by little. Now he has 70 villages. He's still killing more and raiding. He's raiding now all the time. He's not letting Sitaux attack him at all. And since he got the Vikings economy, well, he's recovering nearly.
Still no last armor on the skirms is what I wanted to say, but exactly trying to fix that is Mr. Sitaux' score still incredibly even. Nicov did catch up quite nicely, and, well, you did question the 3TC boom, but he's, quote-unquote, only 20 villagers behind now. I think Nicov is putting himself into a reasonable position here. The big question, though, Sitaux, if he gets to bombard cannons, how is Nicov trying to snipe those?
Yeah, well, but the Echo KD, it's now almost even. 21-18 is still microing like crazy. 25 villages. He was, guys, almost 50 villages behind a couple of minutes ago, and no trebuchet at all. And there's the trebuchet. You are talking about the bombard cannons, but with what resources, Nelly? He's not letting Sitaux to get any economy at all. And now look at that micro. He's dancing there, trying to kill the knights. He's coming with the skirmishes, but he's doing a good job taking those knights. He needs to go back. And the most important, he's stabilized and he's not getting any damage at home. Only 20 villains behind.
Yeah, it's a reasonable shot that Nicov has now. Has a nice amount of arbalests as well. He needs something with those though. Right now, he doesn't really have an answer to skirms. And look at the unit count of Sitaux. 1 trap, 1 pike, 34 skirms.
Wow. What about, I don't know, if he's doing some arbors, he has a stone to make another castle. The problem for Nicov is that he doesn't have a farming going. 17 farmers, 37 farmers, because imagine now here, few berserkers with some arbors. Nelly will take down all those skirmishes with some arbalest support. 3 trebuchet there. This battle is the battle of the game, probably.
Oh yeah, looking pretty good. Castle might fall. Traps trying to defend their castle. Skirms now taking a reasonably good fight. Villagers are falling. Sitaux microing quite a lot when I feel just fighting should be fine for him.
Yeah, his skirmishes, guys, fully upgraded against the arbalest. The bombard cannon is there. That's crucial. How Nearly pointed out a couple of minutes ago, but the castle is down. Now he needs to go back. I think it's not gonna be a note for Nicov. Nicov needs to go back or he's gonna lose the trebuchet and all his military. I don't know why he's not going back. He got the castle now. He doesn't need to take any risk, or he's hitting the bombard cannons with the trebuchet, but all his arbalests are literally in the hell, Nelly. I don't see the arbalests anymore.
And if both players are throwing away all their armies, most of the time the player with the better economy behind this one will be faster to reproduce and should be looking fine there. And as we can see in the queue, 1 skirm in the queue versus 16 skirms in the queue. Sitau's economy finally carrying him.
Yeah, he's getting there. 37 farmers is still. Now 28 farmers. He is still with the castle alive. That's the good thing. But now you need to kill the traps, bomber cannons. I don't know nearly why he didn't send back the trebuchet. He could have 3 trebuchets saved there, and he's still with a 900 stone in the bank. Well, he can repair that castle forever, but I don't know, maybe another castle will help a lot to get some map control. But right now, Sitaux is probably getting the first game, nearly.
Yeah, 50 population lead there. Don't think that a second defensive castle for Nicov will do too well there. Archery range is exposed. Traps will deal with that one. Villagers not really knowing what to do with their life there. What?
That's a signal to probably give up. I don't know. We have to be careful. It's still 90 Villese, Sitaux 38 military. I'm gonna tell you something. The cities are definitely not over, but if Sitaux, with the first time in the main event, get this win, oh boy, that's a big step for what we were talking before the match, to going through and getting into the next level, nearly.
Yeah, and what I really love is that how similar this game played out to the game against Mr. Yo, and it felt like Sitaux at this time had a better plan on how to deal with the Villese aggression, how to deal with the raid. Yesterday we saw against Mr. Yo trying to raid so much better, is trying to micro, but Sitaux this time with the clear up and carried the eco advantage into the mid-imp game.
GG guys, GG, well played by Sitaux. Let's say one of the, maybe, I wouldn't say biggest surprise, but one of the surprise, not of the day, of the tournament till now, because this is the first game today, right? Yesterday, all was more or less like people thought, but today we are starting with this. I'm expecting today more of this, Nelly, to be fair, you know? I'm expecting today a really crazy and exciting day, seriously.
Yeah, yesterday the pairings were top 8 from last time versus people that qualified today. Winners against winners, losers against losers. So technically, matches should be closer today. And yeah, probably not the result we expected, but something that was absolutely possible. Nicov, it felt like he wanted to win the game in under 10 minutes here. I was really surprised. So much aggression, and it felt a bit like head against the wall. Sitaux, skirm defense, and then the scout switch dwindled Nikov's numbers down so nicely.
Well, we can see the military numbers that is kind of fake, honestly, because we can see how Nicov got, in theory, a better KD, but now look at the economy. The economy is going to show you a lot that economy going here for who? For Sitaux. Look at those resources. 6,000 more wood, 2,000 more food, 2K more gold, more stone, more everything, and social in total Villese obviously is going to be also a brutal advantage. And guys, don't worry, people in the stream, the APM is going to be there the whole day. APM is the Mapu, APM. People is hyping for the APM. There you go. The evidence is already there, Nili, and we can see. Guys, Nili, the viewers are here for the APM. I mean, they don't want to watch anything else. They want to watch APM. We have seen APM. Okay, we can move on to the next game.
Yeah, I know, like Red Bull 1 to 3, we had so much work trying to get highlights and clip it and then audio re-editing. And this time it's just APM after every single game.
APM, guys. Do you see what I'm doing? That's it. APM. This is what people want to see. This is what you get. Second game, I can't be more happy, Nelly. My favorite map in the tournament is when we play for the first time. Northern Ireland.
Very different.
Thank you. Them. Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm honest, man. You know that I'm not going sarcastic. Love Northern Ireland. Why you laugh then? I didn't say anything. Northern Ireland, guys, love it.
Yeah, although it has islands in the map name, it will play very differently. We are still starting with lots of villages. This time, no villages on berries, but we are spawning with 4 fishing ships. Docks are always to the back. But you also start with the transporter towards your opponent. Therefore, there are lots of possibilities for landing, and also you cannot wall till the edge of the map. So land aggression often pays off on this map.
I mean, I was obviously joking because, I mean, I always say that obviously, potentially there is better map than others, but the gameplay from the players is what makes a map, a game more or less interesting. I don't know what you think, Nele, but we have Italians War, Mirror.
Okay.
Yeah, but the players gameplay, like you said, I mean, with the transport, with everything, we can say, well, pretty much any strategy going. So it depends a lot on what they're going to do. What do you think is going to be the gameplay here for both players? I feel that Sitaux is going to go something crazy.
Okay, something crazy. Well, Nicov,
like
I
Acro
think,
with the transport.
Yeah. Using the transport could make a lot of sense. Nicov, I'm a bit surprised that he went for that. I know that he is really good on water, but I think he is extremely good when it comes to like small numbers of fire galleys, demos. I think this long distance play, he might be a bit too impatient. Let's take a look how they're playing this one out. Sitaux instantly sending the scout over there and opening with an archery range.
Okay, so what he wants to do with that transport is to explore exactly what his opponent is going to do. His opponent is not doing the same. We don't see any archery range, but he's sending a scout to transport to explore as well, And with that scout, if we go with the forward war map, we're going to see how yellow and red are going to discover exactly what their opponent are doing. Let's go to yellow, and we are going to see if he finds the second dot that he was building at the back. He's not finding yet anything. We can see in the minimap, ooh, no, don't lose the scout, amigo, don't lose the scout. It can be terrible, and the scout is going to save it because it's feudal age in LA. If this was Dark Age, that scout would be dead.
Or if more villagers were under the TC, indeed, that one did survive here. Nicov will get a good idea. Interesting approach by Nicov. He did add 2 fishing ships. They only starting with 4. So he wants to take the water approach there. Surely second dock added in the back as well. Sitaux will get a good vision of how Nikov's base is looking. Now some fire galleys added from both players. Archer landing will come in pretty soon, but Nicov will have a good idea of it.
Yeah, also the map is not extremely big or open, so it should be more or less easy to walk. He knows exactly that is coming, but let's see how he's going to defend. We need to focus on, he has an archery range already, so he's doing few skirmishes, and then he's getting, in my opinion, Nicov a solid advantage because he has already the water advantage, and with Italians, if you get the water advantage, you're going to have a lovely economy. Look at this, fishing ships already. It's 3 villages ahead, Nicov, in minute 3 nearly.
Yeah, indeed. Those are obviously not villagers. That we can count them as maybe workers. That is the combined amount of villagers and fishing ships there shown in the middle. Obviously at the top you can see the exact numbers, how they are split up. And 3 archers trying to sneak around. And it feels like Nicov should be out of position with his 2 skirmishes.
Yeah, those, he got a tower like you saw at home to be well defended, Sitaux, but now those archers are coming. Let's put the forward war for Nicov and see if he's gonna discover this fast. He did it already. Oh, he won in the last second. That was a quick one. Very, very nice job here for the Argentinian with 40 population, 38 in the economy, as you said, because it's not real village. Remember that, capture is count like village, but it's still 2 more, and now going around with the archers, but the skirmishes are there. The economy still looks so close to go up to castle both players.
Wow, Nicov on point with those walls, and resources are virtually identical there. Wow, pretty damn close. Nicov will click up any second as well, and look at that timing difference, 5 seconds.
Okay, he's chasing those. Remember, guys, that Sitaux lost the scout. That's very, very bad because if you trample the scout back, it's really useful in the early game. The Castle Age is already there for both players. Man, 5 minutes and they are on the way to Castle Age. And now what? Crossbows, fire galleys, because as far as I can see...
the transporter blocking! He can't board!
He's blocking with the transport.
Okay. Skirms and the transporter try to chase. No, he's not. Okay.
That's a micro in a low level. It's not chasing. How many dogs the players got? Because he's doing some dogs in front. Now he's fighting there. Okay, with those fire galleys.
Sitting at 1 dog, is now adding 2 more in the center, while Nicov has 2 defensive dogs and adding 2 more in the center. So both players heavily switching on the water approach now.
Yeah, we are going to see 3 dogs versus 4. 4 for Nicov, 2 at the back, 2 in front. And, extremely close game. Now, the next couple of minutes is going to be very important. But I still think that, that Nicov should be with a small advantage if you see that the score doesn't say the same.
Yeah, that's a lot of scouting, obviously, right? He was landing on the other side. Now tries to make something happen with the archers again. Skirmishers out of position again, or are they hiding behind the mill there? No.
The archers are coming, but those archers don't going to achieve anything. Those berries are very close to the TC. He did some quick palisade and house. Coming with those skirmishes, he's going to be well defended. Now both players are in castle age. Let's see what techs are doing. Bozo, obviously, probably for both. He's doing the war galley upgrade. Yeah, pretty much the same. I mean, identical upgrades. Now he's going to pick up one villager. There you go. That villager should be down. Well, if you pick one here and there, it's going to be... Oh! He's gonna save it? No, it was too difficult. It was 3 skirmishes, yes, but with the archers. And now the galleys. Galleys advantage, yes, are there. 7 for 6, but it's not about the numbers. It's about the position, and that position is better because Nicov has all his navy together.
Yeah, that's true, and he can reinforce way easier there. And remember what happened to Sitaux Stone? Like, did he sell 200?
No, he made a tower, no? He made a tower in the goal, I think.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
He made a tower there in the goal. He wanted to secure that he's not getting landed, but that can't cost you now a lot because we all know how good is Nicov with the macro. He's having already a second TC, but obviously you want to secure. There is a demo coming, and that's gonna be a big shot. There you go. Didn't kill, but he got quite a lot of damage. And at the back, he need to move all the efficiency because there is 2 galleys. Now he's sending a demo, but that demo is probably gonna make the same that for Sitaux, and gonna get some HP, but now he has another. All right.
Okay, second one should maybe clear the spawn up if they're clumping up. Oh, that could be nice. Let's take a look here, patrolling in. Oh, more demos from the top.
Oh, 3 demos here. Let's see. Oh, but that wasn't the best one. Wasn't the best one because he used 2 demos against 1 demo, but still he get the advantage. Only 1 galley left there. Economy-wise, it's better for Nicov, but military numbers, navy numbers, now definitely better for Sitaux by far. 8 on water and 1 demo, only 3 and 1 demo. He lost pretty much everything Nicov on water.
Oh man, 10 military against 12. Now some more queued up, but yeah, obviously the skirms aren't really helping too much. 8 fire galleys or fire ships against 3. Adds another dog, knows how far behind he is.
Okay, let's see what he's going to do. All the fishes keep coming because he need to move from the north to the center now. All the galleys. How are those galleys HP? If you can select there now, Mapu, when you have time, and we can see the HP from those yellow galleys because he has a lot of life, but it's very important because 1 demo exactly that were full HP, and the one from yellow. Yeah, they are full HP, as you can see, almost full HP, but not that one. So you need to split those units, guys, because 1 demo there can destroy absolutely everything.
And Sitaux's early tower is kind of ruining his boom there. Nicov now, well, still nicely ahead with the fishing ships and had to go that heavily onto stone. Well, we see a good demo connection here. Score incredibly close. I think Nicov should be looking into an earlier imp eventually, simply because Sitaux built the tower and Nicov didn't.
Okay, and I think he probably will do it. But he's only 3 villages ahead. Man, this is so damn close, Nelly. I mean, really, really close. I thought at this point Nicov will have a bigger advantage, but this is not an advantage anymore. Like, that's pretty much nothing. And now those big battles gonna be very important. So many demos. He's now trying to split those units. The numbers are much better for Sitaux. 12 galleys versus 5 galleys, 2 demos. Here, those 2 demos, maybe he should send 1. Exactly, he's sending 1, and, well, he could have killed it. He couldn't at the end. Now going back again. It's so important now because 1 big shot there, or 1 big bada boom, like I like to call it, it can leave Nicov with no army at all.
Yeah, could decide the game there. Let's take a look. Nicov now is overextending a bit, is trying to balance his economy with the market there, tries to go in, now dives in and will get not the greatest shots. Sitaux with reasonable splits.
It's not.
Oh, okay.
He's getting good numbers, man. Still going with more and more. He's unable to catch up, but like you said, I don't know how that happened. He used it a little bit the market. Yes, he's on the way to Imperial. Obviously, this transition to Imperial is what can give maybe Nicov the opportunity to get a decided game. Otherwise, this is looking rough. Well, not rough, but tricky for Nicov because he has no numbers. Not in comparison with Sitaux, Nelly.
Yeah, the thing is, Sitaux can't really engage, right? The moment we have some demos there, it's basically in or unengageable unless you get full war galley switch, which he's trying to make happen now. But I think Nicov will just go for the fast imp, and then fast fire ships should deal pretty well with Sitau's Castle Age army. Still only looking at 200 food, only 10 on food.
Yeah, that was a good point. 22 for Nicov, more than double on food. That's why his transition to Imperial Age much smoother. And if you don't have the number, guys, remember the fire ships are just based. Are gonna take absolutely everything that Sitaux got right now on the water. He can kill absolutely all. We see that the difference, guys, why he's getting also better economy. Just look how much stone Sitaux has right now. While Sitaux stoned for Nicov, he went full macro, trying to go for the Imperial Age. Obviously, the numbers are not the best for Nicov right now, but the tech difference is gonna be huge in like a minute. The 25 left, that was a good bada boom, yes. So now don't lose those units, Nelly, because if you reach in but you don't have anything to use, then Sitaux will still in a comfortable situation.
Yeah, fast fires obviously work in low numbers as well, but yeah, you want to have more than 0 for sure. And remember, no heavy demos there, so Nicov will be capped to the normal demos. And let's see, Sitaux trying to find the timing before Nicov can upgrade, but only 30 seconds away. And ooh, look at that, shipwright even squeezed in.
Wow.
So ships cheaper when it comes to wood and produce faster.
Wow, he's doing all the upgrades. Remember that they are cheaper. All the techs with the talents are cheaper. I don't know why Sitaux is not going up. He's thinking that he's all the civilization. He got the resources to go up. He's waiting for 1,000 food and 800 gold. And now all the badaboons are going to happen. This can be deadly. The fast fire ship are already there. Look at those demos and let's see the numbers. A lot of numbers, but those numbers can fast disappear, Nelly.
Ooh, those were so good, and fast fires tech ready behind this. Let's take a look, maybe some demos to return the favor. Tries to go in, but obviously against imp ships, that's not going to be as efficient, but get some good connections.
Yeah, he got some good shot. He's still trying to do the job. He's now on the way to Imperial. Nicov need to do the job now, because if not, the numbers are gonna be better for Sitaux. The score is extremely close. What the cities we're watching, very close games. But this is, remember, guys, this is a definitive game for Nicov, or it can be. If he's losing this game, he's already out from the Wololo 4, and this is definitely what he wants, because what he doesn't want, obviously, he wants to at least be in the quarterfinal. But right now, is in a really, really tough position, still getting some of those fast fire ship. Who's having the advantage, Nelly? Because right now he seems to catching up in numbers, and if he kill all those, Nicov will kill absolutely everything. This 2.5 minutes faster in Imperial is being lovely for him.
At Castle Age, Wargalley does 1 damage to fast fire and just dies instantly. So as you can see, Sitaux completely missed the timing, and Nicov will get full control over the water there. And I'm not sure what Sitaux did with the stone. Probably sold all of it and won't really get lots of control. I think Nicov in a commanding position here. Slight eco advantage, but simply the map control is so good for him.
Yeah, he's definitely used to, struggling now without, a castle there nearly in the middle will have helped Sitaux massively, because a castle there is in the range completely, and Nicov couldn't take anything from the dogs. Why he didn't build a castle there?
Well, first of all, he wanted to go imp. Then he also had no real timing. And it's not that easy to build a good castle, right? Or you can't really build on that stony area. And if you build it too far to the front, you get trapped. If you build it too far in the back, you're not really gaining too much control. And as you can see, like Nicov, that's a squeezed-in castle and won't really control too much either. It's a bit of protection for the golden stone, obviously.
Well, now it's looking so good. It was looking great middle castle age for Sitaux, but Nicov transition to Imperial gave him the huge lead. He's getting all the map control, getting the middle. Obviously, Sitaux is gonna keep trying, but losing all the map control in this kind of map with a mirror civilization, almost impossible for Sitaux now to come back. Nelly, what do you think?
Yeah, you need some comeback units. Those are typically mangonels, demos, but yeah, since you don't have heavy demos, that's going to be really tricky. Economy behind, map control behind. I think the next logical step would be a landing and some condos.
Yeah, I was about to ask you that. So You answered the next question. Condotieros here to raid and kill absolutely everything. Only 2 town centers, as you can see, guys. 2 TCs still have 100 villages, 33 Navy. It's triple the military, Nelly. It's kind of impossible. He took also most of the dogs, and now he's surrounding also the dogs at the back completely. If we check, we're gonna see that in the minimap, and we can see all the dogs at the back of Sitaux base that, are being killed as well. He's trying to mass some Navy, but it's so complicated right now.
And now the landing there, castle will be dropped pretty soon. No answer for Sitaux. He has enough stone though, maybe can answer himself. Oh, actually goes for a rather defensive one, deletes it. I think it could be more aggressively. Is that a range? Did he lose too much time? I'm not sure.
It's so many villages. Probably both will do the castle now. We want to see the HP, 50%. And now yellow, 50% as well. He's sending 1 village forward. Maybe Nicov is not gonna make it. He's not gonna make it. That change was lovely for Sitaux to keep him alive in the game. And now he's moving all the villages. Maybe was an oath going barracks and condotieros directly, Nilly? Because condotieros don't need any upgrades. Like, you make them right away, only blast with upgrade and try to raid. And then with the condos there, try to make the castle.
I think that could have been a reasonable idea. The thing is, he only had 19 farmers, as you can see, not even wheelbarrows. So he could not build 2. Maybe he felt, okay, if I get the castle up, I can trap my opponent and win the game that way. Condos could have been a nice side attack. Now he goes, well, a mix of a tower, a barracks, and a siege workshop, apparently.
Okay, that castle won't go up. He's now building all those buildings. Still a lot of Navy. He has Nicov should lose this game. He has all under control for now. Still didn't finish the game completely, but he's on the way to do it, guys. He's on the way to do it, and he's looking that for the first series of the day, we're gonna have a decider. And nearly the deciders games are the most exciting part of this short, let's say, series, because you know that no matter who is winning is so important. One is going to keep in the tournament, one is going to be gone. Love decided games.
Oh yeah, now the intensity of the last game of a set is always nice. And well, Sitaux is still trying to avoid the game number 3 to happen. But as we can see, 30 population behind, lots of map control gone. What's really lacking still is cannon galleons. Well, we see, what is that tower fight here, man?
I don't know. I was smiling about that. There's another castle. And, well, remember that since there is time limit, maybe he's trying to keep in the game. I don't think that he can really come back here, because the map control in these kind of maps are so important. This is not a map that you can try to expand and make hussars, you raid. If you have the map control like this, you are just delaying your death, no, Nelly? At least that he's coming now with millions of fast fire ships and take back the water.
Oh yeah, and if you win water, obviously your points are increasing quite a bit. I can tell you a story. I did practice some against Dark, and I actually lost the game due to score when I had pop 150 and Dark had pop 30. So this map works wild, and if you took good fights for a long time in Imp, you can still make something happen here, because it's tough to kill someone on this map.
Okay, let's see if what is gonna happen with this battle. Did he still trying? The score is getting a little bit closer. Well, you cannot fall asleep, definitely not. But Nicov is still spamming military all the time. Like, his number is not decreasing; it's just the opposite. It's increasing all the time, and it still now has 55 galleys. 55 is 20 more. 20 more Navy doing all the upgrades. I believe that's TriDoc. I'm not sure what upgrade is now researching there, but wow, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Yes, no
that they're going for that many fast fire ships here. I would have thought galleons would have been the better unit here, because it's so clumped up in those fights. As you can see, not all fast fires can fight there. In the second row, in the back, they're clumping up, and galleons would be better, especially if we had some demos in the front there. I know it's not heavy demos, but feels like fast fires, that time would be over, but neither player is really switching away.
Yeah, and like you said, and with the galleons, pretty much with these small islands, you're gonna reach absolutely everything from the shoreline. Like, kill everything, not only the fire ships, but also the lumberjacks. He's still not even getting the gold. He's mining still a lot of gold, but for how long he's gonna have gold, Sitaux? Shouldn't be too long.
And Nicov still has the full center, so he will basically have endless gold and endless stone there. Could be really good for him. Finally, he is switching onto galleons. More demos here for Sitaux. I'm still sad that we don't see cannon galleons here from Nicov. He would have so much control in the center here.
Yeah, now the numbers... well, he's getting closer a little. Well, not that much. He's 52 fast fires. Now we see some more galleons. Still with better numbers, Nicov, but Sitaux don't give up, fighting like a warrior. But the resources is the problem here. For how long he can produce this? For how long? He's trying to take that trap because he has no goal at all. He's trying to kill that trap. Now he's coming with a lot of fire ships. Well, he's trying all he can, Sitaux, but also with 5 farmers, you cannot even rate every Nicov economy. So it's complicated. It's really complicated.
Nicov can't raid the farmers of Sitaux because there are simply not enough. Galleon tech finally on the way here, and then he should control the center even better. I'm still surprised how this one is playing out. Score is getting reasonably close. Sitaux,
he's getting closer. He's getting closer, and for the first time in a long time during the game, the numbers in military are even or even better for Sitaux. Whoa. 25 fast fire ship, 15 galleons, 42 fast fire ship. Nicov, only 42, 45 Villese idle. Nearly. What Nicov economy? 50 idle villages. What's going on? The score is not getting close. The score is even right now. What the hell is happening in this game, Nearly?
Nicov taking bad fights. That's that simple, right? The demos.
Wow.
The thing is with a demo, I think you are doing damage against the opponent, but your opponent is not getting the kills. And that's relatively interesting when it comes to score as well. Huh.
Well, he's doing now castles. He's doing castles now, trying to get the control. 7 villages on wood only for Nicov. He has to relocate all his villagers because they were all idle. Now he's losing quite a lot. Another castle that Sitaux is gonna put in the shoreline. Crazy how the score is so close right now. Population is still better for Nicov. He still have the middle, which is in long run is huge. It's really important. But well, oh my god, the idols, man. The idols for Nicov need to be a little bit quicker. Do you think this is, you get a little bit overconfident? You get tired that the feel like, okay, I cannot finish this? Or just that you keep playing the same, but well, there's some point that if you lose a little bit your concentration, your opponent just take over you and pass you like Sitaux did for a couple of minutes. Now it seems that a guy Nicov coming back.
Yeah, well, let's see. Those galleons don't even have botkin. He has 12 galleons on the field, now finally getting botkin there. Oh man, but yeah, can't really fight under that castle. And more demos flying in. Sitaux is playing this one really well to allow himself the chance for a comeback.
Yeah, man, imagine if he's able to do the cannon galleons, he controlled back the water and then get the middle back. If he's doing that, wow. Ballistic now. I mean, all the important upgrades on the water very late. Of course, there is also only botkin as well for Sitaux because they have been fighting most of the time with the fast fire ships. But still, now I can't really say who's gonna win this game because I thought that Nicov got it, but I don't know anymore, Nelly.
Well, I think he is overbooming as well. 134 villages is something you don't want to have on a water map. You really need the numbers to take proper fights. You can't fight with like only 30, 40 ships over and over again. And I think that was one of the big things why Sitaux allowed himself the comeback, although he's now taking pretty bad fight over here.
Yeah, but if you check, Nicov has 140 Villese, but all the time has at least 20 Villese idle. He should delete those. Instead of relocate them, just delete it. You are having a good economy without those Villese working, and as you say, you leave more room for make more navy. Now it seems that the guy Nicov gets a lot of numbers. Still in the long run, having the middle control nearly will give him a huge advantage, but he has to keep that advantage and don't throw, because if he does, then it's gonna be the 2-0. But it seems that now stabilize again.
Heated shot and guard tower for Nicov now finished. Those towers will be really adding some damage in those fights if Sitaux deciding to fight under them. And yeah, look at that. A bit careless fighting under the castle as well. This one is looking good for Nicov. And Sitaux, did he get a bit overconfident here? It felt like 3 minutes ago he was about to get into a stable game, but taking bad fight after bad fight in the last minutes.
Well, maybe he got excited, like he saw how the score got even ahead at some point, and he was like, okay, let's go, this is my chance. Maybe he thought, since the score changed that fast, Nicov won't have anything now, let's go all in. But it wasn't the case, and Nicov is there already. He took the trebuchet really quick there, and now it's looking so rough. Hand card even for Nicov. That's a surprise, man. Hand card, amigo. Oh boy.
And Dreadnought Crane. Thinking about the score, but actually we are still half an hour away from the game ending by score. So, well, hand cards, an upgrade that we don't see too often from him.
Well, almost never. Anyway, jokes aside, he's coming again with reinforcement here. Ballistic now was without ballistic too. Well, I mean, is the only goal left. You see, guys, that goal from Sitaux is the only goal left for him. So if he just stay there, Sitaux got 0 resources nearly to be able to keep producing navy, and that should be the game. Just keeping that goal, those villages away from the goal. That's it for the game.
And we saw the reaction on his face there. Had to pull the villagers away from the goal. Did look at the top of his screen. Saw, oh god, I don't have any real gold anymore in the bank. Now it takes one last desperate engagement. I think after he loses this fight, after Nicov micros a bit back, I don't think Sitaux will be able to ever muscle up a lot more army. And Nicov, look at that! He's going for everything now. Going for techs that I've never seen from him before.
Economy upgrades, guys. Nicov, he's gonna be with economy upgrades. Please take a screenshot from those texts and please show in that screenshot that is Nicov the player, okay? Because he never got absolutely everything. We love you, Nicov, but it's the truth, man. It's the truth. And now, with those galleys, fast fire ship, well, he went back again. I don't think he need this battle in the south. He need to focus in the center, deny that goal from Sitaux, and that's it. Sitaux also got 2 relics, Nicov 3, so he got a small advantage from there too. Need to kill the traps. You need that castle in the middle alive. He's doing the keep tower upgrade too, but man, it's so difficult to finish the water maps, Nelly. It's really difficult to really finish them.
Well, it's difficult if you refuse to build cannon galleons. If he is having 3 cannon galleons, Sitaux's island would be a third of the size, basically.
GG. Okay. It's not that difficult. You see, I said that I should have said 10 minutes ago, right? Because, yeah, they were fighting, but Sitaux was already with 4,000 score behind. He tried the maximum he could. And why he didn't make cannon galleons? Because, guys, for the last update, the cannon galleons don't need even the upgrades. With the chemistry, you can make the cannon galleons right away, no, Nelly? So it's much easier than before.
It is your home map. I hope you practice it. I hope you got into the scenario a bit more. And even then, like, even if you had to research it, it's still worth it. So I'm a bit surprised that he didn't go for that one. Could have been an easier victory for him there. But yeah, he did finish it in the end. It simply felt... It sounds so weird. No, I will go in the analysis after that. Go through the stats first, map.
Look at those military numbers. Obviously better for Nicov, but you can see how he got for a long time in the timeline like a bigger number. There was a point that his biggest spiked down, but they still got back and got solid numbers all the time. In the economy, let's take the economy now. The army hire was also better for Nicov, but the economy, well, we can see how the economy in terms of food was closer than I expected. Gold was better for Sitaux. For that, he stayed in the game for so long, but the wood is also was very important. Anyway, in the long run, it was going to be, definitely much better for Nicov, and that's why he resigned. And now, well, we can just check the most important tab, the APM map. Exactly. You see, I didn't have to say. And now you can see those spike there at some point. Whoa, it's kind of crazy how this looks so different from the start to the end. It's changed a lot for both players because they are multitasking, guys, so much. The next game is gonna be a great one, Mr. Nelly. Acclivity for a decided game. The winner stay in the tournament for the next Friday, play the decider. The loser is gone.
Yeah, so much on the line. I still want to give my thoughts about the game before.
Let's go.
It sounds so weird, but I think Sitaux running into the TC of Nicov snowballed heavily. That resulted into him landing with the archers. He couldn't scout what Nicov was going for. Then saw the archer range, knew that skirms were around, and he himself then built the defensive tower, had to go on stone, TC delayed, villagers basically not working towards developing your economies, collecting stone, and then Nicov got the earlier imp out of that. Some fishing ships added, nice read by Nicov, but those two things adding up, I think resulted into Nicov winning the center and therefore winning the game.
And when the civilization is the same, is there even less room for you to come back? Because, I don't know, if you have Portuguese that you can make, I mean, the units are stronger HP, you can go fight Torias, something that, but with the mirror, this kind of moves is complete snowball.
Yeah. And then again, going for the war galleys there against the early imp, obviously horrible timing. They're so incredibly bad there, and Nicov heavily outnumbered, but simply the better unit. It's so cheap to get to the fast fire ships. And I think Nicov just executed this one quite nicely with the greedy approach. And I think the 2TC play made lots of sense. But now let's start thinking about Acclivity map.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking. You guys can check. What is map looking? I'm looking here because another monitor. I'm checking if they're starting. I want to see the countdown, and I want to see the civilizations. I don't want to be like Memstradamus, like we like to joke about that. No, I want to see the civilizations because cavalry, range units, archery range, Britons here, Tatars. What do you think, Nelly?
Britain Tatars feel very, very strong. Yeah, we did see some Meadow from time to time, DauT famously winning with Mayans there, but that's mainly for range as well. And we did see Vinchester playing Bulgarians last Red Bull, but this is heavily Britons, heavily Tatars dominated map. We did also see Ethiopians, which kind of struggled against Britons yesterday. I wouldn't be super surprised if it's a Briton mirror.
Ooh. Do you want to spoil you? I don't know if you are spectating the game. I'm spectating the game already. Tatars for Sitaux. Okay. Mm-hmm. Nicov Korea.
Mm-hmm.
Korea in Acclivity. And the war wagons here is a possibility. Boy, that choice. I mean, I don't understand these kind of picks. I don't say, like we said yesterday with SongSong pick, that Korea is a bad choice. But isn't a tricky one, a very risky one for this map with so many potential possibilities? Korea is the way to go. Yeah, you get armor upgrade for free, cheaper archers, but sounds Tatars are stronger for me.
With Koreans, you kind of need to get to Castle Age. So I think it will be full skirms by Nicov. Obviously, you start with armor, so that's really good. I wouldn't be surprised if Sitaux, if he likes things super fast, even opens with the stable, forces Nicov into a long feudal age, because Koreans, obviously, they want to skip feudal age and want to get war wagons in this matchup. Otherwise, I wouldn't understand why he picks them.
Okay, we're watching now yellow Sitaux with Tatars on the left of the map and opening with an archery range. This map is a lovely map. It brings so good memories. It was the decided and final game in the last Red Bull Wololo edition with DauT and Liereyy, so I'm sure that nobody forget this map, and I think this map gonna be in Red Bull forever. Epic result, epic series. And now with that scout from Nicov, let's see, because the goal is at the back for Sitaux. This is something that you want, obviously. Of course, you will need some walls. And now we're gonna check red map in a moment and see how is the location. I like that location. It's a little bit forward, but there is 2 woodline, as you can see in front. He's doing already... Is that a second archery range? I think it is a second archery range already. So going very, very aggressive now, Nicov. What do you think about this approach?
I think he is playing this one too open. Look at this one. I think abandoning the front woodline could have been a thing. Put your archery ranges a bit further back. Like, those are split around. He's not trying to wall anything. I fear, again, that if Sitaux adds a stable, this could work out pretty nicely for him, but for now, it will be a skirm archer wall.
Okay, there is one scout trying to pick up that one. Guys, if you are enjoying, I don't know if you know what series is gonna happen after this one, but I want to remind you that after this one, we got DauT versus Meadow. So guys, sit down and relax, because it's gonna be an amazing evening and crazy series. The next one is gonna be epic, but this one is in a decider. We can see how Sitaux is now walling absolutely everything. He's doing a tower already there. It surprised me that when the players are doing these kind of towers that early, he doesn't feel comfortable enough. He got even more army than his opponent.
That indicates lots of 1TC potential here. I'm as surprised as you. He's going full skirms, which is the defensive unit. So it's basically impossible to die early on if he knows that Nicov is going double archery range. Oh, snagging some here.
Okay, he's taking one villager. He's doing the counter attack. Is still with the same Villese number, because Sitaux has got some small delay on the TC, 12 seconds. And yeah, he's give him like half a villager less than his opponent, or only more, because he has killed one villager. Now that heal is so crucial. Remember, guys, Tatars with the heal advantage bonus is just amazing. This one is Skirmish is trying to deal with those 2 arches that are behind the Nicov economy. Oof. How is the tension here? I mean, we can see the face cams, Nelly. And they are so focused. They know that this game is so crucial to stay in the tournament.
Yeah, this is like on knife's edge. Any single mistake could decide the set, and obviously the fate of the players here. I think Sitaux, if he realizes the situation, sees how little Nicov is walling, how open he is, a full feudal age could be so good. Nicov still open at the front, gold exposed, double archery range. And we're seeing horse color. I think that indicates that Sitaux will play longer feudal age here.
Probably. Oh, there's a hole, man. I mean, it's not only not walling. There's a hole. He's gonna lose that villain. No, he didn't lose anything at all, and the army is there. That was so much lag for Nicov. Well, the holes will borrow for Nicov. What's going on?
I don't know. I don't know.
What? Really? What is this? Oh boy. Will Barrow that fast is unbelievable. He did an Imperial in the previous game, but you know, every game is different. And now my real question, jokes aside, is why you are not walling in a decided game like this?
Oh, he is going double archery range, right? He feels maybe he can hold this one. Behind this, by the way, 16 on gold for Sitaux. So he has to really use the market there to make something happen. But, well, Castle Age timing could be nice and early for him. Nicov floating quite some gold as well. Both players mainly going for skirms.
Okay, he has to be careful with that scout. That scout is being really annoying, taking so much damage now. Not gonna take any more damage. A lot of farming from Sitaux. A lot of farming going huge aggressive right now in feudal age. He has good resources, Nicov. Even with the market, he could go up to castle, but I think he needs more numbers. Right now, there is no advantage for Tatars. It's flat area, so no heal bonus right there. But let's see Micro here. The Micro is being kind of similar. Now he needs to go back because there's more skirmishes and all the arches from Sitaux. But who is getting the lead here? Man, this transition to castle is for Nicov. Balancing his economy is still with the 200 stone, which is very nice. Now triple archery range, but he needs to wall a little bit. That hole is gone now because he's doing a house. if he reach castles with this situation and now walling, then Koreans +2 armor right away in LA. This is looking better than we probably expected for Nicov a couple of minutes ago.
The one scout play is something I completely don't understand by Sitaux. If you're building the stable, then you want to commit. And you want to build at least 3 scouts, want to do something against the skirmishers. But look at how well Nicov is playing this one. Always the skirms in the front, taking the fight, and archers in the back in case scouts are coming in.
I mean, he basically didn't lose a single archer, right, Nelly? All the loss has been skirmishes, which is great because the archers is, let's say, the strongest units here. He's going to be castled now Sitaux, still without also a stone, but this timing is important. It's going to be 1.5 minutes with all the upgrades done. Yes, he has 7 villages more, but that's a little bit tricky because Nicov, yes, he got the wheelbarrow. So that means he's only like 4 villages behind, but with its big advantage being castled it earlier. So position, and he's gonna go for a sneaky attack with those archers in the north. We're gonna see first Sitaux archers here if he's gonna make some damage, but then Mapu, we need to close follow those archers in the north because I feel that with the upgrades they can do a massive damage. For now we're gonna hold here this position because those archers are there and it's dangerous, but the archers, when he's doing the upgrades, Botkin, least skirmishes, and now crossbow upgrade, look at that fog of war, perfect timing, and now he's gonna be fine there. So need to focus with the red archers from Nicov, Mapu, let's go, and we're gonna see because the goal is gonna be there, Nelly, and this can be a disaster for Sitaux.
Oh, and he already built the defensive tower there, didn't really have the best intel, and that should be like 2-3 dead villages. Luckily for Sitaux, instant reaction.
Wow, instant reaction, but even like that, the good thing here is not only what you kill, it's also the village that you are not letting him to be working, and now no gold incoming for him. So what you can do with 73 gold in the bank, Nelly?
Not a lot, can't even afford crossbow, not even talking about Botkin. Obviously ballistics out of the question, so that's going to be really tricky. And as we can see, worker efficiency there below or around 40%. That's unspeakable.
Oof, Sitaux is again killing everything. Why he didn't wall, I don't know. Botkin already, did you see how he was breathing a little bit? Sitaux not happy how this is looking. And right now, 3 villages ahead, similar army, but all the initiative now is for Nicov with the +2. And now ballistic. This is looking, and now with that TC in front, is looking very, very good for the Argentinian. And now those archers,
Oh, Skirms at least chasing down the distance now, squeezes in one knight, but not sure. I don't think he did the crossbow upgrade. No, he did not. And ballistics will be in, elite skirmishes late, and that army might even be trapped here. 15 seconds away from getting ballistics. Sitaux will lose a lot. Score is extremely misleading.
Yeah, I think the advantage is much bigger than the score say. Like, it's so tricky. I think the players know. I mean, the players are, remember, they are pros. They know absolutely that the score is kind of tricky. 3 town centers already. But now, this is the moments where we have seen sometimes how Nicov go too much into the boom. And what Nicov needs right now, I don't know if you agree, maybe it's even a siege workshop or at least don't stop doing army because you don't want to let Tatars going into, I don't know, heavy cavalry or heavy military because then Tatars can be very dangerous, Nelly.
Oh, well, you know how many villages you killed, how much idle time you forced, you see the army that you're killing, you feel really comfortable, like how long it takes to get CA out that could contest that amount of skirms and crossbows. I think Nicov should be most scared of not eating any big mangonel shots.
Yeah, but now he's gonna trap those. Those archers are gone. He's taking absolutely everything, even the palisade in front. Now there's some knight coming, but they still with ballistic +2 and +2. Those archers and skirmishes are right now extremely strong. Look at the numbers, guys. Nicov is almost in the decider for the next Friday. 62 villages, 46, 27 military 9. He's playing this one like a beast. Very strong.
You have to question Sitau's tower placement there. You were surprised by it early on, and if you go double archery range, did he really need to do that? The latest cartridge timing could have maybe sold some more earlier on. And, well, as I said, he now needs to pray for big Mangonel shots.
Yeah, but the problem is the Siege Workshop is in the downhill, while the Siege Workshop from Nicov, look where he's locating the Siege Workshop. Oh man, that's a Mangonel shot, interesting one. Didn't kill too much, but got a lot of HP. That Siege Workshop in top of that hill is gonna give him also advantage in that regard. And it's looking so difficult for the French player, who is probably gonna be bye-bye, because I don't see how he can come out from this. It's more than double the military.
Yeah, well,
Difficult,
we'll
man.
dwindle down the numbers, and as you saw earlier, Mangonel shots did already hurt quite a bit, so Nicov won't push in too quickly. Sitaux, I think, just want to see try to pray with 3-4 Mangonels and make a big go happen. But if game 1 was an indicator, Nikov's Mangonel micro is on point today.
Yeah, he has to be careful. Fog of War activated. There is a Mangonel also as well. We're gonna see if he can make some big shot. Well, Nicov only need to camp there. No, really. He has the Mangonel now doing the Tone Watch, which is amazing. And with the Tone Watch, we're gonna notice how big impact it get. Tone Watch as well from Sitaux. Ooh, Mangonel, there you go. He's bringing Villese that he has a stone to make. No stone. Oh, you need 6 Villese to repair the Mangonel? Okay.
He will
I mean,
put power there, and then Mangonel fight is not an option anymore. Right? If you get guard tower up that hill, some crossbow inside, and Mangonels will have 0 chance of getting any damage. Mangonel fight really well done again by Nicov. 1 downhill hit maybe. No, won't even go for it. But he knows if he trades evenly, he's fine with it.
Oh, look at that guard tower coming. Those towers are amazing, and with ballistic even more. Didn't lose the Mangonel. Whoa, he didn't lose the Mangonel. Now the knights are coming, gonna make some damage. He has to be careful with that Mangonel. If he take that Mangonel, then with the Crowbot he's gonna be fine. He need to kill. Oof, need and take a Mangonel shot, a big Mangonel shot. Now he's taking some damage, but he still have a lot of numbers, and that tower is taking a lot of ground right now. He need to go back. He's still coming with a lot of military, but now the numbers in military nearly getting almost the same, and it's not double the military anymore. Another Mangonel shot now from Nicov, but still the position is so difficult, not because of the military now, because this was a good battle for Sitaux. The value difference, the economy difference is just insane.
Was it really a good battle for Sitaux though? This was the battle that needed to finish the game. And it's far from it. The tower is still up. Crossbow numbers are still okay-ish, I would think. And Nicov still holds the hill. This is not what Sitaux needed. And I think adding a TC here is a mistake. But obviously, I can see everything.
Yeah. Handcart. Oh, towers all over the map. Okay. Okay. He really wants to keep the hill, really, huh? He's definitely getting. Well, handcart, 27 on foot. 26, 86 Villese. He just need to keep safe. But why so many towers? I mean, with this amount of stone, he could even make a castle. Wouldn't it be better?
I like towers. Towers are controlling more parts of the map. It's not like he needs to protect one single area, right? It's a wild, unwallable map. So towers all around just feels like the better option for the long game.
Okay, let's see. Now what Sitaux can do, he should probably raid, but he might be thinking how. Nicov has army all over, 1,000 score difference, he's coming with the least skirmishes and the knight, he's gonna try to deny that tower, probably he will get it, yeah, I think he will kill those Villese, or maybe just deny the tower, he's gonna lose probably 1, gonna save the other 2. There you go, save it 2 and lost 1, and that tower didn't go up. Still going with army, but you need to raid now Nikov's economy. The elite is huge in that regard. Military numbers almost the same, but Nicov is getting closer and closer to go up to Imperial.
Defensive tower now over there, and indeed, as you said, we see he has both buildings as well to click up quite easily there with the Siege Workshop and the University. Ram attack over here, trying to be a bit sneaky, obviously pretty solid against towers, but once Mangonel's out there, they shouldn't really find too much. CA switch now, but only 1 on the field, and Nicov he has to be enjoying this game. He can't really take any damage.
Okay, he's doing now a third tone center. He can sell a little bit of food, Nilly, and just go up to him. He's gonna make a second tower in the same spot just to keep completely the growl, because he knows that if he reach Imperial Age, make the Arbors, and those towers in Imp, guys, are gonna be keep towers. I forgot about that automatically, so even make more sense to make those towers, because then he's gonna be pretty much unstoppable with Castle Age units.
Yeah, remember though that after the last patch, the range isn't that crazy anymore. You need to research that one in the castle now. Unlikely that Nicov will do that too soon, but still obviously keeps for free will help him keep safe.
He's doing more tone centers, 40 Cs. Sitaux feel that he need to get more economy, but now playing very, very smooth this one. Well, the game is not over yet. It's looking strong, obviously, for Nicov, who is doing even heavy plow, missing the bozo. But good reaction from Nicov after losing the Runestone game, the first one, the Arabia, and playing very, very solid. The game number 2 and game number 3. Well, we were talking about the temper that the Spanish blood, right? Like, oh, maybe he's not gonna be in the best position if he lose the first game. He has been looking calm and playing very strong, really.
Yeah, and that's what we thought, right? You can go for so different home maps that he can reset himself, and honestly looked really focused going into game number 2, even at the end of game number 1, knowing, okay, my map wasn't the greatest and maybe one overstep. He still felt pretty solid there, and obviously had to be very confident going into game number 2, right? Northern Isles. And this one looks prepared as well. And Nicov, he's thinking about dropping a castle there.
Yeah, wait till Imperial. Those towers are gonna be stronger. I mean, he does have a lot of good army in that spot. It's few skirmishers. You want to make the castle, but now the army from Sitaux is kinda scary, but he's trying to build a castle. He's coming with 3 mangonels. He should go, but look at those keep towers. He has a mangonel himself. Now doing Brexit, doing chemistry as well. It's can be the move. Oof! Mangonel taking the skirmishers, and he's taking the game. And congratulations to Nicov. He stay in the tournament. Sitaux, sadly, he's out of the tournament, but I don't know what you think. He has proved a great performance, even if he lost both games. He played against Mr. Yo and against Nicov, so he got a very difficult opponent, Nelly.
Yeah, and that's the problem with this format, right? And it's a bit like self-fulfilling prophecy. 8 players, or the last top 8 last time, will always match up with the 8 players that only, quote-unquote, only qualified. So if you try to qualify, to break the chain and to play against 2 players that are already considered top 8 or are already around is really tough. In this case, Nicov and Sitaux both qualifying, but both trying to make the jump for the next time, trying to flirt with the top 8. Great performance from both players. And Sitaux, better luck next time. A really tough group. If Nicov is considered potentially number 3 in a group, that really shows you how crazy this group is.
I mean, good point, Nelly. I mean, Nicov number 3 in this group is like, what the hell, right? It's crazy, really crazy. We can see the statistics right now with a lot more kills for Nicov. Probably his economy is going to be even bigger advantage. We can go for that and check the economy, because army numbers was pretty much the same. Look at that economy lead with the food, with the wood, with the gold, a lot of more stone. In total, in social, we can see the amount of villages more, and that was 30 villages more overall, and obviously the APM that we are going to see as well. But in that, yeah, you can see in that timeline in the previous one that it was big elite, but you can see how there was big APM as well for Sitaux. But anyway, guys, hopefully you have enjoyed with this series. Nicov still will fight. Nicov will fight the next Friday, Nelly, versus the loser of the next series.
Yeah, DauT or Mr. Yo. That's going to be crazy. Both sets, obviously, the one directly following, and then Nicov versus the player. They are in a best of 5, and would love to see the draft and the preparation. Nicov, he looked prepared on both home maps. Game number 1 felt like he came in with a plan, maybe a bit over aggressive. We still have to question Sitau's towers, right? In game number 2, I felt that was a very cautious play. And in game number 3, it also felt double archery range, lots of skirms. You can't really be broken there. And then he had the hill, he had all the aggression, and still the defensive tower behind this. Questionable choices by me. Normally we see towers being built if you think you are the superior player and know that you always win the macro game. But against Nicov, I will doubt that.
And he also added this table, and that table didn't give too much. Anyway, guys, hopefully you have enjoyed. Now we are gonna see what Nicov has to say. Mr. Liereyy, let's go. Take it over.
Yes, thanks very much, boys. Welcome back to the desk here. Riley Knight, joined by, well, it's not Hera, it's Nicov here. Nicov, welcome. Thank you for taking the time for the interview, and congratulations on a 2-1 win. You really had to work for that win there. How are you feeling after getting across the line?
I knew it was going to be a very tough matchup because Sitaux has improved like a lot, one of the most improved players, in my opinion, the last year. I know he likes to play super fast, micro load, force fights all the time, and I feel really slow in Empire Wars regarding the speed. So yeah, I felt a bit overwhelmed in Terravia and Runestones and the last game as well. When I was making skirms, he was pushing hard, and I didn't expect that reaction. I was expecting him to start up with archers first, but then he made skirms and pushed me back home. Kind of struggle versus his aggression mostly.
Yeah, he certainly had a couple of tricks up his sleeve. I want to talk to you about game number 3 and the Korean pick there. Do you think is the Korean, is that a counter pick to Tatars, or are they more of a, is that actually a good pick on a map like Acclivity?
Yes, I like versus Tatars, Britons, Ethiopians, though in this case he didn't have Ethiopians, and maybe some other Civ. Not just Civs in general. If he went for Franks, Magyars, I would be a bit in a pickle maybe. I kind of gambled, expecting him to pick a strong Archers to play his style, because like I said, Sitaux likes to micro and play aggressive, and with Archers is the best way to do it. So I was expecting him to pick an Archers, then I just went for a kind of counter pick.
All right, okay. Well, listen, I'm sure you and everyone else that's supporting you is looking now to next weekend, Friday, where you'll be playing your next match against, I believe, either DauT or Mr. Yo, who we're going to see play in just a few moments. It's not a matchup that's going to be easy regardless of who you're playing, but if you had to pick, who would you prefer to face next week?
I don't mind a rematch versus DauT with a seed draft. But also I don't mind playing Mr. Yo, so I'm fine with either. But I need to step up my game a lot this week and practice, because playing like today and yesterday I have no chance next week.
Well, mate, congratulations on the win for this round, and best of luck. We'll see you again next week.
Thank you so much, and yeah, enjoy the rest of the tournament. Good
to talk to Nicov there, the Argentinian, picking up a 2-1 win, of course, against Sitaux. And look, while we're here, congratulations to Sitaux. A big result, certainly, at the first appearance at a Red Bull Wololo event, and I'm sure we're going to see more of Sitaux in the future, bowing out of the tournament gracefully, but I think acquitting himself very, very well indeed. So congratulations, mate, on making it as far as you did. Our eyes now turn to the next match. Our next match coming up your way, and my goodness me, it is an absolute showstopper here. DauT versus Mr. Yo. DauT, the reigning champion, here to defend the title against all comers here, against Mr. Yo. Again, one of the best players on earth. So this one is sure to be a real barnstormer, and you're not going to want to miss it. Now, if in case you want a little more information about the players, and maybe want to get to know them a little bit better, we did get the chance to interview both DauT and Mr. Yo before the tournament. I believe we're going to check in, first of all, with Mr. Yo here. Mr. Yo, of course, a clean 2-0 victory yesterday. I wonder how things are going to go against DauT. We got the chance to sit down with Mr. Yo heading into the tournament. Let's hear right now.
This is Red Bull Wololo 4.
Hi, my name is Ganyang Fan, aka Mr. Yo, and I am 29 years old, and I'm from China. My favorite Civ for now would be Celt. It was Mongol. I loved Mongol, but it was nerfed. So for now, it's Celt. I love Celt's mangonel and everything. The destruction was beautiful. I just find it so fun to play. My favorite map would be Nomad, because I'm a Chinese. And after playing this game for many years, in my case, for 10 years, I just want surprise. I just want different things. And Nomad is the kind of map that can reach this requirement. I like my chance to be playing in the finals, because I won Rebel 1, the first Rebel, and I think this time, at least that's what I'm telling myself, I have to get into the final.
This is Red Bull Wololo 4.
Well, I tell you what, you got to love the ambition from a bloke like this. He is a real fighter, he's a true champion as well. Got a host of huge achievements to his name. Over $65,000 he's won in throughout his career playing professional esports, and he, as I say, he really is a competitor. But I tell you what, he's got his work cut out for him this time around, because he's playing against the Lord himself, DauT here, the Serbian, who has over $90,000 in total prize earnings since he debuted all the way back in 2002. So DauT, of course, I know a fan favourite. I know the crowds around the world will be screaming themselves hoarse to see those castles go up, and then probably not quite get finished as he goes and gets some other stuff done as well. But we'll see how he goes. The reigning champion here, of course, he is here to assert his dominance and show everyone just how good he is at the game after the victory that he pulled off in the previous series. And just like Mr. Yo, we did get the chance to talk to DauT as well, get his thoughts, perspectives, feelings about this tournament and things more broadly. So right now, we're going to chuck it over to DauT, a quick interview with him, and then on the other side of that, it's straight back into the gameplay. Mr. Yo versus DauT. You're not going to want to miss a moment of my friends. Let's check in with DauT, and then on the other side of this, it's Nilly and Mem for our next match.
This is Red Bull Wololo 4.
Hello, my name is Darko Dutovic. I'm 36 years old. I'm coming from Serbia, Belgrade. My favorite map is Mega Random. Quite unique and unpredictable settings, which I enjoy the most. My chances to reach the finals in Red Bull Wololo 4 are probably not the highest ones, maybe around 5%. The player I would like to avoid would be Viper. He's my teammate, we practice a lot, and we have the same way of thinking, and yeah, he's better mechanic-wise, so it would be really tough for me to beat. In Wololo 4, I expect to get to the top 8, but I definitely wouldn't mind winning it again. My advice to the new Age of Empires 2 players is you better start walling.
This is Red Bull Wololo 4.
Well, can't be more excited for this series, Nelly. And I mean, Mr. Yo versus DauT in the second day, I mean, it could be like we said in the previous series, could be a final, a semi-final. This is going to be amazing. I mean, nobody going to be eliminated here, but one, it's already, okay, I'm relaxed. I don't have to play Friday. I can prepare even more and see what the others are doing, while the other still have to play. Another one, best of 5 versus Nicov.
Yeah, and that's a lot, right? Already guaranteed 8. Also, if you win this, you will face a second place out of the other group. So basically, your way is easier to getting into the semifinals, and that's something you will take. Also, you can hide some strategies. You can look at how the opponent is playing best of 5. And speaking of all this best of 5, I'm a bit sad that this one is only best of 3. I want to see those players really battled out. Let's see what they will have in store for us.
Can we change that, Nelly? If we talk fast with Red Bull? Maybe? I mean, I don't know. Everyone listen. I thought we were talking without anyone listen to us, but no, we cannot change, sadly. We can see how the group is looking, obviously both with the win. I want a best of 5 too, but it's not possible. We're going to see a best of 3, and I want a decider game here as well, in my end. Right, Nelly? I don't want a 2-0 in any of the cities today.
Well, I would be happy for DauT if he's winning 2-0, and I will enjoy listening to 5 days of trash talk in the GL camp for sure. Oh man, he already has the biggest confidence, but after any win or something, he's so sharp in his trash talk. It's ridiculous. Like the other day, I tried to trash talk him for his underperformance against Hera in the show match, and he said, "You win a Red Bull, then you can start trash talking."
Typical DauT, but guys, we're going to start. I see the civilizations already. We're going to see very fast, and this is a mirror matchup. I don't know if you are surprised. Yellow for DauT, red for Mr. Yo, Vikings War, Nelly, with goal at the back for DauT. Did you expect this choice?
Well, Vikings are obviously really, really strong. A bit surprised that both wanted to play for the meta, here, and that really shows how both players are extremely confident in their archer play, in their macro. Obviously, Mr. Yo looking pretty strong against Sitaux on that one.
Let's see, because we are looking forward also to see the faces of the players to see how DauT focus it is, and Mr. Yo as well. Second archery range right away for Mr. Yo. Very, very fast, Nelly, for the second archery range. I'm fletching already.
That's quite some aggression, and you see it's really good against DauT because he is trying to cut corners. Look at that, no fletching. He's going for horse color first, and not an easy map to wall here at the left-hand side. Already pulling 2 villagers.
Yeah, so if he's sending archers right away, this is gonna be lovely for Mr. Yo, because DauT, it won't have the numbers, I believe. And now he's gonna pick that villager down. It's gonna be close. There's another villager coming. I don't know if Mr. Yo is gonna be able to do it. No, he's going back, and the scout is also there. So let's see if with the numbers, with double archery range, he can do the damage. He's also walling pretty much all the map, Mr. Yo, as we can see, guys, in the mini-map. But that goal is still not super protected, because those walls are very close, so potential archers gonna still do the damage.
Ooh, and lots of interesting stuff happening here. First of all, DauT going skirms exclusively, so he accepts, I won't attack you ever. Earliest attack possibility would be like mid-castle age. He will be the defender for a very long time. Mr. Yo even moving out and building a mill outside to get that deer. Something we don't see too often.
Yeah. Mapu was pointed out when he was walling on the left, why again Mr. Yo didn't wall till the edge of the map. I don't know. I really don't know. But we're gonna focus in the battle. The scout and archers. This is skirmishes. Full skirmishes from DauT. Well, full archers. Well, not full archers. There's some skirmishes as well. 4 skirmishes, 5 archers. But yeah, that's the difference to have double archery range. He has a lot more army. Obviously, DauT should have probably a little bit better economy. Ooh, the house there. Okay. Now he and those archers are going to go to the hell, Nile.
Yeah, and those won't do anything. Is he trying to dive? Shouldn't really be a thing. DauT even another house. If he's on point, he gives us another building. Well, that is in no man's land. Okay, well, he tried. And an archer survives with 3 HP. DauT has to be happy with how this opening is going.
I mean, Nelly, DauT is an amazing player, but the quick buildings, quick walls for DauT, I mean, it's usually not his best one, right? It's not his best one, but still, he got a good achievement there. Double archery range still. Resources looking so damn great for DauT. Is about to go up to Castellage, and probably with the 200 stone, which is also lovely, because we have seen so many times how they use the market, and then it forces yourself to be 1 TC. But DauT macro, we were talking about Mr. Yo, but DauT macro probably even better.
Yeah, this is more DauT greed than DauT macro, actually. He's not even going for armor. Obviously, doesn't make a difference in skirm fight, but DauT, not the greatest when it comes to microing ranged units here. And we see Mr. Yo, I think, finding some more pickups. Remember, he started with 0-4, and now it's 7-4.
Yeah, it's more than double already. More than double. Keep continue going. Obviously, there is Castle transition faster, but I'm sure that now Mr. Yo is gonna go for a stable. DauT is gonna go for a stable. I think that's a stable. There you go, a stable incoming because the skirmishes need to be countered, and the best way is going for the knights. But Mr. Yo is gonna reach Castle Age. What? 1 minute maybe slower.
Yeah, could be in something in that ballpark, I think. The question is DauT waiting for knights, or is he trying to squeeze in 1 to scout? He's going for the ladder and tries to keep the skirms away from his berries.
Okay, well, he's on the way to Castle Age. We can see how the Mr. Yo, is about to go up. So this timing is an oath to DauT to get the initiative now, Nili, or not?
Initiative not, but get Mr. Yo off his back for a small time, right? Not even sure if unleashing those 4 skirms was the best choice. The scout alone doing quite some damage, and he wouldn't really lose too much. Another scout in the queue, 1 more on the field, and again, taking not the most favorable fight. And look at that, Mr. Yo, even KD now. Great job by him.
Okay, let's see now with the skirmishes. He need to go back. Scout and skirmishes now sending everything back. 44 Villese, 47. The time is he gonna make a second stable? Oof, the resources for Mr. DauT is just amazing. Like
look at Yo, and he's still 140 away from Castle Age.
That's true.
He will reach Castle Age with imp resources, man.
Yeah, he's doing a tower. Well, this is good for DauT because now, at least that he's doing a market, he won't be able to drop a TC anytime soon. While DauT is adding the town center right away, a second one extra. This is gonna be absolutely lovely, man.
Oh, this is such a DauT play. Elite skirmishers. He will do some fake pressure here, and he's getting everything out of it. He sees this tower. He has to be happy.
Okay, let's see what the next comment. We have Elite skirmishers going. Elite skirmishers scout a knight. He's fully wall. I'm trying to find if there's some hole. There's no hole. He's walling absolutely everything. And double palisade on the right. He's still 20 seconds away from being in Castle Age. Heavy plow and bozo. Wow, DauT is setting up an amazing economy, Nelly.
Yeah. This is so incredibly greedy and elite skirms. And now he's just running home. And he will wait some, and in a minute he will drop the defensive siege workshop, I think, and just defend, and he will be a solid 15 villages ahead.
Yeah, but the problem, I feel that now Mr. Yo is gonna go extremely aggressive, and maybe he's gonna go himself even a siege workshop forward. What do you think?
Yeah, makes lots of sense, right? You know you're behind an economy, your opponent didn't need to build the defensive tower, you know you have lots of armies, so you need to make something happen, and DauT knows that, right? He will defend, he will sit back, and we see defensive siege workshop. DauT is playing everything so perfectly.
Wow, Siege Workshop, University, he want to make the ballistic resources, food income there for Mr. Yo, lovely, heavy plow and bozo, so he will have all the economy upgrade as well, but with only 1 TC, as you were pointed out, it's already 8 villages, but soon it's gonna be even more, but now the problem is that, if you go with the Vikings aggressive like Mr. Yo is trying with a lot of farming, it can make also a little bit of snowball, and we need to see how good is gonna be DauT now with the micro. Obviously, having ballistic is gonna help him a lot.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if we see that much micro, right? I don't see a siege workshop from Mr. Yo yet, and so far it's just a skirm defense behind his wood line. The big question is, once we see Mangonel versus Mangonel, some red dots in the center could maybe indicate something, University, and finally the Siege Workshop. But still, DauT has to be happy, 10 builds ahead.
Yeah, 10 builds ahead. It's true that he's now denying a little bit of the wood line, so villages are idle. He's getting idle time. Like, he's getting now 8 idle villages, so His advantage is not that big. Idle economy, Mr. Yo with not too much idle TC. Obviously, when you have 3 tone centers, it's normal that idle TC from DauT is bigger. Now adding another archery range, and this is the time where now DauT, since he got a great economy going, he can go heavily in army now and try to catch up the numbers. Otherwise, still Mr. Yo can put some good pressure, but DauT is playing this very, 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 very well.
Also, he knows that the only way he loses his Mangonels is if knights are coming in of the opponent, and that's why he wants to add some crossbow himself to protect his Mangonels a bit better. The question is, do you keep your villagers there, or are you trying to pull them? That's a way how DauT could lose his advantage.
Yeah, and also if Mr. Yo is going to attack several spots, he has to be careful with the Mangonel shot. He's gonna take now Villese, 1 Village down, okay. Ballistic is going to be there for Mr. Yo as well. Need to take down another Village down, another Mangonel. I think he's going to the right side also with more military, so he can also raid on the right. But nearly, if he sell a little bit of food, he can go up to Imperial, Mr. Yo. It's true that DauT is not really far away from Imperial Age 2, but numbers in military is still solid for Mr. Yo, and it's 10 villas difference, and if you get Imperial faster, the 10 villas difference is basically nothing, in my opinion.
Depends on how many you have in total, right? This time, percentage-wise, it's just so much. Like 120 to 130, the difference isn't that big, but 60 against 70, DauT will be really happy with that one. Mangonel survives there, and just look at how confident DauT is with his defense, that he's trying to clear up the right-hand side while he's getting attacked at the front.
Oof, I don't know. He's going away now. Look at that Mangonel. He's gonna take it. No, he's repairing. Okay. The resources are looking so similar, nearly. Look at how close it looks, both with 1,200, 300 food. The goal almost the same. He's dropping the 3rd tone center, as you can see there. And I insist, the timing to Imperial might be so important here. And Mr. Yo is gonna be a little bit glad. The market is going to be there. And then, if he's doing the market, he will go up right away. But Mr. Yo is about to click up.
Im timing should be pretty similar here. Mangonel, good one shot. Second shot, brilliant!
Yes, really good one. Really good one. Going to Imperial, finally faster DauT. Faster to Imperial, but Mr. Yo can click now. I don't know why he's not clicking. He got the resources. He forgot. All these seconds wasted. It's so crucial. Now he's on the way to Imperial as well. And then we have the same military numbers and 8 villages difference. 8 villages difference for DauT. Oof, and a 4-tone center. Hard to say who is having the advantage. Obviously, in village is better for DauT. All with the same economy upgrade. Ballistic as well. +2. Now +2 armor for DauT. Has been liking that armor upgrade for his units, but all about the micro now and decisions, Nelly.
Yeah. Well, micro not that important once we get Bracer anymore, right? Yeah. It's a lot like army positioning, patrolling in, judging fights beforehand, and once you get ballistic and Mangonels aren't doing that much anymore in Imp. I think DauT really needs to lead a building at the front. It feels like he's handcuffing himself, like the Siege Workshop, double house, archery range there. How can he really move out? He's always running around left-hand side, right-hand side. It feels so uncomfortable to play this. Oh!
Okay.
That pretty.
Okay, still avoiding that bang on a shot. He has an outpost there. Now 1-for-1. Gonna take another. Look at on the left. He's gonna shoot, but he's shooting the skirmish. He's losing the Mangonel. Now coming with the knight. More archery ranges. All this is really different. This is gonna be very, very close. Goals at mining. Almost Imperial Age time. The same for both. With 3 Mangonels, you need to kill those Mangonels. He has almost no army. And what is gonna happen here? What is gonna happen here? The Mangonel shot is gonna be crucial. It's really going to be crucial. 1-for-1 again. But Arvales, +3, chemistry, everything going there for DauT right away. I believe that Mr. Yo will try to do the same, but it looks a little bit better economy now for DauT.
Yeah, crossbow upgrade now here, but he has, well, 2 crossbows in the queue now, so that will take quite some time. Knight still relatively efficient before Bracer finishes. More Mangled coming from the side, and DauT maybe moved out a bit too early here. Can we see some Mangled connections? Shots from the left-hand side. 1-for-1 is not what DauT was hoping for, but probably the most he gets.
Yeah, he's gonna lose it. No, the Mangonel shot. Ooh. Well, I don't know how Mr. Yo saved those 2 Mangonels. He didn't got too much. Now he's coming with the Mangonel as well. And I don't know what's going on, but DauT can't push at all, and Mr. Yo is still holding a little bit the position as the +3. He has to be careful with those kills. I think it's a small advantage there for DauT that he need to go back because the numbers are better for Yo. The score difference is almost nothing. Villese difference is only 5, and with more archery ranges, DauT is trying to reinforce more and more military. The rams are coming. They are great because they attract all the arrows, but only have 1. And they are doing basically the same units, Nelly, but it looks like in the bank at least more economy for the Lord.
Yeah, well, he had the economy a bit earlier. Both players went for all the eco upgrades instantly, so nice choice there. And ooh, look at that, more Mangleds here by Mr. Yo. Quite surprising to me, even adds more Siege Workshop. DauT is coming in with capped rams pretty soon. Nice amount of skirms here. He's winning those fights. Look at that, 32 against 19 skirms on the field.
Look at DauT, guys. Remember, he's the current champion. Who will think that we will say this? But he's the current champion of the tournament, LA. So he's trying to show that position here to Mr. Yo. Hey, Yo, you might be considered top 4, but I'm the current champion in the Empire Wars Red Bull Wololo 3. So I'm going to try to dominate you, man. And this is what he's trying. But the score, it's telling not the same. It's telling that now Mr. Yo is taking the lead. No. Oh, he's switching all the time, LA. How close the game it is.
That's actually true. I didn't even think about this one. I just love those 2 players so much that I was already hyped for this match. But this is actually a battle of the champions, right? Red Bull Wololo 1 winner against 3 winner. And that's already that early on in the group stage. Pretty damn crazy. DauT with a solid population lead here. Micros around. And, well, what's his story?
Nicky Billy here? Okay, it's Nicky Billy from DauT. Maybe he's gonna build something there. He got a lot of villages on those TCs, so now with the skirmishes, those skirmishes are going to suffer. Still, even if the score is so close, I have the feeling that this will be a massive advantage for DauT. Like, he got a lot more villages, military is more or less the same. I love the castle he did on the right, so he's controlling more and more map. And in the middle, there's so many units, but Mr. Yo, now, with 20 villages less, is able to mass more military. This Chinese player is just incredible, Nelly. Absolutely incredible.
Really well played here. And Mangonels are pushing this one back. I would think Siege Ram could come in. I feel like DauT is floating quite a lot of gold here that I don't really understand. Obviously, Skirms is the better unit. Maybe pulling those villages away could have been an option, but, well, now, once the Ram production starts, he will get that gold on the map.
Yeah, but look at the numbers. Siege Rams incoming for both players. I know that also a castle for Mr. Yo to defend his base. He's coming with the Rams. He's capping the Siege Rams a little bit faster, and then he can take down all the military buildings. He got the numbers, and he got the upgrades as well. I don't know how this is happening, Nelly. Really, 115 villages, 95, 20 villages more with the Vikings, but the production for Yo, it's much better right now. He got 48 army, 33 siege rams already there. How he's gonna be able to stop this now?
Oh, he's getting his own siege rams, but obviously outnumbered for now. Maybe that counterattack was a big mistake by DauT there. Lost quite a bit when it felt like he had a good snowball rolling through the center. Felt like maybe he didn't have enough siege to follow this one up, but don't get me wrong, it's still an incredibly even game.
Yeah, it is close, it is close. Let's see those numbers. The good thing for Yo is that he's killing, destroying, better say, so many buildings. So the production is gonna be a problem for DauT. It's true that he's trying to kill also some artillery now, like we can see with those rams. But there's all these skirmishes. Are we gonna see something else? Some berserker here, because the skirmishes are not gonna kill the rams, Nelly.
I don't think the economy is good enough, right? Both players do have easy ways into taking into Arbalest, and how many Berserks do you really need? I think 5 Arbalest behind those skirmisher lines should deal with small numbers of Berserkers quite easily. You need to have like 50 farmer setup and some time to breathe. At the moment, it's still army against army. I don't think you have the time for a tech switch.
Okay, it's gonna be complicated, that's for sure. And now, there's 2 trebuchets trying to kill the castle, only one. There's a small heal advantage there for DauT. The score is still extremely close. Villese defense is still there, and military numbers is getting closer. Now it seems that DauT is stabilized and is able to push it back, Nelly.
Oh, Mr. Yo preparing a switch here. He has 5 knights on the field, another one in the queue, and DauT obviously has no idea about that one. And for now, it's skirms exclusively. This could be a big surprise, but Mr. Yo actually, well, he goes for the Rams first.
Okay, let's see, because now the one who got Rams is DauT, but the Knights are gonna take over there, and he's trying to focus completely. Look how he's migrating totally against the skirmishes. The Knights will take the Rams. Those Knights have only the +1, but still they are enough to take the Rams probably. He's trying to focus with the skirmishes and the Knights, but in the meanwhile, skirmishes from Mr. Yo are doing the job. The problem is that Mr. Yo is gonna lose that castle. Those 3 trebuchets are shooting into the castle, and he won't be able to repair. He won't be able to repair Nelly, and also some raiding at the back. Whoa!
Oh god, that nice aggression indeed. Now 3 traps moving forward, and DauT, that was a massive win there for him at the side. And the Knights maybe were a mistake, right? You don't get bloodlines, you only had +1/+1 on those. That was a lot of gold investment. Maybe 5 Rams might have been the better choice here. And DauT is pushing in. He is hungry for the W.
Let's see what he's going to do. If he's gonna keep pushing, the numbers now say that DauT is almost in 200 population. Mr. Yo is even housed 51 army, 44 coming with the siege rams. A castle on the left. That's the 3rd castle. Obviously, Mr. Yo cannot see that one. He got heal advantage there. And the Lord, I know that there's a lot of fans from DauT in the chat. Might be very happy because he's looking really clean and smooth in this game, LA.
Yeah, neither player thinking about relics here. We are obviously going mainly for skirmishes and never really invested that much gold, so extra golds are still very reasonable to be picked off, and only now the 2nd armor upgrade. But look at that, DauT, he's preparing into some infantry. I think he will be switching into Berserks, but still only 32 farmers. I'm still questioning that.
Yeah, it's not so many. There's more Rams. You have to be careful. Never overconfident. That Ram is gonna take 3 trebuchets. DauT. Ay. That Ram is gonna make a lot of damage. Look at those trebs going down. Bam, down. Literally down. Oh, but kill it. Oh man, he went away just in the last second. Oh, he got it. He got it, and now with the Rams, you see all the villains there. Yeah, but now Mr. Yo is happy. Look at the score. It's because of those traps, because man, the score is still the same, and now Mr. Yo is pushing back again. 1 castle on the left, trying to hold.
Oh man, the intensity there is crazy, and 3 traps, obviously incredibly costly there, something DauT really didn't want to lose. And Lightcav, I'm not sure if they will provide too much here. DauT with the full Berserk tech, that just simply feels like the better option in the long run. Elite Berserk, obviously way too costly for him now, but gets the 3rd armor upgrade.
Yeah, but now the Villese number are getting closer and closer. 126 Villese. Mr. Yo is unable to put the numbers there. Relic count, I'm checking at the bottom right corner, guys. DauT 1 relic, so also a small advantage there. No relics for Mr. Yo. Still with the heal there. You won't finish the game with the skirmishes. You obviously need something else. But Mr. Yo is looking... Sorry, DauT is looking strong with the 4th castle now. If he, look at his resources, Nelly. If he spam those berserkers you were mentioning, then Mr. Yo won't be able to stop it. But then you check the score, and he's gonna thinking, this is scary. Mr. Yo is coming now with the Rams to the right side and trying to take this castle, and also adding a 2nd castle on himself in the bottom right corner.
Yeah, but look at the map control here by DauT. Feels like he has 70% against 30%, just so much more, and now Berserks are simply the killer unit. Yo needs to get onto Arbalest here, but, well, then again, DauT has so many skirmishers. DauT found a pretty nice timing, but loses another castle at the left-hand side. I still think that Berserks out of 3 castles with this relatively low economy should be enough.
Yeah, but now the Arbalists are coming. Mr. Yo notice right away that he needs to switch. Arbalist upgrade. Obviously, he doesn't have a lot of gold, but the Arbalist might be okay against the Berserker for sure. But the problem is Berserkers and skirmishers. So many skirmishers. 54 military for DauT. Mr. Yo 23. Still, DauT doing an amazing game here, trying to get the lead in this series.
Holy moly, what a brawl here from those two players. And Skirms trying to save themselves, Berserk dealing with all those rams. And just think about it, those rams going down means fewer Arbalists will be on the field. The first 3 Arbalists of the game on the queue now for Mr. Yo. I think Berserks might get out of control. Look at that, 22 on the field, more on the queue.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he can't not catch up the numbers. And now with those army, Nelly, with those units, Berserkers and skirmishers, I mean, if you get Arbalists, how many skirmishers you need as well to counter? He has no numbers at the moment. And I don't know if he's going to give him time. He's coming with Rams. He's coming with the trap. This can be the definitive battle now. 500 score ahead. This is super intense. Bringing a relic as well. Mr. Yo there with that monk. And this push can be the game, Nelly. It's looking strong here for DauT.
Well, indeed it does. A solid population lead, way better unit, getting all the crucial upgrades. Now goes to the production. Trap is trying to go for that castle again, and now we are getting in deeper and deeper into Mr. Yo's space. I can't see how Yo's stopping this.
Yeah, well, it's impossible. It's really, I mean, not impossible, but 74 army, 26 doing the blast furnace for Mr. Yo, but for what units? He doesn't have any military, any infantry. Well, the few light caps maybe, but this is domination. DauT, guys, DauT. He's gonna get the first game versus Mr. Yo. I don't see how he can stop this. And the Lord again, one more time in the Red Bull Wololo is on a good form and looking so smooth yesterday. And also today, GG will play Nelly.
Oh man, and this is a game where I would have thought it should have been better for Mr. Yo. This is pure meta. This is mirror matchup on basically Arabia. And holy guacamole, did DauT play this one well. The greed, defensive archery range, only 5 skirmishes. Then Mr. Yo overcommitting with his first archers. DauT got the kill, and from there on the better economy. Then struggled a bit with the manual defense, but the economy carried him. Earlier imp, nice upgrades, and then the better economy to get onto Berserks. Brilliant play by the Lord.
Amazing, really amazing. I'm happy to see so much the chat, guys. The first time that we reach in this edition the 10,000 viewers, nearly 10,000 viewers. What a coincidence with DauT playing there. What a real coincidence. Hopefully, guys, you enjoy. We have seen how Mr. Yo got a better ratio kill KD. Well, in theory, because the kills he was doing, DauT was definitely better. We can go and check the economy and we can try to see if we can analyze a little bit better why DauT got this solid lead. Because the food and the goal, nearly, it was all the time, I wouldn't say much ahead, but slightly ahead at least.
Yeah, also both players getting all the upgrades. It was really smooth for him. Everything really clumped up. And, well, it went for fewer knights as well, right? Knights really cutting into your economy there. And DauT with the defense looking pretty strong. Didn't have to invest into any upgrades there. And 10,000 viewers, really nice. Remember who was there when Age of Empires 2 for the first time ever broke 10,000 viewers?
I don't know who was. I don't know. But it wasn't because of me that time, because I also got close to me. One smile boy, Nelly. But the hippo was also there, The hippo that you see behind that was also there. Well, you bring also put there. So we are so happy that now we are getting these kind of numbers, Nelly, more often. That's the good thing for the game.
Indeed it is. What's also good for the game is that Mr. Yo will now be able to show what he has in store when it comes to having a home map. He is going for Ring Forest, and we did see Dogao playing crazy against Liereyy there with the Franks approach. What do you think we can expect of Mr. Yo?
I don't think that Mr. Yo is going to feel like any pressure. I mean, it's not that he's going to be bye-bye if he's losing. Obviously, he wants to win. And we have seen Mr. Yo yesterday he was at some point that was looking that he could lose the games, and he came back. I wouldn't be surprised. Sorry for DauT fans, sorry for you, Nilly, as well, that he can come back in this series. I mean, why not? But DauT is playing extremely smooth, honestly. I mean, yesterday he played so solid. Look how he won in a mirror matchup. Because what we were talking yesterday, in a mirror matchup, we always say the better player might show the skills. So is DauT better player than Mr. Yo?
Well, they didn't go for the same
you.
strategy, right? DauT outsmarted a bit, outgreeted a bit, outdefended a bit. But yeah, that is part of the skill. And DauT, he keeps surprising me. After, like, probably now more than ever, right? In the past, I'm obviously following him for like 19, 20 years now, and he was a crazy good guy in the past. But now looking over his shoulder and see how slow and how calmly he does stuff and how little he cares about stuff like quick walls, micro, execution, villager distribution, and then putting down such a performance again. He is a madman.
You remember Nilly, that's for the viewers because we have a short moment. You remember in the zone times when, because we were playing and we know each other also when my brother was there, Chicho. And you remember when you were messaging DauT and he never answered?
Yeah.
You could message DauT and he never answered. Never, ever answer at all. Like he's a special. He's a special guy.
Yeah, and the thing was, we still were doing it on MSN Gaming Zone, right? So it wasn't really a chat message. It was you send a text message, and then the picture was gone, and then the one text message was coming back, and it never came back. It never came back, man. It never came back.
Never came back. Never came back. I'm not gonna say when he was answering. You can imagine, but not too often. Not too often that DauT was answering. I think we're going to start in a moment. We can talk then a little bit more about the Ring Fortress. Benefit to Mr. Yo, that map?
So Ring Fortress has probably the most gold out of all the maps, right? You have the big gold clumps at the side, and that could be something really good for Eagle play, for Paladin play, for the big golden armies. And I think Yo is a guy who has shown that over and over again, how he plays with Elite Eagle Warriors, how he can go for Paladins in team games and in 1v1s alike. So I think this should be a really good one for him. Also, the base design isn't that easy, right? You start with a lot of walls that feel kind of useful, but are kind of unuseful, and you delete them in the end anyways.
And civilizations, because cavalry, I mean, the map they're not really close to each other in this one. So mobility over the range units, it's not so difficult to wall. Not because you got already that Ring Fortress, because potentially you can get many holes in that one. You have to be careful, but it should be okay to wall. So any civilization, depending how you execute, can be okay here.
Well, you need something, probably like early feudal age isn't that important, but something that's strong in mid to late castle age. So I think something with Cav archers could make a lot of sense. I think Tatars could be a good one here. You are going for Cav archers, you have a good transition into late Im, you can go for Kashik, and you can be greedy on the gold there. Relic control, therefore not that important, so maybe Aztec lose a bit in value. I don't know. I think this is one of the maps where lots of civilizations can be justified.
Well, we saw this civilization matchup yesterday with Liereyy and Dogao, if I'm not wrong. And now we have Franks versus Aztecs. And, DauT with the Aztecs, kind of snowball civilization. But Franks, we saw yesterday how a player like Dogao, who is a beast as well, beat Aztecs with Liereyy. So what we can expect? Similar gameplay from yesterday? Because it's exactly the same map, nearly. And the same civilization. And look at this, the webcams. Yes, guys, we were waiting for those face, and look at how both are looking. Very, very, very solid. And look at this, Mr. Yo. He's looking so good, Mr. Yo, Nelly.
He always looks in the webcam as if I did something wrong. As if he's disappointed in me. If I look at him. It's like nearly, did you really need to do that?
Okay. I'm looking, and we don't have the small trees, I think. But beside that, what do you prefer here? Aztecs or Franks? Resources are very close to the TC, gold and stone. The wood is what is a little bit exposure here, right? What then? Franks or Aztecs?
Well, I simply saw the execution of Dogao yesterday, right? So I think Franks are crazy good there. And
sorry that I interrupt you. Check the Villese number. I think this is admin restart. Check the Villese number.
34, 32.
That makes no sense to me. So it has to be an admin restart right now. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And we are reading it at the site. So yeah, this is indeed an admin restart. Take off the cameras again, and yeah. So don't get overexcited. But I can still answer your question, right? Franks against Aztecs here. While we see the archery range opening for Mr. Yo and double barracks by DauT. That's something we have to remember, because that's also knowledge that they will carry on into the restart here. And yeah, obviously players are now informed, but we are 2 minutes in the future compared to the game that we are seeing, so that spec cheating won't be a thing. And the question will be, how are we opening? I really liked the Dogao approach yesterday. 1 archer range, getting 2 crossbows, and then triple stable aggression.
Let's see, because the thing here is that you need a perfect execution. Because if you are not on point against the Aztecs, remember that they produce faster units, military units. I don't know if it's 10 or 15%. I think it's 15%. So you can mass a lot. And pikes and eagles, for example, combination, very cheap. They don't need, mainly gold. And Aztecs is great economy. So you need to play perfect with Franks, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's a tricky matchup.
Also, the question is, like, how will the monks interact in this matchup? DauT, he is known to be the greedy person. And Liereyy, he wasn't so much struggle yesterday because he did ATC before Monastery, didn't go with a mass amount of army, maybe even too many eagles over pikemen there. And then Dogao nearly threw it, in my opinion, by staying on 2 army too long, staying on 2 TCs for too long. So this is really complex when it comes to decision making, and also a simple wall fail could break this game.
Okay, now that we are not started yet, I asked in the previous series, guys, who you thought it was going to win. Now I'm gonna be even more deeply to you guys, to the viewers, who you want to win. I don't know why I'm doing these questions, Nelly, but if we don't know who you want to win this series, now you have to say the truth. People in the stream, put a number, capital letter if you want. It's okay. Oh my God, what a surprise, right, Nelly? Almost everyone put DauT, man. The hell?
Maybe you should ask again in Mandarin, DauT, Memp.
But I remember when he won the previous edition, he said something special. Even Liereyy wasn't too sad. Like, if I lose a grand final, I can deal better if I'm losing against DauT. Like, a lot of people was happy for him, right?
DauT is so liked. Just think about it. Like, after he did the Red Bull interview, he started streaming, and the stream simply showed his winning screen as well. And there were like 7,000 people going over to his screen, congratulating him. He is such a cute panda. You have to love him, and so many people are cheering for him. And oh boy, he's starting with early walls again. It feels like the first click in the game were those walls. And again, 29 against 27 villagers. Okay, let's restart this one again. I'm not getting excited here.
Yeah, what's going on?
Some people were confused earlier. Like, how do players know that there are villagers spawning or misspawning? We actually have them in Discord. And we have the admin, Crazini, in there as well. And he's basically telling them, guys, calm your horses, calm your eagle warriors. We will restart this one. The question is, how do you mentally do this? You're showing some strategies. This one again, DauT going double barracks. Let's maybe take a quick look at Mr. Yo. Did he change his approach? Oh yeah, look at that. Full wall this time. So he was
wall.
actually
No.
switching away.
Yeah.
Ooh, the mind
No
games.
military building. No military building.
Ooh. And this one will be shown again.
This is a pity for the players, obviously, but you know, this is a game, and sadly, it's almost impossible to control this, and it's a kind of awkward. You know, maybe they should change the host. Maybe sometimes it's bugged, or they should restart the game. I don't know. No, seriously, how you know why these things are happening? Because yesterday, except maybe one time, and it's not normal to have these kind of things. It shouldn't happen at all. So yeah, we're gonna see another restart in this one.
And there were so many practice games played as well, right? We had weeks of giving feedback and the maps have been changed over and over again. Just unlucky today. And we will get into a better game there for sure. And then again, the question is, how are we trying to go for mind games again? Mr. Yo, without an archer range, would have played the late stable now, but restarting this one.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because the players might think I do the same. I change the strategy, like mentally, it's put you in a position like, what I do now? I mean, I change the strategy, but well, it happens to both. So at the end, it's 50-50.
Yeah, like next level mind games, what we will see in the future. You see, okay, I'm spawning with 2 fewer villagers, and then you go for something like a Meadow opening with Franks. And then act like really upset that there was an admin restart and the opponent will be like completely confused what your initial game plan was.
Yeah, well, let's see. Maybe you can notice that you can, as a player, obviously you are not going to be checking, okay, I have all the Villese, but imagine that the one player is smart enough and they check, oh, this is wrong. I'm going to make exactly that. Because I'm going to go a weird opening, and you know already that it's going to be a restart, you know? It will be another level of mind game, like you say. 10 seconds, guys, 10 seconds, and we're going to start. Obviously, the same civilization. Sorry for this inconvenience, but that is out of control for everyone. It can happen. And even more time to bring some people into the stream and see the France versus Aztecs going on a match that if DauT is winning, it's going to be relaxed all the week. I'm going to be trolling like, I am in the quarterfinals, guys. Relax it. Winning versus Yo and versus Nicov. So you have to deal now with DauT. But the game is about to start. There you go. We are getting there. And hopefully now it's going to be the definitive to see this one. Yes. Woo-hoo. Now we can go. Now we can go nearly 28-28. Look at Mabu, how he pointed out absolutely everything. And Aztecs are in the south or on the right side, according to the mini-map. Mr. Yo in the north on the left, red player, and is Walling on the right. And I'm very, very curious to see now what red is going to do. RGB range. He has changed in almost all the 3 openings there, nearly.
Yeah, interesting that he's going for that one now. Not sure if he thinks DauT saw it, maybe rethought of it as well. And, well, with some harassment here, Eagle will come around. DauT obviously did start with a Spearman that should scare this one away. Oh, even follows up with some more Eagles and an early market.
Okay, he has a couple of Eagles. Is he doing a second barrack? I don't see that coming yet. So he's not doing any older military building, right?
Yeah, not for now. So this one will be an even greedier fast castle approach. 2 Eagles trying to chase this one down. Yeah, market blacksmith play will be his approach. And yeah,
okay, he's going for that greedy approach. Okay, on the left, he might try to make some damage. Remember, guys, that the wood is very far from the TC. You have to be really, really careful to don't get any hole or a bad spot that could make a lot of damage. But right now the archers are coming and this is going to be a surprise. It's true that he doesn't have a lot of archers yet, only 2 archers, and he got an eagle, so the micro need to be on point, need to take that spear, and then he will focus in the eagle, his wall, so he shouldn't have a real problem. But the spear is down. Is there any hole, Nearly? I think his wall completely.
It's like I won't rule out that there are some holes here. I don't see any right now, but this is so many hills, it's so many pre-prepared walls. I have no idea. And eagle numbers at 4 right now goes for armor, and then he thinks he can take this engagement. And well, that's keeping Yo a bit away from his base, but also will delay his castle age timing a bit.
Okay, has more arches now. That's a little bit more risky. Definitely, the resources are looking smooth for both players. As you say, he's gonna be a little bit delayed. He did the +1 into those seagulls, but still, Aztec's economy nearly is amazing as well. They carry more resources, and but then in Castle, it's Knight and Crossbow like Dogao did yesterday. Seems
I think that makes sense, right? Why would you go for Franks if you are not going for lots of knights? So it feels like a reasonable approach. Cast edge timings will be relatively close. DauT now trying to take the fight. No, he is not. Obviously, Eagles in Feudal Age, not the fastest.
But DauT has sacrificed economy. Look at the idle TC. Almost a minute. And that's why he's 2 Villese behind. So... Yeah. Okay. No. No restart. Don't troll, man. Don't troll me, man. I was checking but I was checking Discord nearly. I was like, what? You got me, Nilly. You got me. Titanic. Well, he's going back with those arches and the spears. Guys, I almost was going to close my own game, you know? Archery rain. Let's see the stable. The stable need to be up there. And 6 Villese on goal is not enough. He need more, Mr. Yo, on goal to have a solid military numbers in Castle Age.
I'm a bit surprised by that. He probably has his 4 villagers walling. They're all pulled away from gold. Berries will run out pretty soon, and then he can send them over, maybe drops a TC there. And I really want to see a second stable. Look at those walls. He's just ignoring the first layer of walls and is building his own layer after that one. Interesting approach. By the way, behind this, DauT obviously committing heavily to 1 TC play after selling his stone.
Well, he doesn't trust in Krasini anymore. If you don't know, Krasini is the map creator. He's telling, I don't believe in those walls anymore. I have to make my own walls as well. There's going to be a hole. There's going to be a completely hole there. And now he is going to be safe completely. Double stable. How many villages on goal he has there? 12 now. He put a lot more. Oof. There's gonna be so intense battle now in Castle Age. 900 foot, crossbow, Bodkin arrow, and obviously knights, Eagle Warrior, now the micro. Need to be on point for both, but in my opinion, even more for Mr. Yo, Nilly, because the Eagles are really a snowball civilization, so you need to kill a lot of units here, otherwise 3 barracks already, right? This is something that Liereyy didn't make yesterday, Nilly. He didn't have the 3rd barrack right away.
He did go for the monastery there, which DauT is going for as well, and obviously the early TC, which might have cost him quite some control early on. DauT knows that he does not want to underproduce. Probably just wants to group up, wait for the 2nd armor upgrade, wait for the speed upgrade, and then thinks about engaging.
Okay, he's coming with the crossbows. He cannot see yet the crossbow, but he knows that he's gonna bring it. There's so many eagles already. He's 14 eagles with squires and +2. I mean, it's completely different approach from yesterday games. If you guys watch it, you saw how now the players are playing completely different. It's good to compare because we can analyze even deeply how both players are playing and taking better approach than yesterday. And I really think that this is a better approach from DauT, and he really has to be careful, Mr. Yo, because the amount of farming, even with more army, oh man, those eagles. And now a monk as well. Oof, and double with axe use now. This is looking a scary army composition, in my opinion, for DauT.
I'm surprised how many spearmen Mr. Yo still has. Oh, well, maybe those were the 2 initial spearmen that he built early on. And eagles, well, if they take some hits, that's not too bad for them. Monk can obviously heal them up. DauT doing a reasonable job of getting the resources on the map. 6 knights only. I would love to see some more. 2 stable, that's the big difference to Dogao's approach from yesterday.
Yeah, and Nilly. Not even an armor upgrade for those knights. Not even an armor upgrade. He need to go back. He can't fight with that military. He can't fight with that military. He need to wall. He definitely need to wall. He need upgrades. Mr. Yo doesn't have the numbers right now. He can't afford a bad fight here because DauT can make a snowball game and destroy obviously his wall and trying to get those Eagles away from his economy. Now he's going with the knights. Obviously, he's going to maybe try to raid. The monks are going to convert. 1 knight converted. Probably a 2nd knight is going to be converted. No, that was a bad micro for DauT because he should have converted 2 and he converted only 1. So he used both monks in the same unit. And now he's taking another monk. forward. And with those knights, he's doing a better job now, Mr. Yo, but the military numbers definitely better to DauT.
Yeah, but as you can see, military value is relatively close. 2k against 1800 there, and that's what matters here in the fight against the Eagles. And Mr. Yo will clear this one up. He's playing this one really well, stalling out DauT, and DauT couldn't really dictate the game yet.
Yeah, he couldn't, and now he's trying to take that archery range. He couldn't. He has quite a lot of crossbows. He's trying to take the monk. He's gonna convert. No, he's picking up very good fight right now, Mr. Yo, Nelly. Mr. Yo is killing a lot now. Look at that KD. Look at that KD. But even with that KD, it's still a scary amount of Eagles. Now he's going in with the knights, trying to raid the economy, and Mr. Yo with the counter-attack, and now a Skillbard in armor, trying to do the job, but those Eagles, if they get inside, it's gonna be deadly, and that's why he's gonna drop a house right there.
Yeah, but still, the other wall could maybe, if the other house isn't finishing. No, I think, oh god, there's such a good defense here by Mr. Yo. And DauT, he did buy a ticket to the Monk RNG lottery, but, well, not a lot of winning tickets there for sure. Quite unfortunate when it comes to his conversions.
Oh, and they're raiding at the back with the knights. He has a knight also on the right. There's raiding the lumberjacks. There is also with more knights going to find the goal. The knights are faster than the eagles, so he can hit, go back, he can hit, go away, and do the damage. Villese killed 6 Villese. He's now 11 Villese behind, 22 army, 29. Mr. Yo doing a really good job, but Aztecs are Aztecs, and now he's taking all the knights, and in front is still scary. Those eagles trying to take the blood.
Oh man, and yeah, such a good defense here by Mr. Yo. Also plays this double TC. I like that he didn't go for the third one yet. This fight, I think, with this small hit advantage could be better for Mr. Yo. Crossbow dealing the damage behind this one. Okay-ish micro, and DauT needs to disengage. Looking really good for Mr. Yo.
Yeah, he's looking great. Remember that he still have no +2 knights. Imagine when he's doing the +2, Nelly. It's gonna be lovely for him. Still good numbers for DauT in terms of military, 32, but the economy difference is starting to be very, very big. He can't lose those knights, though. He can't lose those knights, and he will still take some relics, probably. You don't want to let also the relics control to the Aztecs with the crazy bonus they get. Wow, playing very smooth here, Mr. Yo. And now this is on another stable. He's gonna go full army in Castle Age, Nelly. It seems so.
Oh, makes sense, right? He knows that his opponent did go wild. He was in the back of DauT's eco with his knights, so he knows DauT is 1 TC. So the only way Mr. Yo is losing this game is by underproducing army. So I love that he's adding more stables.
Oh, he's gonna pick up another monk. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, he's taking so good fight, Nelly. Look at the KD now for Yo, 38-15. 38-15. It's true that they asked, but what? DauT is on the way to Imperial, man. I mean, on the way to Imperial, DauT with Eagles +4. I don't know if this is going to be a no, because obviously he's 17 villages behind, but he managed to have a crazy economy. Now, walling with palisades there, need to definitely save those villages, because he has no village at all, Nelly. So if he's losing those, then disaster. He's gonna lose a village, maybe not. He's walling in the last second, and now he will have resources in Imperial to make the average and dominate. Want to see Imp and GG well played, or you think it's not gonna be possible?
Well, we will see. Knight numbers are still looking pretty solid. 14 knights on the field, 8 more in the queue. I think he can deal pretty well, even with Elite Eagle Warriors here. He knows what DauT's plan is, right? Score is incredibly low, so Mr. Yo should be reading this one. Just continue building knights and control the gold spots, and you should be looking good. Maybe you can even dwindle down those eagle numbers before he gets to Elite Eagles.
Okay, do you think that adding some pikes with the pike 1 armor, it will help a lot? With the pikes +4, maybe, but it's 9 farmers only. 9 farmers, 30 farmers. He need to raid, and then what? You just go full in all army from Yo? Yeah, another TC.
DauT has one single chance. Wait for Elite Eagle Warriors and hope that Mr. Yo is taking a bad fight. And Mr. Yo is trying to run around, trying to make it tricky for DauT to react. And DauT's army might even be out of position once he gets all the upgrades. Yo committing even more. 4 stables, fully producing. He is not taking his foot off the gas.
Yeah, and also instead of the +2 +2 armor. He's doing the +2 attack, trying to make the kills faster. This is so many units for both players. Total aggression game going, and now those Eagles going back. He's gonna make the +4 or the Elite Eagle Warrior.
He has to go for Elite Eagle Warrior.
Yeah.
Not enough food. Bought some food. No, not enough gold. And Mr.
man.
Yo's diving. This is the worst timing for DauT. No.
Need to be careful with that battle. He's gonna take the battle. It's gonna be a big battle here before he's doing the Elite Eagle Warriors. He doesn't want to take the battle because the upgrade is coming 30 seconds. But in those 30 seconds, Mr. Yo is killing so many villages and also trying to kill as much eagles as possible. He's trying to get some kill advantage. And this battle might be the game for one or the other. Who is taking this one, Ellie?
Mr. Yo. Before Elite Eagle Warriors, it's not even close, man. 50 population to 100. Yeah, DauT did win it in the end, but he won't get onto any more numbers. Look at that one, 30 villagers losing more and more. And yeah, score is extremely misleading. Yo just needs to continue producing knights and he's fine.
No, he's not even needed because this is the 1-1 and we're gonna have a decider. Another decider. We're getting luck with the city. Is amazing. Amazing and smooth play by Mr. Yo here, Nelly. Wow.
Yeah, he got so much done there. The knights getting into the back gave him so much of information. Remember Frank's extra range on those knights for line of sight. So he knows, okay, this is one TC play. I know exactly what you are going for, DauT, and I will punish you so heavily. Beautiful timing, taking the big fight 30 seconds before DauT had the crucial upgrade.
Was amazing. Also, he didn't take big battles against the army during the early cast days. Remember when you were telling, I missed that he need more knights. He went for the raid, and he was picking up one monk here, a few knights. I mean, the small group from DauT at home, and that gave him a huge lead. Definitely military, you can see the kills. 95-40, one of the biggest difference in the ratio kill that we have seen in the tournament, probably. Economy, we're going to see how the economy was. Even if he wasn't Imperial, the economy was, well, important lead, man. Except the goal, look at that food. 3,000 almost more food, 1,200 more wood. And the social in Villese, we're going to check now with Mr. Mapu. It was a lot, but don't worry, guys. Now we're going to see the APM. APM, we want to see DauT APM. Everyone want to see that. Let's check the APM there. What? Mapu? Okay, thank you. We want to see the APM there. Well, DauT has been with the APM ahead to Mr. Yo for quite a while, Nelly. Look at that. Except one spike there around 15 minutes. Look at this.
Look at how low the eco APM is. Like 11? I'm not really sure what that means. Like, did he only do 11 clicks for his economy that were actually efficient in per minute? It's not a lot.
Well, I don't know. Mr. Yo have Mr. Yo have 10,
10.
so I mean,
well, you see how heavily army focused this game is there with all the eagles running around and taking the fights. Oh man, DauT now with the chance to still close out the set by picking his own home map, and he is going for Frigid Lake, a map that we have seen plenty of times in Red Bull Wololo. I'm excited to see how this one will play out and excited to see what civilization they're going for.
Khmer for DauT in this one?
I don't want to talk too much. I know which strategy he's playing. Like,
okay.
Yeah. So you can theory craft a bit if you want to.
I don't have a co-caster. Neil is gone. He shut up now. He know the secrets, but he don't want to share, guys. He don't want to say, well, I think Khmer might be a solid one here. You can locate farms all over because in Frigid Lake under the TC, if I'm not wrong, you cannot, if I'm not mistaken, you cannot drop any farm there, but you got the fishing ships. Maybe Indians can be a solid choice as well because of that reason.
Yeah, you only have like 1 or 2 shorefish around the TC, so that's not really giving you too much. Khmer are considered to be one of the strongest. Often did we see Byzantines being mixed in there as well to contest the center a bit easier. And yeah, the other civilizations obviously still pretty standard. Vikings would be, but obviously now not an option by both players. to me, it feels Frigid Lake is kind of wallable, and I've seen often long games, so I kind of want something with hussars as well.
I know what civilizations are. The game is about to start in any moment, and we have Khmer, yes, but not for DauT. For Mr. Yo. For Mr. Yo, and DauT is with Tatars. We are about to get in there, and you can see, guys, definitive game from this series. Khmer, Mr. Yo, red on the left, as you can see, with the archery range opening, and DauT with Tatars in the south with no buildings. Nearly?
No buildings. Yeah, what can I say? What can I say? It's just, guys, sit back and enjoy. That's what I can tell you.
Wow. Okay, so he's gonna make some special strategy. He's gonna try to probably sell the stone, and then in like 3-4 minutes he will go up to Castells. Nelly, I'm reading this, like trying to go up very, very quick. He's not even doing double attacks, so it's looking the approach here is as soon as possible Castells, and then full cav archers. Look at this. Ha!
Full market abuse here is selling the stone. But only one palisade here. Probably would have liked to see a house there, but obviously, again, it's only one archer. You can still make something happen. Double house behind this one, and is fully walled at the 2-minute 40-second mark here, and only 200 foot away from clicking up. Did add a spearman himself, buys himself a bit more time. Meanwhile, we see Mr. Yo with a really wild aggressive dog.
Wow, he's doing the Dogao already there. Let's see, because Khmer got some crazy economy. DauT is clicking up to Castells 3 minutes. In 5 minutes, 6 minutes almost, he's gonna be in Castells. Now archery range, and this is starting to remind me those crazy strategies from the Red Bull Wololo 3. Full preparation from the Lord, and trying to put out some crazy strategy.
DauT had a hole, DauT had a hole.
Oh, no. He got a hole. Well, but the TC is there. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You see, I infected you, Nelly, because people tell me, Memp, you overhype things. And now I'm quiet, man. And now he's nearly infected with the hype.
I'm getting nervous.
I'm getting nervous. Neil is getting there. It was the TC. Don't worry, guys. TC, but he's trying to go around with those arches. Double archery range behind the TC. And... okay, I think it was a trap, man. It was like on purpose. DauT did it on purpose. Come in, baby, and then you will hit the town center.
Maybe. It felt like he shift-clicked the villager a bit too early there. Fletching now coming in. 2 archer ranges already out, and Mr. Yo adding his first fishing ships. Tries to go around with 1 archer, but a skirmisher should be able to defend this.
Yes, I hope this decided game. I really hope. I don't know if there's some problems with the webcam. Hopefully we can get them, because we want to see their reaction, how focused they are. I don't know if this is that they don't have webcam now or whatever, but the castle age is almost going to be there. And Mr. Yo getting close to go up, but still... how do you stop now those cav archers with Botkin arrow, 2 farmers? But this strategy, I start to feel that it's kind of tricky. The economy for DauT, it's at the limit. But it's also true that he has a lot of Villese on wood and a lot of on gold. And what you need with cav archers, Nelly?
Well, wood and gold, obviously. 3 archer rangers now producing. Mr. Yo, solid timing for himself, though, is now clicking up to the castle age himself. Needs to make sure to not lose too many archers himself. DauT, the big question is he trying to move out already, or does he wait for like maybe 4 CA before he moves out? Ooh, still a hole there. DauT wants to chase.
Yeah, well, let's see what is going to happen. He still didn't wall. He's on the way to castle age, but you think it's an oath to make damage? Like, I'm skeptical a little bit.
Okay, well, let's see. Obviously, if Mr. Yo has 1 single hole, the game is kind of over. It's walled with a tree there. I don't think DauT will send a villager, though, but he will, just ramp up those numbers. This is still open.
Yeah, he need to wall there, but DauT is not going because he thinks this happens a lot. He thinks that Mr. Yo has wall everything already, which is not the case. He's gonna make is another archery range or is it stable? No, it's stable now. He still have the numbers. Mr. Yo is holding well. He has +1/+1. This trade is good for Mr. Yo. I don't know what you think because those units are very expensive for DauT. And his skirmish is taking quite a lot of those scalp archers. This is a really great trade for Yo there.
But Yo wanted to upgrade those units, right? He soon will reach Cast Age without anything, while DauT is building up his CA numbers here. More skirms in the queue. I think if he wanted to go for double stable switch, this one would have been nice. But if he wants to stay on skirms, now without any numbers. Look at that, military 12-1.
Yeah, now he's doing the Botkin arrow for what? 0 military, right? He delete 1 lumber camp. He wanted to make probably a TC, but he has no wood. Surprise, no wood. And now what? TCs, another stable, a siege workshop to make scorpions, but look at DauT raiding the lumberjacks, and now Mr. Yo with more villages, yes, and Khmer, but no military at all. This is very complicated. Masterpiece here for the Lord. Look at DauT. DauT with a full army aggression here, Nelly. Full
and
army aggression.
One elephant won't cut the chase there. Yeah, full army indeed. 19-6 military now. Villagers trying to wall this one off. Buy some more time. Elephant without any armor though. CA will be reasonable against that. And now breaking in at the top. 3 skirmishers won't be enough. Getting the second armor now. Make it 4 skirms.
It won't be an out. It won't be an out. He's trying to bring more, but those scalp archers are going to do the job. Not anymore. Need to go back. That elephant is working well for him. At least, I mean, he's getting time. And obviously, what Mr. Yo need now is to get the army numbers. And with all the upgrades, it should be more or less okay because he is still ahead in villages.
Oh yeah, slight advantage there for fishing ships, obviously helping him out quite a bit as well. DauT a bit sloppy that he didn't go for that. Maybe didn't expect the dock placement over there, maybe goes for it now. But he is annoying, and Mr. Yo, simply with this map design, still without a single safe woodline.
Oh, let's see that demo. That demo is in a dangerous position. If he's sending, he can do a lot of damage. If he's sending the demo, there is a demo there. He's gonna send it or not? He's gonna send it or not? The demo is coming. Let's see if DauT is gonna see. Ooh, he noticed, and now he's going back. No damage, but at least he put him out of position. Those skirmishes are so cheap. That's the good thing for Yo, guys. The skirmishes are cheap, but now he doesn't have a lot of farmers either with Khmer. 7, he lost demo, and 7 farmers, 12 on gold. 33 villages on wood. That only means how much damage DauT is doing. Look at that economy. I mean, what economy got right now, Mr. Yo, nearly? No farms at all.
Yeah, he has 1 single farmer, not even that anymore. 4 fishing ships, that all the food income he has. He can't produce too many skirmishes here. Bloodlines, I think, might be even a questionable thing. Yo, he is looking in a horrible spot here. Military look 3-1.
Yeah, definitely. The village numbers still similar because it's only 1 TC for both. But at this point, Nelly, why not going full scorpions? Like, seriously, we all know Khmer scorpions are so great. You have a lot of gold, good amount of wood. He's doing another TC, which for me make no sense. You don't have food to produce village from 1 TC. You're gonna have food to produce for 2? Definitely not. Oh. You need to make numbers in military, and you are not doing any numbers and now trying to make a second TC. I don't like this decision for Mr. Yo.
It's also to protect the villagers mainly there, but yeah, obviously some more farmers would be nice. CA, nice awareness there by DauT, still taking reasonable fights. Now with the hill advantage, some of those CA doing so much there. Villagers, as you mentioned, relatively even. Finally, we see some more farms drop. Mr. Yo actually holding this reasonably well, but DauT still in reasonable control.
DauT is taking almost everything and now raiding more villages, 3 villages here and there, killing absolutely everything, going around, being so damn annoying. He has ballistic, guys. Remember, those scalp archers got right now only missing the bloodlines. He got ballistic, he got thumbprint, he's doing another tone center, but he's still losing villages. He has TCs, but he keeps losing villages, and now DauT is ahead in the village numbers as well. Really, this DauT is right now in a domination mode. I'm not telling total because this only happens when you are going to win the game.
Okay, sounds
don't
fair.
Want to fail. Don't want to fail, Nelly.
Game is kind of stabilizing though. Even worker count here. Demo, not sure. Maybe could do some damage there. And DauT kind of realized, okay, I won't end this game with the CA. He's kind of forced to build a second CC behind this. Yo, nice reaction going for full skirmisher play.
Yeah, and he has balanced the economy quite a lot. That's why now he's able to have a solid amount of farms for Khmer 3 TCs. You want to have like, what, 5-8 farmers from each town center. He has 14 now, 3 TCs, so right now he's looking more solid. It's true that some of that food is the 4 fishing that now he's being denied for those scav arches, but the skirmishes are going to be there. Man, Mr. Yo is stabilizing in an incredible way. Look how the numbers are looking now, Nelly. Crazy game already.
Oh yeah, this is such a nice defense by Mr. Yo, reading into this one so well. Full skirmish is just the right approach, and yeah, we see 4 fishing ships still working. That's something that DauT could have maybe dealt with earlier. Maybe one CA there next to the dock could have helped out. Obviously at the start, every single CA matters so much that he felt like he couldn't really afford it. Now an aggressive Siege Workshop demo.
Demo there. Ooh, well, he take one Cav Archer, no more. He's trying to go with the Siege Workshop. He can't go aggressive. DauT is trying to go aggressive, but right now he can't. He's doing the Bloodlines, so those Cav Archers are fully upgraded. Now, Mr. Yo, I think he needs Siege Workshop himself.
Oh yeah, could be a thing. Maybe, huh? I think ballistics is the most important thing actually.
Oh yeah,
now.
that for sure. Yeah. I missed that he doesn't have that. Yeah, ballistic here, it will be lovely because they will catch up those Cav Archers much better. But Villese difference now is stabilized with 2 Villese ahead. Either TCs for both players are more or less close because Joe has 5 minutes, but he has 3 TCs, so more or less the same. As you can see, the farming, it's working really well. Siege Wars up there now for Mr. Yo. Amazing game so far, really, this one. I mean, lovely play by both, really. Top.
It's important that DauT doesn't run to the... Ooh, that could be really bad for him. He's running to the left-hand side here. Won't find too many more villager kills, and the skirms could trap this one. DauT needs to run more to the top. Or is he trying to dive in? That would be weird.
Yeah.
That would be so unlike DauT.
Couple of villages down in the south. Those skirmishes now getting the hill advantage. Remember, guys, the hill advantage bonus from Tatars. We remind every time that we got it there. But sadly, there's not so many hills. Mangonel is coming. This is Siege War Sub, and this is a second Siege War Sub. Gonna lose the Villian? No, he didn't lose the Villian. Now the Mangonel got it. You don't want to lose the Mangonel. You don't want to lose the Mangonel. Need to pay attention there. And is that another Siege War Sub or the University? I don't know. I couldn't see that one. But oof, so intense game. That's the University, so you need the ballistic there, and if he's doing now ballistic with 23 farmers, Khmer economy getting to a point that they can start to dominate Delhi.
Oh yeah, that's problematic for DauT here, and I felt like the opening went so smoothly for DauT, found so many villager picks. Maybe a transition into 1-2 knights earlier could have been something. Maybe the Siege Workshop earlier before the first archery range, but so tricky to say. Yo, just transferring his villagers quite easily. And also remember, if we get to the late game, Tatars are looking pretty strong as well. Crazy Hussars, crazy CA, and if there's a crucial hill in the center, DauT will easily take that.
But I have the feeling that Mr. Yo is gonna start to make full army now. You can see how he's doing a skill bar in armor, adding more stables. He might feel that for the now castle, its aggression might be great for his civilization, and with a lot of skirmishes and going full knight and some siege, how you counter that with Tatar's composition right now? Not gonna be easy, Nelly.
No, you need way more farmers. Either you get a lucky Mangonel hit, or you need some light cav in the long run, or knights for now. But I feel sitting back, preserving your CA numbers, and making a Mangonel go feels like the best approach.
Okay, we can see how those Cav Archers are going to join that. Mangonel is going to lose finally those 3 fishing ships. Bye-bye fishing ships. Let's go. We are down. But same Bard in armor. he's going to go all in. Mr. Yo is gonna go now another stable. We need to focus in this push. I don't know if he's gonna come with some ram, even more mangonels. I believe that he's gonna try to go all in right now. 44 military. Mr. Yo going with everything in Castle Age. And the problem with Khmer, I mean, if you go with this amount of army, you feel that it's a civilization. Ooh, mangonel shot. Not losing the mangonel here. And another good shot here, but a lot of knights, a lot of cavalry, so many units. Nelly, who has a better composition?
Well, the better micro for now is by DauT, and I'm not sure if I've ever said that one before in a serious broadcast. So, oh man, nice move here. Let's take a look. Another mangonel, 1-for-1, but now Skirm's really looking good. DauT gets another mangonel ASAP, but not in the queue.
He needs a castle, and he's doing the castle because right now, Mr. Yo has a lot more army. Those a lot of his skirmishes are doing the job. Fully upgraded with ballistic +2/+2. He's gonna be allowed castle? I don't think so. It's so many villages, but if he's losing those cavalries and many villages here, then the economy advantage is gonna be for Mr. Yo. I'm gonna get some map control. He's coming even with rams. He's going all in. Do you think it's enough? With the castle, he's going to be up to keep going. Rams. Nice skirmishes, and now he's going back. But map control now seems to... Ooh, another mangonel shot. No, you can't lose that one. And 28 farmers, he needs more farms now. Need a lot more farms, otherwise it's gonna be complicated. It's true that he's basically not doing any food units in LA.
Yeah, but eventually you want to get imp, obviously. You want to transition into units after that one. So for now it's fine, but thinking about the long game, that won't be too pretty. Now adding some Kashyyyks. So even in the short game, he needs some more knights. Oh, those villagers aren't doing too good.
There's some raiding. Look at those villages going down. Raiding more and more villages. He's taking quite a lot now. Mr. Yo, there you go. Village number is almost the same. Is he gonna keep going? Producing more and more army? Husbandry. And want to see on the left what is happening. Because on the left, we want to see what is gonna happen with that push. Skirmishes, mangonel, knights, husbandry. Time to raid Nelly for Mr. Yo. And the scores say that Yo is in a very good position.
Where can you really raid though? Lots of TC, CA, easy to defend if it's a one-dimensional raid. Let's take a look. That's a ballsy move if he wants to go through. Mangonel at the wrong spot, though, wanted to be on the hill. But Mr. Yo not committing right here. Mangonel needs to be saved.
The mangonel is gonna be down probably, he's repairing, but there's so many knights, those knights wanna kill that mangonel and then he will have to go back. Still nobody going up to imp. Those resources are not the best for DauT. A little bit unbalanced economy, 2,000 wood, and this happened because there's a lot of pressure by Yo. He's gonna take so many cavalry. Look at that mangonel shot, but he couldn't do it. Man, this is a very nice battle for Yo because he's taking so much value for those skirmishes. Now the Kashyyyk will do the job as well. He need to go back with the knights, and he sell now 1,000 wood basically, Nelly. 1,000 wood sell by DauT. And that castle, a solid one, close to DauT castle.
I'm surprised that he's going for this castle. What is this really giving him? He doesn't know that he has the faster imp timing. It controls some woodland that isn't that important, and DauT still has the hill. Or is that
it's kind of tricky, right? It's kind of tricky right now because imagine that DauT was in a position to be in Imperial faster, but the problem is he's really feeling that he's ahead. Only bad thing for Mr. Yo is that he doesn't have even horse collar, which is bad for Khmer, but he's on the way to Imperial when he's doing so many units, and then that castle is gonna be great because with this transition to imp, he will get DauT castle, and this is looking now very, very complicated for the Lord.
Yeah, and he is committing so much more into Castle Age, adding more Kashyyyk, more upgrades, to just go for more farm upgrades, and he simply knows, okay, this one is going to be a long Castle Age game, but oh boy, is he wrong. The question is, what is Mr. Yo going for next? Is it maybe switching to Halberdiers, or is he staying on Castle?
Let's see what he's going to do. I love that castle he's doing at home. Now he's securing his base. He has that castle in the south, the other one controlling the farming in the north, and he's going to go probably Hussars, Nelly. Hussars and skirmishes fully upgraded. Oof, that castle is gonna be up. Let's go to the north. It's gonna be a DauT castle. It's gonna be in time. It's gonna be in time. He needs more villages. This is many Kashyyyk and cavalry. He might take some villages there, but DauT is gonna be very surprised, Nelly, with the Imperial transition from... Oh my god, he converted 3 Keshik! And I was telling, it's gonna be very surprised for Mr. Yo transition to Imperial. But DauT is on the way to Imperial himself. He used the market as well. And this is an amazing game, Mr. Nelly. Amazing game from the start.
Just feels like Mr. Yo got a real good grip of it now, and Khmer is so incredibly good. Yeah, only 35 farmers, would love to see some more there, but food income is very reasonable, continues to go for more and more knights. The question is, can DauT hold once the Khmer player gets out the last armor upgrade and cavaliers?
Okay, let's see what is going to happen. They have all the upgrades from Castle Age, guys, only missing the +2 attack. The Imperial Age is gonna be there, probably he's gonna make Trebuchet right away, and conscription in the north castle. Let's see, he has a stone to make another castle as well. Oh man, but I don't see yet any upgrade for Yo. What is he planning? Upgrades, amigo.
I think it's Cavalier, maybe queued up behind some knights there. I'm a bit surprised, but that's certainly the unit that he wants to go for. Indeed, Cavalier is the choice there. And Keshik is fine against Cavalier. DauT won't mind that one too much. The question is, where will he really produce out of? Because the castle at the front likely to go down.
Okay. Well, let's see. Here they have another castle on the right side, but it's an old one castle to produce Keshik. Still have... DauT has quality army, more numbers for Yo because of the skirmishes, but the military from DauT, if he's able to make all the upgrades, and now those cavaliers got for free party and tactics, it's very solid, as you mentioned. So with a good micro, maybe DauT can put a good fight and come back. Oh, oof. But Khmer now 131 villages, 37 farmers, elite Keshik right away, and 60 farmers for DauT.
But only one castle after this one goes down.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem.
He's
production, right?
15 Keshik right now. He's taking to the right unit, I believe, but not with enough stone. Has 10 villagers on stone now. Compare that to 15 on the other side, and yet another castle for Mr. Yo as an option. We'll get onto 4, and then raiding is basically impossible.
Yeah, well, Mr. Yo is sit down himself on 200 population, coming with so many cavaliers. And we want to see how those cavaliers are going to deal with those cavaliers. Definitely they will eat. Where is the Keshik? The Keshik need to come. He's in the north, out of position, doing another castle at home. He's gonna be, Mr. Yo is gonna be well defended. He's in a beautiful position. And I don't know how he can come back from this. Population is still strong, solid for DauT, but we have to admit here, Nelly, that Mr. Yo is playing an incredible game, because he was in a position that we were looking like, wow, what a strategy by DauT. But Mr. Yo, wow, what a comeback.
Yeah, the defense is impeccable there. And I've seen practice games, I've seen how good DauT is playing with this threat. And Mr. Yo, he should be so proud of this calm approach with all the elite skirmishes here and how he played it after this one. And yeah, just a beautiful, beautiful game. DauT obviously still trying to hold on. Elite Keshik, a crazy unit. Potentially the best unit that both of those civilizations have to offer if we maybe discount the full elephants of the Khmer player. But oh god, raids over there as well. Down 60 population.
Yeah, down a lot population. It's behind, really behind right now. Those cases are amazing, and that's now why Mr. Yo is going back. But the 3,000 score difference is also insane. He's still ready. Gonna make another castle. He's selling, well, he can sell, look at the amount of wood. He can sell a lot of resources, Mr. Yo, because his economy now, with Khmer and with the aggressive position, it's an insane economy, Nelly.
Oh yeah, 135 villagers. No real queue right now. Could maybe think about a tech switch into Harvarders. Could be something if he sees, okay, it's only against Keshik. DauT loses another castle. Now back to 2 again. Takes a big fight here. If he loses this one, he loses this game.
Yeah, those cavaliers are probably too much. The cases are great. He's gonna make another castle there. And Mr. Yo is gonna be in the quarterfinals. And we're gonna have to see again next Friday in a best of 5, DauT versus Nicov, because Mr. Yo is not joking around today. And damn, after losing the first game, he's doing a spectacular third game. I would say now, after that gameplay, a brutal domination here by the Chinese player, because the strategy from DauT was amazing, really.
Well, apparently not amazing enough to crack Mr. Yo here, and DauT desperately trying to make something happen, but he could look at his population, pop 100 here, now even dropped lower, and he looks into the face of like 40, 50 Cavaliers here, just rampaging through his economy. Still, the long Kashyyyk fuel can't really do anything there, and Mr. Yo, wow, well deserved.
Oh. What the game played there! I mean, it was looking at some point. Remember when he reached Castle Age, nearly viewers? When Mr. Yo reached Castle Age, Sitaux army, literally. Sitaux army, because he lost those skirmishes in that hill that we were talking, oh, maybe it's a good trade. And you mentioned, hey, this is not at all because you want to have army. But then he managed to balance the economy, make 3 TCs, then start to spam his skirmishes, +2, was dealing with those. And behind that was doing a great economy. Then he put all the military numbers there. And from there, started to push back his opponent. And look how this game finished. I don't think DauT did mistakes. I just think Mr. Yo outplayed in this one. Don't know what you think.
Well, you know, I'm a very nitpicky German, so I will find some mistakes. For example, not killing those 4 fishing ships that were the main economy for Mr. Yo, right? At one point, Mr. Yo didn't have a single farm. He relied so much on those fishing ships. If those were going down, Yo had more problems. CA could have been spread out a bit better if he wanted to. Maybe a siege workshop earlier instead of the 4th archery range. Maybe even ballistics. That's something to discuss. But overall, an incredible game. And I think anyone out of the top 10 in the world dies to the strategy quite easily.
Yeah, but Mr. Yo is not the top 10. We can check back against the military and check Mapu that military buildings. Mr. Yo killed 27. DauT couldn't push ever to Mr. Yo in this game. He was trying to raid in the start. Then a lot of army, 65 in total, 39. We can go now back to the economy. Thank you, man. And with that economy, with Khmer, with more for DauT, but look at that food difference. 5,000 more food. 5,000 more food in not a super long game with 2k more gold and also 1,000 more stone. Already with 3 relics. Forgot to mention 3 relics. And in total, Villese at the end for Yo was as well. Well, it wasn't a big difference. It was the same, actually. But Khmer economy as well. And 5 castles, Mr. Yo controlling all the map. And the APM to finish the statistics. Whoa. There's some big spikes there for Mr. Yo. But this was the second series. How do you feel about this series, Nilly? Viewers, I think we have watched a really good quality series right now.
I loved it so much. Game number 1, simply the masterpiece, strategic, eye-to-eye, long game, very even. Could have switched any second with one single bad mangonel shot. Game number 3 with a crazy strategy. Game number 2, clearly prepared plan there from both players. We saw especially the beauty that we had Dogao against Liereyy with a similar approach, but somewhat different. Liereyy more of the boom approach, DauT going fully all in, like 43 villager high or something, and the great timing attack by Mr. Yo. Such a high level, and with what I saw, even though DauT lost, Nicov should be scared.
Okay, well, we're gonna have the interview very soon, and the Mr. Yo interview. Let's see what he's feeling about this victory. He's always very humble. Let's see what he's going to have to say to Mr. Riley.
Hello, yes, and welcome back to the desk here. Riley Knight joined by Mr. Yo, fresh off a win against the Lord himself. Yo, look, you're a world-class player, one of the best, but DauT is certainly an absolute legend of the game. How are you feeling going into this match, and did the match meet your expectations?
Well, I was quite confident because I practiced like a lot this week. So, and I wanted to take revenge because the last time I lost DauT, but after I lost first game, I was like, it's not easy. I was quite nervous. I was worrying about losing 0-2. But yeah, it's good to be back.
Yeah, I bet it is. I want to ask you about game one. In game one, it felt like both the two of you had a pretty similar game plan, but DauT was able to more or less enact that game plan a little bit better. Did that help you focus for game 2 and 3, recognizing, sort of the angles that you had to take to beat DauT?
No, not really. But I always, if I lose first game, I will always more relax in next games. I don't know why. Like first game, I was quite nervous, but in the next 2 games, I play more chill than before. And DauT's strategy was quite smart. It wasn't that similar because he went to skirmisher right away when I do archers. And I think my eco was behind too much in the game 1. So that lead to my loss in the end.
Well, anyway you slice it, a wonderful performance, and now we'll see you, of course, next weekend with a lot of momentum behind you. Congratulations, Mr. Yo. Thanks for joining us here, and the best of luck in the coming games.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good to talk to Mr. Yo there, of course, a world-class player and a world-class act as well, winning against the Lord himself, DauT. But the good news for fans of DauT, it means you get to see a little bit more of him as he will continue to play in some of these coming games. Now, I want to briefly talk about what we've seen so far in the group stage. We head back to match number 1 today. Of course, it was Nicov versus Sitaux, a classic matchup. We're going to come back to Vikings versus Ethiopians in just a sec. That was the game 1 there between Nicov and Sitaux. Bit of an upset win there. Nicov very aggressive. Sitaux skirmishers held the defence until the cavalry arrived, both literally and figuratively, and held the game there. Game 2, it was an Italian mirror match. Nicov got to imp first without really being punished for the slightly greedy play there. And as a result, it let Nicov get a powerful navy before Sitaux could amass to respond while he was still in castle, and Sitaux made a great push while Nicov made the galleon switch, but it wasn't enough in the end. In game 3, Koreans versus Tatars, Nicov and Sitaux respectively, and Nicov made a huge meta call here with an all-in Korean skirns, faster castle age as well, and Sitaux not pushing the slight advantage that he had with Scout's cost in the early game, let Nicov push to take the middle, and then of course 20% minus 20% military wood cost, Korean towers took over. Getting to him just ends the game there, and free tower upgrades, of course, so important. So, and then a quick recap, of course, of match number 2, so we can bring up the groups slide here to show you exactly how things have stood at the end of that one. Match number 2, DauT versus Mr. Yo. That's where we just finished there. DauT went a bit more standard with a 3TC boom, give him a huge eco advantage that he never gave back. Castle push also forced Yo to invest more in dealing with them so he could afford while fighting down the middle. Viking mirror match there between those two going the way of DauT. But things turn around in games 2 and 3. Aztecs versus Mr. Yo's Franks. And game 2 came down to DauT's inevitable vulnerability while upping to imp. Yo took advantage, pushed hard, got into DauT's eco about 45 seconds before DauT could deal with it. And then in game number 3, as we just saw, DauT and Khmer going down to Mr. Yo on the Tatars. DauT first managed to castle, wipe Yo's army out, and Yo unable to recover until late castle age. But Yo getting to imp first put DauT in a bad spot, and Yo castle pushing hurt DauT even more. DauT started to recover with the tech switch into Keshiks, but Yo's raids, while that happened, were just fatal. So that's where we stand at the end of match number 2. Now, interestingly, there's something I want to sort of pick apart here a little bit. Obviously, Age of Empires 2, an enormously historically accurate game, known for very, very faithfully reproducing historical events. Of course, we all know that, one of the great draws of the game. And for those of you who don't know, I actually have a background in history. I studied at university. I have a history podcast that comes out each week, halfasshistory.net, if you want to get across that. And so as a student of history, lifelong learner and as a student of history, I wanted to characterize one of the main matchups that we see in Empire Wars through the lens of historical accuracy that Age of Empires is so known for. And that, of course, is the battle between two of the very most popular civilizations in Empire Wars, in the game type, between, of course, the Ethiopians and the Vikings. Now, Vikings, of course, very much in the public eye at this point, a very famous period of history, the Viking era. But the Ethiopians, maybe you don't know too much about them. The Aksumite Empire rose to prominence after the fall of the Western Roman Empire, of course, in the 5th century, and really peaked around the 6th century, taking control of the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden, especially with trade heading off to India and the subcontinent. So this was an empire that really rose to prominence a long way before the Viking Age. And this confused me because, again, we know how historically accurate Age of Empires is. So I went in, I hit the archives. I blew the dust off of these tomes that are stored away in ancient vaults and tried to find out, was there a single time in history that the Ethiopians and the Vikings ever actually met? And the answer, I'm kind of disappointed to say, is no. By the time that the Vikings ever reached their furthest expanse of raiding and pillaging in the 11th century, the Ethiopian Empire had crumbled 100 years beforehand. So a bit of an aberration here. Of course, we all know that Age of Empires 2, again, very, very realistic battles shown with the gameplay there. But the top matchup of Empire Wars, Vikings versus Ethiopian, seems to be at a bit of an exception to the rule. They don't actually pass like ships in the night, those two civilizations, and never met once. Not even once on the battlefield, can you believe it? Anyway, we turn our attention now to our next series of games. We turn to match number 3, which is once again in the loser bracket here in Group B. We are looking at Vivi versus Dogao, the Chinese player facing off against the Brazilian here. Both these players going down yesterday. Not a great result for either of them. They'll be hoping to rally, recuperate, and get their fortunes back on track here as we head into this game. These two really do need to dig in and fight for their tournament lives here. And with everything on the line, I'm expecting to see the very best of the best that these two players are capable of doing. And I know in particular Dogao, with some pretty unorthodox approaches to the way that he plays the game and the full-throated support of Brazilians around the world, I know that he's going to really be able to perform this time. And we'll see what Vivi does as well. A very typical gameplay from Vivi. Everyone knows his characteristic gameplay style. So we'll see at the end of the day, once the dust settles, which one of these two comes out on top. I'm just waiting for confirmation that we are going to be able to go back to the casters and have everything be in readiness. But certainly our great pleasure to have you here as part of the coverage of Red Bull Wololo 4, a $30,000 tournament. This one spread over 2 weekends, and we hope to have your company throughout all 5 days of action. Riley Knight at the desk, of course, that's me, joined by Nilly and Mem in the caster booth shortly. And then later on, of course, Dave and T90 are going to take over. So we do very much appreciate your company. It's great to have you along for this weekend, and mark your dance cards for next weekend because, of course, the party is just getting started. Anyway, I'm told the casters are in readiness and the players are seated and ready to do battle. So it's back now to the booth with Nilly and Mem.
Thank you so much, Mr. Relay. I mean, educational streaming another level, Nilly. I mean, impress. What the host we got for the Red Bull Wololo 4. This Relay is definitely in another level. Lovely one, huh?
Nice history segment there. Obviously, Riley does have a history podcast himself, and is like really eager to accumulate knowledge. I would say, was talking with Dave early on about Canadian history, and that now he's trying to dig in and find it out. It's really, really nice. I'm personally not that surprised that Vikings, you can't get much more north, didn't really meet something that is kind of in the center of Africa, but good to know it for 100% sure that wasn't the case. And maybe we can make that a segment in the future. Maybe get some matchups, something. Maybe the players have to give the civilizations for game number 1 first. And they have to say, okay, now it is Magyars against Tatars. And then Riley has to prepare some history fun facts about that matchup.
Well, really, now you got the risk. Now you will need more lessons in the future. You started, and now you will have to finish with more lessons in the future. But people came from DauT casters and got some great lessons for sure. Now we can focus then into this coming up next game, Vivi versus Dogao. Who is the favorite for you here? Because with Vivi, anything can happen for the good and for the bad things. Bad things, or let's say, sloppy things, because sometimes it's a little bit not super constant, stable with the gameplay. He can make incredible cities and then maybe a little bit more sloppy cities. Well, what do you think?
This could go either way. I think it's pretty clear how well Dogao is going to play, and we can kind of expect a pretty straightforward approach from him. But Vivi, he could go and play his heart out and crush Dogao, or he could completely crumble, and Dogao is coming out quite easily with a 2-0. So I think this one is basically coming down like, what day does Vivi have? What strategies does he have prepared today?
Do you think if Vivi has today his best gameplay, like at his top of his level, he should be favorite over Dogao? If both play at their maximal level? Let's try to see the best scenario for both players. If they go in their best level, who is the favorite for you?
Dogao is my favorite in this one.
Still.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's just so good, so clean, and so good at dealing with early aggression. Just remember KOTD, the max against Dogao, set that we saw twice, right? And how easily he controlled his map and got into a very stable castle age against all this aggression from the max, walling pretty nicely against all the drushes. And I'm expecting some similar defense with like tiny walls against Vivi here from Dogao again.
Liereyy didn't have a easy series yesterday, but that was another story, because we are jumping right now into the game. Magyar's Vivi versus the Vikings. I have to tell you, Nelly, don't know what is better civilization for this matchup, but I love to don't see mirror. I love to see Magyar's, and we see Dogao. Don't talk too loud, Nelly, because Dogao is in the darkness. Maybe someone is sleeping. We have to be careful. The family might be sleeping. Guys, whisper mode activated. What is this? Vikings or Magyar's? Nelly, what you prefer here? Vikings so dangerous with the economy, but if you go aggressive with Magyar's, we have seen what you can do with Magyar's.
I think both are going for the better civs for them respectively. Vikings probably is the better civilization on paper, but Vivi loves the control, loves the aggression, and I think Magyars are suiting him so well.
Okay, don't you feel like when you check Vivi facecam that I love it, I feel that he's playing stress. I don't know, it gives me the sensation like that he's nervous, right? He just his face, right? But well, we can talk about that, because we see how Vivi is coming already aggressive. He's taking already one village, gonna take the second villager. Might feel stressed, but that doesn't matter. He's going aggressive, and he took 2 villages right away.
Oh, nice stuff here for sure. And Dogao walling the back first, thought he could defend nicely enough with his spearman. And, well, to be fair, he killed a scout and did lots of damage against the scouts. So those scouts are less scary than they normally would be.
Okay, you need to be careful going back. And that's the problem when you are facing the Vikings. He's already fully walled. But at least he killed 2 villages. Anyway, killing 2 villages probably is not that no. Oh, he walled in the last second. Okay. Is there any hole? I don't think there is any hole. Double attacks now. He sacrificed a little bit his economy to go really aggressive in the early game. And if we check now yellow base, we will see that he's walling nothing. Absolutely nothing. Archie range in front, 1 mil, taking the deers, goal a little bit exposed, and he's completely open. Signal of confidence, Nelly?
Well, he's had all the aggression, right? If he gets to 2 skirmishes here, he should be able to defend this one. Also, 6 scouts are really good with this. Only 2 spearmen, 1 already low HP. He will easily clear this one up. He didn't need any walls.
Yeah, he has to be careful. Those spears are doing the damage. I don't think this is a good trade for Vivi. He's losing a lot, in my opinion. It's true that he killed quite a lot as well, but the scouts are more expensive than the army Dogao is doing. And you want to use the scout for a better trade, in my opinion. He lost so many scouts there.
Well, yeah, it was misleading, right? The numbers didn't really reflect how much he had. The spearmen earlier, after the 2 villagers died, did so many hits against the scouts, so they were low HP. So this next engagement was always going to go worse. So I think it was a reasonable fight for both.
Okay, we can see how they are still... Now 3 villages ahead. Idle time on the TC almost nothing. We can see how both players are getting closer and closer to go up to Castle Age. But if they are almost at the same time. Castellage, with not so many units from the Vikings, I like the position for Vivi. With Magyars, remember, +2 attack for free, basically. He will have to make probably Bloodlines and Scalebard in armor, and, well, it's the position you want, to have even numbers and try to dominate in Castellage, because if the middle Castellage is going even, always the transition to him should be better for the Vikings because of the economy.
Yeah, but then again, if Mass Elite Skirm can defend against the aggression of the Vikings player in the very late game again, Elite Magyar Hussars will do so much.
Yeah. So well, definitely. Well, we have now the Horse Collar for both players. Goldmine and upgrade. He's trying to wall now something. He's still not walling anything. Nothing at all. This is crazy. Obviously, he didn't sell it. Now he started to wall. It seemed that he listened to us. And both got the stone. So no sell, no market abuse. They will be town centers. Probably one TC will be here. He's exploring. Now he's walling. Okay. He's walling now because he knows that the Vikings might be annoying with archers coming. And he's doing armor. He's gonna go. Why he's doing armor before fletching? Maybe he.
That doesn't really matter. Maybe he was lacking some gold. He might click it pretty soon, and yeah, indeed he does. Doesn't really matter that much. Maybe if I was okay against an early attack, I stall a bit more if I get armor upgrade.
So knights and skirmishes will be the better army composition for the Magyars players, at least right now in the early game, in the early Castellage.
Oh, well, this is going to be interesting. Elite Skirm has to come in, Botkin has to come in. I don't think Dogao can do too much. Lots of resources in the bank, but probably will see Skirms on a hill and has to back off.
Oh, he's in a great position there, now doing the Lee Skirmishes, Botkin, Arrow, Tone Watch. He need to go back. Great position there for Vivi. And we see extra Tone Centers for Dogao, extra TC for Vivi. It's an amazing Tone Center. You get the wood, you protect the goal. Great Tone Center for Vivi. With also Wheelbarrow. Very smooth play for both. Like, very correct for both players. Good amount of farming now for Dogao. And then when you see that many crossbows, potentially with ballistic, maybe also a siege workshop then, or you prefer ballistic for the skirmishers?
Ballistic for the skirmishes is what makes lots of sense. Siege workshop not really needed, but Dogao needs a second unit here. Either knights or mangonels will feel very natural. And yeah, as you can see, not going for the second unit, therefore elite skirmishers a bit more efficient than you normally see.
Okay, let's see. We have with the Wheelbarrow, the +2. Remember, guys, that the years close to Vivi and Dogao is just time limit. If the game finishes and nobody resigns, the one with the score lead will take the game. Now, being said that, we see 2 Tone Centers. The third TC as well. He's really well protected. Very, very smooth gameplay. Obviously, 5 Villese lead. But that TC, basically, almost all the resources are now protected for Vivi. Like, I don't see how. If he's definitely paying attention, he could get a really big damage. Let's see, because now I'm telling this, and now he's gonna kill. Oh, that woodline. Ha! That woodline is definitely exposed. If we go with the Fog of War to yellow, we're gonna see if he's gonna spot in those arches. There you go. He got the Thomas, and he see it right away. Lovely. Thank you, Mr. Mapu. And moving away with those one, completely safe. Yeah, he's safe completely. And let's see if he can make some damage in the north.
I think neither should really do a lot of damage. Well, we see 2 knights now attacking those skirmishes. This is exactly what he needed, and Vivi was out on the map for way too long with this.
Okay, so Vivi needs also a little bit more farms. He's coming Cav Archers now. What do you think about the Cav Archers? I was expecting a knight and skirmishes. The Cav Archers, at least that you mass a lot, seems your opponent got a lot of crossbows. Well, I don't know. You still have mobility while the crossbows are slower, but I don't know. I mean, why no knights when you get +2 attack for free? And Bloodlines is going to be needed either with Cav Archers and knights, so...
Yes, you're so right there. We're 30 minutes into this game, and Vivi didn't use a single Magyar advantage yet. No scouts, no attack upgrades, and yeah, it's a bit off meta. It's a bit like tricking the opponent, but
but now, nearly Yeah, but now with those ACCs not up and the cav archers are coming, he might kill some Villese here. That's gonna be lovely if he's gonna be able, but no ballistic. Look at the difference when there's no ballistic, Nelly. Like, he's moving the Villese, it's hard to kill. Even with Bodkin Arrow, it's crazy, but you don't kill Villese, man. Well, now 1, but after how many hits? 10? Crazy.
The accuracy of those isn't that great either here from CA. Look at how they're missing. What?
Oh, wow.
How are they doing any damage?
Well, handcart Villier. This is Usain Bolt Villier, actually. It was almost faster than the cav archer, nearly. Oh baby. That was super fast, man. Yeah, that Villier was like surviving for so long. Crazy stuff. Anyway, 11 Villese lead. 11 Villese lead for Vivi. It's starting to be a solid advantage.
For how passive they played, the 30C was really late by Dogao. I'm a bit surprised by that. He did go for the stables, did clear up the skirmishes, made lots of sense, but his economy was good enough to afford the 30C. At least that's what I thought. Only 14 farmers now, and now we will see the big fight starting.
Yeah, and now I mean, this is good amount of cav archer, but you need to micro properly. There's a lot of crobos with a lot of knights as well, with the +1. Ballistic is there, no bloodlines. I really think that now Vivi need ballistic even more than a mangonel. I don't know what you think. Obviously, if you make a good mangonel shot, then I shut up. But you need the ballistic, amigo. Let's see those skirmishes. Gonna make an amazing job. And the cav archer is not taking any risk. Heal advantage. Lovely, lovely battle will happen right now. He's trying to micro. But those knights are doing a good damage here. The cav archers are just saving the day. But so much army for Dogao, LA. So much army, really. 36 military. The mangonel need to kill. The skirmishes are gone. But with the mangonel, he will be able to hold the position, I believe.
But Mangonel popped at the wrong side. Oh, I think it could have gotten off like 2 beautiful shots there. Could have killed so many crossbow. Didn't really happen. Had no waypoint prepared, or maybe misclicked it there. And I don't think he should get too much done. And yeah, just diving under it. Mangonel will go down and CA kind of unprotected.
Yeah, I really don't agree with this army composition. A lot of cav archers, okay, but look at the amount of crossbows. I still insist that knights and skirmishes would be probably better, but he's still with 8 Villese lead. The problem is, we all know, guys, how Vikings economy looks like, right? Oh, beautiful dancing for those archers. Now he's gonna lose the mangonel, doing no damage. He's losing absolutely everything now with ballistic. He's taking everything. Dogao now in a domination mode activated a tower, a panic tower. Let's see the mangonel. He's taking some good shots, but not enough nearly to stop these archers.
Oh god, army count. Look at that, 28 against 6. He's trying to dance a bit here, trying to dodge some shots. The tower will go up eventually, but Dogao is already using the market. He is looking into him.
He's looking to Imperial Age, is still ahead in Village, but only by 5, 31 military. If he's going up to Imperial and drop a castle, which is gonna happen, because he has 430 stone, very close to get the castle up there, is gonna be lovely for him and gonna be in a position to finish the game. He's going now around with those archers, and with those archers, he can do a massive... It's so many units. I mean, now he's doing a scale art in armor and going for the knights now. A little bit too late.
You might feel like it, right? Maybe the CA didn't really make that much sense. Oh.
Ooh, good mangonel shot. Is need 3 or 4? No, need 3 or 4 like this, Nelly. Need to kill so many archers.
How can you afford that with all the mangonels already killed and more archer ranges being dropped? 2.5 minutes away from reaching Imperial Age. Dogao, he is a patient one. He will go back. He will wait for his upgrades. And Vivi, he needs to make something happen within the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, and what he's doing is now +2 knights armor. I don't know how many stables he has, but he needs to produce knights. A lot of knights. The problem is, as you can see, that Dogao is gonna be ready. He's going to make a castle in front of all his buildings. He still have alive all his military numbers. Yes, he's 10 villages behind, but who cares? I am on the way to Imperial. When I'm gonna be in Imperial with that army and all the tech upgrades, I'm going to be ready to rumble.
Oh yeah, oh, ready to rumble Empire Wars. That feels very reasonable here, man. And well, those CA won't find too much, losing some of their friends even on the way, trying to get there. We'll find some villager kills, but that's just such a small side story.
Yeah, it's a so complicated situation now for the Chinese player. 17 army against 39, only 45 seconds away. Just look at the army composition. He's starting to get now the army that we were asking for in the early game. Yeah, he is still killing villages, but you don't need crazy amount of villages with the Vikings. Those are villages. But be careful there. Now, you don't want to go now. He has to wait now. He has been patient for a long time, Dogao. So now it's time to just wait for the imp. Get the upgrades and then you push.
Yeah, just chill it out a bit, get some extra gold at the side, and indeed should be flying in with all the upgrades. Arbalest coming in. Still no Bracer. It's using the market again. Should squeeze it in, and Vivi feels like, okay, now it's my time to jump. Castle will help out though, and yeah, Vivi can't commit.
Yeah, so now he need to go probably around trying to kill so many units. Definitely, the good thing is that Vivi can drop a castle at home, try to avoid to get raided big time. Heavy plow, ballistic, he can raid because he has some mobility units, and that's the good thing. He's doing the castle in a perfect spot, in my opinion, because he wants to cover all those farmers. He's also adding the war tower upgrade, but he has one tower, as far as I remember. I don't know if he did more. Obviously, he will need some more, but the problem is that Vivi will have a chance, maybe, Nelly, if Dogao himself didn't have a castle to go traps. But like this, with the traps, can go kill the buildings, and with those arbalists now can kill everything else.
Yeah, he is in firm control here. Population looks reasonably close, but still imp ahead and far away is Mr. Vivi trying to break through. Their villagers should be able to make the defense happen. Castle placement actually working out quite nicely here for Dogao, but what a beautiful raid at the side.
Yeah, good raiding there on the lumberjacks. He's taking few villages. He still didn't see that. Oh my god, so many villages down. So many villages down. He need a brutal Mangonel shot. No, he's losing even the Mangonel against Dogao Mangonel. And at least that he's doing a miracle. I don't know. He can balance the economy and go up to Imperial, but he's losing so many villages. It's true that he's raiding now as well to Dogao. Okay, but handcard now? Don't make the handcard and just go imp, no, really?
Yeah, maybe that could have been a good option. Trying to get to Bracer feels like a reasonable choice. But also he knows, okay, I have lots of villagers to handcard. Really pushing the economy there. So, tricky decision. Just feels like most decisions that he is making now won't make him look good simply because Dogao has such a big advantage.
Yeah, he's playing so smooth. Now those arbalists are going to be done. It's true that he's still losing so many villages, and that's the problem. Because when there was a point that he was like 10, 20 villages ahead, okay. But now he's not only behind in military, look at the economy. 17 and is still in Castle Age. The score difference is just brutal, and this is looking closer and closer to be the first game for Dogao. Playing as we expected, without any risk, Nelly. Meta gameplay, solid as he always played, and right now he got the game. Dogao with a very solid play with the Vikings in these Runestones, aka Arabia.
Why did Vivi pick Magyars? Was it only for the mind games? Double archery range here. No real knights. Ballistic was late. Just felt like he played a very generic civilization. I think he needs to pick Vikings somewhere else then. I'm a bit surprised how Vivi played it.
Yeah, don't get it. Because also you can use this Magyar civilization for a potential whole map, open whole map, right? I'm now looking forward what is going to be his whole map. We can check here the military. The unit kills obviously at the end was insanely ahead for Dogao, with also 7 military building reasons killed. It's 7 for Dogao. We can check the economy, and the economy for the Vikings might be, you can see not that much advantage in terms of wood. 1,000 food, even more for Vivi. Gold obviously was the big lead here for Dogao, but seriously, I really thought that he got a good call there with the knights and skirmishes, because at some point he was ahead in Villese and very even with the military, but that transition to cav archers I didn't understand so well, and the APM we're gonna see there, but Dogao took this first game, very solid.
Yeah, CA was probably to deal with the knights, but there weren't that many knights. Maybe 2 monks behind this one could have been an option. Earlier ballistics felt like something. Well, let's see. Dogao had to love this game. It's simply like sitting behind walls, waiting for the economy to kick in, and actually not taking that much damage.
And perfect for his gameplay. I mean, seriously, it was the ideal situation he could get. It was really ideal situation he could get. Anyway, we're going to see now the game number 2. I'm just checking to see if we have information. Oh, first time we see this map. I don't think we saw it a single time. Marketplace, Nelly.
Ooh, Marketplace. I should be a hypecaster, right? Okay, let's say, okay, this is something completely new, something we have never seen before. Often do late games end in limited gold, and we don't have the chance to go for the full tech tree when it comes to the beautiful gold units. But this will change with Marketplace, because there is a neutral market that we can trade with that I've never seen being used before. But let's not talk about that.
I mean, really hyped me a lot about the map. Well, Nearly, the truth is that can happen. But if we check the map, guys, if you have not seen this, it's a little bit like Oasis. We have a big wood in the middle. They are, well, pretty much straight to each other. Doesn't matter a little bit the generation where the places are going to be located, north, south, or east, west. And then the markets are in the corner. Those markets can never be killed. That's the thing why you can trade. Because they can see that the markets you can trade. But obviously, the games will be very long to get into that point.
Yeah. You could maybe go for something wild and wall off the map and try to set up a trade. It's not that easy. You still have reasonable amounts of neutral gold or like your starting gold that you can use. And distance is simply relatively short, because most of the time both players will put their military buildings in one direction, other side most of the time walled, at least from what I saw. And then it's like 2 screens difference where we'll move back and forth. I haven't really seen the game go that long to ever use the market, but if we see it, I would be a happy nerd.
I will be happy too. We will be a lot of people happy. Then I'm thinking about civilizations there, and according to the players, I'm smelling some meso civilizations here. What do you think?
I don't know. I've seen people with very different approaches. Meadow feels reasonable, right? Short distance, you can wall. Eager warriors are something good. I think we will see pretty meta civilization. I think it won't play that differently to Arabia. You need less of map control civilization. So I think something like Khmer becomes weaker compared to Runestones.
Okay, they didn't start yet. Though we still gotta cast another series that is from this group as well, Liereyy and ACCM. But guys, just keep tuned, because there's gonna be some crazy series later. Piper versus Jordan, Hera versus Villese, MPL versus Villese, SongSong versus Vinchester. I think I have said already all. So it's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. Remember that so many series. Then the next weekend, I remind you, Nelly and me going to be together in a studio in Germany, and we're going to be casting together. Going to have the pleasure to see Nelly again live after this disaster pandemic that everyone had to deal with. We can now travel a little bit more. This time I'm going to travel, and we're going to have some great experience there. And probably the casting the next weekend is going to be, like I like to say, Nelly, in another level.
Yeah, that's simply one of the reasons why casters are being flown in as well, right? It makes so much more sense to sit next to each other. You can work off each other so much more, and it is nice to try to push the production level to the next level and try to set ourselves up for the hopefully bright future that Age of Empires 2, Age of Empires 4 esports might have in store for us. And yeah, I'm pretty excited to go wild with you, man.
Me too, man. I mean, I was excited being here normally in my house, or imagine being there, you know, not understanding a single word from all the Germans, you know, but I will be okay. I will be okay there. You translate, okay, Nelly? You translate absolutely everything. I don't understand any German, you know, and well, Dankeschön. That's it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man,
Yeah, that's
little by little, you know.
okay. Polite start.
I speak one language and a half, Spanish, and half English, you know, Spanglish, you know,
Okay,
and then
okay.
2-3 words in German and 2-3 words in French. I will try to improve even more the German. The English there is impossible anymore, guys. It's impossible. Anyway, we're gonna see now if the game is starting. What's going on? It's not that. Oh no, it's gonna be there. We're going to be there very soon. Okay. Well, marketplace. Do you? I feel that nearly that Vivi. He get nervous. I was talking with Mr. Yo a while ago and about that. And I don't know if you remember also for King of the Desert. Now he's not doing, but he's a guy that he need to smoke a lot, you know? Yeah. Because, and he feel that pressure, you know, and that's kind of affecting these kind of moments in the main events, no?
I was there in China casting the tournament, right?
You know.
It's ridiculous. I even played a tournament against the guy that was sitting next to me. I played him, and before we reached feudal age, he smoked through 3 cigarettes. And yeah, maybe Dark Age allows you that a bit more. Empire Wars doesn't. It's like this. It was completely ununderstandable for me. And yeah, Lux is going wild there. I know that Yo can kind of take it. He is smoking quite a bit as well, but he gets through his set quite easily. And yeah, I heard Vivi, he needs a smoke break after every game as well, yeah.
Okay, we are getting into the game very soon because I'm now spectating, and you can see there as well how this is
the smoke. I see the smoke.
Did you see? Do you feel the smoke? Well, I'm only going to tell you something. We are on point because Britons for Dogao, Vivi with the Aztecs. So the guess is correct. And Eagles versus Britons here. Well, if we can see Dogao is even more dark now. Yeah, it's impossible, man. Anyway, Vivi as a yellow Aztecs in the south. The Eagle is already in some trouble. He is probably going to dominate that one now, sadly, because the Eagle is great in Dark Age, but not in Feudal, Mr. Nelly. So that
it doesn't really matter how great he is if you just run away and not fighting. Is he losing his Eagle without a single hit? No. Okay, 10 HP there. No. Somewhat safe, but I think just fighting back might have been the better option.
Yeah, well, he's opening with an Archie range, and then in this kind of map, and you can see, guys, the map. I don't know if we can show before we have a lot of action. We can show the corner on the left, Mr. Mapo, and then we're gonna show. Oh, he might lose that Village. No, you can show the corner. That market, guys, is indestructible. You know. And there is another one in the other side. So if the game goes very, very long, you can put up also a market at 6 o'clock, or you know, and trade with both corner, but you know, gonna be very complicated. Then, being said that, what do you prefer here? Because we all know the Britons' crazy range, but Aztecs with 1 TC, you can do a crazy aggression here.
Yeah, distance is basically maximum. They're both at the other side of the map. Eagle still doing some reasonable job, even going for forging for the scouts here. Oh boy, and we said Dogao is a meta player, but oh boy, is he mixing it up. Is this going to be mass feudal age aggression? Feels a bit like it. He clearly wants to deal with those Eagles.
Honestly, in feudal age, the Aztecs are not that dangerous. I'm more afraid to face them in Castle Age. So why not to try to make the damage right now? Nelly, with the Archers production also being faster for Britons, he's gonna get closer in terms of production, you know, with the Aztecs because they produce all more. But I don't know. What do you think? It's a good approach, but look at the military numbers now.
And he has to be happy to already be dwindling down those Eagle numbers. Look at that. Military count will be completely reset. And, well, microing that scout back with 1 HP. Beautiful move. And now he's trying to look for the counterattack. And Eagles in small numbers don't micro that well. Second artillery range here. Dogao is playing this one really aggressively. Yeah, we have the +1 armor as well for the Eagles. Now he's doing the tower in the goal. He doesn't
doesn't feel really safe right now. Vivi playing a little bit more safe, right? Safer than in the previous game, because he didn't wall at all till the later game. Now he's walling. He's gonna make even another house there. You can see the archery range, the barrack, also all wall, and that tower is gonna be fully protected on the left. And that's the side where Dogao is coming from right now. So yeah, but the resources for Dogao, even with those upgrades, are looking amazing. LA, what a macro by the Brazilian.
Yeah. And he has to be happy with how this was going. Snipes the spearman, does some reasonable damage against the archer, and already look at that, 500 food in the bank. He's just going mass crossbow, and now defensive tower. He knows that Vivi is going to play 1TC.
Yeah, but that is incredible. Let's check the farming. Look at that farming. Look at that farming from Dogao. Smooth. Really smooth. Now he has to be careful with that eagle. He's going to try to kill a villager. It's trying to go, but now he's coming with more eagles. That eagle is going to go away, but that villager, if Vivi is on point, should be down. Let's see if he's going to find it. I think he's trying, but no. Dogao is going back. And there's also some villagers potentially to get killed into that woodline. Yeah, he's gonna make some ready, but man, what is this economy, Nele? He is going to click up to Castle Age. Whoa!
Yeah, pretty impressive there for sure. Is having the archers now for the defense. Needs to pull some more villagers. Those eagles are actually doing quite a reasonable job. Obviously, the early armor, the early attack really paying off here. Now attacking the farm for a small moment, but archers for defend, wall at the left-hand side. And you will see Dogao, after seeing the tower at the left-hand side, will now completely focus at the right-hand side.
Yeah, but Aztecs is still so dangerous. He's killing few villagers here, also taking some archers. He has to be careful with the archer transition. He's taking another villager down here. He's now 7 villagers ahead. Vivi is about to go up to castles as well. And we have seen how, even if you are going slower, if you pick up one villager here and there, military numbers is the same, villages ahead, and now full barracks, 3 barracks, all eagles. This is going to be a brutal fight in Castle Age.
Ooh, and Dogao's walling this one off. That's a bit surprising to me. I thought he would be the one just going for full aggression. Is he maybe scared of the eagles? Well, he shouldn't be.
He's old. Oh? Well, not now, but in Castle Age. Huh.
Yeah, but he should be the one aggressing, right? He saw the defensive tower. He knows that the opponent couldn't use the market. He knows that the opponent was going for lots of eagles with 2 upgrades. Castle Age timing should be better for him.
Yeah, well, let's see. He's trying to go in. I like that he's doing this move with the eagles, because nearly seems he's behind in the timing to go castle. He's going to keep the archers from Dogao at home. And this is actually the best situation for Vivi. You are going to be a little bit behind, and then your opponent with the tech advantage gonna be unable to do any damage. While then, you're gonna be a little bit slower, but then you will be able to make the +2, Eagle Warrior, Squires probably. Oof, this is gonna be beautiful. Is Hellbard in armor? No. What is he doing now? What upgrades he's doing? Snipers are coming.
Yeah, crossbows indeed, with the extra range there for Britain's defense. Oh, okay, goes for stone. And triple barracks approach, exactly what we expected. Dogao behind this, by the way. Double stable, double archery range, so looking for way more production. At the moment, the bottleneck is gold. Only 10 on gold. I think it wouldn't hurt to see something like 14 there.
Yeah, we need to check Yellow base. He has the crossbows there, but he has eagles as well. He's doing all the armors we mentioned before. Squires, Eagle Warrior, +2. He has few eagles in the north, but he will have also eagles in the south. That's the good thing for the Aztecs here. The crazy production that you can get with those 3 barracks, and the mobility right there. The mobility for those eagles. If there is a hole, it's gonna be deadly for him, but like Mapuchek, there's not a single hole, and at home, nothing happening, but this is, in my opinion, a good and ideal situation for the Aztecs.
Yeah, he won't mind too much. House needs to be in time. Seems like she will walk fast enough indeed, and army should regroup, but 20? Army already, that's 18 Eagle Warriors for Vivi. Oof. I think we only need to see some siege, and then he will be able to put on quite some big pressure.
Yeah, he's coming with 3 knights, 16 crossbows. Those crossbows are with Botkin, no ballistic though, so those eagles might be able to do a lot of damage. He's trying to go from the left, I don't know, but he's not getting inside yet. Do you think that Dogao should go aggressive? Because if he's getting the eagles at home and he has nothing to defend, he's gonna raid absolutely everything. He's trying to raid on his own, but right now I feel that Oh boy. Vivi is really well defended. If we check the goal, Vivi's goal, Mapu, we're gonna see that there is 2 towers as far as I can see. Yeah, 2 towers. He's not gonna get any damage, nearly.
Yeah, well, crossbows at least won't do much. The knights with only 1 armor upgrade, 1 attack upgrade, don't think that they will find too much. And Eagles now attacking from 2 different angles while Dogao is moving out. Maybe a questionable choice that he felt, okay, I'm able to do some damage. Defending obviously would be really easy for him.
Okay, there's 2 TCs for both players. It's still not a big battle happen. I have the feeling, Nearly, that when there is a big battle, this can be definitive because the game is extremely close. 49 village, 48, 29, 25 military. Wheelbarrow now for Vivi, 11, 15 farmers. I'm checking the distribution, it's very similar. Oh, the Aztecs are so dangerous. I think he's gonna be inside in the north. I see a lot of flashing. There you go. Attacking 3 spot. He need to go back. There's not a lot. There's not killings, but feel the tension here, Nelly.
And where are the new... Oh, while he's breaking in now.
He break it. Yeah.
Okay,
that's
that one villager down. Likely that crossbow won't get too many HP when he hits the TC, and even goes down as well. 1 knight, and now the Eagles are swarming in. Dogao is sending enough knights to clear this one up, though.
Yeah, he has a good amount of knights. Let's see those Eagles if you're gonna be able to do the job. The upgrades are benefit a little bit better for Vivi because no +2 and no bloodlines because Britons don't have the bloodlines. For that reason, he's going back. He got so many knights there to defend. I think this is a good decision for Vivi to go back.
Yeah, not really the fight he wants to take. The question is now, how much does he want to boom? How early does he want to go to him? Relic position actually really fortunate for Vivi. Look at the minimap. It feels like 5 relics are way closer to him.
Yeah. And his Aztecs, that's amazing. He won't need the market like this, right? Impossible there. Well, but let's see the battle here because, whoa, there's so many Eagles now all together, man. When you see this amount of Eagles, you feel like you need a siege workshop. Like, if you... It's true that if you... He got the knights as well. It's so many units. Whoa. Both with crazy amount of army. No ballistic though, but so many crossbows. Ah, man. Also doing the +2. Pikeman upgrade. What do you think about the Pikeman upgrade? It's a solid choice here when you have so many crossbows there that they can clean the pikes. I'm not sure. I think going full Eagles would be even better. I don't know.
Well, against the crossbow, certainly. Maybe he feels the knight numbers are getting a bit out of control. I think maybe the approach with like 3 monks behind this one could be an option. But then again, crossbows are sniping it really well. Now, let's see how the engagement goes.
Monks are coming, and like you said, let's see if he's gonna make some conversion. He split the units. He's dancing. I love when people is going to the disco. We are missing guys going to the disco, but now the Eagles are there. He's trying to dance. Look at those crossbows going to get the kill. So many crossbows, blood, those guys all together. Who's gonna take this battle? This amount of Eagles is scary, and I have the feeling that Mr. Vivi is gonna take absolutely everything, Mr. Nelly.
Oh god,
Whoa.
What a great engagement there. Vivi is pushing this one back, and Dogao with even villagers, that means losing all your army is not a great scenario. 30C drop behind this one for Vivi as well. And well, how can Dogao play after this one? He tags into longswords now. Supplies coming in.
Yeah, well, he took everything. This is the problem with the Eagles, right? And LA, like, to get this kind of engagement, and then what you do? Yeah, supplies now to make longswords, but gonna have time to remake military to stop a potential push, or even maybe transition to Imperial from Baby.
Yeah, I think with how much he cleared up, it's way too easy for Dogao to realize, okay, I just need to hold, I need to not underreact there, and I'm expecting maybe even stone walls, multiple house layers. I think Vivi has to transition into Imp, but that means with all the map control, 5 relics feels like if I had 6 player.
Okay, well, let's see now. Eagles taking the archery range, also some pike. Look at that economy. Is about to click up to Imperial. This is a game for Vivi to lose, Motat for Dogao to win, and he shouldn't throw this one, and then we could see another series for decider game. Whoa, this is only talk about what we were talking in the start of the stream, right, Nelly? Today, the games should be all closer and more unpredictable, and so far 2 series decided, and this one is looking the same way.
Looks really good here indeed for Vivi to take control of this one. Massive army advantage. That raid shouldn't really get too much done. And Vivi, well, here simply will get to Elite Eagle Warriors, while Dogao will muscle up some longswords, but no real long-term plan. It's just a surviving game for him right now.
Okay, Bozo, heavy blow. He's on the way to Imperial. When he reaches Imperial, Dogao might think, ouch, what I can do now, because even he's doing long swords with Elite Eagles, not too much to do, no, Nelly?
Well, it's just waiting for the upgrades. He's in a good spot, right? He will transition into good units. His opponent is reacting heavily to it. I think he won't mind too much. I think he should get some siege out though, or move his army to the other side.
Okay, let's see what is going to happen. He's doing a hard card. Those long swords are not going to achieve too much. But focus on the left. He's not going forward with buildings. He shouldn't go forward somehow with siege or shop or something. And now he's mining stone. He still doesn't have the stone to drop the castle. And, well, he's waiting for the Imperial at home. Doesn't have a lot. He has to be careful. Imagine that now he's going to lose so many villages and then a snowball game. Because there's some good army coming from Dogao. Village's difference is now in favor to the Brazilian. And he's switching to champions.
Interesting choice. With only 24 farmers, that doesn't feel like it's too easy for him to go onto that. And, well, now defensive castle there in the back. Vivi still full control. And longswords are doing a reasonable job, but TCs should deal with them. Also fletching on the TCs.
Oh, don't like that castle. That's a little bit of a panic castle, in my opinion. Like, what you are defending in that castle. A little bit of the farming, not even using the castle to go forward. Is so behind, and it's not protecting that main goal. And, I don't know. You need the upgrades, and that's it. You are in Imperial. You have the same village that your opponent. He needs to make damage right now.
Well, does he really, though? He knows that he will be an imp, he will have eagles against long bows or arbalest, he will have jaguars against the long swords, so I think he can just starve out Dogao. He has all the map control, and eventually Dogao, with his very little control, won't really be able to muscle up an army. Yeah, don't get me wrong, attacking isn't the biggest mistake, but not really with the head against the wall.
Yeah, well, he's not doing any damage there. It's true that he's kind of... Oh my goodness, the walls by Dogao. He's gonna have 25% of the map pad completely safe. He's on the way to Imperial. 98 villages, doesn't have the army. Doing now Hearthstone. Aubrey doing absolutely everything. Now we see how we select the market, maybe trade. Okay, he's taking all those long swords. Yes, but there's a hole. I think there's a hole on the left. That's a small hole. And he's gonna see Dogao. And he's walling. Okay. He's walling that one.
I think Vivi is not building enough siege. Like one track now. The left-hand side, just think about a mangonel could be so good there. The option to have some rams around, maybe 2 petards.
He got ability inside. Yeah, he's got ability inside that he's not gonna do anything with this. Maybe he's gonna build now a barrack. He's still trying to attack the walls, not achieve anything at all. He need to get inside, man. Now he's going to convert that village. Yes, make a barrack. Do something to don't let him wall. Ah, come on, man. He need to get in and raid. Obviously, he still have the lead. He has more villages, a lot more army. I mean, but he's gonna go, or will try to go champions. There's still Dogao far away yet to get in. Well, far away, 1 minute 40 seconds, as you can see, but far away to get upgrades and numbers to counter those eagles.
Oh, and now broken through here. Not really sure how that happened, and villagers not really walling, and this could maybe be the start of the end, but no eagle blocking this one. There will be only one wave of eagles coming in, and Dogao actually likes to defend it like that.
He lost quite a lot. He's doing a barrack inside, trying to raid, but he's not walling his own village. Come on, baby, wall a little bit. He's doing the castle in front. Now that castle is in a very good position. Obviously, he's cornered completely. Dogao is completely cornered. Still has some good numbers. We see 25 long swords that are going to be 200 swords, and then potential champions. He still have good amount of farms, more farmers still than Vivi. But but Vivi has already. He's not taking a risk. 4 relics. That's a lot of gold with the Aztecs.
Yeah, but what Vivi needs to do is set himself up a bit more for the long game, right? Only 28 farmers is way too little. Not even seeing the 5th relic there, a bit unfortunate for him. He is continuing to pressure the side and lots of stuff is going in his direction. But it feels like Dogao, he is in a heavily losing position. But every minute that Vivi is wasting, feels like Dogao is gaining a bit more of a chance.
Yeah, well, we see how both have the same village number, but the military numbers is definitely a big difference. Another castle. Yeah, now Vivi is not taking any risk. But the problem now for Dogao, Nili, if he's doing few Jaguars, and he's doing right now, the Jaguars eat the infantry.
Yeah. So great again with their extra attack against them. TC is going down. Dogao doing a really good job of controlling that. Vivi is not getting in there at the top. Eagles. Oh god, that's a horrible fight for them. Longswords or the whole champion line obviously having extra attack against the Eagles. Oh, now some conversions. TC will go down, and it feels like map control for Dogao in the 20s when it comes to percent.
Yeah, but now we need to focus in this fight. The Jaguars are in another level against those units. He need to go back a little bit, mass a little bit more. Still, the numbers are not that huge difference anymore. It's incredible how Dogao is still in this game. And now this is Garland Wars, so those Jaguars are going to be +8 attack. +8 attack. How you gonna hold that one? I don't know. Let's see those Jaguars.
Oh, this is the most one-sided fight we will see all day. Look at that. 200 Tottenham, they shouldn't get anything done. Those Jaguars will just eat them alive. And those are not even elite. Where is the army of Dogao? Now, nothing left anymore. 200 Tottenham did squeeze through. And look at the score now. 9.5k to not even 7k.
GG, man. Wow. Wow. Well, this one was another solid performance. He was with a castle also on the top left, well, or in the middle of the map, we will say, and he was completely cornered, and this is the 1-1, and we have another decider game that we have even already the map, so we're gonna check the statistics because I think the play is gonna start very, very, very fast. He just couldn't handle the Eagles, right, Nelly? Let's check first the military. Look at the kills and losses, economy. We can check fast and unpredictable. That economy going that should be better for sure for Vivi, much better, as you can see. It's not the food, but gold. He was already getting over 1,000 gold from the rallies. Imagine if the game get a little bit longer, it would be a brutal difference. And in this one, Nelly, the Eagles dominated in that middle Castle Age battle, and from there, Dogao couldn't do anything anymore.
Yeah, it felt so weird. Double stable, double archery range, but he didn't really get the chance to force the fight early enough. He looped around so far, didn't really raid the wood line at all. The 2-tower defense at the gold was nice. And I think this whole game long, Dogao didn't have a single fight that he felt was going well for him after that initial fight at minute 3.
But what he could do instead of that, I mean, when he lost that fight, seriously, he didn't have any answer. Because if he do what he did, he fall behind in economy even more because the longswords are much more expensive.
Yeah, I think Stonewall, crossbow longsword into champion arbalest is a thing. Or just open longsword in that one direction. Or the typical crossbow dance, right? Move forward, shoot, move backwards. But that never really happened. And it felt like the distance was a bit too long for all this aggression that Dogao was planning.
Okay, what do you think about the Rim Fortress as a whole map? Is the map that he played yesterday and very smooth against Liereyy, if I'm not mistaken? Maybe he's gonna pick Franks again.
And he can't face Aztecs because we just had Aztecs for Vivi, right? And also no Megas for Vivi. So technically Vivi could pick Vikings there. I'm not sure if that's really how he wants to play it though. And yeah, with how successful the Dogao was yesterday, maybe Frank's again. But he did already show the strategy yesterday.
Yeah. If he's... I don't know if Vivi has said that. Is Inca as a counter for a potential Franks in this map?
You can go need to get into Kamayuks, right? And I think you die before that. Eagles, like you don't have an eco bonus. You can obviously get into Halberdier, Eagle in the long run, but I think that's not enough. Franks should kill you before you get to Kamayuks, in my opinion.
Well, Vivi can pick Franks himself, so maybe he can go for the mobility with them as well. I don't know. You are trying to see what is the possibilities that they're going to pick. I don't know if they started. No, they didn't start yet the game. Another decider, Nelly. We're having luck today. All of the exciting games.
Yeah, and also we are going long in the schedule, right? Those what? How long are we in for now? 4 hours already? And not even the third set done? Pretty crazy long as well. And yeah, people, especially in America, should be pretty happy that they will witness way more sets than normally could have caught. And games have been really high level. And yeah, as you mentioned before, it's likely that Play 2 will be more even because we basically did pair up those players with the same performance early on.
Okay, well, we have then Liereyy. Okay, this is starting. When I see Krasini that is setting up those, I'm really curious to see the civilizations. I don't see yet the game, but I will keep checking and refreshing. I was about to say, right now then, in this one, the favorite you say that is Dogao, we don't have yet... Yeah. Like a single upset, right? Or you consider that DauT losing versus Mr. Yo is an upset?
No, I'm 11 correct predictions. 11 sets in, and I predicted all 11 correctly so far, yeah.
You fail all the what is this?
But that's why they pay me the big bucks, right?
Okay. Well, but this only told how well prepared are getting the players. And I really think that when Red Bull Wololo started, Empire Wars was a new mode, no? And there was more upset. This is the 4th edition. We don't see upset yet. Is this because people is getting more and more used to the Empire Wars?
Well, we also get a better idea of how good those people are on Empire Wars, right? We now know that MBL isn't preparing that much, and he probably is one of the top players with the biggest skill gap between Random Map and Empire Wars, and that DauT probably performs a bit better on Empire Wars than in Random Map. So we simply got more intel since we saw more tournaments, and thus far, simply the favorite did go through. I did predict, obviously, sets other differently. For example, I thought Hera against Villese would have been way more one-sided, but then we had the crazy Halberdier and Elite Eagle Warrior play by him, so that one was really a big upset for me, but didn't change the set prediction.
Okay, Nelly, Franks for Dogao.
As expected.
Berbers for Vivi.
Nice. I wanted to suggest that. Yeah. Clever.
Good match. I think Vivi has a good civilization here. We are getting into the game very soon. So excited to see. And Franks versus Berbers. I prefer Berbers, honestly.
Yeah, so do I. Berbers have so much going for themselves. Cheaper knights, cheaper camels. The villagers' efficiency is something that's often overlooked, with their faster working villagers, especially for farms, pretty nice. And if we get into the late game, cheaper hussars and those camel archers, Franks might struggle to find good answers.
Vivi with Berbers, yellow in the south of the map. Let's see if he's gonna now move those villages and go from food, because obviously now if he's not going archers, he's not gonna need it. But he keep those working. I don't see any military buildings yet. For Vivi, is he gonna try to go? Oh, he didn't kill that ship? What?
We thought about it.
you thought the same, right? Like, what?
No, I never think
Now
about
Mapu
killing
put-
sheep. And
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
he
okay.
rethought his life choices. Maybe thinking, taking an innocent life, taking a sheep. That's not how Dogao wants to live.
Vivi, Nelly, want to go castle directly
Don't tell me
because
he's eating it. Don't tell me he's eating the sheep. Let it live.
well, Mapu want to know as well if that ship is gonna be there, But
He
anyway,
doesn't dare. He doesn't dare.
yeah. Can we check Mapu if Dogao is going for archers or stable? He got that ship. Let's go to red, and we see right now a stable, but not producing a lot. He has 3 scout, 1 spear. No army for Vivi. Vivi want to go for the fast castle, it seems. But obviously, if he's walling, fine. If not, might be tricky here. The scouts are coming. Well, but with a few spears and now walling the small holes, has to be careful. Very easy to fail here with the walls. Now, but he has spears. He should be fine there.
Yeah, we'll have to run behind this, and well, he's obviously having lots of different areas that are still open. 3 scouts in, not all of them full HP, and with all those walls and all these precautions he had to do, well, look at that, nice quick walls. His uptiming won't be that pretty, and well, scouts are actually getting some reasonable damage done.
But he's gonna save it. That is spear. There you go. It's not gonna lose anything. Remember that, guys, that Berber's villages are faster. And now he's going all in. But I like it a lot more what Dogao is doing, because without needing to sell the stone, look at that economy, Nelly. He did few scouts. He's getting map control, a smooth economy. He will be able to drop town centers, and he probably will be castled even faster than Vivi.
Yeah, but that's the power of Franks, right? He simply got the eco upgrade there, and Vivi needed to get it himself. Also, Dogao did skip the wood upgrade. Will do it on the way to Castle Age, so was a bit greedy there. Went for some scouts, got a good idea of what's going on in this game.
Okay, well, we see the castle is for both players without the stone. Probably what Vivi now wants is to go full aggressive now in castle. It's totally stable. Maybe a triple might be too much, but he has 10 on gold. So maybe he's gonna go all in one TC. Do you think it's the right call?
If he is selling stone, it has to be triple TC with Berbers. I don't see why how 2 stables could make sense here.
Yeah, I mean, potential camels mixing, starting maybe better, maybe with some knights, but then going to camels. I don't know. We will see, guys. We will see. This is gonna be super intense. The first stable is there. Now the second. I feel that it's gonna be 3 stables. He's fully nervous. He's even touching his face a little bit. He's probably missing the smoke, but he can't now. He needs to focus. Double attacks, forging already, bloodlines as well. He got the skill part in armor. He's gonna lose that scout. No, he's exploring already. Let's check point of view fog of war with Vivi, Mr. Mapo, and we see if he has spotted the most important resources from Dogao, and he did it already. So he knows exactly where all the gold is located, Nelly.
And 3rd stable by Dogao, if I saw that one correctly. But remember, that means triple knights against a civilization that simply builds the same stuff, but cheaper, or actually goes for the counter unit being the camel. And it's the barracks. So that makes way more sense than the 3rd stable.
Okay. Makes sense. Now, there is a monastery already for Vivi. He's in castle, double stable only. Do you agree with that double stable and monastery, or we still stuck a little bit on the triple stable with Berbers?
Well, Berbers will get lots of map control, can go for the monastery there, as we can see. And Dogao's next approach, probably trying to squeeze in pikemen. Floats quite a lot of gold. Yeah, adds the monastery himself.
All right, but now, how much economy you need? I mean, he's totally stable, double barrack, monastery, also second TC. Franks is good, but so many pikes, he gonna see those pikes. What else he need to add now then, Vivi? Because he probably wasn't expecting the pikes. He will need some siege if he want to make some real damage, because he is out of stone, and now, be careful with the pikes. Aye.
Oh,
pike
and the
upgrade.
pike upgrade at the perfect timing.
Ouch! Need to go away, man. Need to go away. All those with really low HP. Good that he has the monks, so he now can heal all those. And he need to heal them because even if he got the numbers, They don't have any HP. And the Siege Workshop is gonna go all in, Mr. Vivi, in a decided game. Remember, guys, who is winning? Still in the tournament and will face the next Friday, the loser from the next series, which is gonna be either Liereyy, oh, there's a hole there, either Liereyy or ACCM. So, well, so important. And the loser is going to be bye-bye from the tournament. For you, position here, I know, it's a difficult question because it's still very even. Do you prefer this 3TC approach now from Dogao, or the push that he's preparing even with the husbandry?
I think the 3TC play is good enough. He has pikemen on the field, and well, we'll potentially have some losses here. Those units are really well upgraded, though. Some monk should be able to get some conversion. First Scorpion out, he should do a lot of damage.
Yeah, that Scorpion is amazing. Taking the Monk already, converting some Pike. Now those Knights are much better than before. Also with Husbandry, he took some Village. Village now is almost the same, but numbers in military is very close. If he's not taking a good battle here, Vivi is gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a good battle. No, because those Pikes are just amazing. The micro here from Vivi is, well, what micro? It's not micro well at all. Oh my god, the Scorpion is bye-bye, out of position, but still... he killed so many Pikes. He really killed so many Pikes, and that's absolutely solid.
And all the monks, right? So that's good for him to kill the monks, but in low numbers, monks are incredibly efficient. So technically, you kind of want to wait till both players have 30 army, and then you go, because then it's tougher for the opponent to get all the perfect conversions. But the problem is, Vivi felt he didn't have the time, because he knows he's on the timer. He plays with fewer villagers, especially if the game progresses.
But he's doing another stable. I remember one game in the qualification that he played similar strategy. I don't remember what the player was, and he did an incredible job. So Vivi in this kind of strategy is very, very dangerous. Let's see if he's gonna take a great battle. He definitely need it, because if not, the Dogao economy is just gonna explode in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, as you can see, villages in the queue there, but not too much military right now. Squires for faster movement. Would love to see some more monks, now some more knights. Kind of bails on the pikeman idea for now.
Yeah, well, he's starting to have good amount of scorpions. He's doing the Tone Watch. And one thing that we didn't really pay attention, Nelly, he's mining a lot of villas on stone, baby. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a castle on his face right there, because he's with 7 villas on stone. He's sit down already on 300 stone, coming with more scorpions. Obviously, he need to be together. You don't want to lose the siege. You don't want to lose the mangonel. You don't want to lose the scorpion. You don't want to lose the monk. You don't want to kill your own monk with the mangonel, right? And well, he did it. Now he's gonna take some village with the mangonel. The knights are coming here, and that mangonel is going to go down, but there is one of those mess games that Vivi is trying to take and dominate, but Dogao feel comfortable in this situation, I feel.
What a crazy play by Dogao. Took out 2 scorpions, a monk, and a mangonel without any real losses, only some HP. Look at that, now pikemen arriving, and the last minute for Dogao was a true masterpiece. He's winning this fight as well, and this is the moment where Vivi normally should dominate, but the defense of Dogao is just stellar.
Is very, very good. Numbers now much better in military. He need to make some crazy conversions, but it's not happening. It's only +1/+1. It's true that the knights from Dogao are not the best upgrades. Let's see if he's gonna take a good battle here. Unlikely, and this can be already the game. Well, I don't know. Maybe we're talking too early. He's taking some kills there. The numbers is still low, because the pikes are doing a massive damage here, Nelly. They are cheap, and they destroy the camels.
Yeah, Vivi will not resign with this amount of stone. He will try to make something happen, and I wouldn't be surprised if he feels, okay, I will kill one more army, and then we see 15 yellow small dots moving over to the side, and indeed that's what's going to happen, but only 7 dots. That's not enough.
We need more. He needs more villages. Definitely need a lot more villages, because he's without military. You know, let's see. I mean, if he's doing some scorpion now, yeah, he has something in the queue. Also, more monks. Why he's not taking nearly that relic? Please, take that relic. Yeah, and get the gold. has been there for a while. It was close to that monastery for the whole game, and he could be taking the goal. But now he's going with the Villese. It's not an old army. This is... He's going to suicide. He's going to suicide, I feel. I don't know. I mean, Dogao can't really lose this battle. He's so many pikes. He needs more scorpions. He's now going to try to get inside in that area, but it's not happening. We're going to focus in the center again. And with those scorpions, the knights, oh man, Dogao is going to smash him completely. Where's those villages going? Nowhere.
Yeah,
they're dying.
And all of them are dying. That's completely ending the push. One villager still left, and it will be Camel, Scorpion. Now some knights coming from the back, trying to snipe the Scorpion. But nice save, actually. Vivi took a good fight there. Nice defense, but still, the whole play here for Vivi is to get that forward castle up.
Yeah, he needs to do it. He has so many Scorpions. Maybe if those Scorpions can kill the pikes, but so many pikes, man. So many pikes with +1/+1. The Scorpions are not doing the job. He's now sending more villages. It's already 30 villages behind. The Scorpions is still doing a good job, but Dogao is just spamming pikes now all the time. And with few knights as well, he's trying to counter and take the Scorpion. The monks are not converting the knights. Come on, you need to convert the knights. We need to see a castle forward to see if the game can keep going, but it's domination, Ellie. It's impossible now. 4 top centers and Dogao.
Stopping this attempt for the second time. Dogao enough stone to build his own castle, and he's basically building it over the castle that Vivi wanted to build.
Now even in Scalebard armor, he didn't really make big upgrades. He was with the 3 TCs, he don't even have Bozo, but he created the right amount of army and counter him completely, outplayed him big time in this one. And at least that he's doing a big fail in the remaining minutes from the game. Dogao gonna be waiting Liereyy or ACCM for the next Friday.
Oh, and Vivi, he fought well and looked really good in game number 2. Still trying to make something happen with those villages, but we'll look into the castle now. And yeah, you can see, well, the eyes are kind of looking, what are my resources looking like? Well, my population isn't that high either. He will get a defensive castle, and my plan is to kind of play this one all in. Score isn't looking too pretty either,
GG.
And he has to give it up.
GG. Well, Dogao played standard, let's say. He didn't take any risk, and he kind of looks like it's easy to stop this kind of push, which is not, but he made it look easy for him, right, Nelly? He played very smooth this one, and didn't give a single chance to Vivi in this game.
Yeah, it was, I don't really know, it's simply, this all-in of Vivi was so telegraphed. Early market, triple stable, easily scouted, and Dogao sees, okay, you have exactly one strategy that you can play from here. So the moment I get onto enough pikemen, you will never take favorable engagements. And that's exactly what Dogao did. Even greedily added TCs behind this, is sitting on 4 TCs right now, and then took beautiful engagement with his knights, dealing with all the siege. That could have been the only answer to the pikemen. But Dogao with a strong defense, and I'm looking forward to him on the next Friday.
And my question to you, Nelly, it was needed. I mean, it's really Berber's worse than Frank's in the late game. He cannot play standard to go for some army. Try to still go for Castle Age, even if you are not ahead, and go dual stable. Similar approach than Frank's, because Berbers are very strong in my opinion. And in late game, I prefer the army. They got Hussars. They get also the +3, but well, we can talk that after checking these statistics. Military is pretty much the same. We can see the army high was similar, but in the economy, we're gonna notice the big difference here. Wow, there you go. Look at the wood. Look at the food mostly. The food was insane advantage here. And Villese, of course, was much ahead with almost 3-4 town centers. And what do you think, Nelly? A normal approach with Berbers didn't need to go all in my opinion.
Yeah, that's what we said early on, right? And that's why this strategy was so surprising. Maybe that also plays into the hand of the strategy, that you feel like, okay, that civilization could play long game and could still be looking pretty good. But Vivi, he is known to go for some wild strategies. This time it didn't play out because it was so easy to scout. Maybe you try to hide the market in the back. Maybe you only show one stable at the front and then build 2 stables further in the back. This way, Dogao with proper answers.
So predictable, but we want to see, right? We want to see Dogao. Let's see if we're going to be able to see, because he was in the darkness. Mr. Riley is going to bring you what he think about this series.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Mem. And I'm joined by Dogao, who I notice you've put the lights on, mate. It's good to see. Good to see you in the broad light of day. Congratulations on the win. Obviously, going to a decider there. Pretty high tension age that was played there. How are you feeling throughout that match?
Honestly, I was pretty confident playing versus Vivi. I don't know, he played just weird, both Arabia and the last game. And honestly, when I saw that Marketplace was his home map, I was quite happy, because I'm confident in that map as well. And then what I saw, I was playing versus Aztecs, I was confident as well, was happy again, because I played that matchup quite a few times, and I always had success with Britons, but I don't know, something happened. I didn't wall the back of my base, and I lost when the Eagles came to my economy.
Well, regardless, it's a great result here, even if it was 2-1, and you keep your tournament hopes alive. Talk to us about your preparation for this tournament. Obviously, you know, this is an absolute headliner in terms of its size, its prestige, and how much money is on the line. What did you do to get ready for this tournament and make sure you were going to play your best age?
Just play as much as I can. You have to practice a lot, because if you are not practicing, unless you are Liereyy or something, you are not going to have success in this game. So the more you play, more sharp you get, faster you get, you micro better. So you just have to play as much as you can during the tournament.
Just getting the reps in, all right. Well, look, mate, I've got to ask. I've got to ask, because everyone wants to know. Is the light being off a focus thing? Are you sort of the Dark Lord calling on some kind of eldritch power that is only available to you in the dark? What is it that is it something that you need to have to focus? What's going on with the lights being off?
I don't know, because I got used to play with lights really low. And then when I play with lights on, I don't know, it seems like the lights distract me. So I have to play with lights off every single time, otherwise I don't feel that I am playing my best, you know. Always something is distracting me with the lights. I don't know, I'm just got used to play with the lights off.
Oh, some shadowy bargain has been struck. The Dark Lord himself, Dogao, doing very, very well here. Congratulations on the win, Dark Lord, and we'll see you again very soon here as part of Red Bull or Wololo.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Dogao, the Dark Lord, certainly has a bit of a ring to it. It's interesting to hear some of those, you know, some of the things that come into play with people when it comes to focus and what have you. Some people have to play music, some people have to have all the lights off, and in order the infernal bargain they've struck with the Eldritch powers to come into effect. Well, listen, I'm very pleased that Dogao's done well, but I want to take a moment to say well done to Vivi, obviously making it all the way to the top 16 here as part of Red Bull Wololo 4. Congratulations to you, mate. You've acquitted yourself very, very well. You put in a damn good fight, and you can hold your head up high as you depart the tournament. Well done, and I'm sure on behalf of the entire Twitch chat watching here, we'd all like to heartily congratulate you for a battle well fought, and I'm sure we'll see you again very soon. But well done to Dogao, the ultimate winner of that matchup there. And now we turn our attention to the other match from this group stage. The winners of Group B yesterday, of course, were Liereyy and ACCM. You can see they're on your screen, both of them doing very well for themselves, ending up at 2-1. And here, of course, Liereyy, one of the biggest names in the tournament, a gifted player, with freakish powers when it comes to micro in particular. ACCM from Vietnam, also no slouch himself, but Liereyy really got something to prove after having exceptional results throughout his shortish career so far. He came second at the last Red Bull Wololo event, and I'm sure is wanting to do one better this time around. Of course, we've been featuring interviews with many of our headline players throughout the weekend, and this round's no different. We're going to check in first of all with Liereyy and learn a little bit more about this young Austrian superstar.
This is Red Bull Wololo 4.
So I'm Liereyy. I'm 19 years old currently, and I'm from Austria. I generally prefer to play Archer Civs, since they're just smoother to play, smoother to control than Cavalier Civs. So therefore I prefer to... My best civ... Like my favorite civ is most likely the strongest Archer Civ in that case, which would be, in my opinion, Britons. I tend to favor open maps, aggressive maps where you can have a lot of action and have to focus on multiple spots rather than closed maps where you just wall and boom, basically. So therefore I prefer maps like Arabia or Arabia-like maps. I feel like of every Red Bull Wololo there is, it gets harder and harder to play into finals. It's harder and harder to win matches and win whole events. People are getting better, they're learning faster, they're learning better. So obviously you have to keep up if you want to compete. That's why I believe it's harder than the previous editions to reach the finals. But I still believe in myself that I can make it if I practice and get motivated. So I still like my chances, honestly. I just have to prepare and put a lot of time into it.
This is Red Bull Wololo 4.
Good to hear there from Liereyy, of course, young Austrian who has really impressed everyone with his ridiculous micro skills. Already over $70,000 to his name in prize money, and a real contender, an absolute force to be reckoned with here. And he's facing off against ACCM. Now we know, of course, that Liereyy, well, very famous for his actions per minute, so I guess you could say the next match is APPM versus ACCM. Oh, thank you. ACCM, of course, from it's a professional broadcast. ACCM, of course, from Vietnam, a very popular young player as well. We got the chance to sit down with him, get a little bit more feedback and a little bit more information about the bloke you're going to see play in just a few moments. On the other side of this video, of course, we'll be back in the booth with our casters Nelly and Mem. But before that, let's hear from ACCM and then head down to the match.
This is Red Bull Wololo 4.
Hey guys, my name is Hui, as known at ACCM Introduction community. I'm 32 years old and I'm coming from Vietnam. My favorite map is Arabia, and I love to play it because of the aggression. I can boosting the pressure to my opponent all the time. I'm working hard for it and hopefully I can make it. Villese, because he's my partner. I hope I will have a really good performance and go as far as I can. I think play Hans and Arabia. Only enjoy every tour right now and maybe the rest of my life.
This is Red Bull Wololo 4.
Well, I am still recovering for the APPM versus ACCM. Nelly, you are clearly infecting everyone, or what is this? Riley was looking like a very serious person, but he's gone. I mean, he's gone. It's a new one now. Mr. Nelly, what is this?
Oh, what I still don't get it. What did I miss?
Okay, well, we can move on then into Liereyy versus ACCM with the crazy aggression. Check the VOD, Nilly. Check the VOD. You will enjoy like a lot, okay? Anyway, Liereyy versus ACCM. Yesterday, Liereyy got some problems. Got some real problems against Dogao, but he has incredible skills. I was watching the interview and he said so calm, well, I hope I can get motivated and then we'll try and I think I can get into the final. I mean, it's crazy. Yeah. How he say confidence, and relax it, but he admit that it's complicated. It's getting more complicated to get there. And this is Liereyy, guys. The first true ranking position from all the result. Wololo, look, 3rd, 4th, 1st, and 2nd. Impressive.
Crazy. And the second one, he could have easily won as well. It went to game 7, and crazy. He arguably is the best player when it comes to Empire Wars settings. Just so good. And yeah, with the interview, remember King of the Desert 3, he also said he lost in the group stage against DauT, and he said that really, made him realize that he had to switch to another gear, and in the end ended up winning the whole tournament. So maybe dropping a map or something could really help him here to realize, oh god, I'm not the invincible young god that I sometimes think I am.
Well, but we are going to discover, because we have Aztecs for ACCM and then Liereyy with Ethiopians. Why he's going Aztecs? Maybe he's feeling, Nelly, that you can't compete with the Archer's micro from the kit, like I like to call him, and then you go for something different. He's doing a tower already, and I want to see Liereyy point of view, please, Mapu, with the Fog of War. Now, doesn't matter anymore because the scout is already there. Yeah, the scout is already there, so we can see that he spotted the tower as well, but he still didn't see second barrack already. Stable. Wow. Ooh. Do you like this approach for both? ACCM going Aztecs and Liereyy going for the opening stable?
Well, we have seen Liereyy play Knights quite heavily. Oh, let's see if he can save the villager here. ACCM just takes this fight straight up. Doesn't even try to go for some quick walls. Liereyy is kind of the guy, especially on Hudo, that played against those Eagle Warriors really nicely. Just adding stable, some Knights in front of his crossbows. And I think that will be his game plan again here. Lots of Knights, lots of crossbows, and I'm excited for some massive Castle Age battles.
Yeah, I still didn't find the double barrack. I mean, he knows that he's doing Eagle, but it's not the same to see that he's going with 2 barracks already, because you know that he's going to commit more. Oh my god, I still didn't see the buildings. Yeah, but when you see that many Eagles already that early, you might feel that he did a second one in the league.
Yeah, I think it's not the biggest difference, right? Eagles produce so slowly in Feudal Age. I think 60 seconds. Obviously, with Aztecs a bit faster there, but it's still problematic. You saw the defensive tower, you see the Eagles, so you know what's coming. If it's 1 extra Eagle, it won't change that much. Look at that, not even full production.
Okay, and now we have the scouts inside trying to make some damage, and Liereyy has already a solid economy. Didn't wall yet, he can lose 1, but he can still try to pick some village, probably the one of the market. No, he's going back, you don't want to lose those. But he's trying to create chaos, a little bit of chaos on ACCM economy and provoke some idle time more than kill it, right?
Yeah, that's also a bit of scouting. He simply still didn't see the barrack amount, right? And tries to confirm that, and now he finally goes there. Yeah.
You see now those. It's gonna be still faster to cast. He's starting to wall absolutely everything and doing the second archery range. Okay. Yeah, but the transition for Castle is still gonna be very nice because he basically did only 2 scouts, and that's it.
Yeah, and that's something that Liereyy is so good at. The timing of his walls. You see lots of players dropping down, trying to get the walls up with 4 villagers at the start. Liereyy always starts with units, then sees how he can wall. Let's see the villager, maybe wall here. Ooh!
Come on. Well, there you go. Now palisading absolutely everything. It's not only microing the archers, it's microing the villas, and the quick wall from the kid are on point. And right now, he's trying to get there with the scouts. Look at those eagles. And he's on the way to Castles, but the Castles time from ACCM is not really far away from this. We are going to see now Eagle Warriors versus Liereyy with archers and few knights, but we have seen how powerful can be. Those are gonna be again another quick wall, yes, because that village is in danger to be lost.
Is he really in danger? It has
Not
Liereyy
really.
as a name on it.
Oh, he's gonna trap.
Never was in danger.
He's gonna trap those eagles. Nearly, he's gonna trap those eagles before he's reaching the castle age. So now those eagles, if he's gonna be able to kill them, it's gonna be lovely because he's. Oh my God, he's doing the palisade gate. Whoa! And now those eagles are going to the damn hell. Man, how relaxed he's playing, doing all those many things. He took absolutely everything there, Liereyy. Wow, seriously, Nelly.
Oh God, how was that even possible? And Riley earlier said like, yeah, we all love Age of Empires for its great historically accuracy. Yeah, I'm not sure about one villager building a gate blocking off a full army.
Yeah, well, I love these kind of moves, guys. I love it. I really love this kind of move because with so little, in theory, is getting so much. You can see KD 6-1. He took absolutely everything. Now the Crobos are going to be there with Botkin, and he's going to be closer. It's going to be 4 barracks? Is this 4 barracks with the Aztecs? He's going to be able to produce from all them? Wow! And now Nelly can see those. Let's see the fog of war. I think he can.
Well, 11 on gold, so he won't be able to produce enough anyways, and Liereyy will try to find another angle. Yeah, he sees all 4 barracks, so that's a good indicator that ACM is going wild. Liereyy drops a TC here at the front. An interesting choice.
Well, he's doing the Eagle Warrior with a squad, but in this kind of situation, you also need the +2. Isn't too much because we were talking a lot like, okay, 3 barracks is a move, but 4 is a lot. Like, we need the balance here, Nelly.
But market will help out, but he can't sell stone because he built the defensive tower. Eagles going to the other side. KD 8-1. This could have been so many more eagles, and I don't really see the snowball even starting. It's a snowflake at the start for now.
Yeah. Okay. Well, he's trying to break the palisade, but that gate, sorry, is not gonna be able. He has the bozo. Ballistic will be lovely here for Liereyy. He still have a lot more numbers, but if you let the Aztecs get the economy and the Eagles going, it's gonna still be risky and dangerous.
Let's see. It's not like Liereyy is underreacting, right? He is continuing to build crossbow. We see more knights on the field. It is quote-unquote only 2 TC, so he knows that a big attack is coming. He's going back, grouping up. Liereyy knows what's coming his way.
Yeah, man, there is many eagles now with the +2. The Crobs is still also with the +2, but no armor. Obviously, you don't really need it against the eagles, or it's not that important. And the Knights got the +1. He's still trying to wall, and he's walling. I still think that Ballistic will be lovely here, but you cannot get a bad engagement against the Aztecs. So even if it looks like Leo is playing very, very smooth, then you check, and it's only 3 villages difference. Even with two town centers, nearly only 3 villages difference. He killed 2 villages Liereyy, so not a big deal for ACCM. If he take a good engagement, we saw in the previous series what the Eagles can do against the Archers.
Yeah, the thing is, the advantage will only increase from here. Liereyy still is producing quite some army, and now for the first time we will see ACM kind of dipping his toe into the crossbow pond here, but way too hard for him.
Yeah, and hill advantage was there. He was sit down in that small hill. Yeah, he has to be careful. Still also, he has knights. I don't know if he's gonna go even more arrows for the knights. He's going forward. So many crossbows. Many knights as well. It's a note, those 29 crossbows and 6 knights. I hear also the monastery. Okay, wow, it's so many units. I love the castle integration, and we got to have a good battle here.
Let's see about that one. Forces some more reactions, sees more walls, and Liereyy is playing this one so patiently. He knows he's facing 1 TC still, so he knows, okay, the longer the game goes, it's fine, unless you get to elite Eagle Warriors at some point, so he still tries to keep ACM honest.
Okay, numbers 42 army, 31 start to be 31 Eagles is starting to be scary. Starting to be really, really scary. We don't see Jet Ballistic. More knights. There is 8 knights already. And, well, non-stop doing it. Now second town center. Okay.
Oh, well, let's see. Instantly spotted here. Sick move by Liereyy. Nice map awareness. Realizing, okay, your gold will run out eventually. Let's try to take a look where you try to expand, because that's something ACM has to do eventually.
Oh my god, but the accuracy with those archers, even if he has a good micros, you need ballistic, because you saw he couldn't kill 3 eagles. That was under 36 archers. Is incredible. Also, Thundering will be lovely. Obviously, it's a big investment, so doing those archers or try to keep doing arm. Oh my god, I still think this is gonna be so difficult for Liereyy. I mean, it's so many eagles, Nelly. So many.
9 knights in the field. Scouts harassing this one. Can the knights get in there? That obviously would be horrible. Liereyy, I think it feels like it's becoming the timing where ballistics is unavoidable. Oh, he's one-shotting.
Yeah, you need
one-shotting the eagles.
You need it. You need then. He's now taking some eagles in the north. Now he has to be careful. You don't want to get converted. He got converted. One knight. This is gonna be bad for Liereyy, or he's gonna be able to micro. Let's see, because in this kind of situation, Dogao lost absolutely everything before. This is so many eagles. So many eagles. He go with the hill. Those knights are disappearing little by little, and now those eagles should eat absolutely everything, or not, Nelly.
Ethiopian crossbow on a hill are nothing to laugh at. Just think about, like, one scorpion there would completely change that battle.
Oh, wow. Okay, he's still trying to micro, but now the numbers say that Liereyy is in problems. 15 army, the Scorpion is coming, 20 military now, more villages from Liereyy, but those eagles are so deadly. Still microing and trying to kill as much as possible, but, a castle from Liereyy. A castle from Liereyy now in front of his base. That's gonna be nice. Shoot a warrior. Transition.
It's the perfect counter to eagles. It simply is the perfect counter. They are so fast, incredible damage output, so fast to produce as well. One of the ideal counters. And ACM thought, like, okay, nice, let's push. And then he sees the castle. Wop, 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 wop.
Yeah, well, right. Millie, don't do this or I cannot keep going, okay? And now we are going to see with the 3 town centers and castle in front. Need the upgrades for the infantry. +1, +2. We gotta see. We don't see. Horse collar. That's not great. Nelly did a great job here with the castle. Liereyy did a great job with the castle, but he's usually not mining stones, so well, he's know what is he facing and trying to now to mass. Remember, guys, also that the production for the shooter warriors are very fast as well.
Yeah, crazy fast, and there's even a technology that it produces even faster. That's why we rarely see Ethiopians being forced to go for a lot of castles even here. And, well, crossbow still trying to hold. Houses 900 HP. Yeah, tries to go for a second layer of houses, but not the best positioning. Shotels now, and now you can see. We already saw a really unfair fight earlier with Jaguars against the 200 Swordsmen. This one is pretty easy.
Yeah. Let's check now. It's Squires +1. Maybe he should wait a little bit to get the +1. He's not having a single upgrade in those shooters. Not a single upgrade, and let's see how those shooters are going to work against the Eagles. He's running away because he knows what happened with the shooters. They are eating the Eagles, and they are really, really fast as well. Look. They are just literally eating those Eagles.
Yeah, slicing them up. Such a nice unit to counter. And behind this, though, we have to say ACCM did a good job. 75 villagers himself. If it wasn't for the crazy Shotel as a unit, I think ACCM had a really good position, but simply the tech that Liereyy opened for himself should give him a nice advantage.
Lovely. He has to be careful now because the monks are there. He's trying to convert. He converted one. And now Liereyy, another castle. Wow, I'm telling you something, Liereyy, Nelly. If Liereyy make a transition to build faster and spam shooters, what you do? Jaguars, they're very slow.
Yeah, and then again, like 5 Arbalists are so good. We could technically, like, Jaguar and Atlatl Skirms are a good army composition, but how do you get to them? Most of the time, Aztecs are trying to work on lower economy.
Yeah, now he's out micro there against those monks. He has to be careful. This is Scorpion. Remember, guys, that the shooters are very strong against those here, but they're also very weak. I mean, they die really, really quick. They have really low HP, you know, but you can see how he's trying to do the job. He's getting the Krobos to try to be like the body ward there and trying to kill those monks. Obviously, ACCM is playing a very nice game as well, but right now, I don't see how he's gonna be really countering this, because Lierey's economy with 10 villages more, 2 castles, the production is like deathmatch nearly. We'll check at the minimap and he's spamming units right now.
Oh yeah, so crazy fast there with the production. And look at that, that's only 2 castles and he's swarming them in. Hallelujah.
Yeah, I mean, 2 castles against, I don't know, 4 or 5 barracks, and the production is super fast. So now what? I see a 3rd castle coming. Look at the stone he has already in the bank, Liereyy. 3rd castle in front of all those buildings, Nilly?
I think you don't want to build it too aggressively. I rather would see it like this, exactly where actually the mining camp is right now. So I would have expected to be more defensively, play the long game. He knows if he has triple caster shoulder production, he can't really lose this game. So don't go to wild, please.
Okay. He's doing the university. You have seen, guys, how the shooters die very easily against those TC's arrows. Yeah, now need to be careful. He's sending also archers. I love how he's using the archers with those units, nearly protecting, also trying to kill those monks. And, well, it's an amazing game to watch, honestly.
Yeah, and you always love to see if we see some, well, most of the time underused unit utilized. Let's take a look. Only 1 Shotel being converted right now. And Liereyy, look at his resources. He is about to imp pretty soon as well.
Yeah, crazy economy, even producing all, now plus 2 armor. Now those shooter warriors are going to probably kill absolutely everything. Let's see. Not at all. Those monks are doing a good job. Why he went back, I don't think he needed, but still, even with that bad move, in my opinion, again, it's still killing all.
Patrol was a bit too short, but doesn't really matter. It's just slicing and dicing here. And Liereyy is just ruffle stomping over all that score. Actually, way closer than what I think the game should look like. 30 population lead here. Everything is dying, and just more and more Shotels coming out of this one. And yeah, 2 golds here. Crossbow blocking this one so nicely. And just continue with the Shotel spam, and you will be fine here as Liereyy.
Yeah, well, let's see where he's gonna drop the next castle, because he has this stone. I will do it there, man, in front of the archery ranges. Come. Full aggressive.
Yeah, but you're
there.
sadistic, man. You're sadistic. I think the defensive castle is actually the better play, right? It's not... If you want to approach RTS games in those situations, don't ask yourself, how do I finish this game? Ask yourself, what is the next move to lower my probability of throwing the game? Like, just try to get smaller, more other advantages. And this suicide castle at the front, yeah, you will finish the game most of the time, but just play the long game. You got all the setups.
He's trying to set up a castle now to defense, but he's gonna be able now. Look where he's coming. Look where he's coming. Is he listening to you? He's not listening to you, nearly. And he's doing a castle on his face, controlling both secondary goal and both town centers. This is absolutely disaster for ACCM if that castle is going to be up.
And soon people will be like, oh, the castle went up and he won the game nearly. What were you talking about? Yeah, he is massively ahead, guys.
Yeah, you are talking in a even position. No, in an even position, probably is not the recommended.
Non-even position. It's just like theoretical optimum, but this is obviously a great play. The castle will block all the gold. He will find way more villager kills, and he is in such a comfortable position. Basically, most of his decisions will be game-winning here.
Yeah, it's an amazing gameplay. He's not resigning ACCM, but look at those resources. He's on the way to Imperial in 30 seconds. He's gonna make a TC there. Well, ACCM is dreaming to take that goal in the south, right? Because right now, ACCM nearly Sitaux, Villese on goal. Literally, Sitaux, Villese on goal, because Liereyy has got, I'm calling Liereyy Nilly. Do you like that, right?
Well, it is confusing, right? Decision making,
yeah,
the same, macro, the same, micro, the same. It's easily confused.
The same age, absolutely everything, you know. And now with those shooters and crossbows, it's total domination. Yeah, he's doing a town center there, but well, people enjoy in the chat, Mr. Nilly. People enjoy with the finals too, with the hand card, with the heavy plow, and it's not even to make another castle. It's well, what I love is the transition Liereyy did, because he lost all the arches against the Eagles, right? But no problem, I'm gonna drop a castle now, and I have a good economy going, because while he was doing all those arches, he got the advantage. I think that TC is gonna be even denied. Crazy stuff, really. Crazy stuff. Population. Right? Wow. Incredible.
Well, Summer Army. We have the full switch for ACCM on range units now. 15 skirms, 10 crossbows, but running into all those castles and soldiers, once they get the last armor upgrade, they should be doing pretty fine there as well. And Liereyy maybe focusing a bit on the villagers could be an option. Rams actually will be prepared at the top, but Liereyy going for another castle here. He's a full control.
Wow. Controlling everything, even the gold there, and now he's gonna be in Imperial. What a domination here with 172 population, looking really smooth, because facing the Aztecs is never easy, really. It's never easy. Conscription +4, and I don't see yet the GG call, but wouldn't be surprised it's gonna be very soon, because with the cast, there you go. Wow, what a game, guys! What a game from Liereyy, Nelly.
Yeah, and Shotels, they are just so nice there, and you kind of need to completely change your game plan. The moment you see the opponent has a castle up, either you need to get onto a castle yourself, or you need to switch into crossbow skirm again. But most of the time, if you get to the all-in spot that you cleared up all the crossbow, you're so far behind in economy that it shouldn't really work. Liereyy nicely buying time for the killer unit in this matchup.
Yeah, amazing job he did. We can now, well, in the minimap, we can see how control he got, but in the statistics, look at, it's lovely. Just focus, Mapo, let's focus a little bit in this timeline. Look how there was a point that Liereyy lost everything. Sitaux, nearly. Sitaux. Yeah. And in that point, he made the castle, started to create the shooters, and dominated completely the game. It's hilarious how he's looking that one. Really hilarious. And I don't know. Well, let's check now the economy and see how he obviously was really ahead in everything except the goal. And when we check the APM from this guy, it's going to be hilarious as well. Social, 142 is 100. Oh my goodness, really? Look at those. It's been yeah, it is crazy. You can see the graph has like a big advantage during all the moments, but a really big one. Crazy stuff.
Hilarious.
What do you have to say about that?
Hilarious.
It's crazy, man. It's very good, man. It is really good. Do you think that if he was full time and had the commit that other people probably have in this, he would be even in a higher level?
That's what a lot of people are arguing, and for years, right? And I just asked him the question, and technically he has the time, right? He's still in school, he plays other games, he doesn't really focus himself too much, and he says it's so easy for him to keep his level. Well, there was a time pre-Hera, so he said it's very easy for him to be number 2, but it would be so much more work to be number 1. And then he feels like number 2 in the world, feels very comfortable, and right now he's training with Hera. He's putting in way more hours. We still give him a lot of crap for his past not performing due to playing other games, but now he is more focused, and he could be the number 1, but I don't think like he would be an uncontested number 1. Like I thought he had the potential like 2-3 years ago.
Okay. Well, now the people seems DE also is like more committed into the game. Like the level has increased for everyone in general. A lot of people is playing more, practicing more tournaments, right? And now, what do you think about this pick, Greenland?
Oh, interesting.
As a whole map from ACCM.
Was that ACCM against Vivi with a very long game to finish out the set? Okay.
Yeah.
So the big question will be, it's relatively important that we jump into the game early on. Yesterday we saw a wild villager war, and the question is how they will approach this. Obviously, good civilizations are something like Saracens, Koreans, Italians, Portuguese, Vikings, something that will perform well on water. And maybe mix in Indians a bit because the shorefish is there as well.
Did you mention Byzantines? Did you mention Byzantines too?
I don't like Byzantines too much, but yeah. They have some bonuses going for themselves. More HP for the tower if you go into the tower war. Fire galleys, attacking faster. You can go into Greek fire. You get to imp a bit faster. I still think they're inferior to Italians, Portuguese, Vikings.
Okay, but the cheaper transition to imp and also the fast fire, if you get a good timing, it can give you a really good momentum to try to drop in a castle with more HP. I think it's still a tricky one. Anyway, we are going to discover because I think the game might be there very soon. I'm just checking. For that, I'm checking to the left, to the right, guys. I'm checking into the second monitors because we have the Greenland already going, and we are going to discover. I'm clicking now. Oh, baby. Well, it's a mirror game.
Mm-hmm.
Mirror game with the Vikings.
Yeah, had to be Vikings then. Neither player used them before. And sometimes that's the reason, right? You feel like, okay, Greenland, Vikings is one of the strongest civilizations. Maybe if you are ACCM and you felt Vikings is the best civ, that's why you don't use them on Arabia and try to throw in the curveball for your own home map.
Okay, well, Liereyy so far is never picking in Arabia the Vikings. I think with the skills he has, is probably a smart choice, and keep that civilization for more mixed maps, more dangerous map. No,
I don't know. I think Vikings would suit him really well. Maybe he simply doesn't want to run into a civ loss and wants to keep Vikings to then play a mirror matchup on a home map, and before that feels comfortable enough with Ethiopians, which are incredibly good on Arabia as well.
We are going to be there in like 45 seconds, no more. Hopefully, guys, you enjoy with the series today. Still 4 series more, and we are already in 5 hours and 40 minutes. I think we are we are better today with the schedule, even with the all decided games we got, because there we got some difficulties yesterday. Today is going all really smooth. Hopefully, guys, you enjoy. And in this one, they're going to go full water, or you think we're going to see some archers? Water is so strong in this one.
Vikings, I don't think archers will do much. This will probably be galleys into longboats. I don't think we will see a lot of land, actually. I think this will be really big water play. It's just so easy to wall your own base on this map.
Yeah, well, it's also needed to keep remembering the start. They start with the mill, with the short face. There is a lot of potential food. So this is the only land area that maybe they have to fight. Probably will drop in a tower. But we are going to see very soon. Yes, and we are getting there. The number 1 position from the Red Bull events versus the 6 ACCM, and we have Liereyy as a red in the south. Vikings, like we mentioned, dropping already the first dog, and now let's see, dog as well, not moving, not doing anything. The goal is very, very safe here for ACCM, and Liereyy has a safe goal as well, and he spotted immediately the dog, but it's expected that they are going to drop a dog, right, Ellie?
Yeah, on the Vikings mirror, it just feels like winning water wins the game here. It's like there is no comeback chance, and this is a bit of the problem of this map, that sometimes you don't want to resign too early. We did see MBL against Nicov in this qualifier resigning instantly after he lost water and just trying to save time, because water wins this map, especially in Vikings War.
Okay, so we need to focus second dock right in the same spot. What do you think about that? It's not better to put them a little bit farther from each other just to get a little bit more map, or he just want to secure to mass a lot of galleys very close? Oh, that scout is getting a lot damage with the HP.
I see one problem with those two docks. Isn't there the chance that a galley might be trapped between the two docks?
Also, we will check the position very soon.
Oh,
a green dock! What?
Who is this
Chromatic
caster
dot,
with
and
this
that galley is just trapped already. Look at that galley. Exactly what you said. That galley is completely trapped already, so it's kind of useless right now, that one.
Oh, this is so painful. This is so painful. You see those villagers idle now? Oh god,
Yeah.
I fear for ACM. No way. And he goes triple dock now. Oh, painful.
But that makes no sense. A little bit of Titanic here, we have to admit, Mr. Nelly, because that's kind of awkward.
Oh, well, I think it's very easily avoidable
Featureless.
there.
Yeah.
Oh no, and now it's 3 against 2 galleys instead of 3 against 3. And galley micro snowballs so heavily. Oh.
And
Two
if he
dogs.
doesn't pay
Liereyy will
attention...
be up to Castle Age earlier. Oh no. Oh no.
And if he doesn't pay attention, Nelly, he can get trapped even more galleys if he's
No, I
not
don't think
being
so.
careful.
I think the one
not
galley will
other
block
point.
it. That's why you don't
Okay.
want to delete the galley as well. Because then it will get over there. The only way to do is like delete the galley and build a palisade there. So not another galley is spawning.
Okay,
But
there's
look at
many
that.
galleys here. He has the numbers. He has the numbers advantage now constantly. Even if he has more, but he cannot use it. So that's a problem. And Liereyy, with a tower there defending the resources, he's about to click up Castle Age. And in a mirror matchup, being up in a map like this that they are very close, going up to Castle Age much faster can be definitive.
Yeah. I think the only chance for ACCM is put on the radiator there, wait for global warming to kick in, hope that the ice is going down, and then maybe free that ship. But I'm not sure if it will happen within 833 years.
It's up to Castle Age, Nelly. I mean, it's on the way to Castle Age. He's gonna go up, but look at now, without the stone, he sell the stone and is still going to go slower than him. Not too far, that's truth, but he sell the stone. It's true that Liereyy not gonna add a TC anytime soon because he used the stone for the tower. Palisade gate. The problem is that Liereyy lost the scout, so he doesn't know now if his opponent is going to come with something else. That's why he's walling now. No, Nelly?
Oh, sneaky villagers by ACCM. That's something he did against Vivi as well, right? Remember at the top of the game, and Liereyy, maybe he saw those games, maybe he is prepared. I would love to see that, and he is walling. Oh, sneaky stables won't happen against Liereyy either. Vivi already defended that one yesterday.
Okay, we need to check those galleys, but is he wall completely on the right? Let's check now. He's gonna be wall. Yes, he's gonna be wall, and he need to wall that palisade because the villages are close, and even if he's doing those stable, you don't want to. I mean, he can chop that tree. Imagine that ACCM see it, and then he still get inside chopping the tree, and oh man, well, would be lovely.
That's sloppy by Liereyy. He knows, like, what are the... Again, ask yourself, what are the ways to get or lose control of this game? And one of them is to get the side attack, and most of the time, if side attacks are happening, it is with villagers. So you should wall behind those trees.
Yeah, if we can check now, yellow point of view fog of war will be lovely, and then we can see if he can see those palisades. I don't think he can yet. He cannot, but he will, so we will have to pay attention to that one. He's coming with the villagers. Oh man, he's coming with the villagers, but not gonna happen yet. He's killing now so many villagers in the middle, and now he's 4 villagers ahead, gonna take that galley. He's taking a good advantage for sure, but imagine, is that a siege workshop at the back?
Yeah.
Wow.
So this is
and he's
the
still
one
open.
play. This is the one play, yeah. Well, ACM didn't know, right? And Liereyy will get the full control. Maybe Liereyy... He has a spearman. That's interesting. Oh no, it's in the center. The spearman should actually scout the sides now, because Liereyy knows he won water.
Yeah, he has the water and the control for sure. But this also a monastery. That's basically open, because what can happen there is if he's chopping those trees with the village, he can just remove with his own palisade, and that's it. He's completely enter with knights freely and no problem. Then he can do damage, obviously. And we're going to see now. Well, he has the Mangonel, so still he's gonna break very fast. But he can really do that even with the Village, so he get even more time. Now he's moving those. And what is he going to do now, Liereyy? Spears? Monk himself?
No real reaction yet. Monastery will be dropped. Quick walls on point again. Maybe some spearman, defensive siege workshop. He simply knows he should be ahead. One thing that he didn't do too well, adding fishing ships. He only has one for now. Quick wall. No.
Yeah, we need to check out the Mangonel. He's gonna take some Village. He's not taking a lot. He's moving now those. He has to be careful. He's taking Village. No siege workshop. So he's going for siege and monks. Still have the water control. He needs to stop this push, otherwise it's gonna be really problematic for him. But he still have a second TC, and he's mining. Start mining stone. Only one for now. Could be a choice, but still, it's far from having to make a castle or something. This is a big push for ACCM.
Liereyy, that's so easy to fail. I would be losing 10 villagers here. Liereyy, no, God, is this good?
He walled absolutely everything. He walled all the woodland. Unbelievable play. Is starting to convert. He has also a monk. If he convert couple of knights and take the siege, then it's gonna be absolutely over. Now moving Village in the north, and as you can see, Liereyy seems to be very stressed. He's under the pressure and just moving the villagers and not losing anything at all. He is still ahead in Village, and now he's trying to repair that para because a Mangonel is coming and taking the Mangonel down. There you go. He's gonna re-wall? What is he doing with those villages, Liereyy? Oh, Liereyy! Misclick, probably. What? Okay, he was playing very smooth till now. Now those villages are just, well, going crazy with those villages and gonna take the Mangonel. Well, now he's trying to take the Mangonel, obviously, because he misclicked, obviously. And now he's not that relaxed anymore. But that Mangonel is going to be down. At least he got a Mangonel now.
Oh, Villagers did a reasonable job there. Behind this, though, score is obviously heavily misleading. Just deduct 1,000 points if you want to get a reasonable idea of how this game is looking. Liereyy, yeah, he's still winning water. Now TC's added behind this. I think this might be a mistake by ACCM. It will be so tough for him to play a boomed out game if he's facing Liereyy with water control. I think he needs to win it on land here. But that's maybe me looking at it too one-dimensionally.
Now, full push. He needs to go full push right now. Because right now, if he stop a little bit this push and he kill it, he can still also go for fishing if he has the water control. And he will never get a huge advantage with the economy against Liereyy in this situation. No?
I think, he's thinking about too much about the long game. But the long game means he will always lose.
Yeah, and now he's going to convert. He has to kill now those. He's taking the Scorpion. He's moving those. Let's take the micro now. Another Scorpion down. He still have 3 monks. He stopped it already, the push.
Well, maybe ACM realized earlier than I did that this push is not going to be successful. And then it makes sense to go for some TCs. But, man, this is the moment where... it shows how great of a casters we are, because there won't be stuff happening for quite some time, but this game will continue for longer than that.
For quite some time as well, right? for a long time. Yeah, but he's stopping right now absolutely everything. He's doing the pikeman upgrade. With the pikeman upgrade, he's gonna take absolutely everything here. He's going to convert, killing the monk. The pike is not arriving in time. No. He's not getting the pike upgrade in time, but it's still, well, Liereyy lost here a lot more than I expected, man, but he's killing the knights with the Mangonels. Come on. Yeah,
okay, let's theorycraft. ACCM. He is, what?
2 villages forward? Okay.
Those two are really ambitious.
And another 2, he's sending gather point from some TC because there's another 2 more. And man, that's terrible, man. Yeah, look at those villages on the left. He's losing more. There's no ballistic for that reason. It's taking a while. Well, man, You need ballistic, man. Ballistic is crazy. The Villese are they survive, man. Crazy. Yeah, they are so fast with the hand card, Nelly.
Yeah, true. So 4 villagers are on the other side, maybe trying to chop all the wood, playing the super long game, thinking about that control. But actually, the game will end before we need to care about wood. We will need to care about gold eventually, though. So picking up relics would be a reasonable spot. ACCM still has the 1 relic, but on Lierey's side.
Okay, taking all the knights. He lost some mango. Like, he need to kill all this military. It's true that he has 11 villages more, but now is where he can also drop fishing ships. He's gonna take all these buildings down. It's time to make a castle for ACCM. Look at the castle he's doing. Do you like that castle there?
Well, for now, Liereyy doesn't see it, right? That makes it really surprisingly good, because if Liereyy saw it, he could just send the crossbows around, or not the crossbows, the war galleys around, and would be fine with dealing with that. That castle would never go up.
Oh man, another mangonel down. I don't know if he, no, I don't think he can see it. Of course, no, he cannot. He cannot see it. Well, he's taking the stone. He's gonna keep on his island, but I believe that Liereyy will be up to Imperial faster than his opponent. Look at the score difference right now.
Again, score. I try to
it's
keep
a little bit
saying that
tricky.
it's misleading. I think ACCM tried to redog there, but stopped by Liereyy, as we see in the center. So yeah, this is a 4 villager push. Maybe even building a castle on the other side could be an idea. Still a tiny bit better economy for ACCM. I think we needed to see some more fishing ships by Liereyy to use the water a bit better.
Yeah, well, he's only 7 villages behind. He can balance the economy, and he's gonna go up to Imperial. Yeah, he's going up to Imperial, ACCM. So, as you said, he's gonna get the game. He has a good chance here now with this transition to M. Trebuchet. There is a castle here for Liereyy, but the timing is important here, and then the timing benefit now ACCM with 93 villages. All the military numbers is also kind of fake because are on water, not gonna be here. Then now he's gonna try to push from there. That's the town center, I believe. And well, it's Imperialist as well. It's only 20 seconds.
Once Liereyy reaches Imp, the first click he should do is chemistry. Cannon galleons on water are the deciding thing here. That's basically untouchable. He has so much water control. I don't see ACCM taking this one back. He is trying to redog there, so makes somewhat sense, but shouldn't really be allowed. And I think 2 cannon galleons out, and ACCM has no chance of defending this.
Yeah, let's take a Liereyy point of view for war. If he can see, yeah, well, now he can see everything because he's shooting the house. So definitely he knows that he's there with the TC, that he's there with, well, with everything, with the TC castle, and as you say, cannon galleons. He has the water control, and he should dominate. He's going for the second castle.
Yeah, and Liereyy plays it, in my opinion, wrong. He still is likely to win, but he's trying to make the counterattack happen. And he is going for the ram push here. He's trying to go for some crossbows. And this is a more wild game than he actually needs. Guys, if you replay this at home and you want water, clear up the forward, control water, you win the game. This, you give ACCM a 3 to 2.7% chance of actually still winning this game. Because this could go wild now. Lierey's push could fail against some Mangonel defense. ACCM is doing some pushes. And that's a chance you don't want to give your opponent.
But the problem, do you know why he's doing this? For the score difference. He will never expect that ACCM is reaching Imperial faster than him. That's why he was thinking, okay, he's not gonna make me any damage at home, and then I can push him. Now he's going with the rams. Cab rams already +3. I believe he's gonna make Trebuchet at home. Both lines are doing Trebuchet. Yes, there you go. And he's not doing chemistry, so he should do the chemistry. The cannon galleons is the key here, as you say.
I think so, yeah. And let's see, ACCM, how many longboats? 5 longboats on the field, 120 villagers, so reasonable economy. Ram attack here, not sure how much that will do against potentially like 2-3 berserks that could be added. And Liereyy, he's investing a lot of gold into this attack with rams and arbalest, and I don't see a guaranteed damage coming.
Yeah, but look at this. With the trebuchet taking the mangonel, the ram is gonna take the trebuchet as well. He's still gonna clean this forward probably pretty easily. This is lovely because with the rams, he now can, well, just go back, has the trebuchet there, trying to clean. He's doing the masonry, he's doing absolutely everything he needs. He has ballistic now, yellow, but wanna try to clean that castle. I think he will do it. He has second trebuchet already. The ram is taking some damage even if he's gonna lose it. And then on the left, we need to focus what is he doing. Well, going with the archers and trying to raid. Problem for ACCM, nearly, he has no army at all.
Yeah, and those crossbows are coming in, and yeah, Liereyy just blocking so many farms now. Doesn't want to dive in too deep. Feels like a very reasonable position. Mangonel around to maybe get a big shot in, but I don't think that will be enough. And Liereyy will get all the center control. Already has 3 relics to his name as well. And unless we see the big longboat, longboat switch, I think Liereyy shouldn't lose this one.
Yeah, but he's not having dogs at all. Chemistry for both players, sticking that castle down with already a lot of trebuchet. 144 Villese still for ACCM, but no army at all. 12 military in total, 8 longboats, 3 skirmishes, 1 trap. Now he can see those, but he's trying to avoid the water, and maybe it's a mistake, as you said. Like, you don't want to let now ACCM get back into the water.
It's still looking really good, don't get me wrong, right?
Yeah.
But population are evening out, and ACCM, well, longboats are a crazy good unit. They produce so fast, they do very good damage against siege as well, mobility is crazy, and yeah, probably the best unit that we could see in this matchup.
Yeah, but with the good thing is that with the location of those castles, and now with the siege also at the bottom right corner, he's gonna kill all the dogs. He's gonna destroy all the dogs. And here, he's gonna lose probably those trips. Ooh, be careful. Okay, those longbows are actually defending. With the traps, he should take it. And as you say, population, very similar.
And all of a sudden, like, don't get me wrong, I think ACCM is in a really reasonable spot to contest this game. He's still behind, but he got water. He can now build docks again. He has a good economy, and he has a great army.
Yes, he does. He has now 17 galleons, 26 longboats, 26 longboats. Those dogs is good that are going to be destroyed. Now need to make more siege rams now. Galleon upgrade, doing all the upgrades as well for the water. Siege rams trying to probably kill those castles. But galleons or longboats?
Longboats. Pretty easy, pretty easy. Easier to micro, doing the damage, and easier to produce. I like that choice. Oh, ACCM is switching away though. No, okay. Rethinks it and goes for elite longboats now.
Yeah, Liereyy has also 3 relics. This is elite longboats. 3 relics for Liereyy. That castle is still alive, but not for so long. The problem is that he can send now... Oh, did he cancel the siege ram upgrade? Yes, to probably make... Yeah, he canceled the siege ram upgrade. ACCM. Now the castle is down. The problem is that what he has now to defend on land.
Who do you mean?
ACCM. What he has now, if he want to push from there, he has the trebuchet, and he can try to go to inside. But well, the longboats are stopping his potential push.
Yeah, there's still lots of wood protecting him for now. Yeah. He is going for some more upgrades for his ranged units, and I think just group up, and this could be a good fight. Galleons are just really clumpy on this map, and longboats, it just feels like they're squeezing through so nicely and getting into the fighting position so much quicker.
Okay, big battle here going. Now it's also sending the rams. You can see how the rams, you have to focus properly because they will attract the arrows, as you can see. The berserkers can take those. Fortified walls? Fortified walls by ACCM. Oh boy. Fortified walls. Can they surprise me? It's trying to be completely safe at home. But he can produce numbers, man. It seems that Liereyy has a lot more production than ACCM, even with a lot more villages. Well, with few villages more.
80 on wood, and I think ACM did overboom a bit here, and that's why we can't see the high numbers. Liereyy simply still had enough. It feels like Liereyy is about to close it out here, but ACCM still a foothold on Lierey's island as well.
Let's see what happened. And there in the bottom right corner, is he cleaning that one? With few berserkers, actually. Killing absolutely everything with the traps. He's gonna lose a lot there. All the villages, all the forward. And now on the left, he's finally landing here with the berserkers. Liereyy is doing already elite berserkers. These are elite berserker. And now, how do you stop that one? Fortified walls, but he's inside with 5 trebuchets. Liereyy, very, very, very confident gameplay, I will say.
Yeah, absolutely. He was in so much control this whole game and was about to give it away a bit, but obviously the advantage was massive. Elite longbows kind of taking away from the resources that ACCM needs here to get onto the Arbalest, and so much of his base is now falling. So many traps out.
And you feel, Nelly, that he's too fast. Like, really too fast, because he was with 140 Villese ACCM and still the production is insane. He's already with 70 military. I mean, if the other guy got at some point more longbows, he is still massing old galleons and he's now taking absolutely everything. Those rams are going to go down thanks to those berserkers. Berserkers has already +4 armor, doing now the latest upgrade from the plasmid, and another castle on his face. He has absolutely control. Guys, this is going to be Liereyy in the quarterfinals.
And ACCM still having a chance. We will see him play on Friday in a best of 5, still fighting for his tournament life against Dogao then.
Wow, favorite there? Well, we will talk about that when this game finishes, because it's not finished yet, and we want to respect, obviously. They're not really big chances here for ACCM, but he's still in the game trying. Not anymore. Not anymore. And guys, Liereyy is the only series today till now, Nelly, with a 2-0.
Indeed, and a bit what we expected. Liereyy, as you mentioned earlier, an absolute beast in Age of Empires in general, and especially in Empire Wars. Easily, well, to be listed as number 1. Maybe you could make some arguments, but strong performance. I still have to say, and it hurts me so much, I think this game was over after ACCM placed his second dog. The galley will close to always be stuck there, and you can't win 2 galleys against 3 galleys. Literally early up to Castle Age, killing the dogs. ACCM was forced into some wild all-ins. Liereyy with a better, easy defense there, simply how RTS games work, defender advantage. And Liereyy with the water. It breaks my heart. I would really love to see a rematch here.
Look at the Nelly at the timeline. He got a lot of farming the whole game. The whole game, a lot of farming. Maybe a little bit less villages, but didn't really matter. The time in Imperial was similar. The unit kills is insane. I mean, 243 kills for 149 economy. You can see that it was very, very close. Very close in general. Resources collected, more wood for ACCM, more food, but that doesn't really matter. He got 4 relics also, controlling absolutely everything. We want to check also the social and then the APM. And, 150 villages. You see, sometimes you don't need that many. And with less villages, he got a little bit better economy and better timing. And that APM again, we see Lierey's APM and ACCM. Look at the spike at the end. Oh my. But always really, really, look at that spike. It's like, oh, I need to finish this game. And that's it. Wow. Okay. Well, let's see. Nelly, it's been a real pleasure to cast with you yesterday, to cast today, and we will be real life together in Germany the next weekend.
Indeed, we'll be holding hands and casting the conclusion of the group stage, the quarterfinals and semifinals there. It's going to be so good. I'm looking forward to it. And next up, we will have some big bangers of sets coming, and probably the highlight of the day, Viper against Jordan, coming up as well. Interview
Amazing.
ready? No, that's the old message. And
Really amazing. No. I think. Oh no, it's not ready. It's not ready. Well, hopefully people have enjoyed. Hopefully, guys, you have enjoyed. We still have 4 series. Don't worry, guys. We're gonna leave you with no less than T90 and Dave. So you're gonna be in a really good company for sure. Then very soon we're gonna see what Liereyy think about this series. He seems today smoother than yesterday, because yesterday got some progress against Dogao in the last game, but today with that Ethiopians game against Aztecs and now the mirror game, he's in a good shape to try to get the win again in Red Bull Wololo 4.
I think we can't say much about the Greenland game, honestly. Like, the level is so high, -1 galley. It really breaks my heart. But yeah, the Arabia game, really sharp, full control, the movement around with the crossbows, then buying exactly enough time for his castle, then going to showdown, full control, awareness of the gold spots. And yesterday looked good as well. The big question still, how the game against Liereyy on Ring Forest, against Dogao, against Ring Forest, was going, and how he felt he could have improved there. It felt like Aztecs weren't played to full potential there. Obviously, lots of problems early on. And Memp, it was lovely with you.
Thank you, man. It was the same. We're going to see you each other very soon. Guys, the interview is ready. Don't forget one thing. We love this game. Take now over Mr. Rayleigh.
Thanks very much, Mem, and welcome to the desk here with Liereyy himself. Look at this young gun from Austria, fresh off a 2-0 win. Congratulations, Liereyy. Finding yourself, if I'm not mistaken, through to the playoffs next weekend. That must feel pretty good.
Couldn't be any better, honestly. Feeling pretty good.
It's pretty clear that you're playing some really red-hot age here. I want to talk to you about that second game. Obviously, a little bit of an unfortunate bounce for ACCM in the opening stages. Do you really feel like you were able to capitalize on that? Obviously, you seized control of the water. Talk us through your responses to what happened in the early stages of the game there.
One question. Did he have a galley stuck at his dock?
He did have a galley stuck.
I was wondering, like, he had the third dock and the second dock.
He had a galley stuck,
earlier, and I was like, why are my numbers higher? It's not supposed to be like that. That's even where I made the tower, right? I guess that kind of snowballed quite hard then. But yeah, it's just the nature of the map, I guess. Not much. Well, I guess you could watch out for that thing, but it's on Empire Wars, when you add a dog right away, you have 30 vills to micro, you have army to micro on Empire Wars. It's just impossible to notice these small things in such a small amount of time, so pretty unfortunate for him.
It's very unfortunate, but I want to more focus on what your response was to that, right? Like seizing the initiative, realizing that, hey, these numbers don't add up and that you might be in an advantageous spot. What goes through your mind as a player in terms of how you approach that? Are you suspicious, or do you immediately go, right, I've got to seize the initiative here?
I wasn't even sure if he got stuck with a galley, but I saw he had the second and third dog quite fast, faster than me. In fact, I didn't even go for a third dog. At that point, I was just aiming for a faster castle age and just made a tower to secure my shorefish villagers and try to be annoying as possible. And I was pretty confident going into castle age because I thought I had the better eco. So then it all just snowballed from there.
Yeah, it really did. Snowballed out of control, and another well-deserved victory for you. Well, Liereyy, congratulations, mate. We'll see you in the playoffs. And, of course, I know after coming second in the last event, I know you're hungry for glory this time around. So good luck to you, mate, and we'll see you again very soon.
Thank you.
Thanks very much to Liereyy there for joining us. Let's have a quick recap of what we've seen so far today. Millie and Mem, of course, are making room now in the booth for Dave and T90. So in the meantime, let's give ourselves a quick reminder of what we've seen so far. You can see already Sitaux versus Nicov earlier on, Mr. Yo and DauT, but let's remind ourselves of what happened in matches 3 and 4. Match 3 taking place between Vivi and Dogao, and it was a 2-1 affair that ended up favouring the Brazilian here. Vivi playing Magyars and Dogao on Vikings. We're going to talk a little bit about the Magyars in just a second here in game number 1. Game number 2, we saw the Aztecs with Vivi taking out Dogao on the Britons. Game number 3, the Berbers all going down with Vivi to Dogao's Franks, and Dogao picking up a 2-1 win. So the Dark Lord will be seen again while Vivi departs the tournament. We move into match number 4, the one that we just saw, and it was a pretty clean-cut 2-0 affair here. Liereyy taking it out in straight sets. Ethiopians, Aztecs in game number 1, and in game number 2, Viking mirror match going the way of the Austrian. Got a couple of stats that I've come across that I want to share with you as well in terms of different Civ pick rates and win rates here. I guess not pick rates, but when they're being used in these earlier group stages here. Some of these absolutely fascinating. I can tell you that overwhelmingly the most popular pick on as part of this game mode that we're playing here, Empire Wars, has been the Vikings, with a 55% win rate here. 11 times they've been picked. Coming second, they're the Ethiopians, faring a little bit better with a 67% win rate. Of course, you know, a smallish sample size to work with here, but still very interesting to see the dominance of both the Ethiopians and the Vikings in terms of raw pick numbers. But one Civ I really want to point out here is the Tatars. These are a very popular Civ. They've been picked 7 times, equal third along with the Magyars. Magyars sitting at 57% win rate there, so not so bad. But the Tatars have been rumper-dumped this weekend. Unbelievable. 1-6, a 14% win rate for the Tatars. Again, small sample sizes here, but well worth noting that the Tatars are just getting dumpstered every way you look at it here. Some other Civs that aren't doing too well, the Aztecs really haven't put up the numbers this weekend as well. But I really want to try, and this is a big problem, and I think that something needs to be done to address this, because the Mayans right now are sitting with a 100% win rate. So unbelievable. Where's the nerf? We've been waiting long enough. It's time to free ourselves from the iron fist of Mayan dominance. Please, please, nerf right now. They have only been played in 1 game. Again, small sample size, but the numbers don't lie. 100% win rate for the Mayans. When will the madness end? We're going to head into our next match. Before we do that, of course, it is time to learn a little bit about a bit of something here about Age of Empires 2, and of course the boundless historical accuracy it brings. It's very much a learning tool as well. When my parents caught me playing Age of Empires in my bedroom when I should have been doing my homework, I pled that I was learning, because I was learning about history. It didn't work and I got in a lot of trouble, but you don't have any choice here. You're going to do some learning right now, my friends, because I want to tell you about the Covinian army, right? We've seen the Magyars played a fair bit throughout this weekend, and there's one tech that the Magyars really get a huge advantage from. That's the Covinian army. Of course, it means that elite Magyar hussars don't require gold, turns them into trash units, and it's interesting because when you learn about what the real life Covinian army was, you'll find that this tech upgrade is just so very appropriate, right? Very, very historically realistic. The real life Covinian army, also known as the Black Army of Hungary, 15th century army, named after King Matthias Corvinus of Hungary, a professional, well-paid mercenary army, in contrast to a lot of armies at the time, which were made up of, farmers and regular people, militia who were kind of cobbled together, right? And the Covinian army just conquered the pants off the surrounding areas. Austria, Bohemia, all fell at this at the might of the Black Army here, which made impressive use of firearms. Obviously, very, very early technology at this point during this period in history of the 15th century. But what I find very interesting about the Covinian army tech, now don't forget, it is a tech that removes the gold cost, right, from the hussars and turns them into trash units by removing, again, this gold cost. Now, the Covinian army disbanded in 1494, and you'll never guess why. It is because they ran out of money to pay them. So you're researching a tech that removes the gold cost for an army that eventually had to be disbanded because there wasn't enough gold left to pay them. So once again, Age of Empires, I take my hat off to you and your just endless historical realism that this sort of thing is bringing. Next time you're clicking up to the Covinian army, just keep a little bit of gold in the bank, because you never know when those mercs are going to turn on you, do you? Anyway, We're going to move on now to a quick video that we've prepared for you. It's been fun following the adventures of our good friend the Monk this weekend, and it continues right now. Let's check in with the adventures of the Monk.
Vikings, they said. You will like it, they said. Don't they know they have huge axes? And those helmets, way too scary. That's it. I just have to take it. And then run as fast as I can. You are mine. You will help carry this thing now. I mean, you get wheelbarrow and handcart for free. That must be good for something. Well, I think it was something like... Oh, no. It must be something like this.
The boundless historical accuracy continues here as part of Age of Empires Wololo 3, Red Bull Wololo 4, I should say. Monks, its ancient archaeological dig sites have confirmed that ancient monks did indeed wear trainers. We move on now to our next matchup, this one, as we head into Group C here in the losers bracket with SongSong versus Vinchester. These are two blokes that were on the wrong end of the ledger yesterday, but they've got a chance to right that wrong playing off here. Now, this is a very all or nothing match for both of these two. Of course, the loser packs their bags and goes home, while the winner will have a second chance, a spot at redemption as we move into the latter part of the group stage, which will of course be taking place next Friday. Let's get to know our competitors a little bit better here. We've seen both of them on your screens already this weekend, but as I say, all or nothing for these two players here, SongSong and Vinchester. Now, we did get the chance to catch up with some of the players ahead of this tournament. I believe that the casters are ready. So if that's the case, we'll be heading down to learn a little bit more about Vinchester. And then indeed after that, the matches will begin. Just waiting on final confirmation, of course, here at the Red Bull Wololo 4, a $30,000 tournament. And plenty of action still to come, not only today, but next weekend as well. So we do hope you'll join us there. Certainly our pleasure to bring you this coverage so far. Right now, we're going to check in with Vinchester, one of our competitors in this upcoming match. And then, for fans of T90 and Dave, I've got some great news because they'll be the casters for the coming matches. So stick around, everyone. More AoE coming up after this.
This is Red Bull Wololo 4.
Hello guys, I'm Smirnov Dmitry, else known as Vinchester. I'm from Moscow, Russia, and I'm representing the DauT team at the moment. That's hard to say because that's hard to say again because I think I like the maps where I mostly win more. I win most of the games, but so that's why right now I really like Islands. I think this is my map. I know how to play it, and this is micro map. I think I like it more than some open maps. So that's why Islands is good for me now. But overall, I think the most favorite map for me is Arena. Yeah, I was trying to play for wins, so I know that there is always chances to get in the finals. Probably this is not the easy. Yeah, of course it's not easy, but I know that if I'll do everything right, then I definitely has chances to win everyone. So it's really good competition now because every player can win every player, I think. So I can do this, and of course I know that if I'll do everything correctly, if I'll prepare well, then I can do this. I can get to the finals at least.
This is Red Bull Wololo 4.
Welcome back, everyone. Good to be here. Nice little interview there with Vinchester. Hi, I'm T90. Dave, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Am I muted or am I? Can you hear me? Did we start this one off well?
Are you talking?
Yes.
I can't.
Okay.
Dave,
yes.
You gotta
okay.
unmute yourself.
Well, he's playing into the meme now, so I know that I'm not muted. Before we get started here, can we have a huge round of appreciation from the chat for Nilly and Mem for doing 4 sets this morning, and they were great sets, to be honest. Tons of great games there, and also appreciation for Riley, who is single-handedly ruining our historical immersion in Age of Empires 2 by hitting us with real-life facts about history and doing an excellent job. He's also, I think unintentionally, Tristan, he's giving people like Dogao nicknames and memes that will live on forever. I'm pretty sure Dogao will have that Dark Lord tag for years to come. Nobody will forget that. So yeah. Props to him, and he's doing a great job so far. So I can't wait to see him for the rest of the day, and then of course next weekend as well.
Yeah, jumping in here, not having a lot of background in Age of Empires, I think everyone could say he's done a really good job. Talked to him yesterday about it. I was like, listen, if anything goes wrong, this community's just going to turn it into a meme and just meme it up. He's like, oh yeah, you guys love the memes, the farms, the DauTs, and just went down this list. Is so cool. But Dave, Riley stepped into Age of Empires, kind of new, and is doing a great job. We've got 2 players here that they're not new to Age of Empires. No one at this level is new, but they're new to getting into the top 16. SongSong especially, his biggest tournament result was making it into this tournament. He's going up against Vinchester, who we've known for a long time, but this year has been the big breakout year for Vinchester, finally making into events. I'm excited, man. I think this is anyone's set, and we have a lot coming up for viewers later on too, with some big names. You can see SongSong there. Doesn't really have any history.
And that shows how impressive this is as we go into game number 1 already. No delays here. And we've got SongSong playing as the Chinese and Vinchester playing as the Mayans. So maybe we might see that 100% win rate that Riley was talking about get lowered a little bit here as we start the set on Runestones.
All right, yeah, Runestones, very similar to Arabia, open lands map. It was interesting hearing Vinchester say that he actually prefers islands and arena, so different from what we knew of him in the past, Dave. But SongSong, I mean, not like any of these players are, but he's opening up with a stable, and he's no stranger to his Arabia-style maps. Interesting to see the Chinese, I think for the first time, at least when we're casting together, Dave. It's a civ that is amazing in standard Age of Empires, but after a few tweaks, they're just a little weaker, little less flexible in this game mode, possibly.
How do you think the Chinese matches up against the Mayans in this situation? I can see SongSong starting with some scouts, so he's trying to get that early pressure down, maybe deny the walls from the Mayans. The Chinese, obviously, with a really flexible tech tree, but how does that match up in Empire Wars here?
Yeah, it's gonna. We haven't seen it enough in Empire Wars, as we see the scouts right next to the spearmen here. A little mistake there from SongSong. I love how he's got his keyboard on screen for us so we could see how fast he's moving. Someone in the chat yesterday said, looking at SongSong's keyboard movements tells me why I'll never be a professional gamer right there. It's like he's playing the piano. But Dave, I think we'll just have to see. I think I prefer Mayans, but I only would prefer Mayans because they're a little more proven than Chinese in these settings so far.
Yeah, Chinese, like I was saying, have a really versatile tech tree. You can go into a lot of options here. As SongSong tries to pick a villager, he will get a villager from Vinchester. So advantage SongSong at the moment, although he's going to take some hits from the Spearmen. So the Scouts will be pretty weak here. Like I was saying before, Chinese, very flexible tech tree, but sometimes it's hard to gain momentum with them. It feels like the Mayans are a little bit more straightforward. And like you said before, we've seen more examples of them being successful here. Also, want to point out that SongSong is a left-handed mouse player, which you don't see that often. It's a nice little breath of fresh air here.
Is that actually the case, or is the camera flipped? Because I think they flip the camera if it's on the other side.
It might be. Okay, well then.
I could be wrong. I mean, maybe you're right on that, Dave. Dave picking up on the important details, as always. But, so far, so good for SongSong. The Scouts sometimes don't get any damage in against players who are playing as Mayans because of the walls. And you can kind of see now, there is a hole back there, and the Scouts now loop around. And I don't think Vinchester was expecting this. And those three very weak Scouts, could maybe get another villager.
Oh.
No way, dude. What a debate. And that's frustrating, right? You can't see what the enemy's going to go into next, and now you can't even use that to maybe loop back in there and snipe villagers in the future. That's a bummer for SongSong.
Yeah, that could have been so good for him, and that's just one of those things where he's going to be looking back on this game, and if it doesn't go his way, he's going to be thinking of a moment like that. Like, I could have cleared up 3 villagers from my enemy for 0 from my economy. And I could be so far ahead at this point, but instead, Vinchester's just going to keep those villagers out there. He knows he cleared up the Scouts. He sees the walls, so it's unlikely there's going to be any military coming forward, and he can kind of greedily take those deer with those super weak villagers. That's a risk, having them out there like that.
We've seen so many times in these settings, games today, games yesterday, where having a faster castle age makes a big difference. And I think SongSong almost recognizes that he's going to be late. He, of course, invested into Scouts. That does cost food. Vinchester did not do that. And despite getting some Vill picks, could have some struggles here. And we see 3 ranges going up. So he's kind of expecting the archer play from Vinchester. And he's going to go 3 ranges to catch up here. I mean, if he can survive, Dave, I really like the decision to go for 3 ranges.
This is kind of a SongSong style, right? He's a really heavy military player. He doesn't usually go to eco first, at least what I've seen in Empire Wars. And we cast the qualifier set with him where he 4-0'd Bad Boy, which nobody was expecting there. And he looked extremely strong. And here we see the archer numbers coming into play here for SongSong. He has the advantage at the start. He's pulling some split micro. It looks pretty good for him, and he'll probably clear these archers up from Vinchester. But if there's one thing about Vinchester we know, he's a micro nerd.
Yeah, he's a micro nerd. Didn't really put himself in the position to show off his skills there, though. Actually, okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, that's more like it. He ended up getting that pick off, but I think more than anything, Dave, he's got to back away there. You see the archers behind the enemy walls. You know he's going to have closer production. I think Vinchester with a little bit of a sloppy decision. And what's interesting, Dave, is that maybe he tossed away the archers because that's not going to be his long-term plan anymore. He's going into Eagles, which I think is actually one of the stronger things to open up with against Chinese at times. But crossbowmen can be dangerous. The army's kind of passing each other right now as Vinchester arrives to SongSong's base, and SongSong's going on his own journey.
Yep, SongSong is trying to flank around, and I think Vinchester sacrificed those archers because he wanted to delay this. He did not want this coming into his woodline early. He was transferring into Eagles anyway, so he wasn't going to upgrade the army, so it was all about a delaying tactic. I also see a couple red dots on the right side, and one of those is a villager, Tristan. He sent it all the way around, and I think he's going to be making a forward siege workshop or a tower or something on this side. It was quite the journey for that villager to get there.
There's been a few small things that SongSong could have done better here for this level. Earlier, could have killed that villager, but on the left side there, he showed his army, he showed himself, and hit a palisade wall before getting his upgrade. Villagers could have died there, but there's a lot going on. We have TCs at home now for SongSong, and not really a base trade yet, because neither player has entered the enemy base, but armies that have not yet been dealt with on both sides.
Yeah, and by the time SongSong gets there, look, he just bounces off of walls. And Vinchester, is still pushing the front of SongSong's base. Taking out that stable is actually quite nice there. If SongSong wanted to add some knights potentially for the siege, he's going to have to make another stable.
Again, I think SongSong with a misplay here. You've had your army on the left side for so long. You've got to know you're expected to arrive on this side with more, or at least the other army is going to be dealt with soon, and he loses those crossbows. Dave, interesting choice here, as I think the other crossbows will go down. They actually have Chinese cav archers, which now cannot research bloodlines because the stable's gone down.
This seems like such a SongSong play, doesn't it? Like making a unit that rarely would be seen from this civilization, just because he wants that momentum, he wants that military pressure. We can see, though, the momentum maybe won't be with him as Vinchester clears up that entire army. And now Vinchester is going to see the cav archers. He has a scorpion behind, and if those cav archers ever come out to play outside of these walls, they might be trapped by the eagles.
That said, you can't really push someone considerably with eagles and scorpions when they're walled. And if you look at the base layout for SongSong, he's got 3 town centers. He has all of his golds in his base, and he's pretty well defended here. So I think that there's an opportunity for SongSong to be sneaky, and you can see the cav archers leaving the base. And I guess the only downside is he's going to run right past those buildings. This will not be a surprise. Vinchester should realize this.
Yeah, if Vinchester notices that giant yellow blob going through his line of sight, he can do something to counter it early. Although it looks like, okay, now he's spreading out his eagles. He's going to run into these cav archers, and he's going to push them all the way back. SongSong has to be careful, too, because the closer he gets to that siege workshop, if he engages there, at any point a mangonel or scorpion could pop out for Vinchester. As Vinchester gets through the walls, there's going to be TCs here in defense, so I'm not sure how much damage he can do. But this is just an added distraction for SongSong.
Now see if SongSong can limit the damage, because he left his base and he's been tracked, so there's no real benefit for him leaving. Now you have these eagles swooping in, and villagers are exposed here, and this is what Vinchester wants. He knows the opponent's been on 3 TCs now. He knows he has not been, and he also lost that villager earlier on in this game. So we see a few villagers go down here. Vinchester probably feeling very good about that, and still waiting to see if SongSong's going to be able to take care of the scorpions on the front. There's just so much swarming into SongSong's base from Vinchester. Look at the value these eagles get.
Yeah, one little hole in the wall, and suddenly you're dealing with eagles for the next 5 minutes, right? And Vinchester will probably try and delay that hole from being plugged as he's still chasing the cav archers. And there's a bunch of weak ones in there, Tristan. I think he's going to win that fight against the cav archers. And once again, just distractions for SongSong as Vinchester sends another group in. And remember, SongSong has some stuff garrisoned, I believe, in his siege workshop. There's the mangonel right there. Suddenly, with the eagles in his base, that mangonel could be taken out.
Yeah, this is huge. Vinchester is doing a great job here, as Mem would say. Absolute domination. I don't know if absolute is really describing this exact scenario, as we see a 4th town center for SongSong in his base, so he's going to try and catch up with Eco, I guess, after losing the Villes. But my goodness, Dave, I'm just waiting to see, is there going to be an answer to Vinchester's military? Vinchester has just been all over the eco. He's killed plenty of villagers, and he has been able to defend for any counter that has been sent forward.
And what's the tech switch for SongSong as well? I mean, 4TC into Imperial Age Cav Archer for Chinese feels really weird, right? At some point, he's going to have to, mix up his unit composition, and that's going to take a lot more time. And Vinchester, once he clears up those Cav Archers, it looks like he's going to try and snowball this military to a victory.
What I was getting ready to say is that Cav Archers actually feel really strong here to me, because you have the mobility to be able to run away from eagles, and even though you don't have any direct bonuses for Cav Archers with Chinese, they are firing faster than last time around. And remember, DauT was making them with civilizations that didn't have any direct Cav Archer bonuses either. So I think the unit is actually really good against this type of play. It's just that he hasn't been able to get to a comfortable spot yet. And Vinchester's just done such a good job delaying him. But I do think if you get to 25 or so eagles, Cav Archers, that the eagles are going to have problems. And, maybe something like Champion, Light Cav, to combine with those Cav Archers later is the plan. So Vinchester still with his foot on the gas here, Dave, and kind of all over the place still.
My problem with the Cav Archers is, what if Vinchester makes Rams? And here are the Rams right here. Sure, there's a few mangonels on the field for SongSong, but that whole I mean, it's let Eagles into the base, and the Mangonels are kind of exposed here. They're on the wrong side, and the Rams are going to push that front side, push into the production, create more holes for more Eagles that can come in and snipe those Mangonels. And there's no melee units in defense.
Vinchester's done such a good job, even with just the distractions, as we see a militia there on the left. But hitting the left side here, Dave, there's been some benefit, surely. But the recognition to pull the Cav Archers over here and then hit the front was so sick. And SongSong didn't have time to react. He didn't have a Maginot waiting there because he didn't know that the Rams would be able to come in. And so now he's got it queued, but now he's got to pick a side. Do you save your TC? Do you save the left side? I mean, the Eagles still trying to get in here. This is sick play from Vinchester.
Just look at the military in SongSong's base. Look at the mini-map. There's red all over the place. The timing on the Rams from Vinchester was impeccable. Now he's cleared up an archer range. SongSong can only produce out of 2 archer ranges. Vinchester's about to clear up another one. He's still killing villagers. He's still pushing back the Cav Archers, and his economy is untouched. He's got a 4th TC on the way. Both archer ranges are going to go down here. This is GG, and this is, like you said, like Mem would say, absolute domination. I think we've made our way into that point of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Vinchester might as well. They're not on cams together, so they're not like on a Skype call, but if they were, Vinchester might as well say, I own you right now. Like, I have every area of your eco locked down. You can't get anything over to me, and I'm taking out all your buildings. Like, this is exactly what you'd want for a game 1. I mean, the mental side of competing at this level is so huge, and for SongSong, I know he played the Viper in his first round, which probably wasn't the most exciting thing to see when he saw the groups, but he was hoping for a better start here, Dave, and he's just not going to get it in game 1. He's going to need to regroup.
Well, Vinchester's such a tough matchup, right? Because he's one of those players that at any moment could beat the big guys. And we can see right here, SongSong trying to keep up, and he just can't. The Mayans keeping their win rate at 100% here in Red Bull Wololo 4, and Vinchester just showing off his skills with that eagle push. I can't get over the timing on those Rams, Tristan. It was just perfect.
Yeah, and the timing of the attack on the left. Granted, he might have moved in if he didn't break in on the left, but everything looked calculated, clinical play. And let's go to those statistics here, because honestly, it was just pure death. Not too much else we could break down. I'm with you, Dave. Maybe the Cav Archers just didn't have the time they needed. Maybe there was a point where they would be strong, but Vinchester didn't let it get there. In terms of economy here, as we'll move along past that KD, the economy, I think, mainly came down to what they were making here. SongSong had a lot of villagers on wood, wanted to get a castle, so had the stone, but Vinch had plenty of food and gold, would have led to Imperial Age, would have led to more Eagles, of course. Viewers have been loving the APM tab, I've noticed. And this is actually a really fascinating one. In terms of APM, it's almost exact, just at different points. It's like Vinchester's APM is crazy in the Dark Age. Or not the Dark Age, I'm sorry. I'm used to...
Wait a second. I'm just wondering what happened at 6 minutes for SongSong. it dipped quite a bit there, man. He was down to, what, 20 EAPM?
Well,
it's such an interesting statistic. Yeah.
At that point, he probably lost all of his scouts and he was sitting behind walls. So there was nothing for him to do, right? And by the way, viewers, there's no Dark Age. I'm sorry. That was just habit. But yeah, it's just so close there. And even near the end, SongSong's APM higher, but his APM is probably higher because he's trying to save Villes. It wasn't anything flashy there. Yeah. Trying to stop the rod, so to speak. So anyways, Dave, SongSong, he did have a really good game 2 against Viper yesterday, which I was able to watch. Viper, of course, one of the favorites going into this, a 1-2-0 to send him here. He needs to win, otherwise he is out and Vinchester stays alive. Is there an approach he needs to take? Did we not get enough information on what he can offer yet? What are your thoughts? He has to pick a map and he has to go for a civ here.
From the SongSong games I've seen, he finds success when he makes the game very messy, very early, and he has a forward position. And we've seen that in the past from a lot of the Vietnamese players. Like that's their style, right? They want that forward. They want to put pressure on the enemy. They want to make them panic, and then push their way into Imperial and snowball from there. And I think if SongSong gets a forward position established early, he could have a chance. But like in that game, we saw him kind of sitting back and Vinchester took full advantage of it.
Yeah. I think another thing, and this is not just SongSong, but I think there are still players who think that scouts are the way to go on some of these land maps. And so with Runestones, which is basically Arabia as an example, the scouts killed the villagers. It could have been 2. I think it was just 1. But what that led to was a later uptime. And with the faster castle age, Vinchester was able to do so much more. And so that the players who seem to understand that are picking Ethiopians and Vikings and Mayans and going archers a lot. So I don't think the approach was really there. And if he wants to go scouts, I think he's got to find a land map where players are further apart, maybe where walling is not as easy. And I'm going to segue that into the next map. He's picked Meadows. A lot more open. You tend to see a lot of scouts and not any of those archer builds, which Vinchester might be better with.
I think the key for SongSong and Meadows is try and get into Vinchester's woodlines early and try and do damage, because if there's one thing we've seen on that map, it's not about pressuring gold or farms or berries or anything. It's usually if something gets into the woodlines, and scouts, if we're talking about maps where scouts are pretty effective, that's one of them, you know? And if SongSong wants to open up with them again, it could be a possibility.
So we might see the rare Man-at-Arm Rush in Red Bull Wololo. It's very uncommon, but we might see it here. I've seen Vinchester and others do it with Bulgarians. I see his civ is Bulgarians. Bulgarians versus Byzantines was not what I was expecting here. Bulgarians get the infantry upgrades for free. Sometimes the issue with going Man-at-Arms with other civs is they're kind of expensive, and in order to have that strong follow-up with upgrades and all that, it's tough. But blacksmith upgrades are cheap. You do start with the blacksmith with Bulgarians. Be curious to see if maybe Man-at-Arms will come out here instead of a scout opening, Dave. But SongSong needs to win, otherwise he is out. I'm kind of hoping for our sake and for his sake, he maybe gets this win and takes us to a game 3.
Yeah, he was so impressive throughout the qualifiers, and it'd be a shame to see him go out without at least taking a game here. We saw Vinchester play this map yesterday, I believe, and I believe he opened archers with Bulgarians. So he's going to do the exact same thing again, Tristan. And if SongSong was watching yesterday, he'll have a clue about it. And now he sees it with his scout. So he'll basically confirm that the opening is archers.
Interesting. You know, I of course had my input on what might be good here, but you know, when you start with that barracks, Dave, it really changes things. The barracks and blacksmith just makes an archer opening so easy. You can get fletching right away and make that range right away, which otherwise would be delayed in a standard game. So we are seeing a blacksmith upgrade here. We're seeing forging, actually, for Vinchester, which is a little unexpected as the opener, but it is cheap, I suppose, as we see SongSong heading towards that wood line.
Yeah, and if Vinchester plays this like he played yesterday, he'll open with a few range units, and then he'll transition heavily into scouts. We saw Jordan counter that quite effectively with scouts of his own yesterday. I wonder how well it works against the Byzantines, though, with the cheap trash. I mean, SongSong can produce a lot of spearmen, and he can produce a lot of skirmishers as well to take care of any archers that are coming out.
Yeah. Yeah, the one thing Byzantines might lack then is mobility, but that is not an issue right now. You know, players very open with their lumber camps on the wood lines, and both pretty well aware of what the openings are right now. I'm still a little confused by the forging choice as the scouts engage, and it's a tie. Both scouts go down.
Well, I think when it's so cheap, right, it could benefit your scouts. It could benefit your spearmen as well. So it's got a double benefit here, and we see another follow-up from Vinchester here as the stable goes down in his base. So he's going to supplement that range with a stable again.
Okay. Yeah, right now it looks like SongSong is going to have the numbers. He's working off of 2 ranges. But as you said, maybe we'll see some scouts in the mix here in a moment. Vinchester should prioritize focusing down the archers. If he does that, then the scouts will be a lot more effective here in a moment. And he'll have forging, right? So I think you're right. Forging, maybe a bit cheaper with Bulgarians. So he thought he could get away with it. I think with everything being so cheap from the blacksmith, maybe I would have preferred to see an eco upgrade, but I'm a boomer, Dave. I don't play in these settings.
And we see SongSong taking advantage of the cheap skirmishers for Byzantines. He has a lot on the field, but the scouts now are here for Vinchester, and I see that armor upgrade coming in. So I'll be interested to see whether he drops a second stable and just goes all in scouts.
Oh man, this might go really good for Vinchester right now too.
Yeah.
He's focusing down archers and spears every time. It's not like he has too many skirms in there. And look at the pullback. That's the second or third time that's happened in a row here. And SongSong, it's really hard to keep up with that in that position. So yes, spears are cheap, but with good micro, scouts and range is always going to be the stronger units, and the stronger units seem to be prevailing so far right now. And also, I'm loving the fact that Bulgarians are shining for us.
I think SongSong's fine streaming in spears as long as there's like 2 skirmishers. But now with 4 skirmishers on the field, the scouts in front and Vinchester micro, this is going to be very, very tough. You can see that spearman almost dying to just 4 shots from those skirmishers. And now the scouts will be able to target the skirmishers from SongSong. And this is just going to be a headache. Vinchester can utilize that mobility and have the skirmishers behind to defend against any spearmen coming out.
And to the people who are watching at home, I know people have various ranges of experience in this game that are currently watching. Vinchester's micro there is so difficult to do. I think for 99.9% of players, they can just patrol in and fight with more units like Byzantines have, and they're going to win most of those fights. But Vinchester and all the high-level players here, able to make good use of that mobility. And you see a little loop around here, Dave. I don't know if SongSong's expecting that, but he is Byzantines, so he gets free town watch and can see that coming from a mile away.
Yeah, he has to make sure he doesn't try and villager fight these scouts because they have armor, they're about to have bloodlines, and they have forging too. So the villagers are going to go down much quicker than your average scout. Vinchester has to be a little bit concerned though, because SongSong is building up his military count. He's got insane production here with the Byzantines. We've talked about it in the early stages of this game here. Their units are cheaper for skirmishers and spearmen, and he's utilizing it to good effect. He's got 10 more military on the field, Tristan.
Right? Now also brought his spearmen back. I love the fact that Byzantines get free town watch. I really hope the devs will give them free town patrol and castle age, but that's something for another time. It's just such an underrated bonus as we see a little distraction here, and SongSong may be running too far forward. But Dave, SongSong's numbers are still looking really strong.
They're looking really great.
His resources are also looking really good as he backs away.
Yeah, he's just got to make sure to keep it all in a mass, right? If he thinks he's going to take an even trade on a fight, maybe reconsider and keep massing up your units, because if you get to Castle Age with like 30 or 40 military on the field, you can use that ball to great effect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just an interesting time, right? Both players flirting with the idea of going.
What is this, a mill on the shorefish? He's using the pawns, Tristan. Vinchester.
There we go. Yeah, we saw players do that yesterday a little bit. And it's also really hard to access that with SongSong's military force because he's going to have that clump. It doesn't have any mobility to it. But hold on a moment. Vinchester kind of just leaving his base right now as the units are running in. But is this going to end up working out for Vinchester? He had a casual tower going up on the wood line. Now that's complete. And Dave, I remember yesterday you were so upset when Vivi kept losing his army before Imp. We could have a situation where SongSong could lose his army before Castle Age.
Only one spearman there, and these scouts are fully upgraded feudal scouts. He's got to find a really good place to take this fight, like a choke point somewhere or something, because this is going to be very difficult against these upgraded scouts.
I'm curious to see how this will end, because Vinchester started off without his skirmishers in there, which is not ideal.
This is good micro so far by SongSong.
Yeah. I mean, it could have been worse for SongSong, but if the end result is he loses his entire army before Castle Age, Vinchester's just bought himself precious time, as we might see a little quick wall here. Oh, got a gate, and no house, but the army's cleaned up. That was a big mistake for SongSong.
Yeah, going in there so early. I said before, he's just got to keep his mass up. He still has more military, but now he's sending it into the TC. You can tell how messy these games get, especially on Empire Wars. A player of SongSong's caliber, which 99.999% of us in the casting booth and in the chat cannot beat in 100 years, is still putting units under the TC.
So it hurts me to see that he's getting the crossbow upgrade right now, as we see Vinchester over to the left. That's interesting, use of that. But hurts me to see he's getting that upgrade because he doesn't have as many units out there, Dave. But he does still have units out there, and Byzantines do get very cheap camels. And so if you're expecting to see some knights now from Vinchester, I still feel like SongSong's got plenty of potential here, and the game is very even. Great job from Vinchester, of course, to pounce on that army, but still hasn't done a ton of damage to SongSong either. So maybe some opportunities there with the scouts along the south as he's tracking that army. There's so much going on here. But those scouts, Dave, they're only going to get stronger from here if upgrades come in, right? I imagine he's going to have to go for staple units.
Mm-hmm. And SongSong is going to struggle against the mobility of those stable units. If Vinchester gets some knights on the field, they could raid different parts of the economy. But saying that, SongSong has produced some camels. He's going to clear up all of these skirmishers here. And he's done a really great job pulling his villagers back whenever those scouts are on the prowl too. Really great awareness from him.
Interesting little detail here. I'm fairly certain Vinchester wanted to drop a TC on his wood line. He's short 14 wood. So it might not end up being a big deal as that gets dealt with there as well. Okay, it's not going to be a big deal, excuse me. I thought the crossbows could maybe stop it. But Vinch saw them. Vinch knows Knights should arrive and should deal with this pretty quickly. And we have ourselves one of the most even Meadow games I've seen so far in this tournament, Dave.
Yep. It's usually very snowball-y. Important to point out that those knights only have +1. So the crossbows could actually clear up both of those.
Whoa, why didn't he get armor first?
I don't know.
He got
It's
attacked.
Bulgarians too. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that's
weird.
a weird one, Dave. And now, actually, SongSong's military count looking really good. He was slightly faster to the TCs, and oh no, look what he's found! Not only were they not fishing,
too.
Oh, this is so good for SongSong, but Vinchester's got to be asking himself, like, why did I leave these villagers here? I should have moved them away. Hurts to see this if you're a Vinchester fan.
We were, I was saying Vinchester can utilize his mobility, but right now it's Vinchester chasing the armies from SongSong. He does have 2 TCs, but it looks like SongSong has his second one and is actually putting up his third one now. So the economies are going to be relatively similar, and this one is so close.
Yeah, to me, it all stems back to the theme of these settings. Faster Castle Age. SongSong donated 20 free kills to the enemy before Castle Age, and still ended up being in this position.
There's a Krepos going down in the middle, completely exposed, and SongSong didn't see it with that really low camel line of sight, went right past it, and is going to go into the economy from Vinchester. If Vinchester is on his game right now, he will quick wall all of these camels out, but it looks like he's kind of distracted in other areas. No, responds right away.
Yeah, awkward though, right? You've got to place a lot more houses here, and it looks like he's going to forget. Oh! Okay, so Vinchester maybe calculating that a little bit, and he actually has some pikemen there too, Dave. You know, it's not looking too bad when camels are trying to raid you and you've got pikemen at home. So Vinchester, maybe not having the opening he would have wanted in Castle, but similar Vil count, and his army could possibly be seen as stronger in a few moments with these upgrades and having pikemen with his knights.
Yeah, and he's going to pick up all those relics in the middle too. So that's going to be a nice source of gold income for Vinchester. You know, I feel like with just a few walls, he can lock his entire base down here. If he walls to that pond potentially and then walls to the tree line, there's no opportunity for SongSong to get in with the camels anymore, and then Vinchester can just push right down the middle.
Really like the tech switch for SongSong. If you've been paying attention to the military populations, he's added more crossbows in.
He's not going to see this Krepost or the monastery? He doesn't see either of them.
Too interested. And that's a weird one. I mean, he will see the relics disappear if he's paying attention to that, Dave, but doesn't seem too interested in the relics. Instead, he wants to hit that woodline again. And Knight arrives there for Vinchester. I'm just so curious how this game's going to go, because SongSong is sending lots of armies in. I mean, he's got camels through the middle. Now he knows it's there. But he also has other forces around right now. The camel is just passing underneath the TC. Vinchester didn't even react to that one. And this is before the crossbows arrived.
Yeah, the camels are like an old friend to the villagers in Vinchester's economy right now. They've been running around back there for years, and they haven't really found any picks. I mean, credit to SongSong not losing them already, but the effectiveness is questionable. As he's on the woodline from Vinchester, he's going to get a few picks here. So much going on. Vinchester doesn't notice this, and that's like 5 villagers down.
Yeah, 5 villagers down. And I'm going to be a little picky with SongSong's situation. I think he's trying to do a lot, so obviously hard to execute. But imagine if he would have pulled the crossbows along to the gold and then saved the camels. Because he lost the camels to the pikemen. Where?
Vinchester. What? Okay.
I mean they're cheap, Dave. Come on, man. They don't cost 100 stone. It just costs 50 stone. So that means it's worth it, right? I spoke to Spirit of the Law about that one.
I guess. I mean, does Town Watch reach there? Surely not, right? SongSong will never expect a TC over there. He's never going to find that, I bet. All the other TCs are going to be in danger, but that one will be perfectly safe.
In general, granted, there's not a lot to protect there as we see Vinchester being surprised, I think, by there being crossbows and camels here, but good micro Vinchester, who still doesn't have chain barding. So weird.
He must think he
he'll
has
deal
it.
with this.
Yeah, he must think
so
he
as
has
well.
it. There's no way that this is planned to only have +1. I think he might look at his blacksmith after that fight and losing the knights to that amount of crossbows. He might end up researching it here as SongSong comes in with a castle in that middle area. But here are the knights from Vinchester, and there's monks from Vinchester as well. There are crossbows there from SongSong, but Vinchester temporarily denying this castle.
If he doesn't get chain barding, though, these crossbows are going to do an okay job. You have to imagine a few more camels are going to come out. I feel like Vinchester, over the last couple minutes, could have taken much better positions in this game. I could see that castle still going up, and then the monastery could go down. Granted, he does have all 5 relics right now, but SongSong's going to be an imp, Dave. Cheap for Byzantines to get there. What a game we have in our hands.
Yeah, and SongSong cleared up that raiding force. I'm not sure if I agree with Vinchester just sending the knights into the eco like that, especially when he saw the castle foundation. You almost want to delay that as long as possible. I mean, he's getting some picks right now, but it's not a huge amount of damage. The castle will go up, and the crossbows from SongSong still in the back of Vinchester's economy. Can he clear this up? I think so.
Yeah, both players kind of... They have to pick and choose here because they have so many different armies. They're trying to do so much. And speaking of a lot, I think we're going to see a lot happen in SongSong's base. And I've got to tell you, very uncertain. I am very uncertain about that castle. That is beneath the starting town center, which means it's at the bottom of a hill. And you just saw a lot of crossbows and camels, and you don't have chain barding yet. Is this really a castle you want to place, Vinchester?
I think SongSong needs to run in on the other side of his houses and prioritize the villagers. You cannot let that go up. I think you can deny that. Just make sure you hold that alt key so you're not accidentally targeting the castle. And yeah, you can deny that completely. Maybe even send villagers out to wall that once you've cleared up the military here, assuming he does deny it. Villagers are still working.
Hasn't been the prettiest so far. Of course, you also don't want to lose all your crossbows. Worst case scenario, you can just treb that down. So, Dave, this is going to be so close here. This is going to be so close. And is it going to go up? He just didn't go for the Villes there, Dave. He was worried about those knights. And actually, at the same time, oh my God, you've got to be kidding me. 99%, and Vinchester knows what to do. No, excuse me, knows what to do. And he's going to stonewall that bad boy in. Wow, what a turn of events.
Dude, there's no universe in which SongSong could have denied a castle at 99%. And then Vinchester denies a castle from SongSong at 99% with a TC in SongSong's base that he made with villagers. He was collecting food from the pond on SongSong's side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like a dream scenario and a nightmare scenario, depending on the side you're on. It does not seem like it could ever be reality. You know, what I love about Vinchester's position now, Dave, is just the time he's bought himself. He is probably going to lose some positions here to the trebs from the enemy, but the 3 minutes it's going to take him to get to Imp, he's just going to be distracting here. You can see there he's got a raid in, and there's other red dots around the yellow as well. So I don't think this is a great position for SongSong to be in. He's gone to Imp, but he's lost all control over this game.
I wonder if you're SongSong, I guess you treb down the Crepos, then treb a wall, and then build that castle rather than trebbing the wall first and trying to complete that thing. It'll only take a couple hits. The problem for him is that there's so many areas to focus on, whereas Vinchester can afford to lose that forward position and he'd still be fine. SongSong has to take out that forward position and has to take out the castle as well on his main economy.
So there was a time where you were thinking that the Byzantine player had everything that he would need. He would have camels and he would have crossbows. Now look at what we're at with the Imperial Age player. SongSong doesn't have Arbalest yet because he cannot afford the upgrades, which means he definitely cannot afford to mix in camels, as we see consistent raids with long swordsmen. No one expects that against Byzantines. Nice quick walls here from SongSong around the trebuchet. So I think that Treb
beautiful.
will survive, Dave. But what I'm getting back to is Stirrups was just completed from Vinch. I think we're going to see a Cavalier choice for Vinchester, and that could do so much damage to SongSong.
Yeah. And it's not even about taking and winning the main fights. Like, with how open the map is right here, especially with Vinchester keeping it open on the right-hand side with the castle and on the left-hand side with that forward base, the Cavalier can just run into the eco and he can raid him to death.
I think it was a mistake to have 2 trebs, but have 1 treb on each side. Vinchester's happy to just repair both of them. Commit all your siege to one area. Currently, you're constricted on 2 sides. Just at least give yourself 1 area to breathe in. As you see Vinchester dive, and Dave, the army's not there. The army was on the other side. Vinchester can get this. Vinchester's loving life here. Took out the treb. The castle stands right next to all that farming and gold eco next to the main TC.
This is one of the best Meadows games I've seen. I think. I mean, it's rare that we see this map develop to this point. It's so interesting to see this Civ matchup too, with the Bulgarians utilizing their mobility and the Byzantines just kind of, trying to hold on here. And I think SongSong needs to force a fight in one location. Once he gets all his units upgraded, maybe he can add in some halberdiers as well to counter the Cavaliers from Vinchester. But in order to get there, he needs to clear up these forward positions, and he hasn't done so yet.
I'm sorry, this is just stupid. SongSong was an imp 4 minutes faster. He still hasn't taken out a Krepos yet. He still hasn't taken out the castle yet. Like, this is ridiculous. And look at Vinchester, keeping some army around. I think SongSong had an idea he was over here, but still damage is done. And now we have Cavalier soon with full upgrades. Stirrups means the Cavalier attack faster with Bulgarians, and I expect a lot more where that came from, man. SongSong falling apart under the pressure.
Yeah, I think he's going to be able to take down that castle on the right-hand side fairly soon. But he did finally take down the Krepos on the left-hand side. But he's got to be worried about these Cavalier still without the Arbalest upgrade as well.
Can't really afford it. Maybe also has tried to click it a few times in moments of panic when he thinks he has the resources, and then 30 seconds later realizes he didn't click it. I mean, that does happen in panicky stages. Vinchester looks like he's going to lose that castle finally, Dave. And the population's actually pretty close. So if Arbalest and Chemistry and all those upgrades do come in, maybe Vinchester's going to be pushed back a little bit here. It's just been such a... We've just been watching SongSong defend, basically, for a very long time. He's got to find some way to threaten Vinchester long term.
And credit to him, he's kept his army alive. He has not taken bad engagements with his military. He's mostly been struggling against buildings and forward position and trebuchets. He's kept his army alive. He has 50 military on the field, and here comes the Arbalest tech. If you're in Vinchester's shoes, the one thing you have to worry about, as SongSong has 5 TCs on the field right now, by the way, the one thing you have to worry about is trying to raid so much that you're tossing away your military numbers, and there's nothing you have to engage that main army from SongSong.
Yeah, I think the long-term potential to create gold units is better for Finch because of the raids and because of the relics and all that. But if he tosses away too many units, Dave, as we see interesting little castle going up there, as you see the TC might even be denied there by the Conic, but you're spot on. And Byzantine units are also really cheap, which is important in moments where you might run out of gold. So SongSong definitely is in a position where he could bring this back.
I'm surprised he's still in this, and that's just a credit to how good of a player SongSong is. He's managed to keep most of his economy safe. He finally did clear up that castle on the right, still hasn't cleared the TC on the left, and still hasn't completed that castle behind the walls, which I would like to see eventually. But he does have 120 villagers, roughly, after these raids come in, and 50 military on the field, so definitely still in contention here.
Yeah. And there's not an awful lot that Bulgarians tech switch into in these spots that excites you. Normally it's Cavalier, Hussar, Halbs, and Skirms. It's maybe two-handed swordsmen in certain situations, but you rarely see their unique unit. They do have Siege Ram, which is a good addition, but we're going to see a big fight go down here as finally we have main force v main force. I think there's still going to be a few side armies from Vinchester. He's been working well with that, but I'm ready to see these units engage soon.
Yeah, and SongSong opting for the camels instead of maybe a halberdier tech switch. Is that because he's nervous about the infantry from Bulgarians?
It's hard to say. I mean, he had decent success with the camels before. Camels have more mobility. Mobility has been the real issue for him because the knights were running circles around him. So I actually kind of like camel. It's just that he's on full gold comp right now, and he's got to be mindful of that. As you see Vinchester patiently just sitting there, annoyingly, with those 3 treps. I mean, there's nothing worse than being in this spot where you need to push that back, and they just camp and take out your treps with their own.
And Vinchester slowly moving out across the map. Look at that red sprawl starting to box SongSong into a corner here. We said SongSong needs to fight in one location, and he can push up through the middle, but it's going to be difficult for him to, keep all sides safe when Vinchester has him surrounded.
Oh man, yeah, you're definitely right on that, Dave. The raids are paying off now. SongSong's pop is really high, but I haven't seen a moment where I could really see his camels and arbs fight together and take a good engagement. Here you see an engagement, but I think with the castle fire, and considering that armor isn't completed yet, and the numbers, those camels are going to melt there, Dave, and Vinchester just still
Vinchester
to be in the best position.
Needs to be careful to here, though. He could lose all of his Cavalier numbers if he takes a bad fight. He does have Siege behind, but if he loses his Cavalier in front, it could be an issue for him, and it looks like he's going to lose these here.
You know what's interesting is he actually has 25 cav queued. I think he understands that he has the resources to make more, so he's going to engage and get some value and then just storm in with more here in a second.
That castle, by the way, on the left-hand side, still at 98%. And SongSong goes for another castle here. Vinchester going for another Krepos on the same spot that the previous Krepos went down. But Vinchester has siege rams as well hitting that castle, so potential for that to go down if SongSong's not paying attention. He has a few camels, so he could probably bring them into play and kill the rams. SongSong's castle at the front also being attacked. It's just a crazy defense for him and crazy attack from Vinchester from all angles.
Yeah, I just love what Vinchester's been able to do with control. You know, it's not easy to constantly ask questions of the opponent because you've got to be creative and switch sides. He's going to expect you in 2 areas. You have to hit the 3rd. And Vinchester's done everything he needed here. Of course, has the relics as well. But we're still somehow at 200 population apiece. I don't understand. SongSong will not die. Forget MBL. SongSong is the new cockroach of AoE.
Yeah, I mean, he set up those 5 TCs really early, and he's been pumping villagers ever since as Vinchester throws another army into the Arbalest meat grinder here. Okay, the Arbalest numbers falling though. It looks like Vinchester.
Actually, Stirrups paying off there, Dave. Sorry.
Yep. Yeah, Vinchester did manage to kill a few of them. So SongSong's going to take time to build up that military again, and maybe Vinchester can push in with the siege rams while he's building it up.
When does SongSong reach the point of no return? When can he no longer afford to make military? I think we're getting closer and closer to that. I'd like to see Vinchester at least tech into something like Hussar, Halberdier, just have some trash units available for himself if the going gets rough with gold long term. But 150 pop versus 200 now. Maybe this is where the military is just too low for SongSong. He was working with the ARBs for a long time. He doesn't have too many now. Just 25 military overall. And still really desperately trying to hold that position with that castle, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, and the defensive perimeter at the front of his base is kind of folding here as the production buildings go down to the rams like we saw before, and the Cavaliers just keep coming in. Vinchester utilizing that mobility. He's probably going to send some of those to the back of SongSong's economy and hit all these villagers and stall out the production even more. The pop difference now, Tristan, 130 plus for SongSong and almost 200 at the pop limit from Vinchester.
Yeah, I think we've been surprised at how long SongSong could hold on here. I think in many ways we've been impressed with his ability to make it here. Game 2 against Viper yesterday, he made it interesting. This game is looking pretty close for a while. But Vinchester, perhaps with just more experience at this level. You know, he has qualified for different events over the past year. Maybe he's just the greater player. Who knows? There's probably a variety of factors. But Vinchester, certainly, when he took a lead in this game, he took advantage of it, and SongSong seems to be disappointed, and Vinchester's just like, ooh, I just won. He's feeling good, man. Ready to move on.
That's the, ooh, I'm really good at this game look right there. Vinchester taking this one after what has to be a highly stressful game for him. I mean, there was attacks coming in from everywhere.
Yeah, and Dave, I'm going to bring it back to early Castle Age. How different would this game have been if SongSong would have had 25 ranged units with his camels, with a 2-minute advantage to Castle Age?
Yeah, and you got to wonder how much of that is SongSong, matching up against someone he might perceive as a better player and thinking that he needs to do damage. He needs to create that momentum. Vinchester is that a heart in the back of his base with palisade walls?
What?
We'll never know, I guess.
That's so cute. Well, that's an interview question, perhaps. So, oh my God. But what I want to look at here is maybe the statistics and see the overall resources brought in, because it seemed like SongSong couldn't be close in this category because of the amount of times he's being rated. He actually did a decent job. Had a lot more food and gold than I expected here, but still was heavily behind with the food and gold. Vinchester getting the relics helped out with the gold control, Dave, but just raiding time and time again was beautiful here.
There's a few moments there too, like SongSong not denying that castle. How much time did that castle waste from him in Imperial? He could have sent both Trebs over to kill the Krepos. Oh my God, that APM spike from Vinchester there over at 38 minutes. Oh my goodness, he's peaking there. I don't know if that's 100% accurate, but we see an APM spike from SongSong at the same period, so I assume that it is because they were probably both focused on the same area. But like I was saying, if he had denied that castle, I think there was only 2 more villagers he needed to kill there. And he certainly could have. He could have allocated the Trebs over to the left-hand side, cleared up that forward position, and then focused down the middle. And the game might have developed very differently for him. Instead, Vinchester had positions on both sides and was able to distract him, delay him, and then push into his economy.
I agree with that, but also I think we need to recognize when someone gets a castle up with 2 villagers remaining and then yours is denied at 99%, AoE gods were not really on your side there either. That could have easily been the other way around, and then maybe the game changes. So I feel a little bad for SongSong, but truthfully, I think that, and we've seen it before, he qualified, beating some great players, but you do need to bring an even higher level when you make it to this main event here. Vinchester did not have to qualify because of how good he was in Red Bull Wololo 3. So I'm excited to see more of Vinchester, but also excited to see more of you, SongSong, if you're watching in the future tournaments. I'm sure he'll be around.
Yeah, he's shown us what he's capable of, and really a dark horse, an underdog pick coming into this, giving Vinchester a run for his money in that second game there, having a decent showing day number 1 as well against a very tough opponent, and then obviously, having that speed run in the final round of the qualifiers against Bad Boys, so strong, and beating a player like Daniel as well the day before. It's impressive stuff from the Vietnamese player, and we wish him all the best in future events. But Vinchester is our winner, and I'm not sure if we have an interview coming up with Vinchester.
I think he's ready,
Yep,
Dave.
the interview
I think
is
we're going to
ready.
send it on, and don't go anywhere, people. We've got some big names coming up next. Enjoy this interview. We'll send it over to Riley.
Thanks, boys. Yes, indeed. Joined by Vinchester here, fresh off what looked like a pretty relaxing win there, my friend. Throwing up a little heart for us on coverage here. How you must be feeling pretty cruisy right now after that one, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Hello, everyone. That was a good feeling, and I definitely got what I wanted from those games. Thank you very much.
Look, you did look to be a very dominant performance at the end there. But I want to talk to you about something. I want to ask you specifically about your thought process for picking the Bulgarians there. We haven't seen a lot of the Bulgars throughout the weekend. Why was it that you went with this Civ in this situation?
I still think this is one of the best Civ on this map, but comparable to Magyars probably because of the Fortune upgrade. It's almost free, so when we need to get +1/+1 scouts, it's the same amount of resources. So probably Magyars and Bulgarians probably 2 best Civs here, but let's see how it goes further on the tournament.
Well, Matt, I want to zoom out now and talk about the tournament in general. Obviously, it's filled. The tournament is filled with the best players on Earth. How do you feel? What's your approach to playing against players of this caliber? Do you feel like this is an opportunity to prove yourself, or are you just taking it one game at a time and trying to play your best AoE?
It's hard to say. I think, everyone is super player, and there is nothing important to proud anyone that they can win. I think everyone know that the score can turn in different ways. So I'm just playing, and I'm just trying to show my best theory at the moment. So probably that's all.
Well, it's good to hear in a good mindset, mate. Congratulations on the win. Good to have you along with us for the rest of the tournament, or at least for the next part. And very best of luck to you in the coming games.
Thank you very much. Have fun, guys, watching those games. I hope you enjoy that. Thank you very much.
Great to chat with Vinch there, but you all know what time it is, my friends. Let's check the clocks. That's right, it's history o'clock. That's right. Now, for those of you who don't know, I am rather new to professional Age of Empires, but I tell you what, I'm not bloody new to history. I've got a background in history, and it's been fascinating to talk about some of the deficiencies when it comes to historical realism, when it comes to Age of Empires. However, right now, it is the other side of the coin. We just saw the Bulgarians fight the Byzantines, right? We're not talking about the Celts fighting the Mayans this time around. No. The Byzantines and the Bulgarians did fight a lot for hundreds of years, nearly 700 years. What happened in the 6th century is the Bulgars moved into the Balkan Peninsula. They came into conflict with the Byzantines, of course, which was centered on Constantinople, today known as Istanbul. That's nobody's business but the Turks. This was a Greek-based civilization. Today, we think of that area, Istanbul, controlled by the Turks, of course, after the fall of Constantinople in 1453. But prior to this, the Byzantines, as the spiritual successors to the Roman Empire, the Eastern Roman Empire, were a much more Western civilization, if you want to put it in those terms. And they fought the Bulgars like you wouldn't believe. One of history's most heated and bloody rivalries, spanning, as I say, 675 years, to an inconclusive result. Is the other thing. The wars that were fought between the Byzantines and the Bulgarians really didn't end in one person's favour or another. Maybe if they'd had Vinchester back then, the Bulgars would have managed to upset their Byzantine rivals. But of course, as we all know, it was the Turks and not the Bulgars that put paid to the Byzantines. The fall of Constantinople in 1453, the end of the mighty Byzantine civilization. The Bulgars, however, still going strong. Bulgaria, you can find it on a map today. So maybe, after all, Vinchester brought us a historically realistic result to that conflict by winning with the Bulgars, because where are the Byzantines today? You don't see them. Anyway, we move on now to our next match. Let me pull up the details for you here. It is the Viper versus Jordan. Now, I know a lot of people are very, very keen to see this match. I know this is one of the big ones that people really wanted to get across today. And so it's our great pleasure to bring you coverage of this match. The Viper, of course, one of the best players on the face of the earth, a fan favourite, as is indeed Jordan. Of course, Jordan coming back to the game last year after a bit of an extended hiatus there. So I know you're going to be screaming yourselves hoarse, barracking hard for your chosen player in this matchup. We did get the chance to chat with a bunch of our players ahead of these matches, and heading into this match, it's no different. The Viper, of course, Norwegian superstar, many people wanting to hear from the man himself, and we're not going to deny the opportunity. So a little bit of an interview here with the Viper, and then on the other side of that, it is back to our casters. It's back to T90 and back to Dave for this showstopper here, the Viper versus Jordan. Let's hear from the Viper now, and then it's more Age after this.
This is Red Bull Wololo 4.
Hey, my name is Örjan. I am 29 years old, coming from Norway, and currently live in Germany and represent Gamer Legion. The amount of time I invest into Age of Empires 2 training depends a lot on which tournament it is, as an Arabia only tournament, for example, wouldn't require as many hours of training as, for example, Red Bull or a Hidden Cup with various settings. So for Red Bull, for example, I probably would invest, it depends on how many new maps there are as well, but I would guess that I'll probably be investing roughly 40-50 hours of gameplay, and also watching my teammates play and train with them leading up to the event. depending on the week, how many tournaments there are, how much training and streaming I have to do, I would say my average hours of playing Age of Empires through a day is probably somewhere in between 3 to 6 hours, depending on the upcoming events. Considering how I've performed in the recent Red Bulls, I've been to one final already. I think I still have good chances of reaching the final, but I have had... The last Red Bull was disappointing for me, only reaching top 8, well, only. I would like, obviously, to reach higher, and I would like to reach the finals. I think I have good chances, but I can't really take anything for granted.
Can he do it, Dave? Can he get a Red Bull win, finally? You think so, maybe?
I had my bracket beforehand, and I had Viper and Hera in the finals, one of them winning, just because I wanted to see a different winner, and I think they're both due to take it. So this is a big set here, and this will tell us what sort of form Viper is in, facing up against a very similar player in Jordan, practice partners against each other. So super exciting to see. I also want to bring back the fact that Riley has done such a great job with all the historical updates and the interviews and everything, but he didn't ask Vinchester about the heart. So we'll make a note about that, and we'll make sure to ask him in the next interview, because that Palisade formation was very interesting. Nonetheless, let's go on to the next series. Viper versus Jordan. What are your expectations?
Can I say one more thing? No, they started. They're going to start soon? Okay, I'll save that for later. I got totally insulted by the team behind the scenes. They said that Riley was the best mustache-wearing historian on the team. And I resent that. Actually, that is completely true.
I think they said he was their favorite history teacher floating mustache or something. I don't know. It was phrased differently.
Either way, like that, saying favorite is actually even more insulting. Okay, that hurts. Don't play favorites. Okay, Dave. Here's the deal. Half the chat's going to be screaming, "Is Jordan back?" Or Jordan is back, and then the other half's going to say Viper's going to win all. These are two very popular names, but also two astounding players, and they probably trained together in some way, shape, or form. Maybe Viper was training with one of his other teammates, but you got to imagine they've talked through strategies. I don't expect many surprises, but at the same time, if you have a way of seeing things that's in line with your teammates, you might then have a way to somehow expect something and counter it. So we've seen a lot of Vikings picked for game number 1. Maybe we'll see Viking Mirror, as we've seen in previous sets. Maybe not. For me, though, I think Viper in these settings, despite not being as good as he has been in the past, is the favorite. I know Jordan is arguably one of the most prepared players for this tournament, though. So let's see what Jordan's capable of. And in the yellow, finally, we have the Viper. I think he was in red in the first round, and he's up against his buddy Jordan. I think they've been best friends for almost a decade now, and both players will still be alive after this. It's just one player will be moving on. One player will have to face off someone else in the group.
Yeah, and Jordan's got to be nervous here, because not only does the Viper have yellow, he has one of his favorite civilizations, a very classic civilization for Viper here in the Britons. So we'll see what he can do against the Vikings. Vikings with the better eco, as Viper comes in early with the scout. Not sure if he's going to pick that villager. Jordan bringing another one over. He should be fine. Vikings with a better eco with handcart and wheelbarrow for free, but Britons with arguably better military pressure, especially in the Castle Age, with that extra range on their crossbows.
That's going to be the difference here, Castle Age. Uptime to Castle Age and what can happen in early Castle Age. And while I think that Vikings are seen as top 5 on land maps in most settings, Red Bull and Standard, I think that Britons are seen as one of the best counters to them, because while Vikings have insane eco that's hard to compete with, the crossbows just neutralize everything the Vikings really offer. So maybe some good predictions here from the Viper, expecting some Vikings, but not really much happening here so far, Dave. We've had a lot more walling for Jordan, I've noticed, but he is going to be protected. I don't see either player moving out with high aggression yet.
Yeah, and we've seen that strategy find success for Vikings. Wall up early with a lot of villagers, sacrifice that idle time very early to make sure you're secure. You do have wheelbarrow, you will have handcart in Castle Age, so you will have an advantage over your opponent as long as your economy doesn't get hit. Viper deciding to delay the walls a little bit, kind of knowing that Jordan is going to invest so much wood into this and won't be able to make military and send it over to his side of the map as early as he is.
Viper's scout is rather weak, having taken some hits, and it's possible he could lose that scout if he's not careful. But look at this. The two archers sneaking in here. As little investment as possible, but guess what? We're going to see a villager die from this. That is a little faster because it has wheelbarrow. Don't ask me how that makes sense. But yeah, villager goes down, and that's such a sneaky, annoying thing from the Viper. Jordan's not going to like that.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough for Jordan to get back out there and re-wall, although I think, yeah, he's going to send a couple archers. He will get that closed up with that villager coming from the TC, and Viper actually snags the scout from Jordan as well. So things looking up here in the early stages for Viper as Jordan finally clears up those two archers.
Oh, but this is so unfortunate for Jordan. Look how he's looping around. Okay, is he going to notice the villagers are there? Because if he continues to go that way, it's walled. If he would have run through, he could kill more than one vill. Is Viper going to react to this? He actually has no way of seeing it, Dave. Jordan should be able to get through there.
Yeah, he saw the trees were chopped there, so he's going to come through. He's going to find the wood line, get a little bit of revenge, and kill at least one villager here, potential of more if Viper doesn't notice right away and pull them away. Okay, he's pulling them away now, but it might actually be two, which is pretty good. Jordan stopped attacking. Why?
I think it's because he was trying to lock down some other area of his base. There is an army out for Viper, but I think Jordan's going to be upset with himself for not getting that second vill.
Yeah, and
wow,
maybe
Dave,
looking.
Are you pleasantly surprised with how much damage they've been able to do here?
This is about 200% more than I thought. I thought both of these players fairly conservative when it comes to big tournament games. So I thought both of them would just kind of, roam around with some military, get the walls up early, and be safe at home. But both players with one villager pick, which is one more for each than I expected.
Yeah. By the way, don't worry. If Viper's got a fly in his room, which I believe is the case, I think snakes are pretty decent at handling that. We'll see. That's something that we'll be looking for. I'm sure Chad is more interested in that than anything else right now. But Dave, the Castle Age times were the thing we really were expecting to compare. And overall, this ends up looking pretty good for Jordan. I was slightly worried that maybe Viper could snowball something, but only a 15-second difference.
Yeah, and Viper's going to catch this military out from Jordan here. Might be able to clear up all of them. Good micro so far from both players. Jordan kind of camping that hill there, trying to target the weak ones, but Viper realizing that and distracting the fire with those two archers. Jordan taking out the bear just in case he doesn't want to lose that 2 HP archer or whatever it is to that bear, and he's going to pull Viper's military to the far corner of the map.
Okay, this is fascinating. So Viper, probably expecting a mix of skirms, is going to try double stable knights. So he's working. He believes that Jordan's expecting crossbows and that Jordan will go for skirms. So he's going to go knights, and Jordan is going to arrive. And if you could see him running now, Dave, he spotted the stable and immediately is getting out of here. So a good play from Viper. Just a little risky at times, right? If it's spotted too early, sometimes Jordan will switch into crossbows. We'll see what knights with the Britons of all things will be able to accomplish as elite skirm is in and not even crossbows completed.
Yeah, elite skirm's in. Those knights, not with +2 yet, so they could still potentially go down, but a third one on the way for Viper. He could engage that theoretically, but he's going to lose a couple knights at least. So he's going to wait a little bit until Jordan overextends, which he did there, maybe attempting to go for those archers and runs right into the knights. He's going to lose his skirmisher numbers. And suddenly this looks quite good for Viper here.
Viper also doing a tremendous job as he saves another one of pulling the weak knights back home. So he's getting value, but keeping the units alive for the future. I think this one's probably going to end up going down.
Nope. Tragic.
Oh, man. And no ballistics, too. That's funny. But here's the deal about what Viper's done here. Something I want to bring up. If you're going for elite skirmisher, obviously it's countered by knights, but you have Bodkin Arrow and you have the ranges. So mixing in a few crossbows is more than fine for Jordan, and I think Jordan's going to end up being fine. And Jordan is working with units that he wanted to use long-term anyways. Now Viper's fighting with knights. That's not going to work long term with Britain. So I actually would prefer Jordan's current position, if I were to be honest with you.
Yeah, Jordan's just got to be careful though with this military. Like he's sending that blob out to Viper's wall right now. Viper picking off the reinforcements smartly with a couple knights, and that's not enough crossbows to really keep themselves safe against 5 or 6 knights. So if Viper ever gets that number, he could potentially ambush that force. We can see Jordan now realizing the danger and pulling it back to his main base.
That's so sick from Viper there, because he knows he can't fight that main group, but he's expecting Jordan to send forward a few more reinforcements. That's a really smart. Oh yeah, healing up right there.
All of those
so satisfying. That's so satisfying. They were down below 100 HP collectively, and it's going to be back up to 600 here in a second. Sick stuff.
Yep. And it's so frustrating if you're the opponent too, because you pull them away and you know they're just going to heal them up, right? It's like, I play a lot of Apex, and if you shoot someone down to 1 HP, you're screaming at your teammates. You're like, he's one shot. And it's one of the most frustrating things ever if your teammates can't finish the kill. This is a very similar situation. And Viper's going to bring those knights back into the field eventually as Jordan comes over here with some of his crossbows to clear up the 2 knights attacking his wall. Still no +2 for Viper as of yet.
Yeah, Viper also a little late with the wood upgrade. Remember, Vikings have free wheel, Vikings have free handcart. I'm thinking Knight Maginel, regardless of the fact we're talking Britain Knights, I think Knight Maginel could be in Viper's future. But then again, it still is not playing into the archers that he might want to make long term. So we'll see if he wants to make more ranges or something. But it almost looks like right now, both players happy to sit back. Viper with a few little dances, a few little attacks on walls. But I think more than anything, he's attacking these walls just so Jordan has to keep stuff at home. And so he knows if Jordan is going to be coming out or not.
I think he just killed that house foundation with 2 feudal upgraded skirms as well. So getting an extra value there, you know, taking 24 wood away from Jordan. These are the little things that Viper does on a regular basis, in which oftentimes pulls him ahead of players that might be around the same level. It just gives them that extra little edge, right?
Yeah, Jordan has returned from a retirement and been back for a bit now, but we haven't actually seen Viper and Jordan against each other too frequently. And if you didn't know, Viper and Jordan, they were number 1 and 2, and you could argue on where they were right before Jordan officially retired back, I think 2013. They played a best of 21, which went to the 21st game. Best of, I think, 101, which was like 57 to 52. I can't do math on how much that equals out to, but as the fly is still on the move, Viper's mixing in the crossbows here, and Jordan's actually going to see the he's going to see that the crossbows are out here, which I think is a really important pickup for him.
Yeah. So Viper, like you said, went into the knights for that early pressure to counter the skirms early because Jordan expected him to go crossbows. He did not overinvest in those knights, and I think he only lost, 3 or 4 of them? Usually, if you're doing this as the Britain player, you will start transitioning into crossbows once you've lost your knight army, and it'll be slow. Yep. But for Viper, this is going to be a very strong push across the middle.
It's not quite a full-on all-in situation, but Viper is so far away from clicking up to the next stage, right? Jordan's already clicked up to Imp. So yeah, I mean, you've got knights and crossbows. Jordan's numbers are looking healthy. His upgrades are looking healthy as well. I think he needs patience here. I think he needs to sit back, and he was tempted to run out there, and he's paying the price now. Mix in more skirms, mix in more crossbows, maybe go to 4 or 5, 6 ranges. Just wait for those upgrades. Viper, he's going to pile on the pressure here, Dave, and I think he's going to do a bunch of small things behind this too. I think he's going to try and get all the relics, just in case, he's unable to kill Jordan right now. He's going to want to gain some extra benefit from his control.
And you can see he's building the market right there. So maybe thinking about idling in a little bit here and going up to the Imperial Age himself. And remember, oftentimes the best defense is a good offense. So if Jordan gets to Imperial Age first, if Viper is at his base with some sort of siege or knight or crossbow pressure, he has to deal with that first before he gets to Viper's economy. And Viper, maybe that'll give him enough time to go up to the next age here.
I don't think we have win rates that are this specific, but I'm fairly certain if you were to look at games where Vikings were over 3 minutes or 4 minutes ahead to Imperial Age, Vikings would have won every game so far. So I'm really excited to see what Viper's going to be able to do against this, because once the imp upgrades come in, quite simply, Viper's army is just gonna melt. I know he has the range, but it should get destroyed. So we need to see peak Viper here. We could possibly be looking at the best Jordan has played since his 2013 days. So upgrades in, Viper may be expecting it. Let's see what Jordan can do.
Oh man, Viper, in response to that early Imperial Age time, is going to come in. He's going to try and wipe up these numbers early. He does have the extra range for the time being with the Britain crossbows. Will opt out of that now that Jordan's pulled back a little bit. And he got the tech for Light Cav, and he's getting the tech for +2 right now. So maybe he's thinking about, staying in Castle Age a little bit longer, potentially getting into Jordan's eco and keeping him at home long enough for him to get the Imperial Age resources and click up himself.
We are about to see one of my favorite things in Age of Empires. All-in Castle Age against Imp. It's the same as all-in Feudal against Castle. I love it when one player realizes that if they try and go up to the next stage, those resources are going to be a waste because they'll die, and they have to duke it out with lesser tech. Viper has more villagers, not a lot more, but he has more villagers. He has equal army numbers. Will he be able to survive this? As Jordan, I think, he shouldn't have to be too cute about this. The Maginot should be easy for him to take out. We'll see. Maginot number 1. Viper's not firing here, Dave. What? Problems for Viper. Big problems for Viper in the middle now.
Yeah, and here's the pushback that we were talking about. Jordan coming back across the field. You had to feel like there was an opportunity for Viper to click up and have a competitive Imperial Age time, right? And he chose not to do it.
I think you have to go all in castle, or you have to not make the knights. Like, I think with Viking Eco, you're always going to be behind after you make the knights, and Viper's going to take this fight here. He does have a lot of units, but those knights are going to disappear, and then he will be left with Castle Age skirms and Castle Age crossbows. Viper does have a Maginot on the way. Decent split from Jordan. He takes it out, Dave. Viper's holding here. He's got enough skirms. He's going to have more reinforcements. Jordan might need a little bit more before being able to kill off the snake.
Jordan's losing his pop right here. If Viper gets some more light cav in front, maybe get some skirms to tank the damage, he can push this back. Oh boy, I thought Jordan was going to snowball this completely, but Viper's staying in the game here. Jordan with a castle on that hill. That's a really great position for him. We can see a castle foundation from Viper. A little bit to the right, a little bit farther back to help him defend, and suddenly the resources are getting up there. He might be able to click up soon.
But here's the problem. Like, it's looked impressive, it's looked exciting, but he dug such a hole for himself. To try and push forward at all just led to Jordan mixing in skirms in the front of the battlefield. And yeah, we'll wait to see if the Maginot will hop out here. He should go for the skirms. Will Viper fire? Will he hit? Oh, nice. Not bad. Not bad. I think Jordan's going to spot the fact that Viper's on this hill. Let's see if Viper can hold for the next 3 minutes. This is insane.
Yeah, well, Jordan doesn't really have that much siege to back this up, right? He's got one castle. He can produce some trebuchets. He's getting capped ram right now, but none on the field to help his army push. He's also going for another castle on the north side. So everything is going to be focused on this north side of Viper's base. The other part of the map completely untouched, as Viper is the first one to venture down there with a town center. Both players focused here, though, and Viper, potential to deny this. There's a lot of villagers building that, though.
Yep, does go up. Viper losing some precious crossbow numbers to the castle as well. He lost like 8 there as he ran away, and Dave, this is where you start to see Viper really fall apart. He's going to start to lose that castle, I feel. That's actually his imp TC that in the middle there, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. It would be incredible for Viper to be able to do this. Jordan's even taking some of his gold right now, but man, is this an exciting way to start a series.
I think Jordan's got to be careful about this army in Viper's base, though. Viper has a few light cav queued up, and if you get those in front as a kind of a meat shield for the skirmishers and bring your crossbows from the other side, Viper could potentially wipe this up. But Jordan's just going to go right under the TC. He's going to attempt to do some economic damage. Maybe thinking better of that and coming back. I'd like to see Jordan conserve his army numbers, and as soon as he gets siege ram, he can start a serious push.
Viper has had 0 on gold for the last 3 minutes. Jordan has all the gold secured. So,
oh boy, Military there from Jordan in a perfect position as Viper attempts to go for a castle. Jordan is all over the place here. Very impressive stuff.
I love how Jordan's played this, and you've got to question everything about the Castle Age from Viper now. Like, the reason Britons are seen as superior is because of the range from the crossbows, but we didn't see them until it was possibly too late. And Viper needs an answer here, but he's just going to start hemorrhaging from possibly both sides of his eco. He doesn't have a single real area secured, and he's way behind in military right now.
The only concern I have for Jordan is that the Rams seem a little bit late in production, and that's probably because he went up with less villagers than Viper did, less of an economy, so it takes some time to get those onto the field. But Viper can kind of switch all his military to the south here. He doesn't need to defend immediately in the north because there's only 2 Rams.
I think Jordan, he's just gotta focus on snowballing his push. Sometimes with, let's say, civs like Huns, civs that expand to a lot of farms and go into stable units, you want to expand to the corners. And granted, that is important here too. But honestly, with Vikings, it's about killing as fast as possible and getting all these units out. And Jordan's been doing a good job with that so far, Dave. Viper there with some arbs. Again, I don't think that stone ends up being a factor. I think what ends up being a factor is if Viper has the army to defend from the siege that's rolling in. And if he loses that castle too, I mean, he still doesn't have gold, right? He doesn't have any gold control. I think that's got to be the game.
Yeah, he's just fully producing trash right now. I mean, he's got 136 villagers somehow. You can see that entire economy just kind of crammed into that area. Treb's out on the field now, but more coming from Jordan. His raiding army is being cleared up by Jordan. This kind of looks inevitable at this point. I mean, I know we've seen Viper with some crazy comebacks, but he's got to get gold access and he's got to get some area of his economy secured.
Yeah, it's going to be a slow process here, but I think it is inevitable, Dave. I mean, I think a lot of the reason that in the back of our minds, back of viewers' minds, we might be thinking there's a chance is because of who Yellow is because of who Viper is. Like, we know what he's capable of, but if you think about Red Bull Wololo 1 through 3, there have been moments where perhaps his strategy has been a little questionable. And so the Britain pick I kind of like. I think he was expecting Vikings, but Jordan has really made the decisions in the mid game from Viper look a little foolish here, as he's at 200 pop, has all the control he'd want over every resource. Jordan isn't troubled in the slightest at the moment.
Yeah, look at that military count from him, dude. 82 military on the field for Jordan. Only 50 for Viper, and a lot less value in his military as well, with a lot of it being light cap or skirmishers rather than arbalists and siege. Jordan pushing in on the south now with a gigantic army. He's just going to take out that Treb with his arbalists, and he's going to take out the military from Viper as well. Start pushing that TC and start pushing in through that open side into the farming economy.
Viper hoping to rely on trash. Not going to work when Vikings have the castles. We see the infantry armor coming in already. It's rather ironic that a Viking, who, and I know Viper loves his berserks, could possibly die to the Viking berserks here in a moment, as Elite Berserk has been clicked as well. I think Elite Berserk would probably finish off this game. See if Jordan can get the numbers out here, and maybe Viper could pull off a miracle, but with no counter damage whatsoever. Oh, he sees the Trebs.
Yeah, a little bit
That'll
exposed
help.
there from... Should probably keep his army near those Trebs as the Light Cav come in, but Light Cav, I mean, still kind of underwhelming as a Treb killing unit, and Viper only with the +1, so they're only going to be taking one Trebuchet. Jordan heads up play to repair that. He's going to wipe the rest of those and start pushing into these production buildings. If you're Jordan, just start targeting the ranges, the stables, the monasteries, anything that can produce units for Viper, and prevent the comeback from happening. Berserk's now streaming into the eco, and I sense a GG coming soon here.
It's got to come, yeah. I mean, listen, Viper did everything he could, and he did a really impressive job after the early decisions would set him back. And it was looking impressive there from Viper initially, right? He had sent the Knights forward, he had saved the Knights, but that's not how you need to play this matchup. We've seen time and time again, I mean, almost every single set, someone's picking Vikings game 1, they go into 3 TC with Astounding Eco, Skirmishers, and Crossbows. And so... Yeah. You've got to question the approach. Now, Jordan's miraculous play, or not miraculous play, it's not necessarily a miracle, but his really impressive play makes that look bad. So I'm not trying to take anything away from Jordan. But Dave, we have Jordan up 1-0 against the Viper in a best of 3. And this is to see who moves on out of the group. This is crazy.
Yeah, I think it might have been just a little bit too cute there for Viper going into the Knights and delaying himself a little bit. I disagree with the all-in castle there. I think that maybe he could have foregone the second armor upgrade and the light cav research and light cav production and maybe gone up to Imperial a little bit sooner to give himself a competitive edge. But obviously he knows the game better than both of us. And if he read the situation like that, then he probably had a reason for doing so. We can see the military advantage firmly for Jordan here. That's an impressive KD there. And I'm sure the eco advantage with the Vikings is going to be somewhat similar to that. Mm-hmm. Although Viper, more food, more wood. I guess he had more villagers later in the game with that Britain overboom.
That's all he had access to. Now, if you look at the APM, you can clearly see the point of the game, and this is very important, where Viper turned to swat the fly. Okay, it takes a lot of APM to be able to swat a fly and also play Age of Empires 2. I don't know what that bug is, but it looks ridiculous.
Because it's been twice with Viper. I think it's probably he has a scroll wheel on his mouse bound to something, and he probably, gives it a spin and it hits it like a million times, and we get that peak. Because you see the rest of the game is more or less even, right? He didn't start just clacking every button on his keyboard for 2 seconds there.
I don't know, but I know viewers like to see the APM, and there you go. Hopefully Viper can get rid of that fly, Dave. But again, kind of restating what I just completed saying what I just finished saying. All right, I'll get there. Viper's got to have a good approach here. He's got to have a home map and a civ that makes sense. That's unlike him. Maybe more like him over the past year as the competition's risen, but unlike him to not have a real good strategy going into a game like that. Yeah, and the best thing about that for that performance for Jordan is if you would ask Viper, how is Jordan going to play the Vikings? Yeah. He would say exactly that strategy to the T. He's going to wall up. He's going to go range units. He's going to try and get to Imperial Age fast, and he's going to snowball. And Viper knew it was coming, and he couldn't do anything to stop it. So that shows the level that Jordan is at currently. Yeah. I think maybe Viper will come back and win this series, and there'll be an interview for him. I think that if he were to be asked what he wanted to happen there, he was hoping Jordan would move out. And Jordan, seeing the stable, there was a moment where he spotted the stable and he kind of had the sense, maybe thought through how the game would develop. Jordan realized, if I move out, that gives him an advantage. So I'll just sit at home and wait for my upgrades. It's not the most exciting way to play the game, to just full wall, 3 TC, ARB skirmishers, and then move out, but that is why Vikings are so strong. So, what type of map do you think Viper might choose to go for the next one? Sorry. Well, I see the map, and it's going to be Acclivity, and we're going to see 2 very familiar archer-style civilizations here in Ethiopians for Jordan and Tatars for Viper. I also want to bring up the fact that Viper maybe was a bit unfortunate in the last game with his gold spots. They were quite far forward, especially his main gold. So once he was pushed off of that by Jordan, there wasn't that much opportunity for him to come back. But that's the way the cookie crumbles, and we're into game number 2 here. Viper playing as the Tatars and Jordan playing as the Ethiopians. Yeah, Viper again and going against the grain a little bit. You know, when I mentioned that best of 21 between them many years ago, they pretty much did the same thing every single time, and it was who can out-meta the other. That has not been the case today, as you see Viper going with the starting scout. Didn't find any kills there, but there will be follow-up with scouts, which Jordan will need to scout and determine what he'll do and adapt to with Viper strat. Yeah, we can see Jordan opening with the archer range. No surprise there. And Viper trying to see what he can do with his opening scout here. We've seen this opening scout do quite a bit of damage so far in this event, but Jordan is on top of that. He's going to track it with a spearman, with his villagers, and track the other scout with a spearman, as Viper is forced to go back and won't be able to deny any walls in the early stages. Okay, the most important thing here for Jordan is he needs to determine if he can bring spears and archers forward. Viper was probably delayed his range and he's open with stable, which means right now he doesn't have the numbers to be able to engage against that. So keep an eye on that possibility. As I think Jordan, yeah, he's pretty much here already, Dave. So I don't think one archer, one spear excites me all that much, though. And Viper does have a range to make any skirms or archers, so.
Viper was badly housed there for a while. And that's kind of un-Viper-like there. Sorry, Jordan was badly housed. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong guy. Sorry, they're both from the same clan. They're both live in Germany. You know, they're best friends.
I think they both got housed, though. I would have to rewatch it, but I think they both genuinely got housed badly. It's just one after the other. So anyways, continue, Dave. Continue.
So that's going to put him back a little bit. And you can see he's going for the full walls. Now, Viper just kind of placing his walls as it's convenient for him and sending a few archers across the field. He's going to supplement those with some scouts too. So if Jordan doesn't get these walls down quickly, Viper has potential to do some damage.
I think Viper has pretty much determined at this point that the only thing that's going to threaten him is one archer, one spear, and that he can deal with that. That, or maybe he's just forgotten about it. But here comes Viper. Jordan did just lose a unit there, and we see good defense. There's still some gaps, and here's that devastating, difficult army in the back of Viper's base, and that just disappears quickly.
He needed to add 2 skirmishers, like Maya of old, remember? On the ladder.
Those days, man. Oh, yeah. The real OGs know that player. That's great.
So here's a tower for Jordan. Now, tower is something you never really want to be forced into. It's a good position for him, and it'll help protect the gold, but that means he has less options in Castle Age. He's kind of forced into military or to buy stone or to go stone with a few villagers. So Viper's going to see that tower. He's going to know that, and he's going to come forward with villagers of his own. What is the plan here from Viper?
Ooh. You know, I really like this because he just saw, I mean, we'll see how if it works out, but he just saw that Jordan can't counter tower, and he's expecting Jordan to tower and just go Castle Age. So is there a world here where Viper towers, takes down the range with scouts, and then just wins this full feudal?
It could be a possibility. You know what else he's seen, Tristan? He's seen the stone location from Jordan. He did scout that. So he knows if Jordan wants to go for that stone, he's going to be very exposed. He's going to have to go for a market to buy stone if he wants a defensive tower, or just choose not to make a defensive tower, which will make this push even more devastating for Viper. Look at the amount of military on the field for Viper right now. So many scouts, so many archers, and of course the villagers behind. Man, this is very unorthodox stuff from Viper, but it might just work here.
Okay, Jordan needs to sneak. He needs to, he has walls at home for now. Sneak your crossbows. If he sneaks crossbows and Viper doesn't spot it or sense it, because Viper has to basically go off of what he doesn't see right now. If he doesn't see those crossbows, he needs to know what's coming to his base. But this is the opportunity for Jordan to sneak across the map. And Viper, I think he realizes now that the units are not behind the walls anymore, and he might be hunting for them. Or he's maybe hunting for another way to get in, Dave.
Yeah, I would have liked to see him keep one unit by that stone, just because he knew that Jordan placed a defensive tower there. I think there is a hole on that wood line, and the scouts are coming in that direction. Oh my god, this could be game-changing! Viper threw the hole into the wood line. These scouts have forging T90. These scouts are so strong. And armor.
And now he has 2 crossbows at his base, Dave. His berries are there. His wood is there. Might as well put the gold there, too, honestly. Everything's there. Exactly what Viper needed. And this makes this game fascinating now because, I mean, Jordan, that hurts big time, right? But he still has Ethiopian crossbows in numbers going towards Viper's base. So it's not as easy for him to mop up that many villagers. But Viper's going to need to react to Castle Age military, which is not so easy to do when you're in feudal. So
yeah,
we'll see if Jordan can recover, but villagers going down already on Viper's woodline.
I think losing one villager there, Viper will be perfectly happy with that. Now he has a location on those crossbows. Had to be wondering where those were as his archers move into the crossbows from Jordan over here. Might get a few of those. He's just going to decide to retreat.
Did you see Jordan's little smile there? Jordan had this little smile as if he's like, okay, that was a good play, Viper. There's something about his face there in that moment. But both players, of course, locked in, and Viper has such good eco now. I think scouts
Viper
with
can
these
win this
updates
with
should be able to deal with the crossbows. Yeah.
Yeah, and it looks like Jordan hasn't noticed this. He's going to run right into the scouts. Perfect engagement here for Viper. Gets a lot of free hits, and those crossbows are going to run into that tower as well. Not looking good for Jordan's forward army. It's going to get cleared up completely. And now Viper with a pretty dominant economic position here, but he's not in Castle Age yet.
Not in Castle Age, but if he can trade versus one more army, I think if Viper's in a clear, better position. He does have to worry about his woodline, though. Jordan even mixing in a pikeman there, which I guess makes sense, but still feels like Viper's got so many units here. He can pick his spots. I like the TC for Jordan, but I don't like a lack of control with military. Viper looking to pounce on these expos. And Viper tried to surround them.
Yeah, he pressed... Oh, that's unfortunate. He pressed stop, and his units just kind of stood there waiting around, looking for orders on which unit to attack. Unfortunate pathing and...
I think
unit,
he might have.
I
think he might have had his scouts on stand ground, and when he pressed stop, and if you have them on attack stance and surround them, press stop, they'll mop it up there. So maybe just a formation miscue. Lots of armies to hunt down, and it almost feels like Jordan, if he can get his farming eco right, could actually catch up in villagers.
Yeah, he does have that second TC now. Viper's still only on 1. He's going to go up to the Castle Age in about a minute from now. And he will have all those scouts on the field. Do you engage against the crossbows with your scouts, or do you wait till Castle Age, potentially get them upgraded?
I think it depends on where Jordan's at. But where Jordan's at now, I think you engage as quickly as possible. Because if you don't engage versus the crossbows now, there's only going to be more in the future. And this is becoming more of a problem for Viper. I'm actually really surprised that Jordan's been able to recover this well. It really felt as though Viper was going to be able to snowball that big engagement, that big hole in the wall into victory.
Yeah, maybe a few scouts too many for Viper after he took the initial engagements. He added 3 or 4 more. It looked good clearing up those crossbows, but it delayed his castle time by quite a bit. We'll see how this goes, though. He's still in a favorable position, if you ask me. I mean, his eco has been untouched here. He's done a lot of damage to Jordan. He still has an army of archers in the back, which could get upgraded as soon as he hits the Castle Age. And he still has those scouts, which I think he's waiting till Castle Age to upgrade to Light Cav and then pounce on these forward armies from Jordan. Or he's just waiting for the archers to get there.
Yeah, maybe he didn't... He wasn't at risk of losing villagers over the last couple moments, so the patience makes a lot of sense. It was not shown, by the way, but there were 4 villagers on stone for Jordan back at home, and Viper arrived, but Jordan had left ahead of time. So a really good play from both players here to be able to correctly deal with the armies that arrived at their bases, Dave. And gotta love it. When Viper arrives to Castle Age, it almost looks like the populations are going to be exactly the same.
Yeah, I have to feel like there's a bit more idle time for Jordan, but I mean, it's looking better for him than we expected. As soon as Viper got into that woodline, you kind of had the impression that the game might be over, right? He just didn't do as much damage as he needed to close it out then, and he keeps getting hit on his forward woodlines by the crossbows from Jordan.
I bet you Jordan would give everything to be able to save this force, though. Like, Viper's just been waiting for the upgrades, tracking the army. Ballistics is in, so Viper gonna lose these archers, possibly. But still, it's only 12 crossbows. I do like Jordan's insistence upon moving forward to the woodlines, though, Dave. And look at the pops! This is crazy! How do we get to this stage? How is Jordan still alive? And what is Viper gonna do from here?
Yeah, Viper maybe not paying attention to that engagement initially on the hill. Now he is. Jordan takes a good trade there, but Viper has upgraded all of these scouts to Light Cav. And this is a force, this is something that Jordan doesn't have on the field. A mobile force that could potentially go in and raid. And there's some more mobility for Viper with the Cav archers.
I guess Viper didn't see as he's pushing forward to the woodline now, that army from Jordan in the back of his base. I'm really surprised. Maybe he didn't feel like he could kill it. But I'm surprised to see that Jordan's been able to save those, because that's crucial. He's going to be at 28 crossbows when it could be more like 12 or 13, and Viper could easily deal with 12 or 13.
Yeah, Jordan has that mangonel in defense as well, but he's got to be careful about bringing it into the middle of the field because of the light cav. And we saw a sneak siege workshop from Viper in the back of Jordan's base, as well as he comes in with the cav archers, gets some good picks on the crossbows from Jordan. I think Viper's whole plan here is just keep whittling away at that military. Every time Jordan comes out, try and ambush him, and then have some forward pressure with that siege workshop and potentially loop your light cav around to do some damage. Light cav or cav archers could do well back there as well.
But again, just think about how games have typically developed throughout the last 48 hours. Archers, 3 TCs, ballistics, maybe some siege if you need it. And look at Viper's base. Defensive towers, adding TCs. It's just a little different, right? And different can be good, but there's also a reason that this meta is the meta. So I'm very curious if Jordan's going to be able to get more crossbowmen out here and be able to keep these cav archers away. And I'm also really excited about that siege workshop in the back. It almost feels like completely abandoned, but...
There's multiple yellow armies back there. We could see a crossbow army from Viper on that stone, and here come the cav archers from the other direction, and Viper's just kind of running away from the main force from Jordan. He doesn't want to engage it. He knows he'll probably lose that battle, and he's going to hit the outskirts of Jordan's economy here.
So tough to deal with that too, especially when you primarily have crossbows and now Viper's going to have siege. There's no way that a siege workshop was ever expected to be over there. That could be the MVP move for Viper if he ends up getting this win, which he needs to get to win the group. Otherwise, Jordan wins the group and moves on. Viper will have to play on Friday. So, Dave, I have to say, though, I'm loving this. I love the fact that Viper's splitting up in so many different groups. I love how Jordan seems to have the ability to defend, but it's still going to be so difficult for him at the same time. Beautiful stuff.
As an OG Age of Empires fan, Tristan, I have a huge smile on my face because I remember the years of this matchup. It may not have been on Empire Wars, but both players are back. Jordan, rather, is back. Viper's always been here at peak form, and they're both playing extremely well here. A prime example of this was Jordan sent his main force forward, and Viper garrisoned the villagers right away in the TC. His awareness is on point as we see more Mangonel micro here. Jordan's Mangonel barely surviving, Viper dodging, and the light cav are just waiting to pounce.
Oh, that's such a good play for Viper. And Jordan has really struggled to make use of these crossbows offensively, which makes me think that Viper is going to be growing more and more comfortable in this game. I was expecting this group to do something, but instead they come home and they take out the light cav, Dave. But all the light cav were there for was to take out the siege. And you see Viper just back away with the cav archers. That TC is really close to going down there for Jordan.
Oh, Jordan playing with fire here. Playing with fire. The no-looker from the Mangonel. And Jordan splits around it effectively. He's not going to split around that one, though. Jeez, Jordan. He's just getting flattened by that Mangonel shot. And suddenly the numbers are looking pretty good.
And that's why. The reason there were mistakes made there is because Viper at the exact same time had been sitting on the wood line. Say what you want about how different it was there from the Viper. Say what you want about how awkward it was with the defensive towers and the weird corner siege workshop, yada, yada, yada. Viper, and I'm really excited to see some of the statistics here, he just kept Jordan on the back foot. And then, unlike game one, he kind of knew what Jordan was going to do, and he was actually able to play against it here, Dave. That was really heads-up play from Viper. This started all off in Feudal Age, build that tower, and destroy that range with scouts.
Yeah, and that just shows how much of a competitor Viper is and how much game sense he has to immediately see that defensive tower and come forward with a tower of his own on the woodline to give him that position, then follow up with the fully upgraded Feudal Scouts. Granted, he did get gifted an opportunity with the hole in the wall, but that's what happens when you put on constant pressure, right? You force your opponent to make mistakes, and you kind of give yourself that opportunity by putting pressure on all parts of Jordan's base.
Yeah, like we could have, in game one, we could have been talking about the positives of Viper going against the grain if it worked, right?
Yep.
Game two, he goes against the grain, and guess what? It worked, man. And picking those spots, like you said, moving around was so fun to watch, and that's Age of Empires for me. I know that this wall 3TC boom meta is really strong, but I love the messy games. So thanks to Viper, if he listens to this in the future, for doing that for us here. We moved through some of the stats, of course, Dave and I talking over them, but Viper was in full control. And I think Jordan realized there was no way he could ever threaten the Viper and how dangerous Viper is in those scenarios. So APM very high at various moments, so they've been moving all around. And we move on to game 3, Dave, which I'd like to talk about at length if we have the time, because last time around we had a player who was seen as top 4 or top 3, depending on your rankings, not win out their group. They had to, they were second in the group, ended up moving on then to face someone who won their group, which was his teammate. And that was the Hera Liereyy situation. If you remember, Hera was expected to win his group, didn't win the group, then was up against a hard matchup in his teammate. Not saying that if like Viper or Jordan here doesn't win, they're going to face their teammate necessarily, but no one who's moving on wants to face one of these two. So I think it's really important for the Viper and Jordan to win this game. Like, they win this game, they make life so much easier for them going into the later stages of the tournament.
Huge for the confidence as well. Like Jordan, if he wins this, he can think to himself, like, I just beat arguably the best player in the world. I mean, he hasn't had a first place on this game mode, but Viper is Viper.
He's
and
Viper, yeah.
he can take that to the rest of the tournament. And if Viper loses this, I think that's going to be a little bit of a hit to his own confidence as well, because he's had some struggles with Empire Wars, right? So I think this is really, it's not necessary to stay in the tournament, but it would help both players so much going forward. And I can see game number 3, the map is going to be Mountain Range, which is a map I'm not extremely familiar with, and I don't think we've seen so far in this first weekend.
We have seen it. We have seen it. I think Hera and
Hera and Villese, or
Hera and Villese played Mayans versus Tatars there, which brings me to my next point. Viper just won with Tatars. Tatars is a very common pick on that map. Maybe part of Jordan's choice is because Viper can't reuse Tatars, he has Tatars available, and then he feels Viper might be at a disadvantage if going for if going for another Civ. That said, the game we just referenced, Hera, who probably the better player, did lose with Tatars against Mayans. So I do think there's going to be some options for Viper. This is not going to be a Civ win situation if it goes that direction.
Yeah, so maybe Jordan, like you said, picking the map around the civilizations he knows Viper has already picked. And I can see, that is the... Oh, okay. I understand now, Tristan. I just saw the civs for the next game, and they're a swap civilization of what we had last game. So I thought I clicked the wrong link here, but it looks like we'll have Viper as the Ethiopians and Jordan as the Tatars this time around. We have roughly 1 minute and 32 minutes to get into the game, so we can talk about the civ matchup a little bit. I know we just saw it there, but what's different about this civ matchup in Mountain Pass?
There's a lot less potential for damage early. And the players are further apart, which means that wall archer meta is probably what we'll see. I'd be very surprised if we see anything else. So that's one change. The other change is that there's a massive mountain in the center, and Tatars get 25% more damage when fighting on top of hills. So really, regardless of what you're fighting with, granted, you're probably going to, in an ideal world, make crossbowmen into CA. You have that hill, it makes it very difficult for the Ethiopian player to push you. So on the flip side of that, if you control that hill, there's not really elevation elsewhere. So if Viper, the Ethiopian player, controls the whole game, Dave, that's eliminating a bonus from the enemy. So I don't know about the viewers at home. Thank you guys for not bearing with us, for sitting with us and watching the games and supporting these players. I mean, when I'm casting, you're bearing with us. So thank you for that. It's been a pleasure, but for Jordan and Viper, as we've talked about, such a big thing for them. I think Jordan a little more realistic with his expectations. If he were to lose here, I think he'd say, okay, well, I lost to Viper. Maybe that was somewhat expected, but at the same time, Jordan didn't come back to get top 10 results. He didn't come back to be seen as top 4, which I'm sure he'd love right now. I think he's come back to be the best, and this is the first time he's played in these settings. So quite a stage to be on for the players, and quite a stage to be witnessing for us fans around the world, Dave.
Yeah, and I just want to say, getting over 15,000 viewers during that last game. That's very good for this event. The first weekend, we're super hyped for game number 3. It's going to be Mountain Pass. Or sorry, Mountain Range. Is it Mountain Range? Mountain Pass? Mountain Range. And it's going to be Viper versus Jordan here. A swap of the civilizations we saw in the last game. And you see it right there. That Mountain Range stretching across the middle can result in some stalematey games and can really, benefit the player that goes for map control rather than something like Eco, like we've seen in maybe some other maps where you can wall up easily.
Is it just me, or is this map more open than it was in most of the other generations?
It seems like there's
not at all what I was expecting.
Yeah, it seems like there's less space on either side for the players here, and more swampland as well that you can traverse across.
This kind of changes everything I said then. I was expecting a full wall to be kind of the norm here, but Jordan opening with scouts, and he's going to try and stop Viper from getting some walls down. Now, Viper's gold, Jordan's gold. I mean, if you have a look around as we watch the action here, they're not good positions. You're going to have to control this game. I know that we've seen some players boom it out here, but make military at the end of the day, and that's going to work for you.
Yeah, and it looks like Jordan's just kind of running around with those scouts, trying to find damage. He did hit a villager early, wasn't able to take her. And now he's going to go back to the berries, but Viper is tracking all of this with his scout and a spearman, just kind of bait the scouts from Jordan into the spearman. Jordan is not falling for it, and Viper will attempt to finish the walls here. On the other side, looks like Jordan is just kind of slowly getting his walls down with his production buildings and with his houses, and doesn't
good
have
opportunity
any
for a pickoff there for Jordan. Dave, that's a big moment here. If he can get an archer, he's going to get that archer. That's really good. Not sure why Viper had the archer out there. And Viper's going to arrive to Jordan's base, but this reminds me of the previous game. There are some ranged units in defense there for Jordan. And Jordan actually, okay, I thought he'd lose a village, just deletes the house, and we'll keep the villagers alive.
Yeah, and remember, Viper almost fully walled right now. Jordan is not. He still has some gaps in his base. Viper could do some damage. Well, Jordan did get that pick, though, on the archer. He did lose a scout to the TC, and then he almost lost another scout to his spearman in the middle. So not many scouts on the field here for Jordan, although he is going to pressure that army from Viper and force it back across the field. However, 2 spearmen and an archer, how much damage are they realistically going to do?
Great recognition from Viper, though. Exactly what you said. He knows that military numbers are a little low for Jordan, which indicates he's probably trying to go Castle H and indicates he's open to a counter here. And Viper, as you see his starting scout getting value against the skirms on the hill against Tatars, I think he's going to be tempted to add more scouts, Dave. Just like the previous game, he wants to pressure Jordan and not allow Jordan to sit back. We know what Jordan's capable of with sitting back after watching game 1.
He saw those 2 gold spots from Jordan as well, which are extremely far forward. He did see that mining camp, and he saw the other one. Jordan's resources looking, well, he's on the way to the Castle Age, so they're looking pretty bare bones right now, but that's a good upgrade for him. Viper will be on the way soon, but here comes the army, and how is Jordan going to deal with this? He has a few skirmishers here, but if Viper picks a few early, potential to just keep harassing that gold.
That was so sick from Jordan, though. I mean, you don't know that the enemy has the stable. You're not necessarily expecting the scouts. To be able to get those walls down, keep your army behind the walls, keep your villagers protected, and also not feel the need to force a tower, because that is sometimes instinctually what you'll go for. Very impressive. Somehow we'll funnel all this pressure in towards this TC. But speaking of impressive, somehow, some way, Viper's also going to be up behind this. So we're going to Castle Age, ladies and gents, with very, very even eco setups.
How annoying do you think he's going to be with this scout in the back of Jordan's base? He was scouting around. He's checking out the economy, maybe going in for some picks or something. There's no weak villagers because you don't have to bring in the boars.
Exactly.
But still, it is Viper in the back of an enemy base with a scout. And I think maybe I was hyping it up a little too much.
I wasn't going to say anything, but I appreciate you really trying to make the next 20 seconds interesting, Dave. Don't worry, it's about to pick up, people. It's about to pick up. Jordan moving across the map, and I love the confidence to move out across the map because you're a little uneasy on what's out there. You haven't scouted it, but I feel like you have to if you're Tatars. And Jordan will get Elite Skirm and Vodkanero and Viper's gold. Granted, Jordan's gold is also looking bad on the other side. Viper just doesn't have the control, and so Viper cannot take it.
Viper getting away with that villager, really, really nice job, but he does have gold in the back, which Jordan, his other gold is way far out to the right. He has walled to that area, so he should be able to access it if need be. So front golds, I mean, they're annoying, but they both have options at this point in the game.
Oh, man, there is a scout out there for Jordan in the middle, and he just walked past that. I love that. I love that. He's utilizing the scout to find out where the enemy is, and Viper's reaction is to run away, too. That's also just as smart. Finding the enemy with the scout, and then Viper realizing he's been spotted and running away is so high level. Jordan going to change his target, though, here, Dave. This could work out for him, too.
Yeah, he's going to try and pick off this army as it's coming back across the field. I think Viper will get the crossbow upgrade in time to engage here, as Jordan has another couple units on that wood line with some harassment. But how much of the crossbow is going to do against these elite skirmishers with the hill advantage?
Big loss for Viper there. I think he was trying to keep that army on the side, hoping to sneak in, but Jordan was equal to it. He spotted it. And Jordan now with ballistics as well, and Viper kind of just sitting back. Though there he has the knight. He's going to deal with that. That was an annoying move from Jordan, but I think he'll be okay with tossing that away. Who has the advantage right now, Dave?
I don't really know. It's tough to say on this map, right? Like, you feel like if the Tatars ever get a position on the hill, it's going to be so tough to push them off. But, I mean, same story for a big group of Ethiopian crossbows. With that faster firing rate, they can do some serious damage here. And it looks like Viper's going to mix in some siege to complement them.
Yeah, if you're expecting straight skirm, siege is the way to go. So I like that. A lot of people think, well, why not just go knights? You need armor on the knights, and you need to invest into the knights, and you're doing everything else. You're really not going to be able to field enough knights to make a difference in these stages. But Jordan, he did so well earlier tracking the Viper, has failed to track him moving out across the middle of the map, Dave, and this could hurt Jordan so much. Look where Viper's going.
Yeah, and Jordan's TC is going up there, and it's only going to be at about 55-60% by the time Viper gets there with the crossbows. This could be devastating for Jordan, as Viper trying to get some good shots on the skirmishers with his mangonel in the meantime, but he's going to deny this TC. He's going to kill 3 villagers right there, and with potential to get more villagers as well. Another one going down, some idle time for Jordan, and I think Viper maybe should just run to a corner or something with these crossbows and try and save them while he can.
Don't tell me Jordan could lose more here. If he does, Jordan doesn't even really have the army to comfortably take out the crossbows right now. The cav archers don't have bloodlines. The skirmishers don't have +2 defense. Everything's falling apart for Jordan right now. And Viper's got to be loving life. He says, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill everybody. Thank you.
Like, if you're in Jordan's position, you're really feeling like you need to get that TC up to help win that fight, to secure that gold, but it's not worth the villagers you lost there. It really isn't. He's behind by 10 villagers now, and Viper has all of the momentum. Granted, Jordan does have cav archer numbers, so if he builds that up to a substantial amount, he can potentially win fights in the middle, but that was a big loss for Jordan.
It's so interesting. I want to bring it back to Jordan tracking and Viper reacting when he was tracked initially in early Castle Age. Because I think there, Viper was just thinking, I'm going to take a risk and move out, and I have to pay attention to if he spots me. Whereas, for me, I wouldn't move out. I'd either move out or wouldn't move out. I wouldn't be able to adapt it on the fly in the middle of the hill against Sitars. So he pretty much paid close attention, got away with one there, and I maybe Jordan wasn't ever expecting Viper to be that bold, honestly. But opportunities for Jordan still. 10 villager disadvantage isn't the biggest deal. And he is Tatars on a map with a massive hill in the middle.
Yeah, and coming a little bit close to those mangonels, Viper pre-firing there, kind of reading the fact that Jordan might step back with the cav archers, but Jordan deking him out to the north side, and now he's going to bring his cav archers over to the north. Viper attempting to find this army.
think
He's not
Viper's
going to
got to
know
be loving
that
life
it's
right
looping
now.
around.
Yeah, it's almost as if Viper again is just like, okay, if you're not going to do anything to me, I'm going to move out again. And I like the thought process. He does seem to see Jordan's on the other side, maybe a little worried about that. But Jordan didn't know Viper was moving forward either. So twice now they've really missed each other. I'm wondering if this is going to lead to a clear advantage for Viper. Already has one, of course, but a clearer advantage. Or if maybe somehow this is going to benefit Jordan. It's really awkward for both.
I see 11 on stone for Viper. So he might be considering going for some sort of castle. Now, whether that's going to be on this main hill or potentially a forward castle on Jordan, we've yet to see, as Jordan takes a pretty good engagement against the crossbows downhill. Obviously, Tatar's getting that that bonus damage. Got to be careful about the Mangonel, but I think he should be able to clear this up.
Yep. I mean, that's a good moment for Jordan. He really needed a solid fight. Having the hill there, Viper taking it, maybe decent, but he doesn't have bloodlines, Dave. Still not having bloodlines is such a big mistake when you're playing with Cav Archers. It improves them so much. So I think maybe that's why Viper allowed him to take the fight, as Viper likes to say sometimes.
We could see Jordan smiling there. He had a big smile on his face for some reason there too. I don't know why. I mean, he was losing his Cav Archers. Maybe something was happening on the other side, as he has enough skirmishers now to clear up this forward army from Viper. Viper's got to be careful not to just stream units in here and lose his momentum. Maybe gather them in the middle of the hill, start building up another force, and then push in again. It seems like he's kind of sending them in ones and twos now, which could be a bit risky.
Yeah, Viper extending himself a little bit at times. He has done wonders with small little groups, like Game 2, which got him that win. But if you continue to do that and you keep running to the same spots, I think Jordan's gonna be able to catch a few armies out. And Viper will probably want a castle in the middle, like you said, Dave. So he's gonna need control. And that stone's coming in for both players right now. This is an interesting game. I really felt like the blow to Jordan would have meant more for Viper. I thought that maybe Viper could have made more of it, but he must be really focused on his economy right now.
Yeah, and here come the skirmishers and the Cav Archers. Good shot there. Good pre-fire there from Viper. Attempts to go for the Cav Archers with the second shot. Jordan microing around that fantastically, so he's going to avoid any damage there. And now Viper just kind of building again. He's got the one archery range randomly in the middle, and he's trying to build up his military numbers once again.
Sorry, I'm laughing because Jordan was microing one skirm against that Maginot there. But Viper's about to walk up this hill. And Jordan has his main force there. Viper's Maginels were distracted by the skirmisher. The skirmisher's over there, Viper. You need your Maginels here right now. And so maybe the castle won't go up in the middle of the hill, Dave. Maybe he'll walk along here. What a weird moment that was.
This is a very tense moment for Viper fans here, because if he gets this cleared up, if he gets this castle denied, it could be trouble. But he does have the Mangonels. He's got the repairing villagers. He gets some good shots, Tristan. And the skirmishers are forced to go back. That castle will go up. Viper will have the military advantage here. And now it's going to be Jordan who's struggling in this engagement. That one could have gone either way.
Yeah, the Maginels were just a little late to the party there, right? I think initially Viper wanted to castle next to his range, but then he noticed that Jordan would know what he was up to on the hill and just decided for the other area there. And I've seen a lot of fights where Jordan's not able to use his hill bonus. Viper noticing, because there's like little bumps, little hills on the hill, and even in that fight where he was defending the castle, it was really strong. And just seems like Jordan is struggling to push up the hill. Jordan is struggling to do any damage to Viper.
Yep.
We haven't seen many counters at all, and that's an awful fight for Jordan's Cav Archers there. But finally a counter. There you go.
Yeah, that's a good raid. I mean, Viper's got a couple units there, so they're going to do some damage, but Jordan will definitely clear up those villagers. Could potentially clear up those crossbows and then hit the wood line as well. So a little bit of a distraction, but like we said coming into this game, taking control of that hill is so important, and Viper has firm control of it right now with a castle and with that army moving across the map. And deja vu here for Jordan as another, deja vu indeed, as another TC gets denied. More villagers get killed, and the Mangonels are here to follow it up to potentially hit the TC behind.
Viper setting himself up to control the hill. double castle in the middle is the thought process. I mean, Jordan's doing what he can here, Dave. I would continue to fight on. He will continue to fight on for a while here. Hard to see any real bonuses for him right now. The main thing I think of when it comes to the Civ matchup long term is just mobility. Opportunity there for Jordan. That'll get pushed away as both players focus on the main micro fight here. Jordan needs a 1-for-1 at worst. And
I got it.
Ends up getting the... Oh, there you go. That's good for Jordan.
Yeah, that's great micro from Jordan. Paying attention to all that while everything else is going on. He did see the second castle from Viper with a couple cav archers, but unfortunately couldn't do anything about it. And now he's even struggling with skirmishers and crossbows from Viper, losing his military numbers. And I think Viper will take this. He just wants to delay Jordan as long as possible, get those castles up into the middle, and go up to the Imperial Age, which he has clicked.
Yeah, just exactly the spot that Viper would want to be in. After losing game 1, many people might have been thinking, is there a chance for Jordan to do this? I think that we knew the level would be close. We knew they're good friends. We knew that they probably trained together, but we didn't know what Jordan was really going to offer on this stage with Empire Wars, because he hasn't been able to show it before. It's been close, Dave. Viper benefiting from a few big moments, and yep. I think it's going to be tough for Jordan to fight up this hill. I mean, Ethiopian arbs are firing faster. You'll probably have bombard cannons, trebs. How do you break the Viper when he's set up like this?
And look at this. Viper with a Castle Age army on the way to Imperial Age, and he's going to sit there and wait for the upgrades. How refreshing is this?
Wait. I hope he moves forward right now. Like it would bring me so much. Yeah. I just can't wait to hear Dave squirm if Viper sends his army out before the imp upgrades. I mean, if there's a Maganel, it could be trouble for Viper. Let's see. Here he goes. Okay, never mind. He's going to make Dave happy.
It's Viper, man. He's not going to move out. It's Viper. We've seen enough from him. He's going to play it fairly safe, and you can see what he's doing with his army right now. He's just kind of exploring this side. He's going to get an outpost down over there as well. He's going to explore as much of the map as possible, make sure Jordan has nothing over here, and secure this hill with a third castle, too. This feels like impenetrable if you're in Jordan's position.
And Jordan's going to try and get a counter in. This is like a castle wall, bro. This is crazy. He's just missing one more castle on the right, and he'll pretty much make it so Jordan cannot move out at all. Viper hitting Imperial Age in a moment, and we'll get his upgrades. I think he's going to probably back this all up with Siege. Jordan getting light cav. Yeah, maybe Hussar with Tatars could do it, Dave. I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, Viper could produce some pikemen early to maybe counter that. I think for Viper, all he needs to do here is make a few trebs from his castles, set up shop on that hill near the shoreline, and just start killing the production buildings from Jordan. He's going to be forced to remake them in the back, and I think he's actually already remaking some, which is a wise decision from him. Archer ranges I see in the back of Jordan's base, but it's definitely going to stall him out, and it's going to give Viper all of the momentum here in early Imperial Age.
Let's see if Jordan can do this. You look at the score in populations, and it almost doesn't tell the whole story just because of the position Viper has. If this was Arabia, this would be a whole lot closer, but I think since this is mountain range, the control is going to be tough for Jordan to be able to break here. And you can kind of see his face there. Jordan's so fun to watch when he plays because he's just so animated. And I feel like he just said, well, what do I do against this? This is almost impossible.
He just kind of looked to the side there, shook his head a little bit, and then right back into the game again. Viper building up his treb numbers here, and he's getting halberdier. He's got a number of barracks on that middle side, or that middle area of the field, and archer ranges, building a ton of production here, which I love. It's going to, with all these production buildings here, even if Jordan wins some fights, it's going to take him so long to take control of this middle area.
Yeah, that you might think that's a ball of skirmishers, so that's a good fight for Jordan, but he didn't have the final armor upgrade yet, and he's fighting uphill, so not a fight he can take. However, we do see possibly the only thing that could save him, silk armor coming in. The cav archers and the hussars are going to have a lot of pierce armor, and Viper is playing with a lot of ranged units, so that can help. We know that Viper, of course, has Hal prepared, but is there a chance for Jordan? Can he get enough? I was going to say winged. Never mind. I'm not going to say what I was going to say, but can he get enough hussars out, Dave, to storm these castles?
I'm currently checking the Tatar tech tree to see if they get heavy demo ship. No, they do not get heavy demo ship. So I was going to say that could potentially be an option. And I see docks from Viper in the right corner of that river there. So he's thinking about getting something going just to help protect his trebuchets. He's perfectly content to sit on this hill and kill all of Jordan's production buildings with an army behind. And if he gets some Navy onto the field, that could help protect him as well.
Okay, so you didn't know, I didn't know if Ethiopians got heavy demo. Do you think Viper knew? Because you never, I don't think he's ever encountered a position where he's Ethiopians. Oh, Tatars. Bro.
I was thinking Tatars, because I was thinking ways for Jordan to come back. A big boom.
My bad. I was looking at Viper's docs and got confused there. That's a good question to maybe ask Viper if he closes this out, though, if he would know. But it's 200 pop versus 200 pop, Dave. And the military counts, the eco, everything looking pretty similar. Viper having all the relics and the castles on the hills, though, gonna make life very difficult. And is he stonewalling at home right now?
Yeah. Play safe.
Wow.
It's smart, man. It's so smart because what's your win condition? You keep your economy safe, you keep the production up, and there's no way that Jordan can push up that hill. The only way Jordan can push up that hill is if you struggle economically and you can't keep producing from all those buildings in the middle. If you stonewall, that takes away any opportunity for Jordan. So I really, really like that from Viper.
Yeah, I think the best play for Jordan is to somehow loop around. I don't know if he sees a gap for it, but yeah, just send like 40 Hussars to Viper's base. I mean, Viper's still a long way off from stonewalling that, but
he's doing all of the little things. He's even docking his own river, Tristan. So
wow.
If Jordan ever pushes across with military and is pushing against those gates, Viper can bring out some naval units to do some damage. And we see Onager coming in from him as well. He's doing everything right now.
Love to see Torsen engine siege Onager. Woo! That is not something you see too frequently. Torsen engines does also affect the bombard cannons. Viper has a few of those. And it's almost like Jordan's running forward just to see what Viper's up to. And then he's like, nope. I'm not going to do this. It very much reminds me of scenarios I would make to play the AI when I was a kid. I'd have the hill. I'd have all the relics in my base. I'd have all the gold piles. I'd have all the techs. And then the AI would just stream units in towards my castles as I'd chew them up and feel like a god. Imagine actually doing this in a competitive tournament. Must feel real good.
Yeah, and there are the trebuchets on the hill for Viper. They're going to take that castle down for sure. I mean, Jordan can repair that for the time being. Viper with some demo ships over there. He's trying to force the fight, Tristan. He knows that Jordan either needs to give up on that castle or come out with military. And I think Jordan's made the correct play in giving up on that castle.
I feel so bad for Jordan, man. He's ultimately going to die here. Viper's done everything he could do. There's just no way Jordan wins this. And I think like the only thing that Jordan could really do right now is be on the end of a really big shot from onagers or demos. And it actually could happen here in a moment. I think Jordan's feeling like it's now or never. And he's got to push, right? He's losing ground. He's got to move out at some point here.
Yep. I'm hearing the theme song from Jaws come into play here as these demos are just waiting for this military to come out here. Ethiopians do not get heavy demo. So these ones are going to be pretty fragile. A big onager shot attempt from Viper there doesn't get a connection. And I don't think these demos are going to get connections either.
Look at that skirm. That skirm's like, I got you guys. I'll be the distraction.
Now Jordan has to respect it. He has to respect the fact that there's demos on the field. He's going for a dock of his own to counter this, and Viper might be able to push out and kill these cap archers now.
Viper's still not completely walled, and look at that ball of red going across the map right now. I know there's a
How
big
did Jordan
fight to
get
look
into
at.
Viper's eco?
Because there's so many different areas you have to wall. And there you go. Viper didn't have it all walled up. It's probably more expensive to wall all that than to build a castle, Dave. And Viper just couldn't get the job done, and that's gonna... Viper didn't have military buildings at home. He had military buildings in the middle.
Well, he's got some halberdiers at home, so he should be able to clear that up eventually. It is going to hurt his eco a little bit, but that'll give him more population to put into military. His resources still looking pretty good here. Jordan's resources, in the meantime, I mean, kind of lacking on food, but look at that queue.
Dave, Can Jordan do this? He still has some gold banked. He's picking off onagers. He's distracting Viper with raids. Viper has no mobility. Is it possible, or is there a chance for Jordan to possibly win this game?
Do you want the official answer or do you want my caster answer? Because my caster answer would be like, yeah, there's potential for him to win the game. My official...
No, give me your real answer, Dave. The people want to know what you really think. And how dare you imply that casters would ever try and act like there's a chance when there isn't one?
Yeah, I don't think so. With the amount of castles that Viper has up there, the amount of production, he's now has realized that he has holes in his wall, courtesy of Jordan's raids, and he's going to be able to clear up those hussars. He's going to bridge that, or put a stop in that gap, rather, along the marshland there, and he's going to be safe at home and can just focus all of his energy onto Jordan's economy.
Hey, here comes a potential move here for Jordan. He's shifting sides right now. Using to shift sides because Viper was expecting it. I'd actually really like to see Viper's point of view here. How far can he see? He has a lot of outposts and buildings there. If we could see his
Ethiopians.
fog, I would love to
forever,
see what
dude.
he can see.
Look at that. He can see forever. Ethiopians.
Okay. So he's going to see the Hussar shift over here, and Viper is going to have to shift along as well, I take it. He cannot allow these units to get across.
Oh, we're going to have... Looks like a big battle soon here as Jordan moves out with all of his units and Viper moving to respond with all of his units. Oh boy, Tristan, we've got 103 military on the field for Viper and 70 for Jordan. Onagers following up as well. This is going to be insane.
It is gamer time, ladies and gentlemen. Jordan still cannot really get a hill. The only hill that might make sense is if he goes all the way over to the right at the edge of the map where the wolf is. But it looks like he maybe, as he brings villagers forward, has saved some stone for a castle and wants to gain some type of a foothold here. But big engagement's going to have to come if Jordan wants that to happen, Dave. Which unit composition is going to be stronger here?
Oh, Viper almost nuking his own Arbalest with the Onagers, but just missing them, hitting those Hussar. The Halberdiers are going to do work against them, and the Onagers are searching for a shot against the Cav Archers. Looks like they're going to get one.
That's it, though. Jordan's done an okay job here. Now, I question, his stables are actually all on the left side from earlier, so his production's going to take a while to get over here, and that might end up making a big difference. Exciting times here, man. We're getting to see everything, and Viper's 40 seconds away from Siege Onager.
Yeah, and look at the production from Viper. That's why he made all of those buildings on the middle. Look at the amount of yellow on that middle area right there, and units are coming streaming in. Is this what your AI battles look like, Tristan? As Viper sends unit after unit, and Jordan sends more and more Hussars, but I feel like even if Jordan gets that castle up, it's going to go down right away again, and Viper just keeps clearing up the military. What a dominating performance here from him.
That was actually the difference. It's just how long it took Jordan to get more reinforcements. Yeah, when I played the AI, I would have won by now. You know, it would not at all be close. That was too anxiety-inducing for me. And oh god, you know, we might have reached the point where Jordan has to accept it's over and just calls it, Dave, because Siege Onager's in now. I almost hope he doesn't though, because we could see some monster shots.
Yep. Yes, we could indeed. And Jordan, I remember in one tournament we saw Liereyy at the end of a game, I think it was King of the Desert, 1 or 2, where he walked into a Siege Onager shot on purpose, just because he wanted to give it to the viewers. We might see something similar here from Jordan, but you never know. Maybe he can make something happen with the Cav Archers, with the Hussars. Looks like he's going for another castle over there, maybe? Why is he sending... There it is. Against the edge of the map.
He can justify? Oh my god, that's when you know you're in a bad spot on this map. When the only castle you can build is up against the edge of the map. You better set your gather point to the left, buddy. Because if it's on the right, your units are flying right out the window. Oh my god, dude, that's hilarious.
Look at him smile, man. He tried to put that castle. Viper saw it. Jordan's just kind of chuckling to himself. He attempts to go in for the Siege Onagers. I mean, he'll get them, but there's still all of those Arbalists. There's still all of the Halberdiers. There's no way he can stop this wave. At least I don't think so.
Well, if he keeps the CA alive, he has 52 Hussars queued. And the Arbalists don't seem to be offering too much against the Hussars because the high Pierce armor. And the Cav Archers are obviously going to take out the health. So it feels crazy because he has no relics, right? Double check. Yeah, Viper has all the relics, and Viper has all these techs. But there is still a slight chance. I think it's a correct move for Jordan to continue to fight here. Maybe if he could break into Viper's base across the shore there, he could threaten Viper's eco while also trying to hold this precious hill.
I'm surprised that castle got up, and Jordan's going to build some more production buildings over here, and he's going for stables over there, so maybe the Hussar span will win out in the end. Viper only with, it says 4 on gold for him, so not too much in the bank. Maybe he's going to need to switch into trash units. I don't know, Jordan's building up quite the military over there now.
Yeah, I've just checked, by the way. Viper has 5,000 more gold, but he's also spent a lot more gold. This is a ridiculous performance from both, obviously, but how has Viper gotten such a good position, and how is Jordan still in this game somehow? So much military on the field, almost 200 military on the field, castles along the center, easily the best mountain range game we've seen in this tournament.
Yeah, Viper needs to keep those Trebs safe. Another big battle lining up here, Tristan. Oh my goodness. You know, casual Age of Empires fans, when they see competitive, they oftentimes say, I want to see the big battles. That's why I play this game. Well, here you go. There's a gigantic battle about to happen. Tons of Hussars, some Cav Archers backing it up. And of course, for Viper, the Halberdiers, the Siege Onager, the Arbalists. Here comes the Flood.
What is this fight, man? Probably the craziest fight we've seen so far. Remember the Hussars? They just get tickled by those Arbalests. And is there a world where Jordan somehow denies this castle, takes out the Trebs, and holds here? Now, there is a Siege Onager. You got to be real careful, Jordan.
Oh my god,
Splits away
amazing micro.
Wow, and Jordan has the population lead.
In the midst of all this, to do something like split your army away from the Siege Onager, and he moved it away again. Torsion Engines coming in clutch there and getting that extra splash damage. But here comes Viper. He still kept those Arbalests alive. He's got some more Siege Onagers. I think Jordan used his Treb on the right to punch a hole into Viper's base, so maybe some potential for future raids from him, which could be devastating for Viper. But this position from Jordan looks pretty precarious here. Viper ever gets some more trebuchets along.
So Viper's units are pretty much just kind of like lower HP units. They die a little faster, but his Q, his reinforcements has been insane because he dropped 50 pop and immediately he's back up to 200. And Jordan is backed up to the edge, not the edge of the wall, the edge of the earth here. Again, just constantly reminding everyone, Viper has all the relics, Viper has all those castles, Viper taking out Trebs there, that's important. Jordan cannot replenish trebuchets. And maybe it just comes down to that. Maybe this Viper's just going to slowly starve Jordan out of everything.
I think Viper needs to plug the gap into his economy, though. There's, on that right side there was a trebuchet from Jordan attacking the wall, and I think Jordan's thinking about going for a counterattack now, and Viper doesn't have any military in his base. If Jordan decides to do this, there go the Hussars, there go the Cav Archers.
This is actually
it's
sick,
nightmare
though,
time.
Because Viper has all of his military in the middle, Dave. If those units go in there, Viper could lose TCs, he could lose 50, 60 villagers, and then he could also lose the relics if the monastery's found. That is at home, right in the middle. What
oh my
in
goodness,
the world?
look
now,
at
Viper
the
should
Exodus.
push that castle now.
Look at the villager exodus there as they attempt to find safety. They're not going to find it, though. Those Hussars doing so much damage. Jordan sending more Hussars deeper into the economy. Viper, in the meantime, clearing up the reinforcements and now hitting the castle with only one trebuchet, though.
Is going to stay alive. Is that Treb going to stay up, Dave? Is that Treb going to stay up?
Yep, it will.
The hero Treb, it will stay up. That's important. But now, just pay attention to the populations, guys. So what happens in these situations is, Viper's had 50, 60 military units in the queue. So as he loses Vills, he gets more military. But he's not going to have eco long-term. So Jordan's going to have more military to deal with. He can somehow hold from that. Then he has the greater economy, and he can last long-term. I mean, we could run out of wood in this game. Jordan doesn't have that much wood remaining at home. Ridiculous stuff.
Viper is a seasoned professional, though. He will start queuing up villagers right away to make up for those losses. and he's going to clear up this area over here on the right side. You got to wonder, like, does Jordan shift it now? Does he go for more raids? Does he attempt to push on the other side while Viper's busy over here?
It's almost as if, while that is exciting, Jordan, in killing Viper's economy, has just given up the only position in the game that made it seem like this was winnable for him.
Yeah.
It's crazy, and it's so, you don't see these situations frequently, but that's what it looks like to me. That is, if these buildings go down, and it seems like they will, Viper will still remain with all of his castles on the hill. He'll still have TCs to make more vills, and it'll be rough, but he's got the relics too to work with as his arbs are just going home to kind of mop it up and make it easier for his eco to get back on track.
Yeah, and Viper's kind of just recovering at his home base here. He's dropping some extra TCs, maybe going to re-wall this area, going to clear up this forward base from Jordan. I think that the key here is, even if Jordan pushes up against Tristan, he's not going to have the stone to build another castle. And he might be able to, like, take out a castle from Viper. As I see a giant red wave over on that left-hand side. What is Jordan sending to attack Viper? Oh my goodness, more Hussars, more skirmishers, and those Trebs! Dude, those Trebs are hitting that castle from Narnia. Only Tatars with that extra range can make that happen. Oh my goodness. He called the airstrike on that castle.
And Viper's military, I wish we had a heat map for the military, is all on the other side right now. So Jordan says, oh, that's funny. You're going to take the right side. Well, I'm going to take the left right now. And Viper's going to lose that. Now, I think pulling a few Hussars to try and get into Viper's eco again would be good. But I think Viper's going to have that locked down this time around. I mean, ladies and gents, it's worth reminding you, this is a best of 3, so winner moves on out of the group, which is a big deal. But also, there is a countdown right now. There's a limit on how long this game can go. If it goes to 1 hour and 15 minutes, it will, the winner will be the person with the highest score, which currently is Viper, and that makes sense after all the technology. But what a game.
Man, look at Viper, pure focus. And then you look at Jordan and he's just smiling, he's just laughing, he's looking to the side. He's like, man, this game is nuts.
I think maybe we're going to see, surely it can't be Viper tapping out. Wait a second. Are we... Did someone resign? Look at the pops.
Yeah, I think Jordan realizes that even if he takes out this area, he's got nothing to follow up with. He's got no stone for another castle. He still has to take out castles from Viper, and Viper's military has now made its way over here. I'm assuming that it was Jordan who tapped it, but...
I think we're delayed there, Dave, honestly, because there's no reason you would ever resign in Jordan's position. You have Trebs, you have Skirms. I mean, Viper's just lost. You can take out another one. You also have 76 farmers with 24 hustlers in the queue. I was about to be so upset. I think this game goes on for quite a bit. So strap in, ladies and gents. We know Miles, or they're both going to smile at the end, more so Jordan, but is this winnable for Jordan, Dave? Same questions. I feel like there's a slight chance.
I don't think so. I think Viper will play this quickly.
I would love it for Jordan to have, if he had Trebs on the other side now, to swoop in with more hustlers, that'd be great, but I think that's the death ball. Oh my god.
Yeah, this is over. Now that Viper's military... Now that Viper's military is over here on the left-hand side, Jordan can't shift back to the right again. This is all in for him. And those Trebs are very important. They're a big cost for him to make. So once Viper clears this up, Jordan's got to be thinking, like, what do I do? And I think we were a little bit farther ahead with the cameras there. And I would suspect the resignation is coming in as soon as this army gets cleared up.
Yeah, just the Trebs alone, he's not going to be able to make, but oh my goodness. I actually think it almost like this game was so crazy it slowed down a little bit, which can have something to do with the cameras not being synced. But oh my word, man. Jordan is trying. And actually, wait, were they typing to each other? Jordan signaled. I bet you any money he said something to Viper there. It's blinking on the mini there.
We got some...
gate. Yeah,
let me
like,
in.
Yo, let me in.
You sent him the meme, dude. Let me in. Holy!
I want to see.
Oh, the game's over. Jordan taps out.
Oh my god, what a game! What a game! What a performance! Honestly, like looked like Jordan was out there in Castle Age and didn't work out for him, Dave. What more can you say about these two? The good news is for Jordan that he does move on, and we'll show the group settings here in just a moment, but he's still alive. But great news for the Viper. He moves on out of the group, winning the group. I can't wait to hear from him in a moment, but that was quite a long game. I think we need to spend some time looking at these stats here.
Like
crazy KD
wow,
for Viper
man.
there.
That was absolutely insane. One of the best, definitely one of the best Empire Wars games I've ever seen. One of the best games I've seen in the last year, and we've had a lot of good ones. Viper taking just a commanding position on that hill, and Jordan showing his level, able to claw himself back on both sides, but it is the Viper, and it just wasn't enough. And Viper was playing, credit to Viper, I mean, he was playing super safe. He walled up. He had docks for some demo ships. He had 4 castles spread out. He had all the production in the middle. He made villagers again once he got raided. Like it was textbook from him. Jordan tried to make it happen, but he just couldn't.
I loved it. I loved everything about that. We saw the uniqueness of the civilizations on levels that you normally don't get to see in games, which was beautiful. But I think you were correct in the middle of the game there. I was trying to look for opportunities for Jordan. I think while it was rough for Viper, he ultimately knew the position he had was going to be too strong to break. Everyone wants to see APM. And apparently Jordan is much faster than the Viper. That's what that says right now. Well, pretty sure that Viper was just kind of sitting on the hill. So
yeah, I think there's a lot more micro involved when you're trying to split around siege onager shots and trying to avoid running into halberdiers and raiding and everything. And Viper just calmly, coffee in hand, just sitting on the hill and defending. Really, really great stuff from both players here. And I'm excited to see Jordan in his next matches. And I'm excited to see what Viper brings for his next ones, because this was a big hurdle for him. I mean, Jordan's upped his level to an amazing degree, and it's a hard-fought set today.
Yeah, it will be Jordan versus Vinchester, if I'm not mistaken. That will be on Friday. Viper moving on to Saturday's games after winning the group. So the set delivered there, Dave. We do have more sets. One more set, right? Two? We have games. 2? I'm being told 2. Well, that's good, because I want to stay here all night. We're going to send it over in a bit here to see what Viper has to say about everything. So many questions, honestly, because it was such a ridiculous one, Dave. But it looks like the interview's ready, so we'll send it over.
I almost did it, Dave. I have to say I almost left myself muted, but being the true professional I am, I managed to realize just in time. What's up, the Viper? Thanks so much for joining us, mate, and congratulations on a win. Oh boy, that one was a long one. I want to know, was there a point at which you ever felt like you had game 3 in the bag? Obviously, the early crossbow raid denying the TC, huge swing in your favor early on, but took a long time for that game to finally come to a conclusion.
Yeah, Tatars are really good on that map, so even though I got those villager kills, I didn't really feel like I was like, suddenly I'm winning. It was still a very close game, but throughout Castle Age, I started taking good trades to the point where I got map control and I could control the hill. And once I had 5 relics, map control of earlier Imperial Age, I mean, you can never underestimate Tatars, but yeah, I felt very comfortable from that point.
We haven't seen a lot of this map. We've seen it, I think, once before throughout the weekend. Was your primary objective heading into it, like map control, getting into the middle, setting up castles, a defensive bulwark, or were you ready to adapt and improvise? Did you have a plan ahead, or was it sort of see how it goes?
Considering that he was Tatars, I knew that I had to compete for the hills because they have a bonus with if they have the hill. So it was mostly just like try to take good trades throughout the game, get control of the hill, and just deny that from him. Because if he gets like a foothold on the hill, then it's really, really hard to ever take that back.
For sure. Well, look, you're one of the favourites in this tournament. You know, for not only play skill but also just being beloved by so many fans around the world. You've got a pretty cruisy week now. Obviously, you can take Friday off, and you'll be seen in the playoffs. What does the next week look like for you preparing for the playoffs of a big event like this?
Well, both DauT and Jordan now are going to try to win their deciding match to make it out of the group now. So I'll probably spend the rest of the week or the coming week helping them train, prepare, and at the same time, obviously, preparing myself too. So yeah, it's just going to be a lot of training, and hopefully we can get all three of us into the playoffs.
Oh, look at that team spirit. You do love to see it. Thanks so much for joining us, the Viper, and we'll catch you next weekend, mate. Good luck.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Great to have the Viper there with us, of course. Always excellent to interview one of the modern superstars of the game. And before we head into our next matches, let's have a quick recap of where we've been so far in this group stage, because, of course, we are closing out our coverage of Group C here, I believe. Before we move on to Group D, we can bring up the groups and have a look at how we got to where we are and what lies ahead of us. You can see here in Group C, match number 5 taking place between SongSong and Vinchester, and it was a quick 2-0 to Vinchester, blistering, technically masterful play from Vinchester, overwhelmed SongSong in game number 1, locking him out very early indeed. Game number 2, we saw the Bulgarians, Vinchester's Bulgarians beating out SongSong's Byzantines. Constant raiding from Vinch, clinched the late game here. Got a massive map control, started boxing SongSong in, control the fight all late game, thus dictate the timing of engagements. It was great stuff from Vinch. And of course, we've just seen an epic 2-1 victory to the Viper here. Jordan picking up game number 1, but it wasn't enough. Heavy early pressure, destroying Jordan's range in game number 2. The Viper with his Tatars winning, and then coming through with the Ethiopians in that incredible last match, as we discussed. But that's enough of that nonsense, because honestly, who cares about gameplay, my friends? We all know what we're really here for, and that is, of course, history. You thought you've tuned into Red Bull Wololo 4. No, my friends. It's the History Channel with your host, Riley Knight. What's up? Let's get into it. We saw game number 1 was fought between the Vikings and the Britons, a very, very a popular part of history, something that I'm sure many of you know about. Well, I'll tell you what, you're about to learn a little bit more about it. Of course, those of you who don't know, I've got a background in history. I'm here to share the knowledge. So buckle up, my friends. Let's get some knowledge into that brain hole of yours. Most people know about the Vikings, of course, raids into the British Isles from the late 8th century onwards, starting in 793. They were raiding monasteries, but they weren't just raiding. They would head over there for trading, buying and selling goods, and also a lot of them settled in the British Isles, of course. There's a heavy Viking influence, particularly in the north of what is today England, in southern Scotland as well. A heavy Norse influence there. But one of the things that's interesting about the British Isles at this point is it wasn't in any way a unified political, cultural, religious, even linguistic group of people. There were countless different tribes and belief systems and all sorts of stuff going on in there. Calling them Britons, really, at this stage, very misleading. The word Britain really only refers to either modern people today who live in Britain or the post-Roman Britons, or even during Roman times, up through to the 5th century before the Anglo-Saxon or the Saxon invasion turned them into Anglo-Saxons and was the precursor of modern England. The only real Brittonic people in this period in history, and indeed today, the Welsh, the Cornish, people who moved away to Brittany and northern Spain. So a little bit of a misnomer there. But anyway, the Vikings obviously were invading the British Isles during this period. They did come into conflict with, Britons. Most famously with the Great Heathen Army and the legendary Sons of Ragnar, who came across and conquered a fair bit of modern-day England, setting up the Danelaw at one point, a proto-kingdom essentially that was under Norse rule. It occupied half of what is today modern England. But of course, as we all know, the Viking Age, it did come to an end, and I think it's a fair spot to say it's in 1066, with the Battle of Stamford Bridge, Harold Hardrada the Norwegian attempting to find a real foothold in England during a succession crisis, with Harold Godwinson leading the Anglo-Saxons. But the Battle of Stamford Bridge saw Harold Hardrada defeated, and Harold Godwinson then rushed south to fight the very famous, say it with me, Battle of Hastings, which he lost by being 360 no-scoped by William the Conqueror, and as a result, William the Conqueror and the Norman people ended up taking over and creating what went on to be the precursor of modern England, modern Great Britain, and of course today, the United Kingdom. So very interesting indeed, even in modern Britain, to see that Viking influence, because it goes back 1,000 or more years. And we saw a very brief snapshot of that on our screens with, of course, the historical realism of Age of Empires 2. Now, coming up ahead, it looks like we are going to chuck it to a video right now. Our matchup is our next matchup is MBL versus Valas. These two, of course, in the, for want of a better term, loser bracket in Group D, and we're going to see both of them fighting for their tournament lives here. We are going to take a quick break, of course, to get things set up, get the casters and players back in position. But I'd like to take the opportunity to remind you, of course, that coverage is continuing not just today, but also next weekend as we conclude our group stage and move into the playoffs. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Clear your schedules because there's plenty more Red Hot action and plenty more history facts coming your way from Professor Riley. By the way, a shameless self-plug. If you've enjoyed the history segments, halfasshistory.net, my weekly history podcast, got to get those numbers up. Rookie numbers in this business. So if you enjoy history nonsense, it's coming your way every weekend. Anyway, that is enough for now. We are going to chuck it to a video, and then on the other side of that, stay with us because there's plenty more Age left to come. You'll be back with the casters in the booth. It's going to be Dave and T90 on the other side of this.
Many battles have been fought. Now it's time for the Vikings, the most fearless warriors of them all.
Oh my god!
Fast, flawless, and full-scale gameplay guaranteed.
Oh, I didn't expect that.
As the best players in the world come together to define the new champion.
He's making it!
Only the most daring will earn the right to feast at Odin's table.
What a huge moment. What a performance in Red Bull Wololo.
This is Red Bull Wololo 4.
Wow. Never again. Please never make that face again. I'm going to have nightmares with that. Oh my God. Okay, let's reset.
That was uncalled
Hey guys.
for. Can you apologize before we reset?
No. Can you apologize for making that face? Hey guys, how's it going? We're on to our third set that Tristan and I are going to cast today, and it's going to be Villese against MBL. Tristan, don't look so depressed, man. Come on.
I'm good. Oh, wait, were we supposed to be taking notes, by the way? Because if we're getting quizzed later, I'm going to fail.
I kind of already knew everything he was saying, so, you know.
So did I. It was just a joke. I'm really well versed in
I like
history.
the imagery, though, of... what was his name? The king getting 360 no scope. See, I said I knew everything he said, and then I think his name was Harold as well. I believe. I don't know. Anyway, I like the imagery of that in my head. Also, the imagery of Vinchester going into ancient Bulgaria and becoming king and helping them defeat the Byzantine Empire. I really like that.
He looks
maybe
like
he
the
can
type
take
of guy
his,
who could. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he can take his keyboard and mouse with him, you know, and just help out with that APM. Anyway, going into this set, MBL versus Villese. Villese, not a name that a lot of people recognize prior to this event, really making his way through the qualifiers, showing his quality. And MBL, of course, a household name for Age of Empires 2 fans, and someone who's kind of struggled in Empire Wars. So maybe we could see an upset here with Villese taking the set over MBL. Personally, I feel like MBL will take the victory here, but there's definitely a chance for a Finnish player.
Yeah, I think that, and we've known him a long time, and so I feel it gives us a little more liberty to say this, but I think MBL might be one of the least prepared players going into most events, and I think that's the only way that Villese is able to win here, is if he has prepared really well. Obviously, both actually had to qualify, and surprises MBL with a few strategies. MBL is I think, the faster player of the two. He has more experience in big events, so there's probably going to be less nerves there. All the factors you typically look for in a player to determine if they win or lose, MBL's got that, except for maybe, and we'll see the lack of prep. But it is so cool to see Villese here. No, he's not new. He's been around for years. Back in the Vubli days, pre-DE, he's active. One of the many Finnish players who play at a very high level. And, you know, his counterpart, one of his buddies, like Rubenstock, didn't try and qualify, didn't make it in, wasn't active. The Mac's not in this. So it's funny how he still ended up with 2 Finnish pros. Just not the same Finnish pros in the top 16.
Yeah, small community, but very, very powerful within Age of Empires 2. A true powerhouse nation, bringing us quality players at the top level. Villese, no exception to that. And I can see the civs already. And MBL's going to try and mix it up, as he often does with Empire Wars, Tristan. He is going to be Persians. against the Vikings from Villese.
Haven't seen that before. And it indicates to me that maybe MBL wants to save Vikings for later on. But with all these non-meta scenarios in a free pick situation, if it doesn't work, do we look back and say maybe that was not something that was practiced? Maybe it's something that was kind of randomly chosen here, Dave. But we will be in just a moment. In general, there's big differences between the civs, though. Persians and Vikings have good economy. I prefer to have Vikings, but Persians, it's more about going knights. I don't think we're going to see Wall Archer from MBL. I think we'll see something like Maganel Knights, which is what he's really good at. So maybe just playing towards his skill set too, Dave.
Yeah, and it might help him because I saw with that set against Villese, he kind of struggled, which was weird. He kind of struggled against the forward pressure, especially in game number 1 against Villese. Maybe the timings are a little bit off for him in Empire Wars, so he didn't expect that coming from the Finnish player. But with a civ like Persians, you can really put that pressure on the Vikings and Castle Age. You can get the Knights into the economy. You can have the Mangonel push behind, which we all know MBL is so good at, having the forward siege and following up with some Knights or maybe pikemen of his own as well. Just waiting a little bit here to get into the game. We should get rolling pretty soon. We're just having some connection issues. So
we'll be
just give us a few seconds here. I need a break anyway after that last set, dude. Like I saw Riley go for the interview and I'm like, please drag it out a little bit longer. I just need
out of there, yeah.
I need to get a drink. I need to go and watch room. I need to chill out a little bit, That was insane.
Yeah. I'll take the time to say something that I've said many times before, but we kind of joined as you see the players' stats here. We said, oh, we got a game. Well, I was just, long story short, going to say thank you to everyone who's in chat. Recognizing a lot of friendly faces to see around the community on a day-to-day basis. And we've got a game 4 minutes in, Dave. So here we go. It is a scout opening for MBL, and it looks like
he's done damage.
And he's done real damage.
Look at the Eco KD. And he's going to kill a 4th villager here. It looks like oh, no. Villese is going to get away with that. Okay. MBL, though, 3 villager kills so far. So that's going to kind of even out the bonus that the Vikings get with that free wheelbarrow.
Yeah. Persian TCs start to work a little faster starting in feudal. So you do make use of a bonus there. Plus TCs will work even faster as the ages go on. You love to use the word annoying when it comes to scouts, Dave. Normally you would beat me to the punch on that. MBL is going to be so annoying with this. Look at that split. Oh man, he grouped it up different spots and he's going to get more reward for that too. That was such a slick play, and maybe Villese feeling some nerves perhaps, because I think he's got to be onto that. And another villager goes down. Oh my word.
Yep, there's a few players in this game as another villager is going to go down here. There's a few players in this game. MBL, Hera, potentially Liereyy being one of those who make you want to just snap your keyboard if they have scouts in your base. I mean, Villese is fully walled here, and he's lost how many villagers now? 6 villagers. It looks like he did pick one off from MBL. I saw some military forward near MBL's base, but that's been cleared up now, as MBL is going to run around with this scout looking for extra villager kills. And geez, what a good start for him.
Oh, amazing start. And it's sad we didn't witness all of it, but in many ways it would have brought many Finnish viewers out there some pain. So we just helped you out there. There's actually a hole on the left side, and I'm not sure if MBL is aware of that, but he is certainly keeping an eye on things.
He's checking every single one of these villagers too for HP. He's going to be looking for vulnerable villagers. He's going to kill this one too.
Has clicked the Vill out. This is what you do to see if you have a hole in your wall. There's a hole, the villager will find it. Now MBL can maybe distract the spearman with the other scout. Is there a chance here? There's 3 spearmen. You know he's going back.
But now he's got but he saw a wounded one on the wood line too. There's a wounded one on the wood line, and he saw her earlier. You know he's gonna go for that, man. Now he's got 2 scouts in your economy.
I would normally say so much more, but let's just use the word pain. So much pain. You have to win this series to be able to move on here. And what a start, man. I don't think I've seen this many villagers go down.
Oh, he expected her to be over near that wall, and he's going to run into the Spearman. Vallus breathes a sigh of relief, I'm sure, as he finally clears up the scouts. But now the army he sent forward is successfully countered by skirmishers from MBL. So really, really great opening here from MBL. We can see both players going for that armor for the cavalry. Vallus is going to hit Castle H a little bit ahead of MBL, but MBL is going to be right behind him.
Yeah, I mean, this is problematic to point out the obvious for Vallus here, because what you want to go for is crossbows typically. Maybe MBL realized Persians have that +2 attack versus archers, and he thought that bonus would be useful here. So instead, we're going to see knights from the Viking player, and Vikings do not get bloodlines. Persians do. And it's actually, it's flip-flop reverse here, because we'll have crossbows from MBL, but actually MBL's crossbows will do a pretty good job against knights that lack bloodlines. And of course, his eco is going to be insane here. So kind of position where this young Finnish player needs to do damage, Dave, and it's not looking like he's going to be able to do an awful lot over the next 2 minutes.
So if you're MBL and you know the amount of damage that you've done to Vallus, do you invest in extra TCs right away? I guess he's answering that question, as I can see a TC going down from MBL. He's going to produce knights. He has the crossbows on the field, and he's going to go for a second TC there to try and catch up with the wheelbarrow and handcart that Vallus gets for free.
You've got to do something aggressive. Knights could catch MBL off guard, possibly. They do have chain barding, so they are going to clear up most of these crossbows. MBL's got some good buffer units in there with knights. You just got to be careful not to lose control of the middle. If this turns into a siege monk push in the middle, that's the type of push that can snowball on you pretty hard. Now, granted, it's not ideal to ever push Persians with siege because their town centers have so much HP, but
I think it's against the siege monk push too. I think it's beneficial for MBL to have all those crossbow techs. Like, he has the extra range, he has the crossbow researched. So if the monks ever come into play, he can successfully counter them.
And not having bloodlines is such a big deal here. You're minus 20 HP on every single knight. That would be hundreds if you mass the knights, and you can see MBL pretty confident, adding a spearman, adding a camel, adding whatever. And I think...
And he's seen the monastery. He saw it with the skirmishers, which is going to be a lot of information for him. And he might actually see that villager coming out to place the siege workshop. Yep.
Don't think he can kill her, because if he heads that way, the knights could do all right.
It's information, but MBL... It's very important.
MBL just... He knows he just needs to sit back, David. He doesn't need to all-in clear this. He just has to hold. If this push doesn't do any damage over the next 5 minutes, MBL will have a 20 vil lead, 30 vil lead, and it's over at that point. So, dream scenario for the Norwegian as far as the start's concerned.
I'd like to see him add a little bit more production, though, maybe another stable, because he ran into this problem against Villese, where he just didn't have enough military to stop the push from him. And it was a similar, like, knights with siege backing it up. Granted, MBL hadn't done the same amount of eco damage as he snipes a monk there. Really nice snipe. But he definitely needs some extra military here to just deny any chance from Vallus coming back in this game.
Something that I run into with Persians a lot is the fact that the TCs work faster in Castle Age leads back to lack of production for me, because you want your TCs to always produce, but they're churning out villagers faster, which means you require more farms, more food income. And so I occasionally run into that problem with 3 TCs. So maybe that stems back to some of MBL's problems, but he's only working off of 1 stable anyways. And again, I feel like with the damage he's done, he is going to be confident here. Another thing to bring up is that even though Vallus is seen as new in this type of an environment, this is a player who plays a lot of rated games. And MBL has played and does play a lot of rated games. So these guys have played each other enough times where I think MBL does not go in here worried he's going to be upset. I think he's really, really looking confident.
Yeah, knights are looping around from Vallus, attempting to do some damage. He's going to opt to attack the wall instead of go right through near that TC. Now backs up a little bit and is following up with some siege, but only scorpions at this point. It's a really awkward kind of army to fight with. Knights, scorpions, and monks, and especially with those crossbows on the field from MBL. If Vallus gets a little bit out of position, the monks could be dead in a second. Same with the scorpions.
There's almost not a sense of relief, but there's almost less pressure for Vallus now, because He understands the game well enough to know that he should lose right now. I think the TC's got Bodkin, right? I think it's actually good for MBL if those Knights go in.
I don't know. There was some farming eco. Villese is going to decide to engage there and is going to go back to it. It's actually made a ram similar to what Villese did. This is very similar.
Okay.
I'm wondering if they were practicing or talking together. Said this was effective again.
Little surprised maybe to see that MBL doesn't have a bigger villager lead, as TCs have been idle quite a bit. Maybe not all of them, but one or two of them at times. But that probably is because he realizes the danger of this push, Dave. And his camels are out of position right now. He's going to bring them in, and he's going to focus down those monks. And he's probably thinking the camels can do everything else. And I think he's going to be correct with that logic. But losing that amount of crossbows is not ideal. I think it could have gone better for MBL.
It's not ideal, but the thing is, the Knights are only attacking the crossbows. So the Camels got so many free hits there. The Knights all go down. Sure, the crossbows aren't alive anymore, but that enables the Camels to deal with these Scorpions. And there goes all the siege from Villese, except for the two Rams making a break for it to the north with no support whatsoever. They might be able to take out the farms, Tristan.
Oh my God. The most successful raid of the game by Villese. Let's
Rams.
go. Ram down those farms. Ram down the mill. That's how you hit Persian Eco. You can't hit their TCs because the TCs have more HP, but you ram down the farms because they are normal farms. Oh my God. Hey, that reminds me of, do you remember when Lix?
He got
was
one.
King of the Desert, I think. Yeah, he got one. He got one. He might get two. But do you remember when Lix walled in a ram in King of the Desert?
I do remember that.
The
I remember
random
it fondly.
Yeah, that was a funny moment, man. That's a lot of camels right there, though. And I think it's going to force a tech switch out of Villese. And that's pretty clear to MBL. You can see the barracks there. And that's got to be all about pikemen then. MBL still having crossbow tech, though, is going to make that really, really complicated.
Yep. Villager count is getting close now, but Villese has quite a few garrison in that TC, so that's a bunch of idle time there. And MBL actually adding a fourth TC now over on the north side and really spreading out his military too. He's looking for opportunities to get into Villes's economy. The Rams still just kind of monitoring the farming eco from him, and MBL might get in on the right-hand side. He's in. Villese has to respond to this. The Knights are going to force more and more idle time, and MBL will take this all day.
Yeah, and the Knights on the farms as opposed to the camels. I was wondering why MBL is continuing to make so many camels. I feel like since you're countering, you might want to make some Knights. He's now trying to get revenge by attacking the farm. I think that was Patrol Bug. That fight will end up being a pretty 50-50, which MBL will take every day of the week. Chain barding now. Hard for me to see without the HP who's winning that, but I think, yeah, that Villese will at least clear that, plug the gap, so the Knights can't come in as MBL sends forward reinforcements.
Villese has been on stone, and he does have enough stone for a castle. Where do you put the castle, though? There's no opportunity for you to go forward. You do not have the military to support that. The Rams certainly aren't going to help. And there's, even if you put it defensively, like, it's a risk. MBL's got army all over the place.
Yeah. I think you need to take a fight and then you place a castle. There are times where you have to wait on that, and I think that's what he's doing. Because if he just places one because he has the stone, it's not going to be good. He needs to take a fight, clear an area, and place it.
It's forward. MBL with some production buildings near there. He's got a siege workshop, but nothing coming out of it. The camels able to harass the villagers a little bit, but I don't think there's enough military here for MBL to completely deny this. And the Rams are on the move.
The Rams are on the way. I mean, Dave, am I wrong in thinking that MBL should have dominated this game already? Like,
yeah, he should have.
He's only ahead by 20 or so villagers. The castle's now gone up, and we could see a second soon. I mean, there's an opportunity as the Knights now come in, and I think MBL will still be taking good fights here, that MBL could run out of the proper units to make. I mean, he's making camels and crossbows. That's not great long-term in this matchup.
And I
oh
think
my God.
that TC cannot go down to two random. Thank you, MBL. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
But bro, if it wasn't Persians, that TC would have gone down already. That's hilarious to me.
True, it's still going down.
Oh my God. Wow. I mean, there's obviously a lot going on for these two, so hard to focus.
I feel like MBL just kind of split up his forces maybe too much and thought he could raid Villese to death, but Villese had TCs relatively early and was able to keep a competitive villager count, competitive economy compared to MBL. Also able to get that castle down. MBL maybe should have considered going onto stone a little bit earlier, as he will potentially lose another crossbow army here. But here come the knights. The crossbows should be fine now.
Yeah, this is a dangerous side for Villese to deal with, who has stone for another castle. And I think when MBL played Villese, the other Finnish player who we'll see later against Hera, pretty sure there was a YOLO forward castle drop which made the game awkward there. So I'm wondering if we'll see it again. Doesn't look like it though. Defensive castle, the choice. But dude, this is just like, it's such a messy game. Looking at both ecos, and they just don't look great at all. Villagers moving away from resources more than they should be.
Okay, there's...
Wild.
There's a yellow dot in the back of MBL's base. Maybe you can't see it because it's all alone back there in the... Nope. In the very back of MBL's base. He sees it now. Villese on a Mission Impossible there. MBL notices the stable going up, and he's still raiding... Sorry, did I say Villese? I meant Villese. He's still raiding the economy of Villese.
I think we should have a show match between those two players, and whoever wins doesn't have to change their name.
Yeah,
that would be a great idea. Oh god, MBL gets his castle up. He does have 3 rams, and there's no response to that, Dave. And also with his castle being there, very hard for any units to be able to take that out without dying to the castle fire. This has been a messy game, but might be the moment where it snowballs out of control for the Finnish player and MBL gets the win.
Well, there's potential here for Villese to take all of those rams out. I wasn't a huge fan of the ram choice in Castle Age. I feel like if MBL just went for a castle there, he could have gone up to Imp and trebbed it down without wasting the resources, but it looks like you were right. The castle is going to clear up those knights, and that ram's going to keep working on it. Meanwhile, more knights into the economy from Villese. MBL is all over the place.
Yep. It's not easy to deal with now. The eco's right for MBL. There's no potential for the Rams to take out his TCs anymore. This is going to be MBL's game.
This is the second set in a row where we've seen petards from MBL. And he's going to take down that castle with the Rams, with the petards, and push into the front of Villese's base. And Villese, I mean, there's a lot of flags in his economy. Everything's garrisoned. There's so much idle time for him. MBL's going to find that other TC over on the left-hand side and raid that as well. And I think it's only a matter of time before Villese throws in the towel here.
Oh, yeah. And no surprise the GG comes in now. When I am playing against a player in a series, and not that this happens too frequently, but if I were to lose 8 villagers in feudal, and then hang in there, still lose, but make it to this point of the game, I would actually begin to feel like, you know what? He didn't kill me all that fast. I could actually take a game from him next.
Yeah.
So that's what I'd like to remind viewers of. Obviously, MBL gets the win from mainly his feudal age, but the Castle Age maybe could have been a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, I see the
so
wheelbarrow
tech for the loser.
Just wheelbarrow tech just making its way into the researches for MBL as that game ends. So maybe that was a little bit of a reason the economy couldn't keep up. But MBL taking the win. Good KD for him. And we move on to the economy. It should be in favor, even with wheelbarrow and handcart for free for the Vikings. MBL having this superior economy and the superior military.
All right, so what direction do you go after this? There's the APM, but what direction do you go after this? What type of situation do you want to put MBL into, Dave? Do you want to go for a land map, a water map, or something mixed? What are your thoughts?
I think you go for the most obscure map that you think he's never played before. Does that make sense? Because that would be...
Definitely.
It would be very MBL to not play or practice every map in the pool, to only practice a few of them. So I think if you're Villese, you've kept that in mind, and maybe Villese or Max or someone else is your practice partner heading into today, then you've discussed that with them, and that's what you're going to go with. Maybe something like Northern Isles could be an option.
You know, the thing that's interesting about this Red Bull, and I think we're both correct in saying MBL might not prepare as much as other players, but he did have to qualify this time.
True. Yeah. Sure.
So he had to play through. I mean, these weekends are brutal. You play like 8 to 10 hours the first day, and then a best of 7 the second day. And he also went the full 7 games to beat Nicov, who later qualified in the next qualifier. So I do just want to bring that up and make that clear that there is experience there. And I have seen the next map, and you know what? One thing we didn't think of is how Villese played when he played against Hera. He did get a win off Hera, and he played on Mountain Range, Dave. So I haven't seen the Civ yet, but that was an incredible win, and maybe made Hera sweat a little bit in that best of 3 yesterday. What route are we going to go? If you have a guess, Dave, I don't know if you looked. What
I haven't looked.
Civilization did Villese go for?
Well, it's not going to be the Tatars because you're making a big deal over it. Is it going to be something like Koreans? Mongols?
Okay, I'm going to give you a hint. There's another player in this tournament who used to pick this Civ a lot and not always have success, but...
Goths?
Vinchester? Goths. Goth.
Hey,
yes,
there we go.
The
and you know what the best thing about this is? Our production team, after Riley did his little history update there, they spoke in our ear and said, next time I want a history lesson about the Goths. And I was wondering how he's going to mix that in because we haven't seen the Goths. So here we go.
Clearly, this is all scripted. These are recorded games. Production new. Production new. That's funny. But yeah, 40 seconds, guys. And there are many people out there who know the power of the Goths. It's a Civ that I think it's the most imbalanced Civ in Age of Empires. They don't have an eco bonus. They don't have the strongest transitions from Castle Age military to Imperial Age military in terms of knights and archers. And because of that, they can die quite easily. But if you get to a certain point with them, they can shred everything. They have the elite Huskarls, which counter archers. They have the halberdiers or the pointy boys to counter cav, and then they have champions to match what counters the other things. It's a crazy Civ.
Yeah, and they're going to be matched up against the Tatars. And we saw how deadly the Tatars could be if you take control of that hill. Even if you don't take control of that hill. I mean, Jordan against Viper, he had chances to come back simply because of their late game composition. How it matches up against the Goths, I think we're about to see here, as we will be getting into the game pretty soon. MBL once again playing as the Tatars, and Villese mixing it up for us. Gothic history lesson potentially incoming, playing as the Goths. Once again, we have this giant hill in the middle. We saw how important it is with Viper taking full control against Jordan, how important it is to lock that down early and continue that into the Imperial Age. Here we go with a stable opening for MBL, and on the other side, it looks like a wall opening for Villese.
Well, I didn't watch all of the Feudal Age and Castle Age when Villese played Hera, but I showed up mid-Castle Age, and both players were fully walled just booming. And that was the Mayans versus Tatars game. So I imagine here the game plan is just simply stay safe and try and survive as long as possible. And MBL's got to have some type of thought process that's the opposite. Do not allow the Goths to survive. But we've got some spearmen out. MBL has opened with a stable, trying to get more scouts over here, but I feel like, I don't know, it's so far. The enemy's base is so far away. I feel like it's going to be really tough to get any deal picks here. But it is MBL.
MBL's got a scout in the enemy eco. That's all I can say. Villese has to be having nightmares back to last game as MBL wanders around with that. He is tracking it, though, with a spearman. He did some damage with the villager. So maybe not as much potential there from MBL to pick off more villagers. He's going to get in with another one, though, Tristan.
Just kind of sitting there. He's toying with him right now. He hasn't killed anything yet.
No, but he is going to, trust me. He's going to kill some stuff.
Oh my god, the play. Well, there's still another villager over there. Awkward moment for that one, but it could have been 2. And I like the defense so far. I also like the aggression from MBL. This is truthfully how you should play this map. You strategize around aggression, and it's paid off for him so far to do so.
Yeah, MBL running away from those villagers. Going to find it tough to engage. Maybe just going to take the occasional pot shot at villagers and Villese eco. Does unfortunately run into that spearman though, so good pick there from Villese. And Villese now fully walled, going for wheelbarrow before going up to the next stage.
All right, so big differences here would be, yes, MBL spent more food, but he killed a villager, so he has more to work with. Another thing to remember is Tatars do have more food on their sheep. In this case, it's cows. There's actually another cow underneath the TC, and I almost feel like MBL forgot about that. But that leads to the scouts kind of paying themselves back here, or the cows giving you more resources and being able to lead up towards a good castle age time. I think if Tatars didn't have free thumb ring, the hill bonus, and the sheep bonus, Dave, we wouldn't see them picked so frequently. Really good macro for MBL.
We can see Villese going to stone. So he's going to wall up, and he is going to get into Huskarls.
MBL's also gone to stone. So he wants to go for Keshiks, possibly. The unit you do see with Tatars, just not as frequently. Nice little pick off there for the Finn. But yeah, very unique game coming up, guys. This is going to be weird.
Yeah. Keshik versus Huskarl is a good matchup for the Keshik. Obviously, the concern would be if Villese adds in some pikemen as well to potentially counter that. But then you can add in some range units of your own, maybe cav archers, to snipe down those pikemen. We'll see how it develops here. I wonder if they will both build their first castle at home, or if one of them's going to take a risk and go to the middle.
You know, there's a lot of reason to take the hill. I think considering the only military building that Villese has is a barracks, you probably don't want to go forward because you don't know if the enemy has something else. Yeah, MBL might because he has a little bit more vision there. It's kind of funny to me that someone is trying to pick GOTS in a tournament against MBL, because there's been quite a few tournaments where MBL himself has actually picked GOTS to try and go for weird little counter picks. I think it was... This is a blast from the past. Dave,
remind me of Hidden Cup 1, dude.
Yes.
Don't remind me.
Yeah, Hidden Cup 1, it didn't work out too well. GOTS versus Mayans,
maybe not.
Yeah, I'm glad you
MBL's
remembered
coming
that,
with
though,
units.
That was exactly what I was thinking of.
He's coming with some units. So those villagers coming across the map, is he going to... I think MBL might be thinking about castling the middle here, and he's going to go with a monastery to grab the relics and maybe help him against the Huskarls from Villese, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, getting relics is good, but also having the monks out there to convert Huskarls or convert pikemen, convert whatever is problematic is not a bad move. But just the boom approach for the Goth player, and I actually think that's the approach. I would say you have to go with extremes here. You either go all in aggression with pikemen, longswords, or you just go all in with town centers. I believe that's exactly what happened when he was up against Hera as well. Just booming, and MBL not really doing a lot to pressure him, Dave. Now, will he drop the castle forward? That would be some pressure.
Yeah. Well, there's certainly an area he can drop it in. This map, compared to the one we saw Viper versus Jordan, there's a lot more space over here for Villese. And he might feel safe with that, but if MBL puts a castle right on his face, as Mem would say, it could be a concern. And he does have the military to back it up. He's got the scouts to explore a little bit. He's got the knight and the camel, and now he's got the castle that's going to come up here in Villese. I mean, he's about to have enough stones for a castle of his own. Yeah. This is really risky from MBL.
Oh, man, why are you panicking so much?
Why are you making it so far back? No.
Oh, man. He should have built it right next to the walls, and he didn't have to pull all these vills.
Yeah.
I think is just a little concerned. As MBL's brought more villagers forward, I guess. But I think that is some stress right there. You would see top 5, top 10 players. I think they'd be a little more relaxed in that situation. But I can sympathize. I understand a castle right in front of your base is not going to make you feel the best.
What do you think about MBL going for a faster Imperial Age time here? Do you think it would work?
I think it's horrible. I think it's horrible. By the time he makes Imp, the enemy would have 30 vills. I think the play here for Villese now is go like Pike Ram. So I don't know if he can get the eco, but just go all in Castle Age and go Pike Ram, push the castle down, flood the map with pikemen, and MBL will not have any middle castle control now. And MBL's still 1 TC. So this is actually really, really fragile for MBL because the castle doesn't necessarily deny any resources, and this doesn't lead to him controlling any future important areas.
Well, if he can get through the house and the market back there, there is potential to do damage. I'd also, if he could get through there, I'd love to see a tower behind that wood line. I think it would do actually quite a bit of damage for this stage of the game. But MBL just kind of placing outposts, scouting out where he can potentially do damage. Going for the second TC now, so definitely slower than Villese in terms of boosting his economy.
I mean, listen, it's different, it's weird, but I like things that are different and weird. This is good. This is probably not something we'll see again in this tournament. And I know maybe for some, since they're fighting to stay alive, it might not be quite as exciting as fighting to win the group or something. But for me, I mean, this is what it's all about right here. And you do see the barracks now, Dave. Yeah, I think Pikeman Ram makes so much sense here. A few monks too. MBL has the right unit against Huskarls, but I'm not sure about having the right unit against Math Pikeman.
The thing is, MBL's producing Keshiks this entire time. Villese has been focusing on his eco. And we keep talking about Huskarls, but there's none on the field at the moment. So there's nothing that MBL needs to counter. He just needs to get through the walls, and he's through the walls now.
He is. Monk will go for conversion. House was tried.
Disaster. This is a disaster.
There. Oh no! It was all working according to plan. Goths don't get stonewall. They have to rely on palisades and houses, and MBL gets reward for breaking through. Dave.
Yep.
Oh man! Now pikemen are going to be here, but this is what I would call unnecessary losses here for Villese. I think he could have defended that.
Yeah, and MBL's pushing on the other side too. You can see MBL running away from the pikemen. Quick wall attempts from Villese not coming in, and he's pushing that TC with a Mangonel. More idle time needed from Villese, and now he's running to the other side with his Keshiks underneath the castle fire.
What the?
But he doesn't care.
Why did we see house walls? Why did we see house walls before, but not there? I feel like he won a house wall near the castle there. I mean, the pressure's got to be on, right? MBL's doing such a good job of dictating the pace of the game, and this is what we said. You've got to pressure the Goths. Pressure the Goths, or else.
That second siege workshop is so MBL. To have two of them forward on your enemy and the pressure from both sides. In the build up to this series, or maybe earlier in the day, I don't know, when we were talking about MBL, this is what we said he needed to do. He needs to have pressure on his opponent. He needs to be the aggressor, because that's what he's so good at.
He's really the only player that would make siege workshops on both sides in a game like this.
Yeah.
Or Max. We're going to see Hera next.
Yeah.
We're going to see Hera next, and Hera's probably watching, and it probably kills Hera that he couldn't have 3 more farms at home right now. Hera's like, that's so much wood. Think about how many farms I can make with that. But Dave, it's so funny here. We now have 1 TC eco for Villese, but he still has the Vil lead. But he also is tied with military numbers. And I think pikemen, depending on how the Mangonels are going to contribute, are actually really strong against these Keshiks. I'm just waiting for another TC maybe for Villese, waiting for some Rams to take out the castle. There's opportunity here still.
Honestly, I think if I'm in MBL's position here, and don't take my advice because I'm kind of a potato, but I would probably drop a dock and get some demo ships ready and then bait the pikemen into my demo ships, because you don't really have any other counters at the moment, right? Your siege workshop's being taken down, so you don't have Scorpion.
I don't think that's going to be as easy to do against Villese here. I know you're used to the controller top plays.
Hey, man.
Oh man, but what do you think about MBL's decision to leave the right side with his villagers and make a castle in the middle now? Do you like that, or do you hate that?
I think maybe he thinks he's done enough damage already. I mean, he still has the Keshik, so at any point he can run back and start doing damage again. And he sees that the only army Villese has on the field is pikemen, which aren't really... They're good against the units, but they're not really good for pushing anything. You need siege to accompany it.
And it's almost just normal games have structure. You build up your eco, you get your walls down, you choose a unit, you boom, you tech switch. MBL games don't have that. This is something else. And so I think it's not meta for there to be another castle in the middle with farms next to it. But that's exactly what MBL is going to do. So I think that there's no real reason for him to expect another castle here. Really weird game as we see Anarchy being researched. I like to see that technology from Villese.
Yep, and now he's going to run the pikemen into the castle, lose quite a few of them. Just imagine a demo ship here. Like, how juicy would that be? Am I right?
Just for you, Dave, I want to see a demo ship. And for the viewers that want to see that, of course. But demo on the pikemen would be pretty sick. 3 TCs for MBL. Obviously, he has not been idled at home either, so he's gained the Vil lead. Military numbers pretty close. I find it weird to me to see Rams for Villese, but they haven't taken out the castle yet. It's underneath his castle. I don't think he needs to push the middle hill right now.
I like the fact that Villese has been using the garrison function on the Rams with his pikemen as well. So if at any point the Keshiks kind of close the gap on the left-hand side here with those Rams, he can ungarrison, but it looks like he wasn't looking, Tristan.
Yeah. All right, well, he ungarrisons, and that's a not so welcome surprise for MBL, as you see MBL getting squires, researching infantry armor. MBL is terrified a little bit, and I think we're going to see him mix in something else with the Keshiks, which is a perfect call here. It's not often you see longsword in a game, but I think longsword Keshik would do really well in this spot. You see the Rams go in, and Villese is going to finally try and take out this castle.
Especially when you know you've killed 2 TCs from Villese, right? So he can sustain this production for a while, but it's unlikely that he's going to be making his way to Imperial Age. And MBL killed his market too, so he can't even really buy his way up there.
What's really weird about going longsword to counter Goths, though, is that they can just do it as well, and it's cheaper.
But so like I said, he knows the damage. He knows the damage he's done to the economy, Villese, and he hasn't been hit. Like, MBL's economy has not been hit. Villese, sure, he has 92 villagers against 100 from MBL, so it seems close, but there's been a lot of idle time mixed in there for Villese.
Villese has done a pretty good job. Like, MBL, he needed to do that damage because all that aggression was because he was not booming.
This might be a mistake for MBL. Oh, this might be a mistake. That's an awkward place to take a fight there. MBL losing quite a few units. He's going to split them up now, but that's free damage for Villese. I think his idea was that he was going to go take those Rams. Now he's going to split them up into 2 different groups, maybe look for some raids.
Yep. He was housed at that moment, so it actually helped him. Just get more units out. And now I'm curious what the reaction is from Villese when he sees any longswords, because they're going to be coming up next to this castle in the middle now. And normally, I think my reaction would be click my own longsword upgrade. But maybe you can justify making Huskarls and Pikes and not investing into any other units. Yeah, Man-at-Arms. Okay. So he's going to go for longswords. That's the correct call.
Yeah, my reaction would have been to kill all his units with demo ships, but we've been over that before. MBL is going to take a big fight here on the hill, and he's going to clear up a lot of units on the right-hand side, but there's more on the left. This is the Gothic spam we were talking about. This is the danger from the Goths that you were covering earlier in the game.
And this is pretty much everything that you've won as Tatars in this situation. You have the hill, you have the Keshiks, and you have the longsword. So best case scenario for MBL, and I think that Villese is getting overly excited here. We've seen how long games can go on this map. I don't think you have to force a fight uphill against Tatars right now. You have tons of resources, you have 100 villagers, you can take stone, you can take gold, and it's allowed MBL an opportunity, Dave, to maybe push in and continue to do more eco damage. And a big mistake possibly for Villese to try and push up that hill.
Yeah, he got a little bit over-ambitious. He saw the score creeping up. He took some good engagements against the Keshiks. He said, how many longswords could he really have? He's got a lot. And he's pushing in towards the economy once again.
Worst possible spot to be in when you want to engage, because he has barracks on the right, he has barracks on the left, he has barracks on the hill, so he's going to set a gather point, trying to send them all into fight, but they're not going to fight together. They're going to engage at different times. And this is so bad, I think MBL could just win the series because of this. He's on his way to imp behind this. Well played to MBL there. He's continuing to mop up units. He will, of course, make more long swords. I don't even know. I know Tatars have really crappy blacksmith upgrades for infantry, but I do not know if they get championed, honestly. But it might not matter.
Also on the right-hand side, MBL is doing the little things that, you know, if Vallus somehow manages to kill this army, he's doing the little things that'll keep him in the game, which is walling the golds and being a little bit of a lamer over there, but it'll certainly benefit him if Vallus ever manages to clear this up, but it doesn't look like he's going to manage to clear this up. Or if he does, he's not going to have any economy left over.
Yeah, exactly. I think MBL wouldn't even need champion at this point. He could just continue with longswords with Castle Age upgrades. Of course, could upgrade the Keshiks and they'd be strong. It's a shame because it really felt like there were a few opportunities here, but in the crucial moments, especially when you don't have years and years and years of tournament experience at this level, there were some mistakes made from Vallus. The castle position we talked about, that could have been better, and then maybe running up that hill there. But I think if this game does end here in a moment, this is still a player who has a lot to be proud of. No one would have said that he would have qualified. He took a win off of Hera in a really tough group, honestly, as well. So I think it goes for all the players who might end up crashing out. And there's been some already today. Still so difficult to get here, so they should be happy for themselves.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from Vallus, and impressive stuff from MBL as well. It looks like he kind of, you know, turned around his misfortunes from yesterday, and he's going to be going into the decider match. Vallus, unfortunately for him, out of the tournament, but big respect to the new Finnish player on the block. Is going to be a household name now, and I look forward to what we can see from him in the future.
Again, if you think back to that game, I think that this was if you were to reverse the roles, I think MBL destroys Vallus if Vallus goes forward castle with Tatars. The castle drop was coming with 5 villagers. You just use 10, drop it right next to their castle. They would have to delete it and lose the stone. Your castle goes up. You have 3 town center eco. You can see in the middle there, the eco is looking good. It's just MBL was able to make it annoying enough for some weird reactions and get the win. So I have to ask you, Dave, as maybe we'll toggle through the rest of the stats. MBL gets a 2-0 win. Do you think that he can play the way he played in this final game and maybe even the first game if he wants to advance deep into this tournament?
Well, the games I saw against Villese, especially the first game, and it's a high possibility that he's going to play against him again. The first game, it looked like MBL was just off a little bit with his timing. Like, he had a really good start to it. Villese was behind, and then he all-in pushed him, and MBL just didn't have enough production. He got a little bit greedy with the boom. And that was a game that MBL could have easily won. And then the second game was a bit more difficult, but he definitely had his chances. So I think MBL, I mean, regardless of his past performances on Empire Wars or maybe some disappointments, there's always a chance for him to take victories off anyone, to be honest. Like, if he shows up with confidence, we all know what MBL can do. And if the game gets crazy, we all know how he can hang in there and how he can apply pressure and bring himself back from the dead, basically, in any game whatsoever. So I have high expectations for him, and I hope we see next weekend him bringing his peak form.
Yeah. I think that there's also an aspect of overconfidence here. I don't think he would ever go forward with that castle against I don't want to be disrespectful, but like a stronger opponent. I think that MBL would have a little bit more respect in terms of his strategy choices against whoever he may face. And we will find out who he faces after this next set, which will be the final set of the day. And this will be the winner's match in the group. So that will be Hera and Villese. A little confusing, sorry, with the names. But winner moves on. Loser will face MBL on Friday. So we should have an interview and a few other things before we move on to the final set. Looking forward to more.
I'm joined by our champion here, MBL, who mopped up the opponent very quickly, 2-0. Well done, MBL, a great result for you, mate. Now, a couple of questions I want to ask here. With relation to what we've just seen, how many times did going demo ships to mop up the pikemen cross your mind here? Obviously, our high-level controller player caster Dave was convinced that this was the one true way. So, what did you think of that approach?
First of all, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, because I didn't know if I was muted or not. Yeah, okay, so demo ships where in game 2?
Yeah, in game 2, obviously, you know, Dave, noted controller player caster Dave, thought that this was the one true way. So what did you think about using demo ships to mop up those pikemen, maybe?
I don't know. I didn't think of that. I didn't really have wood and stuff. My eco wasn't really going towards wood units because
Mate,
I was going
just
for
trying to
food
dunk
and
on
gold.
Dave, dude.
Okay.
I was just trying to get one on Dave, man. Okay, we'll try again. Listen.
Dave is dumb. Yeah, okay.
Oh, we got him. Him. Don't worry about it. All right. Now let's talk more seriously. What was the initial reaction to the Goths pick in game number 2? How did that sort of modify things for you heading into game 2?
Funny thing, I was actually thinking about doing some crazy pick there too, like Goths myself, because, you know, I was thinking maybe go Mayans again, like I did against Hera. Just go have some fun with Goths, but I went for the safer pick Tatars and was a Goths. I was just okay. There is no chance he wins. It's impossible. Goths are not good on Empire Wars at all, and if he's quote unquote like the worst player, then he should not go for crazy picks like that, I think.
Well, maybe a learning experience for him, but certainly you'll be feeling much more confident after that win. Obviously, feeling much better, getting back in the winner's bracket. You've got a week to prepare for the next match. What does that look like for you?
I'm gonna prepare playing a lot of World of Warcraft and keep my break in AoE because I'm currently on a break. So I don't really have motivation to play Age of Empires a lot at the moment. So that's why I'm currently on a break. I'll be returning in July or something, but we'll see.
Well, maybe some micro and WoW's gonna help you get across the line there. We'll see. Thanks for joining us so much, MBL. Best of luck. We'll see you next week, mate.
Thank you. Have a good one.
All right, my friends, let me check the clock once again. Oh, it is history. Oh, sorry, I'm just checking my World War II era A11 clock watch as worn by someone who actually fought the Nazis in World War II. And it says, yes, it is, in fact, history o'clock once again, my friends. The clamour was for a Goth-themed history lesson here, and I have to say I didn't know too much about the Goths. I've done my research, and hopefully I can sort of walk you down the garden path here a little bit as we learn about this culture here. Obviously, the Goths, as you might know already, maybe some people already knew, rose to prominence in the 1980s with Gothic rock developing as an offshoot of post-punk, of course. And look, it stood the test of time, this culture, over the decades. It's a culture that has survived the tireless onslaught from other hated rivals, the jocks, the theatre kids, the nerds, most recently, of course, the nerds group. Oh, sorry, Goths in the sense of the Germanic warrior tribes of late antiquity. Yeah, that does make... Sorry, I'm just got production in my ear. Sorry, that does make more sense. I was worried. I was thinking, why did we want to talk about a new wave subculture? No, that makes a lot more sense. So the historic Goths, rather than the hot topic Goths, these rose to prominence, the Goths, in the late 4th century. And the reason for this was actually an invasion by a different group of people, the Huns. The Huns were starting to encroach on Gothic territory from the east, which forced the Goths further west. And as they went further west in the late 4th century, who did they come across? Of course, the ailing Roman Empire, which was soon to become the Western Roman Empire. And this migration, this Gothic migration, prompted a fair bit of conflict between the two peoples, between the Goths and the Romans, who, of course, were fighting with many other people at this stage, mostly themselves. Most notable piece of conflict was, of course, in 410 with the sack of Rome. The Goths, led by their king Alaric I, put Rome to fire on the sword in 410, and obviously shaped Western history quite significantly in doing that. Although Rome was kind of bugging anyway, to be honest. Now, these Goths, these migrating Goths, known as the Visigoths, they ended up in Iberia, in modern-day Spain and Portugal, where they settled for a few hundred years before ultimately being conquered by the Umayyad Caliphate, which led the charge into Al-Andalus, Muslim Iberia. Meanwhile, the Goths that remained behind under Hunnic rule eventually secured their independence, set up the Ostrogothic kingdom in the Italian peninsula, which went on to be conquered by the Byzantines, of course. Now, the longest-lasting Goths were the Crimean Goths, who stuck around for centuries after this, indeed. Well, I say the longest-lasting Goths, really. I mean, they didn't last as long as the modern Goths that are around this very day, wearing black, listening to Joy Division and The Cure, the remnants of a proud people with a history spanning nearly 2 millennia still with us today. So there's the history lesson, several thousand years of Gothic history condensed into a couple of minutes, and my goodness, I do hope you enjoyed it. A bit of a break from the action now. We're going to take a quick break with a video here. And on the other side of it, we will talk about our next matchup, which I can see here is between Villese and Hera to round out coverage of today. So stick with us, my friends. More AoE coming up right after this. We'll see you soon.
Vikings, they said. You will like it, they said. Don't they know they have huge axes? And those helmets, way too scary.
That's it. I just have to take it. And then run as fast as I can.
You are mine. You will help carry this thing now. I mean, you get wheelbarrow and handcart for free. That must be good for something. Well, I think it was something like... Oh, no. It must be something like this.
Welcome back to the desk here, Riley Knight, getting ready for the next round. Our casters standing by, ready to go, Dave and T90. We'll be back with him in just a second, but who are the players that we're going to be watching? Well, the next featured match is going to take place between Villese and Hera. We've seen both of these players yesterday. They managed to win their both of their, or at least get into the top half of the winners bracket for their group D, and now they're fighting to secure a place in the playoffs. So a lot on the line here. This is a $30,000 tournament, don't forget, and these players will be doing their utmost to find their way into the most advantageous position possible, even at this earlier juncture and weekend number one. Coverage continues, of course, next weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Don't miss it. Our first player here, Villese from Finland here, with a total prize purse of over $25,000 playing this game. He's certainly no slouch. And we got the chance, luckily, to catch up with Villese heading into the tournament and get some of his thoughts on Red Bull Age of Empires Wololo 4. So let's hear from Villese right now.
This is Red Bull Wololo 4.
Hey, I am Villese. I'm 26 years old and I come from Finland. My chances of playing in the finals are pretty low, but it's not impossible if I have a good tournament run on my day, and with some luck I think I can beat almost anyone. I don't want to avoid playing anyone, but of course I don't want to run into the top favorites like Viper, Hera and DauT too early in the tournament. For new players, my advice would be just have fun with the game, try the tutorial and get into playing, don't be afraid of losing. I don't regularly play any other video games besides AoE 2, but I do enjoy playing some online chess every now and then.
Very sage advice there for new players. Don't be afraid of losing. Certainly a fear that I overcame a long time ago, seeing as I do so very much of it. His opponent here for Villese playing off against Hera. We saw Hera the Canadian getting it done yesterday, one of the featured matches that really was exceptional to watch. And today, I'm sure, is going to be no different. Total prize purse of over $70,000 accumulated by this young Canadian. And I'm sure the best is still yet ahead of him because he is a real talent, a streamer as well, I believe, someone who you can just learn so much from. And we're going to learn a little bit more about him right now. We've got an interview lined up with Hera, and then it'll be straight down to the action. Dave and T90, I know, are standing by. Interested to see what kind of history they strong-arm me into researching as the coverage continues. But hey, I'm here to do it. Don't even worry about it. Thanks for your continued support here watching the broadcast. It's been great to have your company so far. Stick around on the other side of this Hera interview. It's straight into our match with Dave and T90 standing by. Let's get to it.
This is Red Bull Wololo 4.
My name is Hamza, and I'm otherwise known as Hera in the Age of Empire community. I'm 21 and I live in Canada, Montreal more specifically. For me personally, I don't really mind playing anyone. I don't have anyone that I want to avoid because, as I said, there's a lot of good players this year or just in general. So if you avoid one good player, you often get matched with another one. So I think I'd rather just focus on whoever I get paired up against and practice and prepare against them. And it doesn't really matter who I face. I think I have my chances, but I think it's going to be a very tough year because there's a lot of good players around and the competition is as high as ever. But I think I have my chances and we'll see how it goes. My best advice for new players is honestly to find what they like about the game. It could be campaigns, could be playing offline with friends, could be playing as AI, and it could be multiplayer. Find what you like and just, at the end of the day, it's a game, so enjoy it. And if you want to get better at the game, I recommend just building up your fundamentals. So learning what each of the units do, what the upgrades do, getting a feel for the different civs, and then ultimately learning how to do a Dark Age properly, then how to play Feudal Age properly, and maybe learn a couple build orders to help guide you through the early phase of the game, and kind of stay away from all the fancy moves that you might see on stream from your favorite players at the very beginning at least. Stay away from that stuff.
This is Red Bull Wololo 4.
All right. I was going to do the weird face, but Dave, you asked me not to. We are back for the final series, and it should be an interesting one, right? Both players there saying that they feel they can get a win off of anyone. Hera even saying that he doesn't really want to avoid anyone, which I think is a interesting, confident approach. Like, if I'm going to be the best, I have to beat the best anyways type of mindset.
Can I just say before we get into this that I've been subscribed to MBL on Twitch for 35 months and my resubscription is coming up real soon. And he called me dumb. So you might want to think about that next time, MBL. Yep. I was thinking about a tier 3 this month, but apparently that's not going to be a thing. Moving on to the next set, we've got Villese against Hera. Two amazing players. Villese has really come into his own the last year and a half, but so is Hera, to be honest. Like, both players picking up amazing results. Villese causing waves in the last Red Bull event, kicking out Viper in an earlier stage, which was incredibly impressive. And then we saw him with the 2-0 yesterday against MBL. So he's come to play. Hera as well, coming in here as one of the favorites. I mentioned yesterday that he had a, 36-0 streak on the ladder going on, and he just managed to lose that, I think, a day before the event. Obviously, that's not Empire Wars, but it shows you the form that Hera is in, and we're going to get to see that form because we're into game number 1. Hera as the Vikings, Villese as the Ethiopians, a very familiar matchup here.
Yeah, very familiar matchup, and we'll see a whole lot of the same. Both of these players play the meta to the T. Maybe a slight defensive mindset for Hera at times, he says, when he's pressured in tournaments, but how can you argue when he's so good at it? So in the red, again, you've got Villese. Now, for the last 3 years, everyone's called him Villese. And then Vallus decided to become really, really good. And I believe the correct pronunciation is actually Villese. So they are different people. Dave, what's going to be the difference in this series?
I think both players have extremely good execution. Personally, I think Villese is going to be in a decent position if he can keep his economy safe. Hera is very, very good with the openings. And you can see right here, the amount of damage he's getting in with his opening scout. He's going to pick off that villager and then run away. Cost some idle time with that TC too. Like, just little things like that. If Villese can prevent that from happening, get his walls down early, then and like let the game develop from there, I think he has a really good shot at taking a few games from Hera. But if Hera can apply that early pressure and then get his walls down and sit behind, start building military, we know he's a very defensive player, that will play into his style for sure. And he'll take something like one villager death and he'll spiral that advantage to a position that's just out of control.
It's always interesting when you see someone use their starting scout like that, because Hera now has a weak scout, and there's a full HP scout out there for Villese, and Hera decided to open skirms here, expecting archers. He now is kind of vulnerable to that one scout, which makes this a little different for Hera in defense here. But he'll be happy with the Vilka, I'm sure. He is Viking, so free wheelbarrow is huge, and he does have more military units. I think Villese has realized that it would be wise to run home. Hera did lose the deer. They were on the front, and Villese shot them down. Villese can take his, and we're going to see some walls here, Dave. But yeah, back to our point about the difference between the players. I think it's just not even one thing in particular, because they're so similar. I just think Hera's just slightly better with overall execution, but has shown some cracks in the armor at times here or there. Like, you know, like maybe it's too soon, but Hun Longswordsman, for example. Like there's a few moments, there's a few kinks he's got to iron out of his system to become the Red Bull Wololo 4 champion.
Yeah, I think Hera's very good when he knows what the meta is. He's very good against playing the meta, playing opponents that are using the meta, and playing the meta himself. So as soon as that kind of changes, or he sees something a little bit unusual, then you start to see the cracks. But against a player like Villese, who usually plays meta himself, I think Hera is favored in this matchup.
All right, so what you did see there is Hera hoping to get the walls down. Both players will have very similar uptimes. See a stable now for Villese, and that is not something Ethiopians love to go for. Same for Vikings, but does still make sense to get a knight or two out if the enemy is making only skirmishers. And Hera made quite a few here. But Hera scouts down. He cannot scout to see what the enemy's up to. I don't think he'll be surprised. I feel like he'll have an idea this is coming, but he is staying on one range and only going into skirmishers here.
Is he just going to get super greedy here? Double TC as soon as he hits Castle Age? That would be kind of a Hera-esque play, wouldn't it?
Would be a very Hera-esque thing to say, come at me. If you look at the, let's say the top three in no particular order, a lot of people have been saying Viper, Liereyy, Hera. Viper, Liereyy, in general, more aggressive than Hera. Hera's really good at using his speed and defense, which was a switch he made 5 years ago when we were saying he was going to become one of the best when there was no one around. He was going all in, right? And he's made some tweaks there, and he's really, really good at it. My, is he going to have resources too? He can do everything with those resources. Holy cow.
Yeah, and he's made it work with the one range. Like, he's got a decent amount of military here. He can kind of pressure the archers back from Villese. Villese can't put that siege workshop forward. Has to put it defensive, which means it'll take time for it to cross the field of battle in between. And Hera right away going for that second TC. And I wonder what the follow-up is here. Okay, Monastery. So he's going to read the fact that Villese is going into Knights and counter the crossbows with the skirmishers and then the Knights with his monks.
Really important thing to bring up. He did not see the stables. The scout that he killed that was very weak. He clicked it before it died. Saw it had armor. Now he knows that there's going to be Knights coming out because there's cav over in research. So Hera, just with the small things here, able to fall back when otherwise he could fall apart. Still kind of a rough spot to be in, right? His woodlines are rangeable, but to the north, you're going to see him attempt a third TC. So this is full-on defensive approach from Hera with one of the best civilizations for this type of a map to start off a series.
Yeah, that third TC up on the north side there is really nice. It'll lock down that whole side of his base. Villese is going to struggle to find areas to hit, but saying that, this main gold here from Hera is quite exposed and can be ranged currently by those crossbows if the skirmishers ever get out of position.
Everything about this is shaping up to be a really good game for us. You have a player who's going to gain a massive eco lead, but is giving up a lot of control with it. I'd say the one thing that hurts Villese is that the siege workshop is defensive, Dave. If he would have just waited, if he would have sent the villager 10 seconds later, he could have had the siege workshop closer to this. And I think that is going to be some wasted time, which is going to... It's going to be a problem because Hera is going to take all the time he can get and eventually push this back.
And we'll see the timings on this. That's one thing Hera's really good for defense, is his timings on when to start making counter units. So he just now put the siege workshop up. He delayed it. He put the third TC up first, judging that he would have the time necessary to get a mangonel out. And it looks like he's going to be correct here, as Vilese's army is just kind of wandering around the front, idling the farm somewhat, but not really finding anywhere to go.
Stats can be very deceiving. If you have extra villagers, you still need to put that into military to win the game. Hera has a lot of skirmishers inside his ranges and might actually feel the confidence to maybe use skirms against the Knights of all things, as we see +2 chain barding on the way now. That's not bad.
Yeah, they were already good against the skirmishers. They're going to be even better against the skirmishers. And Hera's taken some risks here, but he has confidence in himself. He's trying to snipe the mangonel with just skirmishers and avoiding all the shots so far. He does have a mangonel of his own in the siege workshop as well, with a second one on the way.
Yeah, you know how Hera in his interview recommended to new players to not try all the fancy stuff pros do? Don't ever try this. Don't ever try this. Don't invite this much pressure on yourself.
He's doing it against two now.
Yeah. It's ridiculous, and it's actually, I would say, purely unique to him in that I think he's the best at being able to somehow turn this into a victory. I don't think...
This is potentially dangerous for him. Villese has gone to +2, and he said, screw this. I'm not taking pot shots anymore. I'm coming in. He did kill the monk. Hera did get one conversion, but now the Knights can find their way back into that woodline. Hera's going to have to pull all of these villagers, and he took a risk with his defense. He didn't add additional units. He's only defending with skirmishers, some monks, and a mangonel, and he's getting a little bit punished for it. But saying that, Villese just lost all of his crossbows.
Yeah, it's just such a weird situation, man. 20 Vil lead now. I'm just waiting for him to do something offensive, and I think that natural switch is going to be into crossbow with skirms into TCs, as more Knights are going to loop in here, do an okay job against Knights without bloodlines.
Oh boy, the skirmishers are going in the wrong direction now, Tristan, and those Knights are free on that woodline. He's picking off a lot of villagers there.
Look at how much Hera has on wood at the moment. That should tell you about this Vil lead. Yes, he has the Vil lead, but he doesn't have the villagers where he wants them to be right now. He's got 1,200 wood. So it's just not really as clean as he would want. He is going to market, I think, and sell some of that. See if Hera can turn this around, Dave. It's so fun to watch Hera play like this against the meta guys, because the meta's meant to kill this, and Hera sometimes is able to fend it away anyways.
Yeah, if you were to ask any high-level Age of Empires player, what do you make against Knights? The answer would not be continue producing skirmishers.
Yep.
Because Villese hasn't really shown any continued crossbow production, and Hera has just doubled down on the skirmishers. He has a decent amount now, enough to even, like, what, 4-shot a night or something with those numbers, and now he's got monks behind that too. So Villese's pressure kind of done for the time being, and he's going to have to come up with something else to get into Hera's economy.
I feel like Hera's really late to adding crossbow. He already has the range tech and ballistics, but when you have the eco lead that he does, I see the ranges being plopped down now. He's going to be in a real good spot here soon. The second you add crossbows, you can actually advance out, and then your worry is against the mangonels, I suppose. So he might need to micro-nerd against that. But a wild game to start off the series, Dave. I remember the semi-final of Hidden Cup 4, it ended up being Viper and Hera after it was all said and done, and Hera later said you can sometimes open up a little too defensively in games. Got punished in that one with going archers and sitting at home, but we'll see if Villese can do more to Hera.
Oh, 3 monks there.
Crossbow comes in.
3 monks there, potentially 3 conversions here for Hera, and Villese isn't going to close the gap fast enough. The conversions are very slow, but Hera will get them. He's pushing back the skirmishers, but with those 3 knights, it enables him to take out that mangonel.
Wow.
And the knights are weak too, and it's still a lot of skirmishers, and there's some crossbows in there too. Hera has timed this perfectly. He took a calculated risk that Villese would dive into his economy. He did, but he was able to clear it up, and now he's able to push back across the field.
Just so crazy. Adding another TC right next to that other siege workshop, adding another TC. But Dave, now he's got the military, and Ethiopian knights just do nothing here. I mean, they didn't accomplish as much as Villese would have hoped underneath the TCs. Kind of reminds me of where Viper tried to go, how he went into Knights earlier, and we saw how it didn't work. Sometimes maybe it's better to just go for the best units available.
I think Villese spots that TC. He's making a house next to it, so he spotted it, but the TC does go up, and the mangonel will get battered down by these villagers, so not gonna happen, Villese, I'm sorry.
The Vills are so fast, too, because of free handcart. Look at them move, man. They're moving way faster than a siege weapon there.
And look at the military for Hera now, 45-7.
Yeah. Yeah, this game, at this point, I mean, it feels over. Like, you cannot trade against that military unless you get mangonel shots of your Villese. Knights do nothing. He doesn't have the defense to defend his eco. He's behind an eco. I mean, everything's stacked against him. That is how you turn defense into offense right there. Sick opening from Hera.
Yeah, and Hera's on the way to the Imperial Age now. It's looking so good for him. This is the Viking economy at work, especially in the hands of a player like Hera. 107 villagers on the way to the Imperial Age first. He has enough stone for a castle, and there's the placement forward. Hera's got the military to back it up, and I don't know if we're going to see him lose his military. Wait. Okay, that's fine.
I was
gonna jinx
so many.
He's got enough. He can withstand losses like that. He'll keep those alive for the time being and upgrade them once he hits the Imperial Age. Should be fine, and Villese is really going to struggle to find an answer here.
Yeah, it's just a really good way to open up the series of your Hera. I think he tends to grow into a series as well. I don't know if it'd be fair to say that he's a slow starter, but tends to be a little stronger in the middle of a series than the beginning, which might be the same for most players here too, but that forward castle is going to be pumping out trebs and hitting the town centers and the production buildings for Villese. There will be rams to back it up, I'm sure. The Hera's locked in right now, Dave. He's even bringing back relics to his base, as you can see on the statistics on the bottom right. So every little thing you'd want to do, he is doing right now with his winning position.
Yeah, and he is kind of wandering around with this army a little bit farther away from his castle, but he's making reinforcements and sending them to his castle. So he will have units to support the trebuchets when they come out, even if this army is somehow wiped up. I don't know if it can be wiped up currently, though. Hera's going to have Bracer for these units. He's going to be researching chemistry as soon as he gets to Imperial Age, and I'm not sure Castle Age units can take him out.
The GG's
Neither
called
is Villese.
instantly.
Yeah, neither is
Villese
Villese.
knows. Villese said, yep, sorry, we're retraining ourselves here. He knows it's over. Just monstrous display from Hera. But David, in some weird world, we've now had 2 players make Knights without bloodlines against Vikings. Weird to me that the V's, the Viper and Villese felt like that was going to work. And I can understand the logic because you did either bait or see the enemy was making skirmishers, but it just doesn't seem like that's ever the play. I think if the enemy's making skirms and you have a Civ that should prioritize ranged units, maybe just make your own. Make crossbow Maganel. Something along the lines that suit your Civ. But
I think that game could have been... to be honest, dude, I think that game could have been quite a bit different if Villese went forward with that Siege Workshop. Yeah. If he just waited a second and had it forward, because it took him so long to get the Mangonels across the field. And by the time that happened, Hera had a Siege Workshop of his own, he had Mangonels of his own, and he had some monks out too. So maybe if Villese is a little bit quicker to start pressuring with Siege, in addition to his Knights, maybe it works. You never know.
Do you still feel as though there's some surprise we're seeing Ethiopians prioritized in a free pick scenario?
I've been
Obviously,
saying this.
Liereyy showed it, but
listen, I said this the last Wololo. I said this on the second Wololo. Just looking at the win rates of Ethiopians, I'm not impressed. Now, to be fair, I haven't really played Empire Wars and I haven't played at a high level, so obviously they know much better than me. But looking at the numbers, it doesn't back up the amount of times they're being picked.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like we will probably see, and you can see the APM was high. But as we have to prepare for game number 2, which Villese needs to win to have a chance of advancing out of the group today, I just think that the numbers don't back it up, but the gameplay doesn't back it up either. It's so weird to me. In a Civ draft, where you pick back and forth, which we'll see next weekend, you can't get Vikings if the opponent has Vikings. It's free pick. Pick Vikings. It's a safe thing to do. I don't understand it. It just... Vikings seems so sick. We probably won't see too many Vikings in later stages because of bans, actually. That's how good they are. But for Villese, he's going to go to the drawing board for the next game. He's got to forget about that. That's what you have to do as a competitor. Not easy to do at times, but I think he'll be able to move past it. We're going to see Eruption. I missed a couple games today that I wasn't casting, but I think for the first time in the main event of Red Bull Wololo 4, seen Civs like Berbers here a lot. Britons maybe. We could see a whole lot of aggression. Eruption has that gold in the middle. So
can I put in my 2 cents?
Yeah, give me your 3 cents, not just your 2. I want
more
than
I
that.
I think we might see a Mezzo matchup here. I think we might see Mayans versus Aztecs. It's just something is telling me that something's telling me that it might be Aztecs versus Mayans, which is very interesting Civ matchup. On Eruption, which we haven't seen in the main event. I'm going to back you up on that one. I don't remember seeing it. Maybe the chat can call us out on it. Maybe Riley can let us know later. But the game should be starting pretty soon here. Villese needs the victory, and it is indeed Aztecs for Villese and Mayans for Hera. I was cheating. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Tristan.
They know at this point. You don't need to even explain. But before I saw who was who, and this is going to be a fun matchup, I knew Hera would be Mayans. I just know. He's always going to be leaning more towards the archers. This was Arabia. I would prefer Mayans. Considering the way Aztecs play out with a lot of aggression and speed, Maganel Eagle probably being their go-to. There's a lot of gold in the middle. This could be a map where Aztecs are slightly better than Mayans, but it depends on player preference, of course. We will be in a moment, everybody. Reminder, winner here moves out of the group and moves on to play on next Saturday. Loser here stays alive and will play MBL on Friday, if I'm not mistaken, on the schedule. So, of course, winning the group will do wonders for your confidence, but also give you slightly better matchups in the future. And there's your overall Placements for these players, Villese is no joke, 6th overall, Hera 3rd overall, and here's the map, Dave. Lots of gold in the middle.
Yeah, and you were talking about how Aztecs might be favored here. I think there's a time limit on Aztecs, though, Tristan. I think early Castle Age potentially favored. But the later you get into the game, if you get a good position in that middle area with Mayans, suddenly you're attacking into stuff like plumed archers. Your eagles are better than the Aztec eagles. Like, you have some options there. And we know Hera can draw a game out with his excellent defense and work his way towards the ideal composition. So we'll see what he can do here. I would assume that both players are going to start by walling off. From everything I've seen of this map, it's fairly easy to get a secure base. And indeed, that's what we're going to see here. Villese with walls on the front and the left, and Hera walling a huge portion of the map and securing his resources.
Hera has what I would consider the safest Civ in Age of Empires, and he's, of course, very good with them. I say that because they're probably in everyone's top 5 for land maps, no doubt. But what makes them real comfortable in tournaments is there's not a lot of bad matchups for them. Think of another Civ that you might place in the top 5, like Chinese. They can really struggle against things like Mayans, Aztecs, or maybe, let's say Franks, if that's in your top 5, can struggle against Camel Civ. Mayans don't really have a weakness. And neither do Aztecs, to be honest, except for maybe against Mayans at times. But I've noticed as the walls have come up, Hera is on stone, Dave. So we might actually see him go for something we rarely see in Standard Age of Empires in plumed archers.
Rarely see anymore. I think it's what you meant to say. Used to see it all the time until they figured out that there are some counters to that, namely early aggression. But Hera is indeed on stone, so maybe plumed archers to start with a few eagles potentially to support, and then work your way towards the middle, and maybe your second castle will be in that middle area, and you can secure all of that gold, which is going to be very, very important near the late game. Both players only starting with 2 gold piles in their main base.
In this game mode, you do get 3 lumber camps at the start. On occasion, there are some problems. It's not the biggest deal, but we could look to Vilese's base. One of those not spawning so kindly for him. I don't know where the trees were, but at least for now they're efficient. Yeah, right?
There you go. You can put that in a YouTube thumbnail, Tristan.
That happens more often than you'd think, Dave. But 3 barracks for Villese. And this means that he's going to have more control of the middle. He's creating units out of 3 barracks right now. And if Hera, who's actually getting infantry armor, which is a little confusing, but if Hera ultimately wants to work towards plumed archers, that's going to be a problem for him in terms of middle control. And this is why we don't see plumes too frequently nowadays, because you have to wait till you hit Castle Age, invest, and then wait till you build a castle. And then you can have military, and that's even after upgrades. Whereas Villese is making eagles right now and can just upgrade them.
Yeah.
It's interesting to me, though, that Hera decided to make eagles in the first place, because I guess he doesn't want to give a full middle control, but you're still just going to lose these fights. So I would like to know his reasoning there.
Well, I think, like, if you're the Mayan player and you're going for a castle into plumes, what's the threat to you? It's going to be some sort of eagle siege kind of push, right? And how do you kind of disable that push? Would be with eagles of your own running around using that mobility and sniping any potential siege or any eagles that are caught out as well. Also, the eagles give you an idea of whether your opponent's going for that middle area. So I think eagles are kind of the safe play here.
I don't know. MBL might call me dumb for saying this, but I kind of disagree. I mean, if he can snipe a villager making a siege workshop in the middle, I like it. But right now, the enemy's probably just going to click squires. Those eagles are going to die. I will say it might confuse Villese. I don't know how far into the Mayan games Hera wants to get here. But it would confuse me. If I saw the Mayan player was adding eagles and getting upgrades, I would think that they were actually going to commit to eagles.
God, mines are so ridiculous, dude. He can drop a castle, a siege workshop, a second TC, a university, and we look over at Villese's base, and he's just dropping a second TC. And Aztecs are good too, but Mayans, I mean, there's just something about this Civ. There's a reason, like you said, that they're top 5 in a lot of land maps.
Now, a bonus many people forget about, plumed archers do get +1 attack against infantry. They're also faster than a crossbow. So you do, when you get numbers pretty well against Castle Age Eagles. And then if you get to Elite Plumed Archer, which I kind of feel like we won't see because there's so much gold in the middle, the game will end before that. You get +2 attack against infantry. So it's not just your standard archer against eagle type of a situation. Villese sees or saw the castle was up, Dave, so he knows what's coming now.
Yeah, trying to get in on that left-hand side and on the right as well, but Hera smartly walling behind his palisades, going to prevent Villese from getting any free entry whatsoever. And it's just slowly building up his plumed archer number as well, as a couple eagles going to go down attempting to get through that wall. Hera repairing the wall, and no opportunities for Villese here. I wonder how long it's going to be before we see him come to the middle. Okay, he's got a villager there, so maybe a forward siege workshop with that.
I want to talk
Seems
about
late,
Hera's
though.
approach here for a second. This is, yeah, the workshop could definitely be late, especially considering he has eagles out of position, Dave. The villager could be killed, and then the siege workshop delayed. But if I can just fit this in here and find the time, Hera's going 2 TCs, and he's still keeping 5 villagers on stone. So he's going to build up enough eco to make a lot of plumes, hopefully take a good fight, and then drop a castle in the middle. It is crucial he keeps his plume numbers high. And so far, I'm kind of liking everything I'm seeing for him.
You just gotta wonder, like, I guess the eagle production is keeping Villese behind, but like Hera with the Villede, with the castle, with the university, with the siege workshop before, like, and the eagles haven't really done much for Villese. So you have to wonder, is this the correct strategy, or has Hera just effectively countered the correct strategy?
I think that everything Villese is doing is what he should do, and everything Hera is doing is what you should do, and Mayans beat Aztecs if, like, in this type of a situation. So, granted, again, free pick scenario. Villese had Mayans available. Probably just didn't think that plumed archers would ever be a thing, especially from Hera, who for a time was notorious, at least in standard Age of Empires, for saying that they're not so good. But, he might think twice about that going forward, man. Plumed archers, if you can get to them, are still sick. Still, we've got to think, can Hera actually place and finish a castle in the middle? That's different than just picking off eagles here and there.
Yeah, and maybe gonna get a little bit caught out of position here with some of those plumed archers. Okay, one of them only goes down, but he's got to be careful here. If he clicks in the wrong area, if he paths in the wrong direction, the plumes are fast, but they could run into those eagles. Quite a few eagles there for Villese, but it looks like Hera's going to loop around to the left side there, and he's going to send the eagles out to pick off the siege, Tristan, deliberately pulling Villese out of position and coming in there to kill that mangonel. Oh, he won't get the mangonel. Okay.
Yeah, he's just going to get the scorpion. Yeah, just gets the scorpion. Sorry, dear. Didn't mean to hit you there, but I love how he healed that. He healed that bad boy up, or those bad boys up in the castle, and they're going right back in there to heal up again and maybe come out to take out the siege. But the siege is a problem. Hera's going to have his own siege, though, and he's definitely getting to the point where he'll want to come out to the middle and drop a castle. He will need control of the middle. That's what this map's all about.
Yeah, he's got 525 stone too, so just a little bit longer and he'll have enough. Villese has to be careful he doesn't dive through one of these choke points. The mangonels are sitting there waiting, attempts an attack ground, but it's kind of deceptive there with the hill. Hera was actually farther behind than it looked, as Hera comes out with the plumes trying to snipe that mangonel, getting some good shots on the eagles, and Villese just can't find an area to engage with this army.
This is actually so sick. From both of them right now, we have excellent micro all around. Unfortunately, the eagles have no range, so it is mainly about Villese just microing the siege right now. But he seems to have done a decent job, losing some of the scorpions, of course, but he's still not giving Hera a position where he can...
Oh god, what a nice attack round. That was so nice from Hera, and he saves it from that eagle. He's going to repair up that mangonel, bring it down to the battlefield once again, and he hasn't really lost his plume numbers. That's a lot of the difficulty with going plumes in Castle Age we've seen before, is that players are really aggressive with them, and they lose their numbers, and they can't carry that forward. But Hera has been very protective of this army, and now it's getting to a really dangerous number where they can engage and potentially one-shot mangonels or take out this eagle mass.
Oh my god, dude! I thought Hera was gonna lose everything there. Woo! He's playing with fire, but Dave, he is gonna switch in some eagles, which I think is a nice play. And I think the eagles are gonna be there solely to take out the mangonels. He doesn't want to take any unnecessary risks with these plumed archers.
Well, if he doesn't want to take risks, maybe he shouldn't be going out in this direction with a castle nonetheless, as Villese is trying to find areas to hit. That is a prime area to hit, but now he's going back to the middle there. He's going to see the plumed archers now from Hera. I think Hera will be able to snipe that mangonel. Nice little split there.
Does that castle actually give him what he wants, though? Like, if you build a castle there and Villese goes Imperial Age with a castle on the hill, he just trebs you down. This is crucial timing for Hera. He needs to use those eagles. He needs to stop that castle, because Imperial Age with Trebs and Elite Eagle would give Hera some big problems, and the Aztec player would have all the gold in the middle.
It's difficult, right? Because I feel like Hera has enough plumes now to clear up the army from Villese here if he micros correctly, and he's seen the castle as well. Let's see if the eagles come out and the siege comes out from Hera. This could be a potential denial here. Not many villagers there from Villese, only 7 on that castle, but he has more on the gold. This castle should go up, and Hera microing against 2 mangonels uphill.
I don't know how the mangonels didn't do more damage there. Plumed archers are so sick, but in the end, castle goes up. There weren't too many eagles that went down there, though granted it is 40 military against 12. Now what does Hera do? Like, that eagle switch, Dave, was so expensive for him, and it was there to clear up the middle so he could drop a castle there. And now they're just kind of... I don't know if he wants to make more of them. I don't know if he stays in castle age.
More.
Wow,
dude, he's making more.
In castle with Mayans?
It's just, it seems so weird now that Villese has a castle on that hill, right? Unless he wants to go for some sort of counter raid, but he's still got to be worried about the trebuchets potentially coming from Villese, being an Imperial so much faster. And then the Eagles getting into his eco as well.
We're talking Elite Eagle with Plate Mail. Those are the upgrades we need to see from Villese. He might not be able to afford it all. Hera trying to kill as many eagles as possible. Maybe expecting this right now. And maybe Hera sitting in his base. Maybe that theme just doesn't work out as well as he would have hoped on this map, as we see a Mangonel shot miss.
There are some weak ones he's going all in. He's making rams now. Hera's gonna push this back at Castle Age. He's read this situation. I mean, good Mangonel shot by Villese there, taking out quite a few plumed archers. Hera's no longer risking it. He's going to come back and use this to support his push.
Is this possible, Dave? There's such a big difference between Elite Eagle.
I think so.
With armor, and like, I mean, it's 60 military versus 18. This pushing up the hill against Imperial Age when you are on the clock with Mayans because you rely on only gold. It's going to be tough.
I think it's possible with the amount of eagles he's built. He's been producing from 5 barracks. And he's been whittling down the eagle numbers from Villese this entire time with his plumed archers, finally running away to the safety of the castle there.
Villese is only
hasn't had the
producing out of
production.
3 barracks right now.
Yeah.
So that's an issue. Like, having 5 or 6 barracks here would be important. Really needs more production.
How many rams do you need if you're Hera? I would say probably 6. Yeah.
But like, there's eagles there. So if the eagles get any hits in on the rams, they melt. So he needs to have enough military to fight under a castle. He needs to have enough rams where the castle from Villese goes down. And he's on the clock with gold income. I don't know if I've ever seen all-in of this magnitude in a Mesa
Is he
war
gonna...
before.
Wait a second. Is Hera really going to make 6 rams and then use all of his eagles he's made to go and counterattack Villese's economy? Unless he's looping around here to go for an ultimate flank on the middle.
I think...
Seems weird. It
Villese
seems like you
should
want all
understand
your
the
military in
situation.
one place. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the military was pulled out. But Villese should understand there's no way Hera can make this many eagles with this many upgrades and the castles and the plumes and be up to him. It's just not possible.
But
you're seeing the
Tarbs for
military
Hera
count get
now?
higher and higher here. What in the world? Dave, it's like this strategy from Hera is almost so crazy. I want it to work, but at the same time, I don't think it should ever work. This would just be stupid. He's almost out of gold. He needs the middle now. He's got to go YOLO here shortly, Dave.
You know what? I appreciate the fact as Hera places the castle foundation right where the Eagle army from Villese is. I appreciate the fact that Hera's waiting so long to engage. He needs one big fight and he needs to win. Otherwise, the game is over. So he waited until he had all the military. He's going to engage right now. He brings his Eagles. Remember, these are not elite, but he does have the numbers and he has the plumed archers behind. Can Hera win this fight? Here come the Rams, Tristan.
The Rams can't take that castle out though, Dave. There's reinforcements, surely, right?
He's winning.
Fighting uphill. There's Rams on the other side as well. Where's this coming from? How did he get the gold? Oh my goodness. It
But
looks like
look at
Hera's
the Eagle
castle might
numbers.
complete.
Look at the Eagle numbers from Villese, and now the Treb is targeting that castle from Hera, and the Eagles from Hera are all gone now.
It's just not enough, dude. you can't go all in cast. Like, this isn't a Hun War, Harry. It's not like light cav archer. I don't. Hera, all of his gold melted. He has 0 on gold now, and he's not going to be able to take any gold.
Where are the
There's
petards?
more Trebs on the way.
Did he cancel them? The petards are gone. They're not here anymore, and they didn't touch the castle. That castle has... Okay, that castle took about 3 ram hits. That's it.
Oh man, this is over, dude. This is so over. There's no way. Like, I commend Hera for doing this. I think we do have to question the decision to sit in your base so long and maybe go plumes when the map is all about the middle. But one heck of a game, dude. That was incredible. Like, there was a period there. Again, I've never seen anything like that before with Mayans versus Aztecs. There was a period there where it actually looked like it could have worked. I think Hera sent as much as he could have possibly sent to try it and get the middle, Dave, which was a smart play. He had to go for it.
What, like, I just, something is telling me that saving all that res, not going Eagles, not going Rams, not making petards if he ever ended up having them. I don't know. I saw them in the queue.
Yeah.
He could have been up to Imperial with 2 castles. Sure, he's fighting uphill, but he saved the plumed archer mass. If you get that upgraded, it could be deadly, right? I don't know if that would have worked. Maybe it would. Maybe it wouldn't have. Regardless, we're not going to see it. But
This is a really weird explanation, possibly, as we scroll through the tabs here. But like, you've got these different roads of strategies you can try and go down. And especially when you only have so many resources. If you choose the Eagle route to go out there and take siege, and then they get the castle up anyways, you've gone so far down that road and you've set yourself behind. If you want to try and go up to Imp like the enemy does, you've got to turn around on that road, go back to the intersection and go the other way. And then you're behind in that race. So, and we saw it from Viper earlier when Viper went all in with Britons. It was a similar situation where you're like, God, that didn't work. Well, I can't try and do what he's doing because it's too late. So you have to go all in. The big thing for me, and I think Hera's all in was as close as it could possibly get. But what I was envisioning was 2 TCs, castle, plumed archers, second castle in the middle.
Yeah.
The timing of that second castle was perfect. The location of the castle was not. Villese had just enough siege to make Hera think twice about ever moving out. Maybe Hera could have added the Eagles 5 minutes earlier, Dave. And then that's a completely different game. And who knows what happens. But that was a wonderful, wonderful match to watch. And now it's 1-1.
Yeah, that was kind of... He did commit. I'll give him that much, Tristan. I'm telling you all the time. Sometimes you just got to commit, right?
Got to commit, yeah.
Even a dumb decision you give 100% of your effort towards is better than no decision at all, you know?
Yeah.
And he certainly did that. Not calling that one dumb by any means. I mean, it was within a few units going down for Villese of it working, to be honest. If he had had a better fight against the Eagles, potentially he floods his way to victory there. So he gave it a shot. It didn't work out. Credit to Villese for keeping the Eagle numbers up, the production up, getting that castle down on the middle with all the units running around from Hera. He got the victory, and he's taken it to a game number 3. We're going into Hera's home map here. Do you have any idea what it's going to be? Okay, it's going to be Meadow for game number 3, and we've seen this quite a few times in the sets so far. What do you think is going to be the key here for Hera?
I was going to say scouts. I mean, that works so well for him. Anytime there's an opportunity to make scouts and knights, Hera usually dominates. But I think that he knew that Villese would think that, or Villese, excuse me, and is actually using some type of a mind game here. Hera's going to go Aztecs against Berbers. I think that maybe Villese was expecting to see something like Magyars or Franks for Hera, and Berbers can normally counter that. So a little bit of mind games here. It is going to be fun to watch, though, because I feel like the faster civ is Berbers. You normally want that mobility on this type of a map. So Hera may be playing slightly against his skill set, Dave, here. But of course, he's good with every civ. So who are we kidding?
Yeah, if you were to ask me, give me these two players and then ask me which one picked which civ on this map, I would say Berbers for Hera almost every single time. So that's what maybe that's a holdover from the past days where we saw him open scouts every single time for what, 2 or 3 years, and we're not quite used to the new Hera, but we are going to see Aztecs for him. It'll be an exciting matchup. Meadow produces some great games. We saw a good one earlier today between SongSong and Vinchester. Bit of a different matchup there, but we saw the craziness that can ensue with the amount of open area on this map. Very hard for players to fully wall.
And in terms of the civ, we've seen multiple situations where Aztecs are just able to dominate games. The previous game being an example of that. But remember when Liereyy lost against Dogao, but he kept it even when he was behind by 30 vills. Just crazy situations because Aztecs can flood so much military. Maybe one of the deciding factors in picking Aztecs is Meadow. While it's very open, has 5 relics in the middle. Aztecs getting 33% more gold per relic. Big bonus there if you get it. So if this was Arabia, Dave, I would say that Aztecs are the better civ because that Pikeman Eagle Monk combo is very strong. And we are speeding ahead here into the final game in this best of 3. Hera, probably the favorite, but Villese is showing that he can get a win and he needs one more to make Hera fight on in the group and have Villese advance, but could go anyway. Any direction. Long day, sorry.
Are we doing the speed cast here, Tristan? Scouts coming across the field. They're going to go over to the backside of Hera's base. They're going to find villagers on the berries. Villese fully walls, Hera fully walls, whoever that is, and a market coming down for Hera now, and the Eagle's chasing this guy. I'm done.
Okay, well,
There we go.
I'm not going to
We're
continue,
back.
but that was well done.
Yep.
That was well done. You should try auctioneering
go.
if the whole casting thing doesn't work out. Looks like we're caught up to normal time, and that could be a dead villager for Hera, who tries to wall it, and, well, it looked like it could have worked, but the villager goes down in the end. Anyways, but the good thing I'd say here is those scouts are pretty weak, so it's going to be less likely that Villese could kill more. Hera's going to be thinking about going to Castle Age, and look at this, dude. Final game of a series. And he sold his stone. He's not going to boom. He's going to go YOLO here. He wants to do everything in Castle Age.
Yeah, and he's going to trap those scouts in there. Sure, he might lose a villager, which I believe he did there.
I think it survived, actually.
Oh, it did survive back there. I thought I heard a female villager dying, but I guess not. And he's going to clear up the scouts. So now Villese doesn't have much control at all. He does get the full walls down around his base, which is unusual to see on Meadows. Usually we see people walling in just the wood lines. We can see that right there from Villese. He's going to be fully secured, and he'll be ready to counter the potential all-in Eagle play from Hera here.
This is going to be wild, man. See, this is a two-part problem right now for Villese. He wants to go Knights. You have to wait till you're in Castle Age to go Knights, and he's a minute behind the Castle Age. Then, Hera, who's, as I said, faster to Castle, he can produce Eagle Scouts from Barracks while he's on his way to Castle, and then click the upgrade to upgrade them to Eagle Warrior when he's in Castle. That military difference is going to be massive. And if there's a hole here, if there's any gaps, and there might be with all these houses up here, it is going to be disastrous and possibly game-ending for Villese. So, kind of a wait-and-see situation. I'd like to see Hera make monks as well. Deadly civ, the Aztecs, when they get control like this.
Yeah, this will tell you how dangerous the Aztecs are here. I'm already thinking this game is a couple moves away from being over.
Yeah,
just because of the delay for Villese getting up to the next age. The unit's already on the field for Hera, and his civilization and those 2 monasteries that are following up. Like, this could snowball really quickly here for Hera.
And I think I want to bring it back to the Civ pick. Obviously, we've got a game to cast in Villese defending in all these areas with rewalls and repairs. But Hera knew his reputation is to go scout civs and night civs. Berbers have cheap camels to counter night civs. And they struggle heavily against this type of a push. So this was really well done from Hera, using his reputation to his advantage possibly, and even few past games, because he did also go for Magyars in the previous round.
I do like how Villese went for a third stable. He knows that he needs the production. He can't afford to go for a TC right away, that's for sure. Not against Aztec, so he's gonna have that full production. But can he sustain that? Like, does he have enough? He's got 14 farms, Tristan. Like, his berries are about to be up. It's just he's repairing with one villager at the back. Like, he's 1 second away from disaster on every angle here, as he got multiple villagers on every front repairing or making house walls.
But what he can do is kind of pick and choose here. If Hera's going to spread out his units, Knights are going to be better than the Eagles in these numbers. So Hera maybe, I don't know if it's a mistake because it seemed like he sensed this, but he is going to lose some Eagles. Taking the relics in the middle, which is huge.
Yeah, he's going to take the relics, Aztec relics, so they generate more gold. Still only Eagle Scouts, but not a huge difference between the Castle Age Eagles and the Eagle Scouts in terms of attack or HP or whatnot. So he's going to be able to take those engagements favorably against the Knights, and then as soon as the relics are in, he can bring his monks forward, and the Knights are really going to struggle.
Yeah, I like the Monastery Edition from Villese. If you could go for that, what he could do is then heal up some of his Knights as he pulls away the weak ones. I'd like to see him kind of avoid that main force of Aztecs, which is going to be so tough to deal with, and maybe get some counters in. And maybe he's thinking about that, Dave. We've got 2 groups moving out from him. Hera spots the one there, and it will chase that direction, but 3 Knights heading the other direction.
And Hera wisely fixes up his walls on that wood line as well. So Villese isn't going to find any openings there. He's going to run into the TC, attempt to find villagers to pick off, kill 2 of them, but the Eagles are on the chase.
4 villagers here? 4 villagers killed? And Hera is doing an awful lot of reacting, and uh-oh.
Is there another hole in the top of that
wood
lumber
line,
camp?
Dave. Yes, they're in. Those villagers are going to go down. Big eco losses for Hera, who actually now... Oh my god, I'm sorry! I was a split second ahead, but Villese says, you will not have my Knights! And he just deletes them. I hate to see it, but I guess that's the play.
It is.
Oh god.
I mean, they got their value, right? They killed some villagers, and the last thing you want to see is your own people coming back across the field into your economy. So he just decides to delete them. A lot of players would refuse out of stubbornness to delete.
Yes.
But that's a really smart play there from Villese. And now the monks are near the Knights on the front side here. And we've got 6 monks converting. Hera's targeted a different unit with every single month. This could swing here big time.
Aztec monks, more HP. They will survive.
But he only got 2.
Oh man, it still feels like with the mass there. Actually, a lot of monks went down, Dave.
Yep.
Which
4 monks went down.
Out. Yeah, but
and he only got 2 conversions too, which is big.
Look at how many military units Hera has though. 30 for 7. And the thing is, you can't really do much more. Villese has done everything he could do. He's added TCs. He's killed villagers. Still has to somehow defend from this as we see some quick walls. The TC fire will help a little bit, but many of those Knights are weak. What an awkward moment to be in Villese's shoes, as he really needs to stop this from getting out of hand.
Yeah, and the Knights are kind of blocking the vision. There's a lot more military there for Hera than it looks like from above, and he's killing villagers here. He's chasing the Knights. Villese trying to bait him a little bit into that TC fire. Hera now running away, trying to find more opportunities. Villese, though, with 3 TCs. So a lot of his economy is safe. Hera may not find the picks that he's expecting to find, but more monks, more eagles coming from him. And remember, he does have those relics. So he is getting a constant stream of gold income, and that's what you need to produce eagles. He's got 4 barracks producing eagles and 2 monasteries producing monks.
And he doesn't... The reason this is so good is because eagles do not cost a lot of food. So you just have everything on gold, it feels like, and you can make the monks. They only get stronger. So easy to mass with Aztecs, and you'll have the eagles.
He's getting redemption. Villese's production buildings might become Hera's production buildings pretty quickly here, as his monks can now convert buildings in about 10 seconds, and the eagle spam continues. The monk production continues now with 2 TCs for Hera, third one going up in the south map.
Look at the TC idle time. 3 TCs, but he doesn't have the eco to make knights and villagers. Hera lost how many villagers in this game? 5? 9? Okay, 9. And he's 1 TC, but he can, 2 TCs, excuse me, just produce everything. He's gonna take these buildings out, and that's gonna just, it's gonna give Villese a feeling of defeat, even before the defeat comes in, if it comes in. And what do you do against this? It's unreal.
He's converting houses and Villese deleting them. I wish in this current real estate market I could yell at a house.
The conversion there. That was so sick. You can actually kind of charge up your monk's conversion on the workshop, or any building for that matter. And if they show up with the unit, get a conversion there. So now the Mangonel's rolling around. Knight will go in to deal with that. And we'll see if the Knight gets converted too. Looks like
Knights from Villese, though. Going for a counter raid, and I believe that's a gigantic gap into Hera's woodline. Villese going in the wrong direction, though, and that gives Hera time to spot it, and he's going to quick wall there, so no potential damage for Villese. Hera deleting one of the monks that he had previously converted, and now he's converting the siege workshop and the blacksmith as well.
Dude, this Aztec pick is looking extremely strong right about now. If it wasn't looking strong before, I mean, it seems like it's very difficult for Berbers to deal with, as we got some knights hitting villagers. Again, Hera's lost more villagers. He's going to need an answer.
But he has 3 TCs now. That's the unfortunate bit, right? He has 3 TCs. He's got some farms. He's got villagers on the berry. Should be able to keep up production. And Hera looks like he's going to take this set. He's going through to the quarterfinals. And what an impressive Civ pick, and what an impressive execution with Aztecs from Hera.
That is it was well prepared by Hera there. We have questioned civilization choices many times in these free pick scenarios. Usually it's because players go for the safe pick, and when they don't, we say, oh, well, this has worked so many times, why didn't you do it like everyone else? Can't say we've seen Aztecs too frequently there, and I think Hera just waited for the perfect time. Aztecs destroy Berbers. If it's played out like that, Hera lost more villagers and still just dominated. And I am really excited now, or not now, but for the future set between MBL and Villese in this group. Both players still alive. One will move on, and that will happen next Friday. And I'm also really excited and happy for Hera, because last time he didn't win his group, ended up getting out of his group anyways, but because he wasn't a group winner, faced another opposing group winner, and it was his best bud Liereyy. And we all know Liereyy ended up moving on past that in a crazy set. If you watched it, if you haven't rewatched it, either way, kind of looks like we've arrived at a point where the expected players that would be the best player in each group have gotten their results.
Yeah, super impressive performance from him, and you got to feel like it's his turn to take a Red Bull Wololo tournament. I mean, he's had such good results over the last year, and he's come so close. And this is a good sign, to be honest. Like that was a pretty dominating last game from Hera. And the second game, I mean, you can ask some questions, but he took the victory when he needed it the most. And the first game as well, it felt really inevitable once he had that successful defense against Villese. It felt like for the last 10 minutes of that game, okay, Hera's going to win this. There's no doubt in my mind whatsoever.
Yeah, I would say, players are going to have to go to the drawing board, because Civ draft is going to come into play later on in the tournament. So some of the mind games, some of the Civ matchups are going to be different, but I think Hera has more to come. I think that he and Viper and anyone really who advanced out of the group can get better. I did not see any player who advanced out of the group, even though the level is so high, play their best Age of Empires, except maybe Liereyy. He was pretty sharp. We'll hear from Hera soon. He's normally pretty quick to get started with the interviews here. And yes, the interview is ready. Here's Riley with Hera. Sorry, I completely blanked.
Liereyy Riley.
Yeah, I completely blanked.
Wow, Savage. That I didn't realize I was quite that forgettable. Welcome back to the desk here. Riley Knight joined by Hera the champion. There, 2-1 to Hera. A great result and quite a thrilling conclusion with all those conversions going on. Congratulations, mate. How does it feel?
Thank you. It feels great to be out of the hidden pick thing. That thing is so risky, and best of 3 hidden pick. I'm just happy to be past that and into the quarterfinals as first in my group. Feels really good.
Yeah. Yes, of course, you're all the way through to next Saturday as part of the playoffs, and we're looking forward to seeing you there. In the meantime, I want to ask you a couple of questions about what happened in the match here, specifically in game number 1. There was that early push from Villese. Did you feel you was sort of had what it takes to get there and get a counter in and push back, or were you quite worried about your position at that stage?
Ethiopia is one trick. If you can't win early, you can't win at all unless it goes super late. But the window for Vikings is to have a better economy. So I don't know why I said it like that. So yeah, I just had to stall that early push. The big mistake that people make with Vikings, in my opinion, is that they try to match it. They try to play like Expo War and they try to like match the pressure. And that's just, it could work, but it's just so super risky. So just playing defensive, getting economy, and then winning later, and it worked beautifully.
And in games 2 and 3, a slightly different approach, pushing hard into that castle age early. Tell us about your thoughts with that strategy, with that opening there.
Yeah, so in both those, like game 2 and 3 were both very aggressive maps, so it's different than like the Runestones or Arabia. That game 2, I have to rewatch it, but I felt like I did a pretty massive throw there. So I have some decision-making slip-ups for me, but I had the Aztecs in game 3. Since I know he used them and I knew he wouldn't expect them on game 3, which is Meadow, which I played Magyars last time. He went for Berbers to counter pick Magyars, and I showed up with Aztecs, and my prepared strategy was working really well there. So yeah, very happy, and I wasn't too worried, even after the throw of game 2, because I knew I had that Aztecs, which is such a powerful save on those aggressive maps.
The Aztec up your sleeve. That one didn't land. Never mind. Hera, thank you so much for joining us, mate. We'll see you next weekend.
Yes, thank you. You're doing a great job as the host. I want to say well done, and thanks to all the viewers in Red Bull. Take care, guys. See you next time.
Well, great to be joined by Hera there. Let's jump in back with our casters now as we round out coverage of day number 2. I'm going to welcome back Dave and T90 here as we have a discussion about what we've seen and also what we can still look forward to next weekend. Boys, T90, I'm going to open up with you, mate. What was some of the highlights for you today? Was there a match of the day or a player of the day or something that was really sticking in your mind from what we saw today?
The big takeaway for me is while the results were somewhat expected in many ways, people's predictions might have been correct, they weren't necessarily stomps. There were a lot of best of 3s that were not 2-0. They were 2-1. Players really came to compete, and I think that the players who were knocked out today, those are players who were close many times. So that's the big exciting thing for me, is that going into the sets on the earlier stages, which could be seen as the stages which are more imbalanced, we actually had really close sets, and that bodes well for the future with all those results there. I think that the DauT Nicov set, the ACCM Dogao set, Jordan Vinchester, Villese MBL, I mean, cancel everything. I might have to cancel community games for that on Friday. It'll be really fun to watch, so I'm looking forward to the future games due to that.
Yeah, there was some hard scraps today for sure. Dave, was there a standout moment for you or something that really stuck in your memory, mate?
I really like the performance from the GL players. DauT came to play today. He had a really good performance against Yo, even though, you know, Mr. Yo showing his quality there, and Jordan as well came to play. Jordan played at such a high level against Viper. The fact that we even questioned whether Viper could lose that mountain range game is a testament to the skill of Jordan after Viper established that position. And I really like Viper as well as the final standout GL player for me. The way he played that mountain range game was very classic Viper. Nobody's going to beat me once I get an advantage over you. He set up the castles, he set up the production buildings, he walled his economy, and it was just an uphill battle, literally and figuratively, for Jordan the entire way. So GL looking very strong going into the next weekend. And also, you know, the players that got eliminated, players like SongSong, players like Sitaux, players like Villese, showing us that, you know, these guys that we haven't seen before in other major tournaments can put up an amazing fight against the big guys in Empire Wars, notably here, or in other tournaments as well that have potential. So that's a really, really healthy thing for our scene, and it's great to see.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, in Australia, we love an underdog, and even these players who are particularly, you know, maybe newer or at least fresher faces in this caliber of tournament, it was great to see them get up and about, and really, I think most of them really did acquit themselves very well indeed. All right, well, I'm going to ask the Twitch chat for a favour here. Get ready to clip what's coming next, because we can use this next weekend at the end of the tournament here to pour derision and scorn on these two gentlemen here that have joined me. I'm going to ask for a cold call from both you, Dave, and you, T90, here as to who is going to win. And I'll tell you what, if you get it right, well, bloody hell, you can say, look, I called it, I knew it the whole time, but when you get it wrong, it'll be very funny to laugh about it. So T90, off the bat, who's going to win the Red Bull Wololo 4 next weekend?
All of it?
Yeah, the whole thing. Who's going to be the champion? Go, let's go.
We can't jump ahead to the good stuff, man. You got to go through all four
Tristan.
courses.
One name.
The coward's answer, I see. Is your bum sore from sitting on that fence there, Tristan?
I'm going Liereyy. I'm going Liereyy.
All right,
I think you look
Liereyy.
Yeah, I think overall you look the best today. Everyone's going to improve a little bit. There's too many good names, but I think considering Liereyy has been the best performing player in all three and how good he looked, Lierey's a safe bet.
A great pick from you, T90. Dave, now the limelight turns to you, my friend. Who have you got?
Well, Riley, you cleverly drove a wedge between me and MBL. So I'm going to say MBL. No, I'm going to say my heart, I want to be friends with him again. So my heart's telling me MBL. I'm a big fan of his, but I'm going to say after what I saw today, I think Hera might be the Red Bull Wololo champion.
But there's so much that's going to happen before the finals, people. Don't miss that.
But it's just,
don't miss that.
Mate, it's just good television. It's good television to set up these storylines. Listen to this, mate. The whole time when Liereyy is kicking ass, you can go, look, I knew it from the whole, all that sort of stuff. It's great. It's a beautiful bit of foreshadowing we're doing here. Anyway, listen, I want to thank the two of you. I want to thank our other casters, Nilly and Mem, as well. Not only for being the steady hand on the tiller as we've navigated these turbulent waters of the weekend, but also on a more personal note for the support you've shown me, and indeed to the wider community, the Age of Empires community. Thank you so much for welcoming me into this community with open arms. Certainly I am what you would describe as a bit of a noob, and it has been great to have such wonderful support from both my coverage colleagues and indeed the production staff, and of course the community at large. And we'd like to thank you for choosing to join us this weekend. It's been our great pleasure to bring you coverage of this event. Thanks so much for tuning in, and of course a massive shout out to the production staff and all the teams behind the scenes who you don't see working tirelessly, Mapu and everyone else working to the best of their capacity to make this show the very best that it can be. Red Bull Wololo 4 so far, we've had ups and downs, there's been smiles and frowns, we've had laughs, we've had tears, a little bit of everything. But the good news is we come back next week to do it all again, except so much better. So make sure you clear your schedules for Friday, Saturday and Sunday next weekend as coverage of the Red Bull Wololo 4 continues. I'll be there, Dave will be there, T90 will be there, as will Nilly and Mem, and hopefully you'll be there too. We leave you now with some of the highlights we've seen from today, and are looking forward to your company once again next Friday to do it all again. Take care of yourselves, and we'll see you next time.
It's getting closer, and for the first time in a long time during the game, the numbers in military are even or even better for Sitaux. Whoa. Just in the last second, oh, he got it. He got it, and now with the Rams, just say rate. The monks are going to convert. One knight converted. Probably a second knight is going to be converted. No, that was about micro for DauT because he should have converted two. Oh, wow. How are they doing any damage? Well, handcard Villiers. This is Usain Bolt Villiers, actually. It was almost faster than the Cap Archer nearly.
Oh, and the Pike upgrade at the perfect timing.
Ouch. But wouldn't be surprised it's going to be very soon because with the castle. There is now 17 galleons, 26 longboats.
6 play from Vinchester.
Just look at the military in SongSong's base. Look at the mini-map. There's red all over the place. The timing on the rams from Vinchester was impeccable.
Close, and is it gonna go up? He just didn't go for the bills there, Dave. He was worried about those knights, and actually, at the same time, oh my god, you've got to be kidding me! 99%, and Vinchester knows what to do. No, excuse me, knows what to do, and he's gonna stonewall that bad boy in. Wow, what a turn of events.
Dude, there's no universe in which SongSong could have denied a castle at 99%. And then Vinchester denies a castle from SongSong at 99% with a TC in SongSong's base that he made with villagers. He was collecting food from the pond on SongSong's side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like a dream.
Oh my god, this could be game-changing! Viper through the hole into the wood line. These scouts have forging T90. These scouts are so strong.
And end up getting the... Oh, there you go. That's good for Jordan. Castles along the center. Easily the best mountain range game we've seen in this tournament.
Yeah, Viper needs to keep those trebs safe. Another big battle lining up here, Tristan. Oh my goodness. You know, casual Age of Empires fans, when they see competitive, they oftentimes say, I want to see the big battles, that's why I play this game. Well, here you go. There's a gigantic battle about to happen. Tons of Hussars, some Cav Archers backing it up. And of course, for Viper, the Halberdiers, the Siege Onager, the Arbalists. Here comes the Flood.
What is this fight, man? Probably the craziest fight we've seen so far. Remember the Hussars? They just get tickled by those Arbalests. And is there a world where Jordan... Diggy Colossus for Hera, who actually now... Oh my god, I'm sorry! I was a split second ahead, but Villese says you will not have my... Just gonna need an answer.
But he has 3 TCs now. That's the unfortunate bit, right? He has 3 TCs. He's got some farms. He's got villagers.